More than 3 years ago now, I uploaded what has surprisingly become one of the most popular videos on my channel, the story of Final Fantasy VII so far, a comparative analysis of the original and remake. This was essentially a rumination, review, critique, theory dump, and analysis of both stories, with personal anecdotes throughout about what makes this series so important to me while giving my thoughts on the execution of both games and the character writing and themes present within. It was a monster, 200 minutes long, and by the end of it I pondered the potential of part 2 of the remake, which I didn't know would be called Rebirth. I stated that while it was an extremely difficult task, I had faith that the second game would carry forward the story with a similar level of quality. And to put it bluntly, I was wrong about this. While my faith in Rebirth was well placed, the sentiment that the game would continue the general quality level from Remake was misplaced, because quite frankly in my opinion, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a notable improvement on Remake in virtually every single way I can think of, in every department. And that's a hell of a statement coming from me, because as was clear in my first video, I adore Remake beyond words. In this video, I will be going through the story of Rebirth chronologically, while commenting on the execution of the narrative as we go and comparing it to the original at points in a way similar to my first video. Though it is worth noting that there will be some differences. This video will still be a comparative analysis at points, but it will be more central to Rebirth than the first one was to Remake due to a number of reasons, so this can more so be thought of as a reflection and review of Rebirth specifically. Additionally, it's worth noting that while I love the OG and Remake, I spent a lot of time criticizing both in my first video. And I will be talking about some problems I had with Rebirth, but I want to be upfront with the fact that there will be more praise and less critique here, primarily because the material being talked about was so good that I have a lot less to complain about. And lastly, this video will have much less personal reflection from me, since I think my personal relationship with the series was established in the first part, and Lord knows you don't want me to go over that again. As always, some sources I used for this will be referred to in the video, and all will be referenced in the description. I once again am referring to the English dub version of this game throughout the review, and lastly, as this video is the third part of a series, the first two parts which focus on Remake and Yuffie's episode respectively will be linked in the description. While you don't need to have watched both of these to jump into this one, I definitely recommend it because quite a few points I made in those carry over into here, and I will refer to some things assuming familiarity with my ideas in previous parts. And of course, spoilers inbound for not just Rebirth, but the plot of the entire Final Fantasy VII story, including every ancillary work associated with the franchise. So let's get straight to it. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is not only special, not only a wonderful experience, and not only more than worthy to be Remake's successor, but it's straight up one of the best games I've ever played. I have some issues with it, which we'll get into as I mentioned, but while there are long stretches of Remake that were quite poorly done, the issues here are comparatively far less impactful on the game. Combine that with the sheer ambition and scope at play here, and it makes the execution even more impressive. And the insane thing is, this is arguably the most difficult third of the original game to adapt, as we travel from the thematically and narratively focused steel sky of Midgar into the grand expanse of this world at large. The story's pacing slows down tremendously and becomes a sort of ponderous road trip across Final Fantasy VII's world as the party are just about able to get enough information to pursue Sephiroth. New allies are gained, the world is built upon and discovered, abstract revelations occur. But all in all, the material that Rebirth covers in the OG is a section of a story very much lacking in enough of a holistic narrative structure for a full-length game to effectively lean on, and it mostly serves as a great transitionary section for world building and character exploration before the narrative gathers in focus again prior to the Forgotten Capital. This is an incredibly difficult section of the game to adapt into a full story, but Rebirth does it with such confidence, charm, passion, and love for every bit of this narrative that it's unbelievable, turning it into a bona fide world-spanning adventure story with extreme focus on the character relationships and the world, with the added Retrilogy specific elements and the way it focuses on being a narrative reunion or homecoming, tying it all together. Each town or region here is a detour, and each can be looked at as a story arc in and of itself, with every single one brimming with richness and flavor, with a variance in culture, layout, geography, tone, and architecture. Every area is a discovery and demonstrator of why this planet, despite the negatives, is very much worth saving. With the people within, the locales, the silliness, and the way the game incentivizes taking a breath through its side content and gameplay flow all feeding into that appreciation for this world, fueling our desire to save it. Rebirth is a grand journey and trek across a vast world with a collection of lovable protagonists bound by connections and a desire to protect. It doesn't have a huge plot focus overall, and due to the vastness of the side content, there can be hours on end without main story progress, but the narrative is mostly tied together by character dynamics and individual exploration, a love for the locales we visit and the people within them, and a strong desire to protect this world and the themes associated with all of that. Whether they originate from the original game or whether they be newer ones introduced in Remake and Rebirth. Tetsuya Nomura has stated that in every aspect of the design, bonds are the main theme of the game. In every way, and not just between the characters, and that cohesion really elevates the whole experience. But even outside of the messages and themes, the quality in general is just stunning. Everything is given the time and care it deserves, and as I said, every aspect of this experience feels polished, impactful, and crafted with care. As I alluded to, the side content is incredible, and the way the developers took inspiration from Witcher 3 was such an inspired approach. The towns and environmental design are out of this world, and I just want to acknowledge the intent of the directors and specifically Takako Miyake, the environmental director, to make this world feel as vast and immersive as possible, which is one of the most essential elements of the entire game. There's fantastic cutscene direction, overall character and story writing, theme integration, gameplay, heart, and concepts both emotional and cerebral. And the music is absolutely fantastic, with different versions in and out of combat, beautiful themes that encapsulate the spirit of every cutscene, every character, every town and location, spot on with emotions every time while being beautiful to listen to all the same. It plays around with leitmotifs wonderfully in ways that reflect the story's tonality, such as the triumphant variation of One-Winged Angel during the section of the story where Sephiroth is still very much a hero, or the horrifying yet familiar track that plays when Cloud sees the visage of an apparently departed party member. Every chapter here is full of substance, whereas in Remake there were definitely a couple that were substantially thinner and padded out. Rebirth has one of my favorite worlds in video games, one of my favorite casts in video games. The gameplay was so excellent I couldn't believe it, and overall it just surprises and delights at every turn with how it brings the soul of the original story to the forefront in the most beautiful ways possible while also adding such new and inventive twists to elevate everything. Sorry to gush, but this game just has it all. Silliness, fun, heart, immense emotions, tragedy, beautiful quiet reflection, and epic, high-concept scale. It inspires the imagination in terms of the ideas and emotions while also leaving tons of fuel for theories and interpretations to boggle the mind. But simply put, and most of all, this is a stunning journey through a fabulous world very much worth saving despite the darkness, in a fight against someone who antithesizes all that is wonderful and honest about life. Now, in terms of the themes and ideas here, there's a hell of a lot to chew on, but it all manages to find its way into a package that somehow feels cohesive. For reasons that we'll get into much later, I feel that the game really hangs its hat on the idea of despair versus hope, especially at the end. It also continues the idea of fate versus freedom from how Remake approached it, tackling questions about what it is and what it really means, whether or not it really exists, and if so, whether it traps us. Also, key to this entry that is brought forth through how the plot reveals more about Sephiroth's nature is the idea of the purpose of life and what makes existence worthwhile. The enduring and the infinite versus the raw sentiment of what it means to truly, meaningfully live. As one would expect, Rebirth also dwells very strongly on the concepts of life and death, the eternal cycle, just as the original did but applied to a new context that adds a new layer, making this game as a thematic piece hint at the Retrilogy as a whole being a thematic reunion, like I mentioned, all returning to zero, the state things were in the original, both thematically and plot-wise, but more on that later. And tying all of this together is the essentiality of love and connection, how the bonds we make imbue themselves into every part of these themes and our lives. This isn't everything, of course, and we'll talk about these topics at great length down the line, but this is just a summary of some of the ideas I found most striking and noteworthy. But while we could talk about themes and ideas and locales all day, and we will do just that, This game would feel like something of an empty husk if those things weren't filled with such rich, vibrant, human characters that you adore and want to see succeed. And while Remake's greatest triumph to me was the way that it made the characters so unbelievably nuanced and well realized, Rebirth somehow steps it up from even that, progressing every major character of note and elevating them all in such different ways, introducing new personalities such as Cait Sith and immediately making them better than the source, and overall just making this cast one of my absolute favorites in video games. On the balance of things, I'd say Aerith is definitely my favorite character, but a lot of why she's a level above is founded on my theory for the ending, so admittedly that is tentative and not set in stone if my theory is wrong. Not because I need to be right, of course, but because if the story goes in that direction, it would add significantly to an already masterful character. The note I believe she ends on is so complex, conflicting, nuanced, emotional, and resonant, and I don't want to expand on that here because we'll get into it at the end. But either way, she's unbelievable here. Cloud takes an absolute step up too, being much more expressive than he was in Remake due to having opened up to this new family and fellowship of his. And I think this is a lot of him leaning more into the Cloud-specific traits of his identity that Tifa helped reinforce when she first found him in Midgar. Because none of what I talk about here is related to Zack, or Sephiroth, or Jenova, just Cloud. And that makes this even more special. He's even more dorky, he expresses his pride at winning things much more easily, he's incredibly protective over his friends and so trusting, and in large part due to this, it's heartbreaking to see him begin to crack more and more throughout the story. He is teetering, spiraling, so shatteringly sympathetic, and your heart just goes out to him. Barrett goes from strength to strength, continuing his arc forward from the establishment in Remake, and there is no greater triumph in this game than how well he is adapted and presented. Tifa makes tremendous strides herself with her new material, as does Sephiroth, who has more elements added to him due to Rebirth's plot that help him stand out even more. Yuffie is a delight, Nanaki is fantastic, Cait Sith is charming as hell, and Cid and Vincent are great in their minor appearances. And Rufus is in the conversation for the most elevated character in Remake and Rebirth, which is a hell of a claim for me to make considering that the series has done nothing but elevate its characters, but I stand by it, and we'll get into that. Zack has some wonderful new layers added to him to somehow make him even more inspirational and engaging. And just overall, there are dynamics all over the place here. The protagonistic party is absolutely magical, and have so many specific individual bonds between any two characters that were minimalistic at best in the original and are expanded upon here, making them such a joy to travel and grow with throughout the plot. All in all, in terms of characterization, character progress, expansion of the setting, themes, and how it all blends together, this game is spot on to say the least. Now, in terms of interesting alterations, Rebirth does make quite a few changes for quite a few reasons to make this stretch of story much more of a cohesive narrative in and of itself. And that meant that as things ramped up towards the last quarter or so, there was no real place to put Rocket Town and Cid's proper character introduction. And I get the logic here. With every new town being a whole new part of the story to take in and explore for hours on end, along with a whole new character arc to explore for Cid as they did for Barrett and Corel or Nanaki and Cosmo Canyon, this just wouldn't fit in a section of the story where the world completely opens up and the player is essentially told straight up that they can explore the areas they've already been for even more content. Adding another exploratory town, section, backstory, and more, it would have stalled the momentum and pacing far too much, especially considering how the story ramps up into the conclusion whenever the player is finished with all their extra business. The keystone needs to be found, and we need to make our way to the Temple of the Ancients and get the Black Materia. There's urgency here, and while I can see some feeling ludonarrative dissonance in the very fact that the game urges you to explore more at this point, it is during a portion where we aren't quite locked in yet, and where information gathering is at the forefront of the plot, not a race to the finish just yet. Unless you do these things after the end of the Golden Saucer stuff. But my point is that a whole other arc added at this part in the story would have been too much. And the same is true with Bone Village, which is a sort of pit stop before the Sleeping Forest and the finale of Rebirth. These developers adore making these towns as rich and full of culture as possible, and encourage the players to take it all in and exhale while they do so. But that wouldn't work when we're literally racing to try to save Aerith's life, as opposed to the original game where things are overall quite snappy and the towns don't have nearly as much focus. Now, I don't know that Bone Village will be cut out entirely, and I know for certain that Rocket Town won't be, and we'll just be shifted to Part 3 instead. And we'll get the deeper Cid characterization after his formal introduction in a way kind of similar to how Nanaki was approached at the end of Remake into Rebirth. This is all very good prioritization in my opinion. It's all in service of the big picture narrative rather than trying to stuff as much quality in as possible, which must have been tempting. It keeps pacing and tone in mind, and that is a huge improvement from what was in my opinion the biggest flaw of Remake. One more notable change to the plot occurs in Chapter 9, where we get a huge amount of Tifa backstory as she is immersed in the weapons and the Lifestream. It is a beautiful, beautiful segment, one of my favorite in the whole story, and it does so much for her and Cloud's relationship and her herself for reasons I'll talk about later, but it is interesting to see that they put it here when it could have fit so naturally into a huge, important scene that will occur in Part 3, the Lifestream sequence. If I had to guess, I'd say that a few factors are at play here. First, the developers have been very upfront with the fact that they wanted to make both Tifa and Aerith more or less equally impactful to the game's story. And with all that Aerith gets in the climax of this game, this Chapter 9 set piece and all the scenes surrounding it were the only way for Tifa to measure up in terms of weight. But that being the only reason would feel a little mishandled. I don't think it's good practice to give the second main woman more just to make her equal to the other for arbitrary reasons that don't have much to do with the quality or intent of the story. And because of that, I'm pretty sure other priorities were in mind. The later revelation that this could have fit into is a scene primarily about Cloud and his mind and his identity, and how Tifa guides him through that and supports him. And so this could work even better considering that this is an experience Tifa has been through herself, and as a result can even more effectively help Cloud through later. It is also very symmetrical and organic that through realizing in this scene how Cloud was there to support her, it provides her with the extra impetus to want to support him through all that he's going through, as shown through the bedside scene in Gongaga. Also, Sephiroth wants Cloud to despair and break for reasons we'll get into. And in the original, Tifa saves him from the brink, and is the primary reason that he does not submit into despair. So one can surmise that this conflict with Tifa logically happens earlier because Sephiroth wants to nip it in the bud and ensure that Tifa is not present to help save Cloud from any despair that he needs him to submit to. It also just could have made the scene too bloated to have both Cloud and her going through these revelations at the same time, and it may have sidelined her character moments. So all in all, I think there are a lot of narrative reasons for the placing of this scene, and I'm behind it for sure. Now, as I alluded to, I do have problems with Rebirth, but there are so few that it's unbelievable, and so I think I'll discuss them here before diving into the full review. Firstly, outside of the story, the water physics in this game are not very good, and neither is the lighting. Specifically how everything becomes completely washed out in places when going from dark to light, not in terms of the general lighting, which is quite good. Now from the story axis, the Cait Sith section in Nibelheim is without doubt the lowest point in the game for how it completely stifles the flow and momentum of the chapter, as well as how tedious it is to navigate and play through. The box chucking was obviously really bad, and it was all wrong in terms of tonality and pacing. It was annoying to navigate, and it made the tone too goofy for the context of exploring this supposedly incredibly creepy Shinra manor, this bastion of corruption and secrets, so I do wish that the pacing was a bit snappier there and that the tone was a little more serious to really sell the aura of Shinra Manor. Although I don't have huge problems with the gameplay outside of the boxes. I actually love how the game continuously varies things up gameplay-wise and gives you different characters to play as, but the way they did this was an unfortunate miss. There were also occasions throughout the game where I felt like they could have lingered on scenes a little longer than they did in order to let the really strong emotions fester, such as the huge, defining Nanaki scene with Seto, which really quickly moves on to the Gi tribe stuff. We go from absolute peak to absolute peak, but I did feel like the scene was done a disservice by not allowing us to sit with the emotions even for just a few seconds. And this happens a couple of times throughout the game, such as after the fantastic Barrett and Dyne scene, unfortunately very slightly undercutting some otherwise incredibly good moments. Additionally, as awesome as all the side content was due to the fun and the meaningful narrative behind it all, I did find myself wishing that some of the quests had less requirements to get to such important story stuff. I found myself feeling a need to do so much extra content in order to not miss out on potential material for the characters I care about, but I think the barrier could have been a bit lower for some of this stuff because it essentially gives the player a choice between screwing with their own personal pacing of the game or missing out on really great additional story content. And the following is a relatively minor one as well, but it's just something that I would have liked a bit more polish with. As Cloud unravels throughout the story, it becomes increasingly more and more obvious that he is unwell, in every sense. And the party don't really have much of a choice but to continue to follow him in the story due to the huge stakes, but given how increasingly unstable and volatile he gets, I do think a scene or two between 2 or 3 members of the party, maybe between Tifa, Barrett, and Aerith, would have been great to establish that they are acutely aware of how bad he is getting and that it can't continue to go on like this, just to emphasize what I'm sure is the intent. It's just that Cloud literally almost kills Tifa and is possessed by Sephiroth and shows concerning behavior throughout the last few chapters, and the party are clearly concerned through the glances they exchange and some of the things they say, but at times the urgency in their reaction didn't adequately match the severity of Cloud's problems. I'm not sure if anyone else felt that way, but I think that aspect of the story could have been cleaned up a little to establish why they didn't intervene, how exactly they feel about this, if they have any semblance of a plan with him, etc. And lastly, this final one isn't really a problem or flaw as much as an unfortunate byproduct with the direction of the story, but I definitely would have loved to have seen and explored the Forgotten Capital properly, as that is one of my favorite stretches of the original game, and seeing it realized in the way some of the other locales were could have been a dream. It's established so well and the tone is set so beautifully, so I did think of it as a little bit of a shame that we didn't get the opportunity to explore it due to stepping straight into the finale from there. But I get that it wouldn't have worked with the pacing nor intent of the end of the game. So again, as I said, this is just a personal note rather than a proper criticism. I'm not going to ask this story to be something it's not. And yeah, that's about it. Those are my flaws, and I'll mention them and maybe a couple of other things I noticed that might not be totally positive a little bit more throughout the rest of the video, but those are the most notable ones and the ones that took away from my enjoyment the most. Everything else about the game is wonderful, and in all honesty, this is the extent of the negatives I found, the ones worth noting at least. That is truly how good I believe this game is. So without further ado, let's take the plunge and explore the narrative of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. What happens, how it succeeds, how it compares and contrasts the original, and primarily, why it is so special. Now, I said in my first video that my favorite 3 video game openings of all time were the ones from Xenoblade Chronicles, Final Fantasy VII, and Final Fantasy VII Remake. And while a few more have since been added to that list from Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers, Nier Automata, and Yakuza Like a Dragon, that remains to be the case. And you can now add Rebirth's opening, up until the end of Chapter 1, to that as well. This introductory section, what essentially amounts to the prologue of the narrative here, is genuinely phenomenal in every way. Cinematic, emotional, dramatic, revelatory, and thrilling, with fantastic presentation, writing, and gameplay, and the beautifully dynamic soundtrack going from strength to strength. But while Rebirth picks up where we left off in the plot of the original story, it begins with a scene exclusive to the specific elements of this new story, with Zack, who is alive in a different reality that was opened up after the defeat of the Whisper Arbiter at the end of Remake. And we will discuss the nature of this universe later, but the point is that he has survived, made his way over to a partly demolished Midgar with an unresponsive Cloud, and realized that not only is he in a world that seems to be slowly dying and accepting its fate, but that this world's Aerith is more or less comatose. Now, I suspect that Aerith, the all-knowing version of Aerith across universes who talked to Cloud in the resolution scene of Remake, who I will henceforth be calling Omni-Aerith thanks to Maximilian Dude, is responsible for both Biggs and Zack being saved, in a last-ditch effort to offer resistance to Sephiroth's plan. But I'll explain that a bit more later, and nothing is confirmed with regards to that as of yet. What I do know for sure is that Zack in the context of this game is a fascinating shift for his character. Rebirth provides us with a Zack who is not a triumphant hero that went out fighting like a martyr and embedded his legacy in Cloud, but one that is instead a fallen hero in a dying universe who feels inadequate due to his inability to help his loved ones and his world. Yet he slowly but surely grows in confidence and belief until he finds himself literally defying what seems like fate in the form of the god of the new world in Sephiroth. The staff have stated that they desire for Zack to be a character representative of the planet's will in a sense, while obviously still maintaining his own identity, and I think his journey towards fighting back here is great for that. It's an awesome new layer added to the character, and I do have to say that Caleb Pierce's performance felt much improved from what we heard in Remake in my opinion, with a bit more weight, gravitas, charisma, and charm to really shoulder the impact of such an important role. While he isn't central, Zack is an essential part of this story, and his arc starts extremely strong, and extremely dark, in this great opening sequence that concludes poetically with him despairing in the rain, mirroring his original fate at the end of Crisis Core and how his and Aerith's roles here are somewhat reversed. It all establishes this world that is dying as an accompaniment to Zack and a thematic thesis. As we see throughout the game through the side quests and little adventures and bits of joy, this world is worth saving, and it and the people in it are wonderful. Despite the darkness and corruption, this planet is beautiful, and we've talked about that. And this dying world that Zack resides in, where people lament their lives being cut short, where they wish to be saved and primarily dare to hope due to Zack, it's a true demonstrator of what we're fighting for. This game makes us want to save this place, in every universe, every shard, and this scene establishes that. It's a thrilling set piece kicked off by a fantastic bit of visual direction in the beginning to show off the scale of both Midgar and the destruction at hand, and it was a great way to start off the game that hooks you in immediately. And from there, things just go from strength to strength as we jump into a scene that works so organically as a natural opener for the game. Cloud's accounting of his own backstory, the Nibelheim incident from 5 years prior that led to the unraveling of Sephiroth, an event that he, apparently, experienced firsthand. It starts off with this fantastic one-shot scene flowing dynamically through this Shinra truck going from soldier to soldier, showing a couple of grunts, one who is notably carsick, and a Cloud who seems very different in spirit than the one that we've come to know and love. His demeanor, body language, expressiveness, and even his voice direction are totally different, and since all spoilers are fair game for this video, I'm free to say that they did a great job in capturing the essence of Zack through Cloud here. This is an accounting from Cloud from the wrong point of view, and every time we see Cloud in this flashback, it is actually Zack who did all the things that we see Cloud do. Cloud is in fact the carsick soldier that Zack talks to, but due to his extreme psychological fragmentation and conflating due to the grief of losing Zack, the Mako poisoning, Sephiroth's will through Genova, and more, Cloud has confused his place in this story, much to the dismay, confusion, and anxiety of Tifa, who witnessed everything firsthand and never knew Cloud was even there due to him having his helmet on the entire time. Knowing this while playing through this section is really cool, with little lines from Tifa here and there betraying her bewilderment at how he knows these things, and making it clear that to an extent, she has problems trusting her own memory at times, partly due to her experience with faulty memories that's revealed later on. And there are lots of cool little touches throughout this section as well, alluding to these false memories. But before then, that wonderful one-shot concludes with the awesome reveal of a seemingly very sane Sephiroth. He has a really adorable and endearing back and forth dynamic with Zack, who is constantly thirsting to prove himself and who is excitable as the puppy that he is, and it makes for some great interactions.
Nice work.
We have some introductory combat from Sephiroth on our side this time, which was a great way to help in humanizing him and forming a connection with him, in stark contrast to the alien reality hopper we've seen prior to this. And then we land in Nibelheim and are given license to explore the first town we can explore, which was an absolute joy. Having been confined to Midgar for Remake, exploring this new town was so refreshing, and I spent so much time just looking at the layout of the place, the houses, the people and their routines, the surrounding land, listening to NPC dialogue to soak everything in, taking in every nook and cranny. I spent ages in this place, and little did I know that this was the smallest notable town in the game, intentionally meant to be quite barren and worn down, surrounded by stark mountains piercing the sky with a harshness characteristic of Shinra, but simultaneously full of soul, indicative of Cloud and Tifa's heartfelt home. However, outside of the environment, part of why I spent so much time here was because of the little details alluding to the nature of this memory. In reality, Cloud was too embarrassed of his grunt status to remove his helmet and greet all the people in the town that he knew, especially Tifa. However, a cool detail here is that if you walk around town, everyone recognizes him and gives him this hero's welcome, something which undoubtedly did not happen but that he falsified to fit into his internal narrative to stop his mind from cracking. And yet, Cloud never once responds to any of these people, indicating this discrepancy. This is the welcome he wishes he had, but it never happened. It is his idealized version of himself warping his memories, this idea of who he wanted to be but isn't, imprinting over reality for the sake of keeping him intact. It's a genius bit of indirect characterization. All these people say hi to him, but he never says hi back. Because, despite wishing he had this, neither he nor Zack experienced this sort of welcome, except when it comes to Cloud's visit to his mother. Cloud's mom, Claudia, welcomes her son with open arms upon his return and clearly recognizes him, and Cloud responds in kind. And we can immediately see that this is the legitimate Cloud, because his personality is entirely different from the Zack Cloud we saw earlier. Much more timid, shy, and embarrassed, and similar in demeanor to the Cloud we know, and that is because this is something that actually happened. Cloud really did visit his mother, and this is where the scene that we flash back to in Remake occurs, although it is chopped and cut around and altered by Jenova to keep everything in line for him and avoid any discrepancies. And another interesting little detail is that prior to the game forcing you to do so, Cloud absolutely refuses to go into his own house. In addition, we have a line of Sephiroth's where he mentions the idea of Cloud talking to his sword, which, as we know from Crisis Core, is something that Zack always did. There are cool little details all over the place that definitely don't try to hide the mystery as much, but make it more substantially built upon. And I can understand some not enjoying that as much, but I fervently think that these games are sequels anyway, in spite of what the advertising for them says, so I firmly think that this works.
You should get some rest.
All right, will do.
Night.
The next morning, after a lovely, quiet, slightly ominous little scene where we bid Sephiroth goodnight, we are given our guide to go up to the mountain, Tifa. She has some great interactions with the legitimate Cloud throughout this, as he's tasked with keeping her safe and does so for reasons outside of his actual job. But what struck me most about Tifa here was her personality. Like Cloud, she is entirely different here compared to the Tifa we know, though for totally different reasons, of course. Tifa here is a lot more bubbly and rambunctious compared to the more withdrawn, quiet Tifa we know. And this is a sobering idea, because while that was partly just a natural evolution of her personality that a lot of people go through, it was also clearly due to a combination of the grief of losing her town and family, her inner conflicts with Avalanche's crusade, the pain of losing even more friends, and the confusion and hesitancy with regards to all that's going on with Cloud. Tifa is an incredibly warm and comforting presence, and she loves to have fun. But Remake and Rebirth make it clear that she is shyer than she wishes she was at times, that she feels a need to please everyone and is plagued by insecurities, and overall I think it's clear that the trauma of what happened after this point had a clear effect on how she interacts with the world, because she is night and day different in the present compared to the past. There is nothing at all wrong with her personality in the present, and I adore it and wouldn't change it for the world, but it is an indicator of all that she's been through for sure. And before we set out for the mountain, one little thing of note here is that Sephiroth doesn't look totally comfortable with having his picture taken, nor with all the attention, and it garnered quite a bit of sympathy from me. This is someone who not once was able to have a normal life, who was given so much attention that he didn't want, who never really had control, and who didn't have a chance to be a regular, healthy person due to the whims of greedy, hubris-driven men. And Barrett alludes to this himself here, asking Cloud to tell him something about the man that'll make his blood boil. And this might seem like an innocuous little line, but it is a welcome reminder of Barrett's arc throughout Remake and the ideas that he still struggles with. He doesn't like nuance. He has been so personally hurt and wronged by Shinra that he needs an outlet of simple justified vengeance to contextualize reality in a way that's comfortable. And looking at nuance in a situation he's so enraged about is uncomfortable. It's a great encapsulation of the main internal element that he struggles with and isn't free from despite the self-awareness he gained throughout Remake. We go through the mission and through some awesome tension building before Sephiroth discovers and misunderstands his origin, causing him to spiral. And the severity of his spiral is an element of his character that I really think is recontextualized given some information we get in Ever Crisis, something that his younger self, less tempered by Jenova, may not have succumbed to. After this, Sephiroth states his desire to be alone and holds himself in the Shinra Manor in Nibelheim, which, due to being a former site for Hojo's tests, contains documents of past experiments conducted, as well as some historical records. He does this in the hopes of understanding just who or what he is, and he is consumed by research for days on end. He reads and learns several things, some of which are correct and some incorrect. That Shinra believed Jenova to be an ancient, that experiments were being conducted infusing Jenova's cells into test subjects through something called the Jenova Project, for which the ultimate goal was to reproduce the power of the ancients to lead to the Promised Land. And Sephiroth thinks, is it a coincidence that his mother's name was Jenova? Or was he one of these experiments? Eventually, everything reaches a boiling point and he snaps. The slowly rising tension here is brilliantly presented in both games. The montage of Sephiroth poring over books in his anxiety cutting to Cloud/Zack waking up, descending the spiral stairs and finding Sephiroth, with the ominous, quietly rumbling yet incomplete theme entitled Those Chosen by the Planet playing in the background in the original. And then when Sephiroth states that he's going to see his mother, the theme kicks in full. It's amazingly done. And in Rebirth, the visuals in particular are incredibly striking, and the shot of his monstrous shadow immediately embedded itself in my mind as iconic. But aside from being a great dramatic piece, this scene lays out a lot of the fundamentals of the plot that are important, and as a result, I think now is as good a time as any to talk about how this world and story came to be. Sephiroth's perception of events here is intentionally riddled with inaccuracies, but for the purposes of this video, it's important to address his misunderstandings. As we know, a long time ago, this planet was inhabited by the Cetra, nature-serving and nature-loving people who cultivated life wherever they went. There is the addition of Gi tribe lore to add on to this, but that'll come later, and the point here is that the Cetra were completely in tune with and advocates of the planet. However, as mentioned in Remake's exhibit sequence, about 200 years prior to the story of the game, a meteor crashed into the planet at the northern crater, and this meteor contained an extraterrestrial life form, Jenova. Now, it's important to note that Jenova itself doesn't really have much of a will. There is no consciousness or individuality, and its actions are based more off of a sort of instinctual, parasitic virus function. Roam, find new planets to inhabit and take over, leech the life energy out of them and invade, and continue the hunt elsewhere once finished. Of course, this isn't a quick turnover as demonstrated by the story, but this is the long-term cycle that Jenova instinctually perpetuates. It's very destructive, but it's just programming, and it's not malevolent in intent, which is an important distinction. There is no malice here, simply utility. Through reaching forth and sensing an individual's thoughts, Jenova cells are able to use memories to take on the appearances of others to help it achieve this end. This is what happened to the Cetra, and that is essentially why Cloud's memories are so messed up, yet shown to be malleable, because the Jenova cells within him adapt on the fly and can use a sort of Cloud network function to cross-reference and give him memories from other people, like Zack. This morphic ability is why these Jenova clones and test subjects can change into different forms. For example, we know that the Sephiroth we see at Shinra HQ was not actually Sephiroth, but a Jenova sample controlled by Sephiroth and morphed by his will to reflect his image. Although, the remake Ultimania seems to hint that Sephiroth taking control of Jenova clones might be more dependent on deliberate illusions than biological morphic properties in the remake, so that's something to keep in mind. But the end result is basically the same either way. So when the meteor struck the northern crater, Jenova killed and took on the forms of the Cetra, pretending to be loved ones and friends only to wipe them out and take the place of more and more with the goal of draining all the life from the planet. The daughter race of the Cetra, the humans, who differed from the Cetra through mostly believing that nature was there to serve them and not the other way around, were driven into hiding while the remaining Cetra used their power to seal Jenova away in the northern crater. But due to how few their numbers were, history lost track of the Cetra, leaving Aerith as the true final descendant. Now fast forward to roughly 30 years prior to the story, and the Shinra Electric Power Company, their monopoly on Mako in full swing, were able to discover the northern crater during an excavation led by a man named Professor Gast. A man with true and pure intent, who would soon come to regret these experiments, as we'll touch on later. And they made a key mistake here, a mistake that would send ripples throughout time to cause so many of the events in the story to come to pass. Here, they discovered the sealed body of Jenova. However, they misidentified it and mistook it for a Cetra, and due to ambitions to reach the Promised Land that dated back to this time, they believed that this specimen was key to helping them achieve their goals. So they recovered Jenova and extracted it for that purpose, and begun the Jenova Project, injecting humans with its cells in the hopes of creating a human-Cetra hybrid to lead them, believing that Jenova's powers were the same as Cetra powers. Of course, Jenova was not part Cetra at all, so this was unsuccessful, but what this did result in was the creation of superhuman soldiers imbued with extraterrestrial abilities to head Shinra's military force. People like Zack, Angeal, Genesis, eventually Cloud, though not quite through the same means as the others, and of course, Sephiroth, who had learned in vague terms that his mother was someone named Jenova. But due to the failure of these experiments to bring forth a feasible path to the Promised Land, Shinra instead turned to definite Cetras in Aerith and her mother Ifalna to complete their goal, with the specifics of how this came to be exactly revealed later. Back to the flashback, Sephiroth learns of his origin in snaps, believing that he was part Cetra, and as such believing that Jenova, his apparent mother, was a Cetra herself. So he decides that he is chosen to be the leader of this planet as the last remaining Cetra, to take the planet back from the humans and retain it for his people. And he makes his way back to the reactor to see what he believes is his mother, a Jenova sample they saw earlier. On his way, he sets Nibelheim ablaze and kills multiple people, partly as an outlet and partly to strike back at the humans he thinks stole the planet from his ancestors, in a rampage that leads into the now iconic shot. And this is a sequence that has been played out many times throughout the series, but even in spite of that, some great visual direction and fantastic shot composition helped to make this version of it in Rebirth my favorite. Seriously, the visual direction here is absolutely fantastic, some of the best I've ever seen in any game, and it was so vital to establishing a visual identity to the story right from the off. That scene of Sephiroth's shadow overpowering his body in the mansion, alluding to this shift in his personality, the shot of Sephiroth at the top of the testing chambers facility, representing his ironic ascent to the summit and pinnacle of all. It's all gorgeous, and each shot tells its own story. The slow tension building, the full-out destruction of Nibelheim, the striking visuals, and the detail of Cloud's mother's final words to her son, telling him that he has to leave, he has to live, properly contextualizing the words that Sephiroth said to him to taunt him and urge him forward in Remake. It's tremendous. And it's capped off with the heartbreaking detail of the true Cloud, seeming to be a random Shinra soldier, reaching out and begging for his mother. I've seen some criticism for the sequence where Cloud/Zack crawls towards Sephiroth as he slowly takes out the townsfolk and mayor, some saying that it felt kinda clunky and artificial that he so slowly dispatches of them with every bit of ground that Cloud/Zack makes up. And I never felt it, and just viewed that as him being incredibly uncaring, unconcerned, and above it all. But hey. Either way, he destroys Nibelheim, Tifa takes revenge after having her home and father taken away from her and nearly dies, Cloud, the genuine Cloud this time, believes that she's dead and as a result takes on Sephiroth, who states to his quote-unquote mother that he will take back their birthright, and the flashback ends. Very abruptly, as if these memories are somehow tampered. What actually happens but isn't revealed here due to these memories being blocked off is that Cloud, upon seeing Tifa and Zack in grave danger, grabs the Buster Sword and goes at Sephiroth. Sephiroth impales Cloud, but Cloud is able to throw Sephiroth into the underlying Mako. Sephiroth is put in grave danger as a result and has to go through great lengths to maintain himself in the Lifestream, similarly to how I surmise he may have survived post-Advent children to come back around in Remake, and Zack and Cloud are found by Hojo, taken in as test subjects and go through the final events of Crisis Core, while Tifa eventually makes her way to Midgar after this, with the specifics of her journey covered in both Rebirth and A Tale of Two Pasts, the book written by Kazushige Nojima. Now, there's a lot to unpack here with regards to the truth and how it relates to the mythos of the story. Firstly, what is interesting is that Cloud never showed his face to Tifa due to shame, but in actuality, he saved her here by fighting and defeating Sephiroth. Ironically, he fulfills the promise he made to Tifa by saving her despite being too embarrassed to reveal that it was him, embodying all that a hero is. Secondly, there is some general debate about whether Jenova is the dictator of the events in this game through controlling Sephiroth, or if Sephiroth was using the viral alien as a way of enacting his own will. But thanks to the Final Fantasy VII Ultimania, we know that it is Sephiroth who is controlling things. This is his plan, and he wields Jenova as a weapon to that end. And to me that makes sense, with individuality and a warped sense of purpose seeping through the husk of a broken man, persistent through all. Human and alien alike, both parts balanced in his psyche, formed by a misunderstanding. After Cloud overpowered him, his strong sense of consciousness and individuality were able to help him overtake Jenova and maintain himself, which gained him control. And after navigating through the Lifestream to situate himself at the Northern Crater, he enacts the Reunion Project, to have all the Sephiroth clones meet him at the Northern Crater and bring the black materia to him. And due to their past, he specifically fixates on Cloud, a being of Jenova more capable than any other. That's why he gets his clones to follow him around and clear his path, to help him get to the Northern Crater. Soon thereafter, Sephiroth's warped plan that the party must overcome becomes using the black materia to summon Meteor to create a wound in the planet so large that the Lifestream will be sent en masse to heal it, where Sephiroth would then intercept it and take control of the world, becoming the true ruler of the planet and symbolically delivering it back to the Cetra through Cataclysm. And this is a summary of the plot in the original story, but there are obviously some additional elements tied onto it in the Retrilogy. He now fixates on Cloud for additional reasons tied to Cloud's importance to the planet's fate, his need to persist to enact this plan in a time loop-esque way, and more. And adding on to his reunion plan and desire to become this god and savior is a grander reunion involving wielding despair, superimposing worlds, and existing onto infinity, along with some potential other stuff, but we'll get into all that later. What's really fascinating to me about this all is how it stemmed from pure chance. An alien just happening to want to take over this planet, inhabited by these people, and a misunderstanding years later that shaped history. It's interesting to think about how misinformation can slowly but surely transform into concrete legacy and supposed truth as long as it is treated like fact. One of the best elements of Final Fantasy VII to me is how the world and society shaped itself around Jenova, how the discoveries over time gradually led to the present situations for the Cetra, Shinra, soldiers, and our characters. It's totally my thing when stories bother to put tons of detail and thought into how the current state of the world came to be, and all of the moving parts that contribute to that. The idea that a simple mistake of what Jenova was became so ingrained in the minds of those at the top and contributed to such a corrupt world order is both fascinating and horrifying, with assumptions and misconceptions somehow amplifying how powerful such an already powerful being was due to dismissing its true nature. A big theme of Final Fantasy VII in the original and the Retrilogy is misunderstanding, a lack of proper communication or information leading to ramifications and consequences. The motives surrounding Jenova, the false persona that Cloud holds, the misinformation about Avalanche, the miscommunication between the party. These misunderstandings get solidified in one way or another and cascade and domino into full-blown catastrophe, and the seeds of the biggest example were planted right in the very beginning. Anyways, this all turns Sephiroth into a terrifying villain. We had just witnessed how strong he was through how he bailed us out in combat, and this revelation causes him to turn entirely unpredictable and volatile with how he uses that power. And we of course know where things go from that point. He's a truly effective mix of confusion when it comes to his identity, a very human yearning for purpose and that identity and maybe connection itself, and a very inhuman biological outlay that allows his misguided human motivations to come to fruition. I think Sephiroth is one of the best examples of why evaluating characters contextually is so important. In the original, he doesn't speak much at all outside of flashbacks. He isn't too unique in characterization, and his personality and ideals are not anything novel. But his backstory, broken psychology, and misunderstandings inform so much about the story. There's a dualistic nature to his origin, a mix of alien and human, clarity and confusion, simultaneously an eldritch horror with the power to overtake the world through his clones and ultimate plan, and a lonely and scared man unable to find a sense of home, who lashed out upon believing that his only one was taken from him. I'm obviously not trying to redeem him here, but through these layers and this theming, he's integral to Final Fantasy VII. And without him being exactly as he is, the story just wouldn't work. And just as Sephiroth in the OG is contextually amazing, so too is the new Sephiroth in the Retrilogy, who consistently harasses and interferes with Cloud, overbearingly so. But I already talked about that at great length in my remake video, so I won't repeat my reasoning for why he's stylistically excellent here as well. Now with this exposition from Cloud finished, we can prize out one more important thing about Tifa. What is notable is that before, during, and after Cloud's story, Tifa is very quiet and constantly in deep thought despite being a big part of the flashback, especially in the original, which is the most overt hint so far that she is withholding information and is unsure. And we know that this is because Cloud's account and the events that actually happened don't add up. Cloud says that he was there on this mission, but she never saw him. And yet, somehow he remembers certain things about the mission accurately. Not to mention, Cloud said that he did things that Tifa knows that Zack instead did. It's very confusing for her, but she knows that it must be worse for Cloud, and so her concern and caring for him are extremely obvious through her dialogue, lack of dialogue, and mannerisms. It's great presentation in both games, especially with how she sort of subconsciously gestures to her scar from Sephiroth when recalling the events in Rebirth. She is reserved and very sure to not upset Cloud, bringing attention back to Cloud's story after Barrett interrupts to allow him to go on calmly. But she also just questions him a tad, to see if events as she remembers them are the same as how Cloud remembers them. It's a very human thing that she displays here, a sort of confirmation bias-based hope. This story is wildly different from what she remembered, but she extends these invitations for the two to agree a couple of times, just reaching out for some common ground to ease her anxiety. It doesn't fix the obvious discrepancies, but still she looks for some sense of commonality, because that's what we humans do. We grasp for straws. There is an additional scene in Rebirth here where Tifa confides in Aerith about the fact that she never saw Cloud throughout any of the Nibelheim incident, and yet he somehow remembers so many details about it correctly. And this is a great change. For multiple reasons, Aerith is a perfect confidant for Tifa to talk to about her trepidations with Cloud, with her having an investment in both Zack and Cloud and just wanting to be there for Tifa in every way. A great personality to confide in and dynamic to bounce off of. The visuals feed into this too, starting with Aerith turned away and a sort of barrier between the two, but with her ultimately turning over to look at Tifa to break that barrier down. Which is nice for both of them, as they're both in need of a confidant for different reasons. And in addition, she confirms that she may have known the exact situation here in the past, but that the Whispers took that knowledge from her towards the end of Remake. She was incredibly cognizant of the original events of the story both within and outside of this universe, but then had that information taken from her. And so this is all a confirmation of something that wasn't stated in Remake, but that we all knew. That she did indeed have this extra knowledge, but that she lost it due to the Whisper's influence after she imparted some of that knowledge to Nunaki and Marlene. With the former having lost it as well, or at least some of it, we'll get into that, and the latter having retained some important bits at the very least. Either way, Tifa and Aerith have these private talks as they work through Cloud's situation amongst themselves and try to probe to see his mental state, which definitely helps compensate for the complaint I had earlier about there not being a ton of reflection about Cloud within the party, and I think it's all a great addition. Also, this scene where Tifa massages the place in Aerith's back where she gets stabbed, that shit is diabolical.
Let me take a look. Wow. You weren't kidding, were you? Let's get you back to the room.
But with all that established, we can now talk about the far larger second town introduced in Rebirth, Kalm. Kalm is an absolutely fantastic location in both games for multiple reasons, and one of the most important of these is how it alters the tone and pacing from all the remake material. This is one of my favorite sections in the story, thanks in no small part to the fact that Kalm is the exact sort of place needed to contrast and balance the story immediately after Midgar, tonally and narratively. Midgar was probably purposefully a bit too fast-paced for us to properly digest the mysteries being fed by the story related to Cloud. We'd get clues upon clues, allusions, foreshadowing, lots of plot points, but something was always happening that pushed the momentum of the story forward, which never allowed us to sit down and reflect on everything until now. While there were effective breaks of respite such as Aerith's backstory, we never got to do the same with everything pertaining to Cloud and Sephiroth. But the goal of this Kalm section is for the characters to simply rest and catch up on that, and the city itself reflects that intent incredibly well. It's an exhale and a regrouping, a pivot where the party take the world and sights in for the first time and decide how to move forward. And this is the perfect place for it, being both huge and bustling and yet very serene and therapeutic as a location. And it properly introduces the sort of rich dialogue, environmental, and town design that would be a staple in the settlements going forward. Kalm was originally planned to be more full of greenery and vegetation, but that idea was scrapped, possibly because it wouldn't have been believable so surrounded by such barren land. But even still, the contrast is stark. Where Midgar is claustrophobic and bustling, Kalm is more open and peaceful. Despite Aerith's idealistic outlook on it, Midgar was full of corruption and pain and struggling. And Kalm is just comprised of simple people going about living their lives, some of them having recently escaped from the devastation of Midgar. Though it isn't free from Midgar and is undeniably still attached to it, shown through details like the pipes throughout that provide Kalm with Mako that originates from Midgar, and the Mako tank in the center of town installed by Shinra that fuels it. While Kalm's citizens enjoy the convenience of such luxuries, and while the town lacks an actual reactor, it is an indication of Shinra's widespread reach, and the comfort provided here for the party definitely feels ephemeral as a result. Even still, this place is absolutely full of culture and little world-building details. The nature of how their wine is made, the economy, gossip about the current plot, people discussing world events. The architecture is very European and naturalistic, but with an important mix of steampunk to reflect the societal state. And the musical theme here is one of my favorites, tranquil and calming, with a soft, welcoming, and comforting melody being quite a departure from the rough, seedy bass of a lot of Midgar's tracks. And visually, Midgar was full of lots of gray, brown, and green, and Kalm is such a refresher through its deep blues, purples, natural greens, and reddish browns. Now, while the tone and pacing shift from the Midgar section once we get here through the Nibelheim flashback and the atmosphere and aesthetics I mentioned, what really nails this home is the way the game incentivizes taking your time here in Rebirth. The main story offers you a chance to take in the sights, bringing forth the way the game tackles party dialogue in different chapters as the characters explore various parts of the town at hand. And this was a dream come true for me. It's a natural way to explore these towns while also deepening the characters more and more through specific dialogue, and I completely ate all of this up. In terms of the story, there are two important details here. Firstly, after the Nibelheim flashback, we have a conversation between Tifa and Cloud where the communication gap is addressed and sort of left in the air in a bit of an awkward spot, as Cloud seems to wonder aloud and question how Tifa survived Sephiroth's attack on Nibelheim. This is an ongoing plot element throughout the story, as Sephiroth continuously goads Cloud and manipulates him into distrusting that this Tifa is the real genuine article. In moments like this, it isn't something that truly makes him distrust her, but an accumulation of these words from Sephiroth, that Jenova can take the form of those you love to lie to you, that Tifa couldn't possibly have survived. It all builds into big moments throughout the story to cause a complete fragmenting of Cloud's mind, and the establishment starts here. The very fact that Tifa's survival gives Cloud pause understandably upsets her, and the frustration sort of boils over given the sheer number of questions she has about him, and given how strange he's been. The conversation ends abruptly with Tifa saying that she needs space, and it sets the stage for a really good underlying arc between these two, involving their commitment to supporting one another and the boundaries that make that extremely difficult at times. After this, in a scene reminiscent of Chapter 8 of Remake, Cloud and Aerith take a little trip on top of a tower, where we get an introduction to something that would distinguish the approach taken with Aerith in this game. She says here that Cloud needs to ensure that he doesn't take Tifa for granted, and that she would have done anything to have a friend like her growing up. And it's a nice bit of insight into the sort of quote-unquote darker and more imperfect elements to Aerith's mentality. This side of her is explored consistently throughout Rebirth. There's jealousy, anger, bitterness, fear. These very human and relatable imperfections that she wishes she didn't have, but does have in spite of it all. We'll go through some of these scenes later on, but this is the first introduction to it, and I love the extra layers that it adds to her character. We left the end of Remake with her feeling quite a bit of anxiety at the unknown journey ahead, and this carries into the beginning of this game. But after some help from Brodin in escaping from Shinra, Aerith has this wonderful watershed moment when the grasslands open up in front of her and she takes in the vast expanse of the planet that she has such a connection to and wants to protect. And it all contextualizes everything for her as she's able to see the world outside Midgar for the first time. This planet, these friends, protecting them is what she's here for. And despite the internal struggles she deals with throughout the story, this is something that will empower her and push her through when things get toughest.
A living, breathing planet. Even after everything we've done to it, it's still going strong.
It may look that way, but in reality, it's barely hanging on.
Guess I still have a lot to learn.
What do you want to know?
For starters, how do we cross these plains?
Come on now, that's easy. The same way you get anywhere. Pick a direction and start walking. Left, your left, right.
From this point, we reach one of the most iconic and striking scenes in the original. But before getting there, the group head out for Junon upon hearing that a mysterious man has been sighted there. And it's not much, but it's the closest thing they have to a lead, so they follow it. To reach Junon, the party must first cross the marshes, and they get chocobos because they hear that it's the only way to traverse them without being attacked by the fearsome monster called the Midgar Zalem, or Midgardsormr in Rebirth. But prior to arriving in Junon, they see the creature impaled and very clearly dead. The root cause of this is obviously Sephiroth's clone, having escaped from Midgar, and while this act could have been out of necessity as it wanted to cross and could have been stalked by the creature, retrospectively we can see that this clone may have killed it to help Cloud out and eliminate a threat that would have obstructed him from the reunion. This is such a powerful move from the story to have Sephiroth, and not even Sephiroth himself, but a clone, destroy this monster that had been built up as such a menace. It really adds to his aura and threat without characterizing him and without him being present, which is so effective for his mystique. However, in Rebirth, this is a very different Sephiroth, while being the same Sephiroth. This isn't a horror movie villain, and Sephiroth has been omnipresent in the story already, doing all that he can to harass Cloud and ensure that he never forgets him. So this sort of quiet, looming, ominous scene to build Sephiroth wouldn't make sense, which is why they went an entirely different route, as the party clash with Midgardsormr and are essentially saved by Sephiroth, who once again ensures in more explicit terms that Cloud will be able to make his way towards him, as that is his plan after all. Cloud has spent all of Remake seeing Sephiroth project himself through Jenova clones, and he will continue to, and this rears its head once more as a way to progress the plot forward and not so subtly remind the audience that Cloud is not well at all. The visuals here are particularly interesting, as Sephiroth defeats Midgardsormr with no effort as opposed to the great pains the party had in fighting it, and as, within the murky depths of the marsh, Cloud looks up at this almost messianic figure, ascending above all, surrounded by this heavenly light. This ironic heavenly savior imagery is reminiscent of Sephiroth's one-winged angel form and alludes to the role he takes up as the monolithic hero of the Cetra, as well as alluding to his heroic ambitions as shown through Ever Crisis while putting a dark twist on them. It's incredibly impactful direction, and I love the addition of this visual for portraying him as this larger-than-life figure just beyond Cloud's reach that the latter will strive to reach anyway. Although by the end, the context of that ended up being far darker than he could have hoped. After this, Cloud comes too, and the party make their way into the Mithril Mines en route to Junon. But not before Aerith provides one of my favorite little lines in the game.
You mind taking the lead, Merc?
For 2,000.
Enough for her standard course. Twice, right?
Her what now?
Ask him.
Cloud?
Forget it. You guys need to focus.
She really is the biggest gremlin alive. Anyway, this section, which is essentially just a somewhat visually interesting yet pretty nondescript cave in the original, is given an awesome amount of extra detail and lore here. This isn't just a tunnel in function, it is a tourist attraction detailing the process behind mining and extracting mithril ore, with displays all over and a layout very clearly designed to promote an intended flow through the place to that end. And that's awesome. It gives the tunnel personality and builds the world very well in a way that doesn't interrupt the flow or momentum. And while the party are exploring, there's a great little detail as Tifa becomes incredibly concerned for the few robed men that fall down a chasm, prompting Barrett to follow and ensure that they're alright to help ease her anxiety. It's a lovely interaction between the two that really accentuates how they support one another in different ways, and it was very sweet. And I also love how Tifa stops herself short of apologizing and instead just says thank you, in an active effort on her part to stop trying to live for others, something she alludes to later. This section also introduces a new Turk who we face off against in Elena, who kind of takes the screen time that Reno had in Remake. Reno is notably absent until the very end of the story, but Elena does a great job in filling in. She's a really fun personality, full of spunk and exuberance, and while Rude clearly misses his original partner, him and Elena have some really good chemistry, and I found that she's a nice balancer that brings engaging material out of every Turk while being hilarious and genuine and very likable despite being an antagonist.
Feast your eyes on the Turks' latest and greatest, Elena. But you three can call me your worst nightmare.
This sequence is a lot of fun and does a good job in reintroducing the Turks for this game, as they are pretty essential to the plot, and Sung makes it clear after telling Barrett that he's a hypocrite that their plans have changed and that there's no need for them to fight the party as long as they don't get in their way and interfere with their plans. As I've mentioned before, due in large part to the suboptimal translation, the Turks are one of the biggest problems for me in the original game, swinging from one extreme to another without much of a middle ground, making them seem inconsistent rather than nuanced when the story tries to humanize them and make them likable. But Remake and Rebirth take a much more measured and balanced approach. The Turks commit atrocities, but they are hesitant, guilt-ridden, and self-aware, and the story does not at all sidestep their culpability. Sung isn't hitting Aerith in this game and then being cartoonishly different in the next scene. Rather, these people are portrayed as tools and means to an end who commit atrocious acts but are very much parts of a corrupt system, cogs in a machine. And if they were to refuse to do any of these things, the task would just fall to someone else. And this is what they tell themselves. This doesn't make what they do okay in any sense, but it does make them nuanced humans capable of immense evil rather than cartoonish, shallow monsters that swing from one extreme to another. I also think it helps that they reflect and foil Barrett nicely. I think Sung's lines here allude to him blaming Avalanche and Barrett for having to have dropped the plate in the first place, rather than accepting their own personal culpability and the role they play, similar to Barrett. Multiple times throughout the Retrilogy, the Turks and Sung in particular say and do things to try to assuage their guilt, and they directly parallel Barrett in this way, which really deepens the dynamic and provides some humanity. Despite what they do, they're gray in this way. They're likable and silly and bitch about work like anyone else, and Remake and Rebirth both do a great job in portraying them as believable, understandable, rich players in this story, which makes it a lot easier to buy into scenes where they're portrayed in sillier or more lighthearted lights, or scenes where they're not overtly antagonistic to the party. And they're full of great little touches too, such as the fact that Sung uses a regular cadet's gun because he believes the Turks should be able to be deadly with any weapon, but Elena, newbie to the core and desperate to prove herself, uses this beast. Anyway, after this we make our way out of the mines and say goodbye to the wonderful stepping stone for the rest of the story of Kalm and the Grasslands, and make our way into the incredible Junon region. As opposed to the vast green of the grasslands, Junon is quite dynamic, with a beaming sun representing the undying spirit of the people of this land, mountains all over, rocky shores, and variability when it comes to the absence or presence of wilder greenery. While parts of this land and the grasslands are quite green, as we get closer to the western sea and city of Junon, we go back to rather arid land, bereft of Mako due to Shinra's monopolization once again, as Junon is stated to be the second largest and second most important city in the land next to Midgar in Rebirth. Immediately after leaving the mines, we are confronted with the visual of the gigantic cannon aimed across the sea as a dark monument to the wars that turned what was once a humble and peaceful fishing village into the nationalistic military power that it is today. And despite the horrifying implications of that, it is still a breathtaking sight and an amazing backdrop to this next region and the next arc of the story. Junon as it is in the present time is the result of predatory opportunism, having been this beautiful, serene place industrialized and torn up from the roots due to being a great tactical spot for Shinra to set up at during the war. As a result, a huge city, a military base, an airfield, a Mako reactor, and a cannon were all built on the location without regard for the people who lived there, and all of this industry naturally polluted the area and destroyed the potential for fishing. This crushed the former settlement literally and symbolically, and directly led to the rundown town of Under Junon that we see now, where residents are just left to somehow get by and fend for themselves underneath the hulking shadow of Shinra. Junon proper, or Upper Junon, is interesting in that a local says in the original game that hardly anyone visits Junon outside of military officials, though they've changed that dramatically in Rebirth to this being a town of nationalistic propaganda and celebration. It's a bold twist befitting of the new style of the game that doesn't undercut or change the core message of the city. However, despite being crushed under the thumb of this oppressive regime, in my opinion, Under Junon still maintains the core of the beauty and spirit it once had, even if so much has been taken from them. This fishing village is beautifully realized in every way, and despite it being quite low-key in comparison to some of the other towns, it's one of my favorite in Rebirth. It is by all intents and purposes a remnant and reminder of a much more prosperous past, like a lot of this land. The fish are scarce, so the trade that is their pride and joy is pretty much long gone. They get extremely little support from those in power. They've had to adjust their lives to dealing with these gigantic Shinra facilities being placed on top of and around them, and overall Shinra has just sucked the life out of the place. And yet, this once beautiful place still endures, and is still, in some ways, beautiful. Under Junon is a shell, completely run ragged, and yet, the people still have this intense yearning and spirit, this thirst and this passion for life. They still hope, they still dream, they still fight against those above for their right to exist, and I see a big parallel between what Aerith says about Midgar being this huge display of coalescing dreams and these people who live under their own steel sky. Under Junon and those in the Midgar slums are cut from the same cloth in terms of their circumstances imposed by Shinra and how they refuse to give up, and in that way this place felt a lot like home in universe to me. The inn is incredibly warm and comfortable, the bar very welcoming, the music subdued and soothing but with this power and yearning within it to reflect the spirit of the town. Even just the general layout of Under Junon flows very organically, and the whole thing is full of this thirst for life despite their circumstances, just like Midgar. After talking to the village leader Rhonda, we're quickly shown that the wonderful Yuffie has run into a bit of trouble over by the docks, and after they deal with the monster and help her out, the party are formally introduced to the girl that we came to know and love in episode intermission.
Okay, Yuffie, let's get you inside. You've had a rough day.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Not to be that guy, but kids these days, I swear.
Now.
I've given my take on the way that the game adapts her in my video on the DLC, but to sum up, I think that this version of Yuffie is absolutely fantastic. In the original game, she's an optional character with a decent amount of personality in her dialogue, but not enough richness or cohesion to really make her stick. But here she is front and center and given a large amount of priority. Susie Young does an amazing job in bringing her to life, so effectively making her endearing and charming in her sort of mischievous, quirky, spunky way, but also with a deceptively good emotional range to handle some of the serious scenes that Yuffie has to deal with. Because despite the carefree outward attitude, at the core of Yuffie is immense heart and tragedy, a hatred towards those at Shinra who have wronged her and her loved ones, and a desire to restore her home and do right with the legacy left to her. She also has a clear character arc in terms of her connection with the party and her motives. Her desire to get back at Shinra and reinforce Wutai never leaves, of course, but added to it throughout the game is her connection to this new family that she finds, and by the end she has no thoughts of Shinra or Wutai, but of rescuing Aerith, someone she's come to view as a big sister of sorts. Party members who didn't really have super fleshed out arcs in the original are given immense exploration and growth in Retrilogy, and Yuffie is one of the best examples. But in addition to all of this, she's just a fantastic functional glue for the party, tying members together, keeping the energy and spirits up, having good dynamics with basically everyone, and just using her inherently optimistic and fun spirit to help others look at things with optimism. We'll get into how she does this a bit later on, but all in all, I just love Yuffie in this game, and we're introduced to her here through this wild sequence, after which she says that she'd like to talk with the party. After the commotion, the party finally settle in and take up residence at the inn, and Cloud is given license to talk to each of them once more. We're able to talk to Barrett for some cute dialogue about Yuffie, but in addition we can listen in to Aerith speaking to a voice we've never heard before. A childish voice, a little reminiscent of Ryuji from Persona 5, and then when we try to enter, Nanaki exits and it's made clear that he's the only other person who is in the room. This is a huge indicator of the approach that was taken in Rebirth with Nanaki. It's made clear in the original game that he tries his best to seem older, wizened, and more experienced, but with full voice acting they made the decision to legitimately make him flip between two voices, one for each persona. The deeper, more mature one when he's putting on the act, and the higher, more childish one which is his genuine voice. And as he has struck up a close relationship with Aerith already, with both of them having this connection to the planet and this shared experience with the Whispers, it's clear that he lets his guard down and confides in her when the two get a private moment. It's very sweet and very neat, a nice addition to his character, and I think it works while showing off Max Middleman's great range. But in terms of what they're actually talking about here, the two exchange thoughts about how this sacred knowledge about the fate of the world, likely the knowledge that Aerith shared in Remake, was sucked out of their minds by the Whispers, who were clearly intent on keeping that stuff secret. The two don't know exactly what was removed, but it was clearly important and had a lot to do with the planet's plight, the general pseudo-multiverse concept, the events of the original game, and how it all connects to Sephiroth. It's a great hook for the mysteries of the plot that keeps things ticking along, as well as being some efficient stuff for Aerith, Nanaki, and their dynamic. And in addition to this, there's the dialogue between Cloud and Tifa here, which continues the thread that was established in Kalm. The communication gap between them, Tifa's complex feelings, and Cloud's questions about her survival and identity. Cloud apologizes here for questioning her, and Tifa welcomes him into her room. The two both say that they shouldn't have said the things that they said and doubted one another, and whilst they do so, the game once again uses a directorial technique from Remake to tell its story. A clear visual difference between the two to illustrate this gap in communication. Tifa tries to probe once more for memories about Cloud, mentioning a boy named Emilio, and when he doesn't remember until she describes him more, she walks towards him, illustrating her desire to try harder to bridge the gap, but testing him all the while. She rambles a bit, and then guesses that he's not interested, to which he says that she's right but that he'll listen anyway, and she closes off. Almost like an encapsulation of their back and forth, making inroads at understanding one another but then stopping short. Cloud correctly guesses that it was a test and Tifa admits it and apologizes, but Cloud doesn't mind at all, sensing that this is something that needs to be addressed eventually and saying that they'll figure things out. He walks away, and a nice little touch is that Tifa walks with him, not allowing the gap to widen again, showing her intent despite everything to really put it all out there and ultimately reach a breakthrough between the two of them before Cloud walks out. It's an awesome little scene to keep this relationship progressing despite the uncomfortability, not allowing for things to resolve too quickly and being self-aware of that, but illustrating tiny bits of progress both with and without words. It's a very human struggle here. It's slow, very gradual, and neither say the perfect things, but knowing both psychological situations, it's honest and endearing for both and really makes you hope for the best. It's fantastic, and it ends with this great shot of the two grappling with their emotions on either side of the door. The next day, Yuffie properly introduces herself and her stance against Shinra and for Wutai, saying that the party would be great help for her in her conquest against Shinra, while also telling everyone that she intends to assassinate Rufus at the upcoming coronation parade in Junon proper. That is her quest, and she also says that Rhonda intends to pay for Rufus's bounty with the bounty she'll get for selling the party out. Luckily, the Shinra official who comes to take them in is Roche. He says that he's much more interested in a bout with Cloud topside and promptly leaves, and Rhonda gives the party back part of their bounty. Now, I said in my remake video that I didn't really care that much for Roche, but replays since then have helped me to appreciate him more, and his role in this game cemented him as a pretty great character, but more on that later. After some fun minigame shenanigans, the crew make their way topside to the most grand and visually stunning area in this game yet, Upper Junon. We're immediately greeted with the High Wind, the fastest airship in Shinra's fleet and a glimpse of what is to come in Part 3, and then we make our way towards the city. In the meantime, Rufus is welcomed into Junon, and we get the first proper establishment for him in the game, and as I alluded to, it is awesome stuff. We're very quickly shown lots of bits of characterization for him. This fervent and one-minded determination and this desire to bring forth a new order to the world. He's ruthless, efficient, intelligent, and pragmatic, and very much displays a sharp contrast to his father, who was shown in the previous game to be quite decadent and extravagant, using immense resources to crush and blame Avalanche and causing disproportionate destruction and death to pin the blame on them and crush their home, which caused massive damage to the city. And while Rufus is hugely elevated and enriched in the Retrilogy, this characterization is shown in some details in the original, such as the instance during the Sephiroth chase where Heidegger informs him that the airship will arrive in 3 days and Rufus decides to ride in the cargo ship just to keep up the pursuit, or the sharp contrast between how things are run throughout the company and how he desires them to be. Clearly, this is a proactive man who wants to get things done, and the fact that this place was so generally indolent and ill-prepared is indicative of how lazily run Shinra was when President Shinra allowed his executives to do as they wanted, something that Rufus looks to change. We'll get more into Rufus's contrast with his father's ideals and methodology later, but what is clear is that he feels a need to bring about immediate change and be superior to his father. He has this extreme hatred towards President Shinra, and the implications we can get about his upbringing and relationship with him are very clear. He did not get anywhere near the love and nourishment he needed from him growing up. And that's putting it lightly. Really, he despises and detests his father. Rufus needs to excel and be superior to his dad. He fears failure immensely. He needs to be impressive, distinguished, and different, and he is willing to go through whatever is necessary to do it. However, he consistently finds himself trapped in the shadow of the legacy of the very father he is trying to usurp, despite him being long gone. Sort of similar to Cloud, who is trapped in this role that he has imposed upon him due to a ghost of his past, though the complexion is obviously very different. In general, both Cloud and Rufus have a fantastic dynamic in terms of both interactions and thematics, as well as how they reflect one another. Both are trapped in the aforementioned way, and both are harassed by these figures that consistently seem to prey on their insecurities and fears to nudge them towards an ultimate outcome. Glenn and Sephiroth respectively, though they are revealed to be one and the same of course, which is very telling. But all that aside, my point here is that a lot of Rufus's role in this game involves trying with all his might to be better than and escape the shadow of his father, yet ultimately finding that it is excruciatingly difficult and wondering if it is even possible. He straight up says in this chapter that he has no interest in pursuing Aerith like his father did, but he ends up doing it anyway. He dismisses his father's ambitions in favor of pursuing Sephiroth, but ends up being played around with by Sephiroth. He commits an act of aggression against Wutai as a demonstration of his conviction and desire for a new order, but we see at the end that it likely plays into the hands of Glenoroth and was actually a symbolic act that his father was working towards anyway through the seeds he was planting to try to rile the populace against Wutai throughout Remake. It begs the question, does Rufus truly have any agency at all? Appropriately, I feel like one of the only times he truly feels free is when he's fighting Cloud, who unknowingly is likely the person in the world most capable of understanding him, and that tells a story in itself. And yet, Rufus is self-aware of all of this and admits to being full of fear, loathing, and an inferiority complex, and he says that these weaknesses make him strong. Little details throughout play into his insecurities too, like how a lot of the NPC dialogue throughout Junon centers around Rufus being so young, how he parrots this idea during his speech, and how so many people seem to think of him as a movie star rather than a genuinely capable figure, and it's all around extremely well done. I'm sure he enjoys the stardom and attention to an extent, but deep down more than anything wants to be looked at as formidable, strong, resolute, and respected, not adored for his good looks or chatted about in the way a celebrity is. And I can't wait to see where he goes in Part 3. I feel like his journey will be very similar to Cloud's and will conclude with an attempt at becoming his own person in some way. And him very likely being Saruf will be a big part of that. But I'm getting ahead of myself because there are plenty more scenes to talk about with regards to Rufus. As for Glenn, he's a tie-in to a bunch of Ever Crisis stuff which would take a while to extensively get into, but the take-home point is this. The Rebirth Ultimania says that Glenn Lodbrok was originally a character made for Rebirth's story, who later then became a main character in Ever Crisis: The First Soldier. He was with Soldier before he defected due to losing faith in their ideals, he was friends with Sephiroth, he was largely influential in the creation of Avalanche, him and Rufus have strong ties to the Wutai conflict, and Rufus apparently shot and killed him, as shown in this game, which may be another nod to his lack of agency and his function as this sort of disparate cog. As said by a couple of Twitter accounts linked in the description, the Rebirth Ultimania states that who exactly Glenn and the mysterious Saruf are will be revealed in Part 3. As said, I believe that Saruf is very clearly Rufus and that Glenn is an apparition of Sephiroth through Jenova sent to distract and manipulate Rufus and lead him towards Sephiroth's own motives, disguised as this ghost. And it is worth noting that Sephiroth and Glenn had quite a close relationship in the past, so I'm sure a great deal of this also involves taunting the man who shot the person he cared for. And we'll talk more about this later as well, but he manipulates Rufus here to start a war with Wutai, which ties into the Saruf is Rufus theory, as he hypothetically does this to create discord, clear the way for his reunion, and sow more seeds of despair to harvest to carry out his ultimate, grand plan, which then in turn makes Rufus even more of an isolated, trapped figure. Rufus wants to be better, to be different, and to step out of his father's shadow. He wants to be taken seriously, and he doesn't want to just be a celebrity. But he sows the seeds of a war, which continues his father's work and plays into the hands of a man manipulating him for his own gain, and he pursues a plan that he tried to shy away from due to its association with his father, but he ultimately comes back to it. He constantly finds himself back in that shadow despite his immense desire to leave it and be more and better than that and his father. And it is such an enticing concept for a character, with great visual presentation and voice acting to accentuate it all. But if we get back to Chapter 4 in earnest, everything here in Junon is absolutely fantastic and has the game firing on all cylinders. Rufus's parade and everything surrounding it is dialed up to 11 and completely phenomenal, adapted in a way similar to the Wall Market and Honeybee Inn sequence in Remake in terms of sheer passion, exuberance, and love for the spirit of the source material. This sequence in the original is fun and silly, but with plenty of thematic depth to chew on and some good character bits to experience. Yet Rebirth totally transforms it. It is incredibly charming and fun, visually stunning in and out of cutscenes, super immersive and full of tons of characterization and thematic weight, enriching the ideas and characters beautifully. We've already talked about the sheer depth it gives to Rufus, but from the simple, vibrant aesthetics of this gigantic city to the NPC dialogue and little touches portraying the buzz about the place for the ceremony, to the over-the-top but clearly manipulated patriotism engulfing the city that is somewhat sad, dark, and conflicting, but goofy and silly and fun at the same time, core to the spirit of Final Fantasy VII, Junon is everything, and there is such charm everywhere. Barrett in his costume, Tifa and Aerith looking adorable in their new uniforms, Nanaki with the kids, exploring the stores and taking in the clearly postured culture at play here, the TV interviews, the Rufus cutouts, Rude in the bald bar, Elena drinking her sorrows away. There is richness and fun and beauty everywhere as Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith rush to gather an infantry for the parade. And then when we actually start the parade sequence, it's honestly pretty close to perfect, simply due to the depth here. Because you can choose to just view the speech scene as a fun, cheesy transition into the actual parade ceremony set piece, but if you want to look deeper, there is such a wonderful understanding of the characters here that it makes me borderline emotional. We first have Cloud, who is to deliver a speech to his men about the importance of their performance, but doesn't quite have the confidence or energy to be effective. And so he is supported by both Aerith and Tifa, who build up his confidence through their words. And what they say specifically is really good, particularly because while this is all a front to pull off their deception and disguise, they are masking themselves and supporting Cloud with truths tied intimately to each character. Aerith says that they cannot let their great city of Midgard down, and we know that she absolutely feels this way about her home, this place that she loves for all of the coalescing dreams within it, that she had such reservations and fear about leaving, the steel sky that she misses. So this is a core part of her thoughts throughout this journey that she echoes here to support Cloud. And Tifa says that they will succeed because they have their captain, Cloud, and that he will lead them to victory as long as they have faith and follow him. And this is deeply emotional to me, because it reflects the anxiety she's been holding in since the beginning of Remake. She doesn't know what's going on with Cloud and his psychological state. She doesn't know how to approach him sometimes. She is scared, and every day is a struggle. But above everything, she cares for him so strongly, and she feels that as long as she has faith in him and supports him, he will come through. Knowing how that applies to him later in this game and how it'll apply in Part 3 makes that line hit incredibly hard. And then Cloud loses himself in the passion, cheering on with his men, so much that Aerith and Tifa have to remind him about their job. It's lovely to see him so passionate and immersed in this, and more than anything, it's clear that he so enjoys feeling this connection with other people.
Isn't that right, sir?
Right.
Now bring it home.
Today is our day. It was made for the 7th Infantry. We will win that commendation for our city. And we will return home as champions!
Yes, sir!
Who's gonna show the rest of them how it's done?
We are!
I can't hear you!
We are!
Captain, the parade's about to start.
Don't want to be late, sir.
Of course.
The scale of the parade is unbelievable and so visually stunning, as Rufus takes the opportunity to declare his reign with an act of aggression against Wutai. In particular, the shot of him facing the sea, surrounded by celebration and revelry but so clearly isolated by his ambitions, yearning, and conviction. It's one of my favorite shots in the game, so efficient and rich, and it says so much about his character. And in terms of the actual event, it's incredibly grand. The point of view from the reporter, kind of mirroring the scene in the beginning of the game, as we go through the delightful minigame with confetti and supporters everywhere, with this mass atmosphere of celebration tinged with uneasiness. Rufus's speech is beautifully ironic through the faux respect he shows in this moment of remembrance for his late father, although I do think it's fair to wonder about whether or not he does respect and admire the legacy he left behind to an extent, in spite of himself. We see that he expresses this later, so it's interesting to think about if he feels that way here. And then he repeats his ambitions to the crowd, to march strong into this new era, and to prove that he is ready, despite any reservations some may have about his inexperience. He is consistently striving upwards, the ghost of his father always foremost in his mind. And a nice little directorial touch here is the camera cutting to Aerith just as he's talking about leading everyone into the promised land. Roche throughout this entire thing is wonderful, making a scene and being particularly funny and annoying to Heidegger if he wins the prize for outstanding performance, and Rufus being onto the party's infiltration and consistently asking for Sung to monitor them is great and indicative of his cunning and intelligence. And Sung's Shinra-themed ringtone is fun too. But once our trio win the commendation and make their way to Rufus, the tension is palpable, particularly when he cuts off the mic, and this silent deal he makes with them to leave them be as long as they stop Sephiroth is shocking, yet completely in character for the reasons we discussed. He has his own ideas, he isn't interested in recapturing Nanaki or pursuing Aerith, and most of all, he isn't interested in the leftover of his father's plans. At least, he doesn't think he is. And I truly do believe that he was open to working with Cloud and the party, which may have helped him to have more agency and not be as tied to a detrimental legacy as he was throughout the game. But the sins of that father come back to bite him in a karmic, symbolic, and literal way in the form of Yuffie's assassination attempt. He then assumes that this is the doing of Cloud, and completely scuppers any chance of cooperation. It's a great scene that ultimately prevents the plot from undergoing what would be a huge change for very organic, character-based reasons. It integrates Yuffie and her motives well and starts off what ends up being a really good underlying arc for her, and it is so efficient for Rufus. But that is that, and after this, chaos ensues. The party make their way out of the city separately while Cloud maintains the company of his 7th Infantry, who are shockingly willing to kill their own allies in arms under the leadership and directive of Cloud. The fight with Roche is really good, and offers proof of what we may have assumed already. The man really doesn't have any real, true ties of loyalty to Shinra, and instead uses the platform, power, and authority given to him as a means to live life as much on the edge as possible, which at this point in his life centers around bouts with Cloud, which help him to feel an exhilaration like nothing else, similar to Rufus. And this exhilaration will be key and tragic going forward for Roche. After he gets his fight and celebration, he promptly helps Cloud escape the claws of Shinra by directing him towards the boat. And then we have this genuine, honest goodbye between Cloud and these men, who have struck up such incredible trust in such a short time, enough to defy the boundaries that their duty would place on them. But I think it's appropriate that the seemingly concrete patriotism established here is somewhat undercut by genuine connection and trust, showing once again a common thread from Remake. That just as the world is worth saving despite the darkness, while Shinra as an entity are legitimately horrific, there are shades of grey and good people within it who are worth saving and making connections with. Just like Roche, the Shinra middle manager's arc throughout the games, Reeve, the random firefighters in the beginning of Remake, and this is another example. These guys and their associated leader are a cool little thread, and their side quest later on is very good too, somehow creating a genuine emotional bond between them and both Cloud and the player. But we leave them here and depart from Junon, conveniently in pursuit of these hooded men who board the boat as well, likely under directions from Shinra. And again, it's not much to go off of, but it's our only semblance of a lead going forward. Chapter 4 is absolutely bursting with quality, and to me is the best chapter in the game up till this point, and absolutely one of the best in the entire story. Chapter 5, by comparison, takes a completely different approach, and I think that is to the game's immense benefit. In a move that is similar to a lot of my favorite long-running stories, while the structure of this game is pretty set, the execution is incredibly variable to keep the player on their toes narratively. Rebirth definitely has a formula that it sticks to, discovering new regions, incentivizing exploration, side quests, and a slow realization of the beauty of the place before progressing the main plot, etc. And that definitely works for how the game is designed, but it can get monotonous if the gameplay and story aren't consistently fresh and dynamic. But luckily, they are. From the wide open exploration of the grasslands, we then go to a focused, tight dungeon nonetheless full of narrative substance. From the wide open expanse and over-the-top exploration of Junon, full of side stuff and locations to discover, we then go to an isolated detour in Chapter 5, aboard the Shinra 8 ship, in a chapter that takes quite a small story section from the original and once again adds so much to it, soaking every bit of quality out of the premise. A quick trip aboard a simple cargo ship in the original, upon which Rufus and Heidegger were also aboard as I said, turns into this lavish cruise aboard a luxury liner with all manner of regular civilians and tourists aboard, ready for a relaxing and fun trip to their vacation destination of Costa del Sol. With the aim of truly enhancing the scope and vastness of this section of the story, this sort of expansion is needed. But it can't feel padded out and must be substantial and serve a purpose for it to feel earned, and in my opinion, it absolutely does throughout the game, and particularly here. It's a great spot for a bit of an exhale and for balance in tone and pacing after the insanity in Junon, and it offers some great bits of character progression, such as the way it helps to continue the great relationship between Tifa and Aerith, and how Aerith really helps Tifa to break out of her shell in a way that she's more comfortable with as they confide in each other about all sorts of things. But also, Chapter 5 allows for the perfect foundation to show off a bunch of personality and one of the game's best elements through the Queen's Blood tournament. Queen's Blood is straight up the most fun I've had with a minigame in a long while. It's definitely one of my favorite ever, and every time I'd open up a new part of the region, the first thing I'd do was beeline for a piano if one was available, and find the new Queen's Blood players. It's a simple game to understand and play, but with a deceptive amount of depth and variability in the strategy. I couldn't get enough of it, and I know that I'm not alone in that, and I love how much confidence the developers had in putting it front and center in the narrative here. You absolutely have the option in this chapter to forego and forfeit the matches and avoid the game if it's not enjoyable to you, which is obviously good game design, but I was definitely not part of that demographic. And what it leads to was just such engaging, pure fun that I couldn't believe it. This mini tournament arc of sorts where you can explore the ship to see the buzz and joyous atmosphere around the place, and take part in so many fun character interactions. Seeing the party try out the game, possibly playing against them as well, spotting and facing off against familiar faces in Madame M and Andrea, who are a joy to see again, establishing Regina for later stuff, Nanaki asking to speak to the manager upon learning that animals aren't allowed to compete, only to show up as the final boss of the tournament with an amazing moonwalk, the receptionist slowly but surely becoming the biggest Cloud stan of all time, Cloud's dorky victory jingle after winning. The cheesiness, silliness, charm, and fun are infectious here, and it's the perfect spot in the narrative for this sort of thing. It's a great dynamic way to vary up the flow of the story, using this part of the original plot to build a spectacular little set piece, and it's early enough in the story so that the silliness doesn't break any tension, but deep enough in so that it feels like a welcome respite.
Congratulations!
Of course, the chapter is not all fun and games, as Jenova has her say by possessing some of the robed men and wreaking havoc on board, in addition to some fiends who do the same thing at a lesser scale. We get a great little scene with Hojo as Captain Titov contacts him for directions, and his only words are ones of jealousy at not being able to witness this epochal event of scientific discovery, as well as directions to mark his body so they can identify his corpse. Hojo is just as well presented in this game as he is in Remake, and while he isn't super central, all of his scenes are suitably menacing and twisted and keep his character ticking over nicely as the absolute cautionary tale of twisted discovery that this maniacal man is. Barrett, who consistently tries to protect the robed men throughout the game, does so as well here, as they are simply incapable of defending themselves, and we get some great and efficient characterization as Captain Titov, utterly invested in the functioning and safety of his vessel and its passengers in every way, decides that the best way to protect everyone is to kill those who turn into the creatures through this metamorphosis, the innocent and delirious robed men. And what is subtly great about this is Barrett's absolute shock at the captain hurting innocents for the sake of the bigger picture, despite this being very similar to what he does throughout Remake on his crusade. Shown a reflection of himself in sentiment, he is shocked. It tells you a lot about the moral complexity that Remake tackles with regards to Barrett's character journey. And despite that part of his arc being over and Rebirth dealing with further progressions, I love the continuity here. This is something that Titov does with a heavy heart but with conviction, and it's honestly an understandable position for him to take. Though he does almost unintentionally shoot Yuffie as well, who had stowed herself on board in disguise during the commotion at Junon. On the brink of death, the robed men make contact with a piece of Jenova-infused flesh to become Jenova Emergent, a transformation during which Cloud once again sees Sephiroth, who is intent on reminding him of how Jenova can become ill-intended doppelgangers of the ones you love. A hint of his plans during Chapter 9, and an indirect continuation of the Tifa-Cloud dynamics established earlier. And once again, after defeating the monster, Sephiroth tells Cloud not to let her fool him, which is simultaneously referring to both Jenova and Tifa in his mind games. Cloud replies that he's no fool, amidst some very concerned looks from Tifa, and while this alludes to him having confidence in his perception of Tifa and not intending to give in to Sephiroth's continuous attempts to manipulate him, knowing where he goes from here puts very dark recontextualization on this line, as it leans into the implication that he will not let Jenova fool him because he will, at some point, give in to the idea that our Tifa is not really the genuine Tifa. And on this very foreboding note, in complete contrast to the rest of this section of the story, thus ends the awesome Chapter 5. From here, the crew make port in one of the most iconic and important cities in the story, and one of the most well-adapted and fully realized locations that Rebirth has to offer, Costa del Sol. Now, in the original game, Costa del Sol is flawed but pretty cool. It's a mostly optional section that only really requires the player to traverse through one screen before exiting the gate if they want to continue with the main plot, but there is a lot of interesting stuff to see should they decide to explore the place a little bit. Firstly, it is obviously just a welcome sight aesthetically, tonally, and culturally to have this bright resort town to welcome us after Junon, which is a lot more dreary in the original. As I said, Kalm achieves a nice contrast through how it balances everything out, and Costa del Sol continues that in a much more exaggerated way. It is by far the most fun area so far, and it's cool to just explore, take in the nice music, and experience some slice of life stuff with the party for a bit. I do believe that Final Fantasy VII has some issues with tonal balance and sense of context, for some reasons I've explained already and some I will explain soon, but this one feels natural after transitioning from the Jenova fight. So all in all, it's a pretty solid section that builds upon the world, progresses the tone, and adds balance and some fun interactions for the party. It has some flaws which I'll mention in a bit, but despite the messiness, it's a nice section. Now, Rebirth takes all of that, and as it tends to do, polishes over the rough edges and completely ramps everything up to make Costa del Sol and Chapter 6 a true vacation of a narrative section. This place is absolutely brimming with atmosphere, culture, richness, and fun. And a common theme throughout Rebirth is that there's an interesting contrast between the origin of some of these awesome places and the spirit of them, thematically. We'll touch on this again with the Golden Saucer, but essentially, as the geographic intel tells us, Costa del Sol came to fruition as a sort of opportunistic expenditure from Shinra to drive revenue and attraction to a fantastic tourist spot, in tandem with the Shinra 8 cruise and the Golden Saucer as a full itinerary. The origin of these places, and specifically Costa del Sol here, are purely commercially driven to benefit an enterprise that is actively harming the planet, and as a result, they completely contrast the spirit and themes of the story. And yet, this place is not just fun and welcoming and warm, but an example of why this planet is worth saving not just for the planet, but for the people on it. Throughout the Retrilogy, a common theme is that Shinra has their hands in everything, such that some of the only places people can reside are present as a result of their tyranny. And yet, humanity finds a way to make their light and hope and optimism and dreams shine through in these areas that represent the opposite. Midgar, Nibelheim, the Golden Saucer, Costa del Sol. The darkness of humanity is ever present through the existence of these places as they function, but the good and light and dreams of humanity will always persist, no matter what. That can never be shut out and will always persevere, and that is how this story and these locations all coalesce thematically. But outside of waxing lyrical about the profound setting theme integrations here, this place is beautiful and vibrant to say the least. There are people celebrating and relaxing everywhere, wheelies, tons of world building and economic details that give a clear idea of how this place operates, delightful minigames everywhere, hotels, more Queen's Blood, attractions, the beach, and so many little details that bring about some wonderful and fun interactions with the party and Yuffie as well, who has safely made it and is taking full advantage of this. Seriously, like I mentioned earlier, I got immersed in Nibelheim, lost in Kalm, completely overwhelmed in Junon, and here I forgot that I was playing a video game as I got completely engrossed in discovering all the little details and hearing and seeing all I could see. One of my favorite things that a video game can do is give me a rich, immersive, beautiful setting full of vibrant and well-realized locations, which is part of why I adore The Witcher 3, Final Fantasy IX and 14, and Xenoblade, and so the intent from the game to put such passion, focus, and quality into these towns was so totally up my alley. I spent so much time just walking around and looking and listening as I leisurely progressed the plot, played the awesome minigames so many times, and just explored. I knew they'd go all out in this place given the opportunity here, but I underestimated just how much they'd put here, and this to me is another example of exactly how and why Rebirth triumphs in maintaining and accentuating the spirit of the story to the fullest while forming its own identity through its design. Anyways, we are eventually introduced to Johnny's decrepit seaside inn as a place to stay given that all the hotels are taken, and this is as good a place as any to talk about this character. In the original, Johnny is incredibly sloppily handled. There is nearly incomprehensible dialogue all over the place with him, and due to him originally having a bigger role that ultimately got cut, he has an unclear and flimsy at best role in the story and drops off the face of the earth after an appearance in Costa del Sol where he lambasts Cloud and catches up with Tifa. He is weirdly approached in terms of writing and execution due to all of these reasons, but Retrilogy knows exactly what to do with him. To shift the tone and balance things adequately, provide some fun and cheesy comedy, and occasionally give us some heartfelt moments. And it's tons of fun to upgrade his inn over time and fill it with collectibles representative of achievements throughout the game. I'm not saying that Johnny's a masterpiece of a character, but his role is defined. There is a clear idea with him, and I think it's executed well. He's over the top and exasperating sometimes, but always in a way that's intended and never hurts the game. The party take their time here, in a way that makes sense narratively as well, as the Black Cloaks are not going anywhere, although that doesn't stop Barrett from being so beautifully protective of them, as he has been this entire game. Cloud and Barrett take in the sights, and in order to make their way onto the beach to approach the men, they play some games to get some swimsuits for the Costa del Amor event. After this, it's the girls' turn, again varying up the point of view and gameplay as Tifa, Aerith, and Nanaki then take their time to explore, minigame it up, and get swimsuits of their own. Although it is worth mentioning that before they go out, Nanaki and Aerith once again have a scene where all walls are down and Nanaki is speaking using his true voice as Aerith makes a valiant effort to shower in Johnny's place. Aerith then brings forth the idea of her holy materia, the white materia, asking Nanaki if he sees any color in it, and he doesn't. Now it's pretty clearly illustrated here that the materia being empty is a result of her memories being stolen from her by the Whispers, and that once memories are hypothetically returned, it will fill up again. And one may question why these specific Whispers would do that, considering that the ones in question are the ones tied to the planet's will and survival that attempt to maintain the original timeline and thwart Sephiroth. But I personally think that this makes sense. Taking the memories from Aerith displaced them into the Lifestream, which then allowed Omni Aerith to give it back to Cloud at the end of the game. I'm not exactly sure why they took it in the first place, but I'd bet that it has something to do with keeping that knowledge, and as a result, Aerith safe for the time being, and maybe giving Omni Aerith an ace up her sleeve in the final battle with Sephiroth from Rebirth. Because as we'll discuss later, these memories played a huge part in Sephiroth not being able to confirm his victory at the Forgotten Capital. Either way, in spite of the theorizing I've done here and will do later, the Rebirth Ultimania states that Part 3 will answer all questions about the white materia, so I'll just stay tuned for that. Anyways, the girls then do their own little date to get their swimsuits like I said, and both of them look amazing, to say the least. My reaction was pretty similar to Cloud's. Now at this point, it's a good time to mention that there's one big part of this Costa del Sol section in the original that just feels completely off. After entering the beach, we see Hojo relaxing in a chair on the coast, surrounded by women in bikinis. The party walks up to him and he describes this as a break that everyone needs once in a while, and that all he really wants to do is get a tan at the moment. Now, I don't doubt that everyone, including evil scientists, needs some R&R, but I really dislike him being portrayed like this. It breaks the tone of the character and just seems totally weird to see him lounging in such a lighthearted context, similar to the inconsistency issue I mentioned with the Turks. I'm all for the humor and silliness in the game, and I find it really charming most of the time, as I said, but having Hojo suntanning here was a bad move in my opinion. It's not good tonally, nor for his character, and the whole thing is just plagued by poorly translated dialogue before the party just give up after deciding that it's a no-go to get information from him, leaving him to lounge. It's kind of like, curse you, Hojo, we'll get you eventually, but not now. The whole thing feels strange and almost slapstick, and Aerith is quite surprisingly genial in asking the man who imprisoned her these questions. It's just immersion breaking through how it shatters the aura of the character previously established, and through how the characters act in a contrivingly cooperative way. Aside from Cloud pulling out his sword on him, I suppose. Luckily, Rebirth approaches this much better. He is present here, surrounded by Johnny and women who are clearly meant to give him an accommodating welcome and keep this big Shinra official happy, but there isn't any suntanning, there isn't any weird use of tone. Johnny's accommodation of him is portrayed as a character flaw that he very much regrets and redeems himself for, and Hojo uses this opportunity to conduct more twisted experiments after having missed out on the fun on Shinra 8 while alluding to Cloud's role in the reunion. Hojo unveils these gigantic machines and creatures that are used to attach themselves to the robed men to see how they react, leading to the conflict and combat necessary for a chapter like this, and all in all, it's a great use of an originally awkward scene that ties everything together holistically. Also, Aerith once again doesn't act here and makes the case that now isn't the time to punish Hojo. But this time there are characterization-based reasons for that, which we'll get into, even aside from the urgency of saving those on the beach and preventing the rampage from continuing. At this point, it's our job to take out these monsters after teaming up with either Barrett and Aerith or Tifa and Nanaki, and with some help from Yuffie that really effectively illustrates an example of her potential utility to the party and doubles as a way to redeem Johnny, we get the job done, save Costa del Sol, ruin Hojo's experiment, and send him packing. However, as much as I love all the great stuff in Chapter 6 that I've mentioned so far, I think my favorite part of it, and one of my favorite scenes in general, has to be right at the end. The commotion is over, the fights, the minigames, and the fun, all the loud things have subsided, and it's such a gentle respite as the dust settles and the game demonstrates where we're at emotionally. The visuals are stunning through this picturesque sunset, and this quiet beauty really helps accentuate the scene. It's a genuine moment of extremely pathos-driven, deep, and reflective character introspection for the party, as each member thinks about their goals and current place in the world and grapples with their doubts and insecurities in such an honest way. We first have Tifa, who, due in large part to clearly missing her home and yearning for a return to it, makes a cocktail for herself like she used to, the Costa del Sol. She knows that we can't return to Sector 7 and need to finish our job before returning as possible, but with the road ahead looking so long, it's a moment of vulnerability for her before she resolves to move on for now with this uncertain future, all while taking in the beauty of the world that they're trying to save. And Cloud responding that he'll have a drink with her at the new 7th Heaven is a lovely bit of intuition and encouragement from him, which he hasn't always been good at in the past. I think that in these relationships and talks throughout Rebirth, we see that Cloud has learned to better communicate and express his feelings while encouraging and supporting others, and while he isn't perfect at it, it's still nice to see. Barrett praises Yuffie's quick thinking while lamenting his weakness and inability to help, because if he had this much trouble with Hojo's monsters, how is he supposed to help take on Sephiroth after all? But Cloud encourages him beautifully while saying that him trying is a huge contribution in and of itself. Barrett concludes by stating that he'd love to take Marlene here and properly take in the beauty of this place when it's possible, and it ends on a very heartwarming note. Nanaki is extremely hard on himself here, criticizing himself for not being able to maintain his composure around Hojo and not acting as effectively as he could have in the situation despite this man literally being single-handedly responsible for the immense trauma and pain inflicted upon him, accentuated further by what we see in his trial later on. But Cloud tells him not to worry about that Hojo deserves it, and in a situation where Nanaki, who is actually very much like Cloud in terms of his relative youth and immaturity, is trying to burden himself with unfair expectations and responsibility, Cloud is able to be there for him and ensure that he'd be right there with Nanaki to punch the man out, because he deserves it. Lastly, we have the most extensive scene with Aerith. She talks about what I alluded to earlier, how deep inside of herself she felt this hatred and a dark desire to hurt Hojo and make him suffer for all the pain he's inflicted on herself and her mother. These self-proclaimed ugly thoughts of hers are enough to scare her, but Cloud says the perfect thing, that they're just thoughts, that she's allowed to feel them, and that the fact that she doesn't act on them is an immense strength of hers because thoughts like that should be allowed to exist. It's only natural. Aerith is not this perfect paragon of a person. She's a human being, and as I mentioned earlier, Rebirth does a fantastic job in showing these darker, more human elements to her to help deepen her as a character. Of course she feels this way, and of course she's repulsed by it. But that is natural, and that she doesn't act on it is as defining for her as Hojo's cruelty is for him. And this scene also contextualizes why she likely told Barrett to leave Hojo alone earlier, outside of needing to destroy the monsters, because in that moment, she felt that desire to hurt Hojo and tried her hardest to be strong by not harming him, because it would have been giving in to the ugly thoughts of hers that she so fears. Cloud tells her that whatever she decides to do in the future, he's with her, and the two take a little walk where she repeats Cloud's sentiment about not needing to worry about the future until it comes, until a certain moment arrives. And this feels very meta to me, clearly alluding to her potential death. Because while Aerith in this moment is supposedly not aware of the memories taken from her, the warning of her death from Nanaki and the Golden Saucer date clues us into the idea that perhaps she does know, and is referring to that here. The weight of what she, and Cloud, and the entire party must shoulder is beyond words. And this scene concludes with her saying that she'll be counting on her future self to make the right decision when the moment comes, trusting in herself, and telling Cloud that he'll love her. I personally don't take this too literally and instead find it a very feelsy way for Aerith to reinforce her belief in herself after Cloud encourages her, but I have seen others that think this has extreme plot implications as well, so that's worth noting. She also winks at the camera when saying that we'd love her future self, which feels very meta and pointed to the player. Her future self won't fall into those dark thoughts. Her future self will be bright and beautiful and inspirational, and she knows this, and Cloud helps her feel empowered by it. Either way, with this masterful scene we conclude Chapter 6, and after giving some well-deserved and heartfelt appreciation to Johnny, we set out to follow the robes towards Mount Corel. But not before the hero of the moment, Yuffie, properly makes the approach to formally join the party. There is a great bit of delivery where after this elaborate speech, Cloud simply says, "Cool," and walks away abruptly, but ultimately in a series of cute bits of dialogue that mirror the somewhat convoluted way that you need to recruit her in the original, Yuffie joins the party and is thankfully not optional. And like I alluded to earlier, she is an absolute joy to have, tying together so many great dynamics, being consistently fun and spunky and cute, and all around being so engaging to have in the party for reasons that we'll get into. But from here on, the path is set, and the goal for the party is to make their way from the tropical sensation of Costa del Sol over to the much more arid, rugged locale of Mount Corel in pursuit of the robed men. And this is a great time to talk about one of those weirdly specific elements of game design that I always hone in on and that Rebirth does phenomenally with: geographical cohesion. Anyone who's watched my videos on Pokemon regions know that something I really look for in games is a natural flow to the environments. That is, for when there is a notable change in biome, for it to transition naturally. And Rebirth does that so sublimely well. Through this game, we go from grasslands to dryland, from tropics to desert, from desert to mountain to jungle, from valley to harsh northern peaks, and every step of the way there are subtle, natural geographical transitions. The grasslands moisten up, get wild, and naturally turn into a marsh before we emerge in Junon. The mountain faces of Cosmo Canyon gradually get grayer and spikier as we make our way to the Nibelheim region. The harsh desert gradually gets more full of life and greenery as we get to the Lifestream-rich Gongaga region, and for here in particular, the palm trees of Costa del Sol slowly but surely start to disappear and the terrain gets rougher and more vertical as we make our way towards Mount Corel. Every step of the way, this game offers very organic and natural geographical transitions, which makes everything feel that much more immersive and real, and overall heightens the experience of the world and game. Sorry for gushing over something that you may not actually care that much about, but this is my shit, and Rebirth does it really well. Now, as we begin to make our way up the mountain, we start a section of the game that I deeply enjoyed, mostly for what it achieves in terms of subtle character writing, presentation, and dynamics through little details while unveiling more of the world. The start of Chapter 7 is absolutely wonderful for properly establishing Yuffie, foreshadowing some Barrett material, and all around showing us the beauty of the dynamic between these two characters. Yuffie and Barrett have one of my favorite relationships in the game, so full of little details and moments that mean so much, and so brimming with heartfelt allegory. And one of the most impressive things about this is that in the original game, this dynamic is essentially non-existent. But like I said earlier, Rebirth establishes meaningful connections across the party like it's nobody's business, and so deftly understands ways in which these characters can connect with each other that were never really explored in the original. And Yuffie and Barrett is my favorite example of this. Our hike up the mountain begins as the absolutely beautiful and lively music swells and some party banter begins, centered around Yuffie.
You know, Yuffie, when you're part of a team, you can't just do whatever you feel like.
What? So does that mean I gotta run everything by you first?
Yep.
So that's the game. Fine. Permission to sing, sir?
What?
Permission to scratch my back, sir? Permission to blow my nose, sir? Didn't get permission to yawn yet. Well, do I get permission or not?
Sure, you can do it while you're warming the bench.
That's an abuse of power! Tyrant! Tyrant!
It's just fun, well-spirited bickering, but what I think is notable is that directly prior to this, Barrett had made it very clear that he was not at all looking forward to revisiting his home. The reasons for this were unknown at this point to the party, but Barrett's brow was furrowed, he was much more withdrawn and less spirited than usual, and Yuffie has the emotional intelligence to sense this. And so what does she do? She distracts him and breaks him out of his shell through bugging him like this. It is extremely beautiful to me that she may not have even consciously thought of this, but it was just her intuition to do this to help Barrett stay in as healthy and good a mind space as possible during a period of time that is undoubtedly difficult for him. It's very minimalistic but extremely substantial, and I really adore it. And it carries on when the two and Tifa go on ahead and the rest of the party trail behind to accommodate Aerith, and we see that Yuffie has started drawing these adorable little doodles around the mountain to direct the party, making fun of Barrett in a way that is again, poking at him, but affectionate. And it may seem silly, but this made me tear up. These little touches are a huge part of what makes Rebirth so holistically beautiful to me. They did not at all need to include these drawings to direct our path, or even to establish what they wanted to about Yuffie and Barrett as a relationship, because it only enriches and doesn't add anything new. Nobody would play this section and beg for something like that as essential in any way. But they did it regardless because this game is so filled to the brim with charm and love for its characters, and no expense is spared, no detail forgotten in making us fall in love with them. I think it's worth noting that in this moment, Yuffie is missing a sort of older brother figure in her life, Sonon, and Barrett is missing a daughter figure, Marlene. And in a strange sort of way, in a healthy way that doesn't try to artificially replace those figures, I think Yuffie and Barrett fill holes in one another's lives that needed filling in a really beautiful way. Holes caused by the pain that Shinra and Scarlet reaped. And this is all key to it. The little details, the subtext behind the silliness. It's fun, it's light, it's silly and funny banter, but it builds this lovely rapport between the two and it shows Yuffie's insane emotional intuition. And Barrett genuinely does appreciate it because he cheers up and is in better spirits relatively quickly. It's also worth mentioning some other little character bits here. Tifa going with Barrett and Yuffie after noticing that Barrett isn't himself, supporting him like he's done for her, and Nanaki staying back to be with Aerith. Also, Aerith getting climber's high was adorable.
You still holding up okay?
Yeah, feeling great actually. Could do this all day. It's like someone's pulling me up.
You've become one with the mountain.
Say what?
Really? I did? Hey! Thanks for having me!
What the hell are you doing, Red?
Let's go!
Make the move.
Our journey is eventually interrupted by Rude and Elena, who once more try to bar our progress while curiously seeming to be transporting the robed men across the region. They don't have the time to deal with the party though, so they leave us with a custom Valkyrie, and after we dispose of it, from a shot of Aerith overlooking the horizon towards a Midgar beyond time and space, we cut to catch up with what's going on with Rufus and Shinra for a welcome change of pace and a bit of breadth and perspective. There is some plot-focused talk here about the Magnus Materia and the weapons, which are explicitly stated to be the planet's protectors. And amidst some creepy Hojoisms, we learn that Shinra are currently trying to manufacture the materia themselves, but are also trying to monopolize the naturally occurring ones procured through the weapons because Wutai wants them, showing that Rufus once again has no qualms about aggravating Wutai, and perhaps due to reasons associated with the truce his father set in motion, is acting out in order to separate himself and undercut and destroy his father's legacy. Though again, the futility of this potentially playing into Sephiroth's hands, as well as the hints of President Shinra's moves to disrupt the treaty he established, are both incredibly good to illustrate the trapped nature of Rufus's character. After some notable heartfelt questioning from Reeve, Rufus plays into this even more by criticizing a lot of the rashness his father showed in dropping the Sector 7 plate. Though I don't think his qualm was with the morals of the situation as much as it just not being a very smart business move and generally being a reckless, volatile, and over-the-top plan. He questions why no one tried to stop his father, which interestingly enough, Reeve sort of did, but just could not find enough power to make any sort of impact. A nice little allusion to this being the catalyst for him to try to enact his ideas on the world in a different way, perhaps. Rufus then requests the devotion of his officials here and demands that they commit themselves as much to him as they did to his father, before the scene concludes. Again, it's subtle in places and blunt in others, but everything he says in these moments has some sort of influence stemming from President Shinra. Being different from him, being equal to him, destroying his plans, criticizing him. It's difficult to not mention him at all given the legacy he's inheriting, but Rufus is without doubt disproportionately focused on his hatred of his father, and it plagues him all the time, which is clear through the focus of his dialogue and actions. After this, we move on to the first Zack perspective scene we've had since the very beginning of the game. I've heard some criticisms from some about the fact that it takes so long to return to Zack, and while I get it in concept, personally I never had a problem with this. Theories had been bubbling away for the entirety of the game up until that point, so I was definitely curious, but due to the strength of the main plot, I can't say that I ever felt that I was away from this for too long, and it all just fit really well for me personally. These little Zack segments are short, but really do the job in offering just enough substance and breadcrumbs to allow for this plotline to keep simmering nicely before the full payoff. And this one in particular is one of the shortest of the bunch, but it is the perfect taste and snapshot to get us back into the swing of things while hooking us for more. Opening with Zack sleeping in something resembling the fetal position is extremely sad to me, and once again harkens back to this idea of him being a fallen, failed hero in life instead of a triumphant one, almost an unreachable ideal in death. By his perception, of course, not mine. But a big part of the draw of this section is that in spite of this supposed hopelessness, these characters can and will fight regardless as the world around them crumbles and gives up. And one of the most important characters to display this shows up here, Elmyra. Elmyra is wonderful in this game, and works beautifully as a true confidant and friend to Zack, and vice versa. Her daughter is seemingly comatose and the world around her has resigned itself to ruin, but in spite of that she has the immense strength to keep caring for Aerith, keep hoping, and keep providing support to Biggs and Zack while taking care of Cloud, Aerith, and Marlene. She is the epitome of the strength of a mother to me, obviously emotionally vulnerable and damaged, but strong, caring, empathetic, and full of hope, as she defies the roles seemingly thrust upon her and her loved ones to keep believing. I truly think that Zack would not be able to find it within himself to do what he does in this game without her, and the two form a really lovely bond in these horrific circumstances. As the two take care of the unresponsive Cloud and Aerith, there is some beautiful visual direction as Elmyra explains that the world is supposedly ending with a decaying tulip in the foreground, clearly indicating the connection between Aerith's well-being and the planet's. The people are suffering, the visuals are dreary, and the music is this humming, heart-rending lament of a track that seems to grieve over all that is lost. This feeling of impending doom is done extremely effectively, evoking emotions all over the place while laying foundations for the mysteries of the plot, and the tone is something very akin to the slow, seeping darkness of the devastation of Majora's Mask, which gives us the thematic catalyst for how this despair would be countered later on with some of the main themes of the game in general and the ending. And as Zack looks on into the horrifying expanse of this dark supernova in the distance that seems to signify this doom of the world, we transition back to Aerith, looking on, seemingly through space and time, to the lives of her loved ones in this deadened world. This connection across so much and despite so much between Aerith and Zack that is alluded to through visuals in Remake really helps to illustrate their unbelievable connection in spite of their distance and separation, and it continues here. Back with the party, everyone rejoins once more, and we take a look at the ruined reactor of Corel. We're given some nice exposition for Yuffie that brings forth the deeply emotional core of her character, refreshes events of Intergrade well, and establishes her and Wutai's extreme opposition to the truce that was established between Wutai and Shinra, along with quote-unquote Saruf and Glenn's roles in the uprising against it for freedom. Upon hearing about Revolution, Barrett compliments Yuffie and she's genuinely pleased about it, giving us yet another tidbit to add to this beautiful relationship between these two who have lost so much at the hands of Shinra. And then we bear witness to one of the weapons for the first time, the stewards of the planet tasked with protecting and healing it, that gather in these extremely rich Mako reactors, as alluded to by Rufus earlier. It is a stunning sight, but it alludes to some extremely dark things, because as Barrett says, these guardians of the planet wouldn't be here unless things were dire. But in the midst of a sight that reminds him of his vengeance, he carries forward some of his Remake character arc by saying that this means that they were right about Shinra. And the thing is, they were, but opposing Shinra in the way they did was indicative of a tunnel vision and naivete that caused damage as well. This is all part of his great Remake material, but of course, human growth is not linear. Just because his arc had a resolution in Remake doesn't mean that his underlying flaws and anxieties don't still bubble up, and as he approaches the site and origin of all of his anger and grief, this is an entirely organic reaction. After this, there is a stretch that shows off Yuffie's utility in terms of gameplay in addition to story, before she, Barrett, and Tifa take on a Gigatrice in order to save some baby chocobos in what is essentially an encapsulation of a lot of what this game is about, taking on monumental threats in order to protect the sanctity and beauty of life. And the scene that follows is absolutely wonderful to me, playing a delightful rendition of Yuffie's theme as she plays around with the birds, and one of them in particular, Cloud Jr., who takes a liking to Barrett. It's adorable, and it made my heart swell. This is the story of Final Fantasy VII to me. These beautiful souls we follow who yearn to just discover and interact with the beauty of the planet, who desire to protect all of this and their home. These little moments are what make the journey worthwhile, and this is why they do this in the first place. After some cute little roller coaster hijinks that once again help to break Barrett out of a funk after thinking about his past, the party reaches the entrance to North Corel, and Barrett reaches the point where he is forced to confront the thing that he had been dreading. Immediately upon entering, we see that this place isn't a welcoming, peaceful, and prosperous town in the vein of Kalm. Even under Junon feels luxurious in comparison. And that is because this village of North Corel is essentially a bunch of people scrounging together what little they have to struggle to exist on this deserted scrap of land, and from the start it is a wholly miserable place to be. Buildings are sparse, and tents are strewn about wherever land is available, and the environmental design is fantastic in communicating how down in the dirt this place is, thrown into sharp, miserable relief by the glowing lights and lavish sights of the golden saucer above, which sort of contextualizes Barrett's extreme hatred of the economic disparity in Midgar a bit more. He's lived under this for much longer than his time in Midgar. But aside from the aesthetic, the people here starkly contrast those we've met so far in that they begin brutally chastising and harassing Barrett the minute he walks in, apparently blaming him for their living conditions. It is incredibly upsetting and uncomfortable to see this man that we've come to know and love through the story completely berated, blamed, and shamed. But to me, the most shocking thing about this was the way in which he just sat there and took it, not moving a muscle in his defense, not saying a word to try to hide from this. He just accepts the abuse calmly, indicating that as opposed to the times where he lashes out to try to defend himself for his actions, In this case, the blame lies so clearly with him in his eyes that not only can he understand it, but he thinks he deserves it. It's such a powerful contrast from how he usually is. But the most impactful moment here for me, and the bit that actually got me incredibly emotional, was, you guessed it, Yuffie's reaction to all of this. While the rest of the party sort of take the situation in a confused manner and look at Barret with concern, Yuffie is the only one to properly, verbally, and powerfully stand up for and defend Barret from the North Corel townsfolk.
There. A hero's welcome.
Leave him alone!
Don't.
What?
Whatever. Let's go.
The voice acting is phenomenal as her feelings and emotions cut through and show the true nature of how she feels about Barret. That despite the teasing and ribbing, the two have formed an incredibly strong bond in such a short period of time, and Yuffie can't stand to see him hurt. The payoff is great, as we can definitely surmise their bond prior to this, but seeing them in this sort of emotional, tense, serious situation shows the true nature of Yuffie. And it would not have hit as hard without the establishment in the journey up the mountain. This also helps to show how, in my opinion, Yuffie is the most honest character in our crew. Our party up until this point, for one reason or another, either aren't great at communicating their true thoughts or are deceptive and withhold things and such, but Yuffie holds nothing back and is completely honest all the time. And it's a refreshing change for balance in party dynamics. After making our way through town, amidst abuse also being hurled at Tifa, which Barret clearly detests and regrets for her sake, we meet up with Dr. Sheeran, who represents a welcome change through his lack of a desire to chastise Barret. Instead, he clearly does not blame him and warmly welcomes him back, and he's also shown to be the doctor that helped save Tifa's life, so there's some cool integration there. He's also taking care of and doing research about the robed men and cellular degradation due to Mako experimentation, which brings about some uneasy feelings for Cloud and alludes to some future stuff. But the most impactful bit here happens right at the end of Chapter 7 and just after this, when we take a break just prior to entering the Gold Saucer to learn about what exactly happened here. Yuffie demands to know why everyone else doesn't seem to be upset about Barret's situation, and the sentiment very much isn't that they aren't upset, but mostly that they're trusting Barret's wishes to allow it to happen. Yuffie's contrasting reaction due to just joining the party is extremely welcome, however, for the reasons stated earlier, and it works in a gratifying sort of audience insert kinda way, as I was definitely right there with her in wanting to defend him. Anyway, through Barret's painful recollection, we learn that the people of North Corel used to inhabit a slightly more prosperous mining town called Corel, and 6 years prior, Barret was one of the key figures in the town, along with a friend of his named Dyne. At this time, Shinra through Scarlet proposed modernizing the town by building a Mako reactor to replace the energy they got from coal, their prime resource. Everyone agreed, especially Barret, whose sickly wife Myrna would benefit from this. The one exception was Dyne, who resisted because it would mean throwing away the culture built upon years of industry related to their coal. Eventually, Barret and the others outvoted Dyne and had the reactor built, thinking that it would provide them with an easier life. Everyone was excited for this new era, but as Barret recalls before abruptly ending his story in a way reminiscent of Cloud and Kalm, the reactor was destroyed, and the remnants the crew saw earlier were the evidence of that. Shinra then rolled into town and burnt everything to the ground in order to craft a narrative that it was destroyed by some insurgent group rather than it being defective. A very Shinra thing to do, echoing the sort of narratives they tried to posture throughout Remake. Having heard all of this, I do think it's incredibly unfair for the town to berate Barret for his involvement here, as everyone else also agreed aside from Dyne. But that's the point. As alluded to by an NPC in the original game, humans need an outlet for blame, and as someone who left and readily shoulders that blame, Barret is the perfect target. But despite being honest here, Earlier on, he didn't internalize and reflect on his blame in this way, which is the reason for his tunnel-visioned anger in the Midgar section. He blames Shinra for the disaster, of course, and channels his rage towards them. But the sheer strength of that rage is exaggerated so much because instead of looking inwards and addressing his own guilt early on, it's easier for him to blame this rich behemoth of a company and ignore all of the nuance he ignores about the importance of the status quo. It's a more comfortable and easy way to view the world. A good portion of his aimless rage at Shinra has been redirected from self-hatred due to shame, and the rest of it is genuine vitriol for what they did and continue to do. It all explains the fuel behind his anger. But to his credit, returning home forces him to confront the idea that he's always really believed deep down, that he is at fault for Corel being destroyed. Though again, while I do appreciate that he perceives things this way, I still think he's being way too hard on himself. It's a fantastic backstory that totally contextualizes and enriches why Barrett is the way he is, and it's just a taste as well, offering Dyne as a hook and alluding to the question of how Barrett started caring for Marlene, how he lost his arm, etc. Upon learning of the idea of Corel losing the mine and the core of their cultural identity, Yuffie angrily clenches her fist as a nice indicator of something that she can relate to. And in addition, she can also relate to despising Shinra and Scarlet especially, just like Barrett does, further strengthening their connection. I really think that Yuffie and Barrett complete each other in a way in this game. They're each other's safe havens and respites, on a level unique to anyone else. They know what the other has been through and can relate to it, and they know just how to help the other in any given situation. And the little details like them goofing around in the back of scenes, play fighting, to die for. And to complete this Yuffie gush, let me just say that the way that she's able to redirect the party's attention and energy from the depressing mood it was through building excitement for the gold saucer as we enter Chapter 8 was wonderful, along with the way that she completely buys into the celebrations when they enter. It's fantastic for morale, it just provides this glue for the group and allows Aerith and Tifa to let loose, and overall I think it provides an uplifting distraction for the party that Barrett appreciates, as he definitely doesn't want to bring the mood down. Now, the gold saucer itself had to be the overall most anticipated location for Rebirth to adapt for the fandom. This theme park of glitz and glamour and fun and attractions, it is an iconic, grand location, and given the Retrilogy's tendency to elevate everything, this was one of the places in the story that people were looking forward to the most. And holy shit did they deliver. This place is expansive and so grand, building upon and fleshing out the original without ever losing sight of the spirit of it. Just the opening cinematics of the group looking and pointing at the outside of the park as they slowly approached it was enough to make me tear up in awe, with Yuffie's pure joy and wonder transmitting over to the party being overwhelmingly powerful, a bit of joy in the midst of a world of such pain. Again, an example for why all of this deserves to exist and be preserved. As a side note, I do really appreciate the administrative and sort of boring, non-glitzy locations within the theme park being included for immersion's sake. They're not flashy, but they do wonders for showing how the gold saucer functions and that it is a real place within this world, not just a show that magically springs up without any foundation. And as another detail that accentuates the main plot, the sort of parallel mini plotline involving Palmer, Rude, and Elena is silly and fun, but also great to offer a look at how Palmer is treated as a sort of joke within Shinra, thrust wherever is least important and most convenient, while others, many that he outranks, do the more significant stuff. But that aside, the joy continues as the party enter the main park and we're greeted with this decadent show of insanity. This introductory production organized by Dio and the Gold Saucer staff. Complete with a magical girl transformation, Yuffie is once again the star, and her joy is the impetus to get the party to fully let loose and immerse themselves in the music, the costumes, and the dances, including a mini battle with Andrea. And this also doubles as a bit of an introduction to Kate Sith before we learn more soon after. Nanaki jumping on Barrett's back to get a look is adorable, and eventually Dio, the owner and creative and spiritual mind behind the park, is introduced. He comes off as a bit of an over-the-top cheeseball and a commercialized loser with great advertising skills at first, but I really enjoy how the game slowly shows us that the core spirit of the Gold Saucer is based in a true desire to spread joy in a world so bereft of it from Dio, and the way it progresses him after not showing that layer initially is pretty cool. I think it's another example of the game portraying in the grandest way that while these locations are built for greedy, cold, corporate means, meaning can be found there and joy can be reached despite all, as long as the people within these systems and places have heart and good intent. Dio then brings Cloud into the show, challenging him to a beat-em-up bout, and heartfully declares Cloud the true winner afterwards. And it's a lovely moment once again, just like with the troops in Junon or the Queen's Blood tournament, where we get to see the true, genuine, real dorky Cloud unfiltered as he smiles and enjoys the applause and attention after being declared the winner. Overall, it's a great introduction to the place and successfully shifts the tone without forgetting about the emotional context of Barret. He's clearly still distracted, but he tells them to take it all in and enjoy themselves regardless, and they do. Despite his moans and protests, it's easy to tell that Barret appreciates this, and this all makes it clear that Yuffie really is absolutely essential to the vibe and energy of the group, as she's the main one who does as Barret wishes here and helps everyone have fun and not be dragged down in the most wonderful way. After the show, the girls and Nanaki go off to explore, after this great interaction between Nanaki and Yuffie, and there is this lovely moment of understanding between Barret and Cloud, showing how far they've come and how well they know each other, specifically on Barret's end in this case. Tifa asks Cloud if he'd like to join in, and Cloud promptly gets a vision of Sephiroth taunting him and saying to have his fun while he can, which naturally completely throws him off. Aerith tells him that he should rest, Cloud brushes the idea off, but then Barret, in the most understanding, natural, and sympathetic way possible, says that he knows that this sort of loud atmosphere isn't really Cloud's scene, and asks if he wants to get some rooms for everyone, and Cloud finally agrees. There are lots of little touches in Rebirth to show off how this great relationship has turned from one characterized by a hesitancy to fully trust one another into one of a great amount of friendship and intimacy. One of my favorite examples of this is the conversation the two have about Marlene growing up during the Junon side quest, and this is another. Just small little bits to show how the two genuinely care for one another. It goes a long way. They then make their way over to the haunted hotel, and once again we're greeted with this game's tendency to go completely all out in bringing these locations to life. The lighting, the music, the sort of played up, clearly artificial and cheesy approach to the place, it's all absolutely wonderful, and the inside of the hotel is full of this too, brimming with personality in every corner. But before entering, Barret sort of lets out his emotions and frustrations through an external outlet at the excessive and redundant use of Mako displayed through the place, an encapsulation of the basis of his arc in Remake. And while he is far from incorrect, the feeling very much is that he's only saying this because of his emotional state and how he was recently so painfully reminded of why he hates Shinra in the first place. Cloud lets him vent for a bit, and then we're properly introduced to this mysterious cat and Moogle combo, Cait Sith. In the original game, Cait Sith is alright. I think there's a portion of his character that is nuanced in terms of plot mechanics, morality, and personality, but due to the limited localization, I don't think that it came across super well. However, at the heart of the character is this desire to help save and protect the world, and since Reeve is trapped and unable to do so, controlling this animatronic cat-Moogle combo is his avenue. It's a very solid concept, and overall, I think that Cait Sith is an okay character that contributes in the original. Here in Rebirth, however, he is great. The over-the-top presentation and mannerisms, the accent and authentic localization, the pure charm. He is so forthright, and his personality sort of functions as a connective tissue that adheres the party and interactions together in times where it may not be as natural. And while Cait Sith is incredibly engaging, fun, and charismatic through his aloof silliness, there is a clear heart underneath that makes him incredibly endearing. His outward behavior being so extroverted is a nice contrast to Reeve's clear tendency to withdraw during board meetings, and it all shows that he really is quite an expressive person, just not when that is being oppressed. And we also see that in the private moments with Reeve. Cait Sith is his outlet, his true self in a lot of ways, and his avenue for change. And overall, I thought he was awesome here, with his natural charisma bringing out really good interactions with every party member. He's incredibly full of personality and likability, clearly showing Reeves' intent and how he acts out and tries to help however he can, not having true influence in his position, so creatively making an avenue for himself within his own confines. There continues to be awesome charm throughout the hotel, and we hear some interesting, meta, teasy fortunes before Cait Sith steals a couple of rooms from Palmer and the Turks for us, which is a nice little touch to illustrate his true intent as he subtly works against them. Barrett leaves Cloud alone, saying that he should get some rest as he's been a bit off lately, which is true as the visions and static have been getting more frequent and intrusive. Cloud appreciates it and goes to sleep, and promptly opens his eyes in another world, listening to the words of Zack, who laments how he feels like he failed Cloud, again alluding to this idea of Zack being a fallen hero rather than a martyr dying a glorious death, and how he has to gather himself and pick up the pieces. We transition here from the perspective of a seemingly nearly comatose Cloud, making it seem that characters in one reality can peer through the looking glass into another in some sort of way, as Cloud does here. This element of people being able to peer into these multiple realities using their respective selves is interesting, and may be essential in understanding the exact nature of said realities, though as of right now I could only speculate, and we'll talk about this down the line. Zack checks in on Cloud and Aerith, notes that the flowers everywhere are dead, which is fun, and then leaves to go downstairs where he finds Marlene and Elmira at the table. And again, the music. Let me just gush again. How can a song somehow be incredibly sorrowful, yet somehow uplifting? Anyways, after some of the most adorable interactions you're ever likely to see between Zack and Marlene, we learn that Biggs is in this world, the Biggs we saw at the end of Remake, and that he's been doing all he can to help out with Marlene, which is a beautiful detail totally loyal to the warm and child-loving man he was in Remake, and a fantastic sort of continuation of Barrett's legacy. However, due to all the wanted posters for Avalanche throughout the place, Biggs is forced to work undercover. Marlene expresses fear and doubt that he'll ever come back again due to losing everyone else, and Zack promises in his goofy, silly, endearing way that he'll find him. Again, being this hero and beacon of light in such a dark world in spite of his own feelings of failure. It's a wonderful little check-in once again, and it tantalizingly leaves us here before we go back to Cloud. After this, we have a nice section for the pacing of the Gold Saucer, where we get a little date with whoever we have the most affinity with, and the game sections the park off with several waypoints to allow us to gradually explore it. And I really appreciated that, as I would have gotten overwhelming choice paralysis otherwise. I ended up getting Tifa's for this one. I wasn't really trying to get anyone in particular for this or the main date, and I didn't even know that this was here, but I just ended up getting her naturally. And I'm really glad about that, because I watched the others, and while I love the options and the different iterations of the character themes applied to this little tour, Tifa's offered some really interesting and emotional character moments that I loved. She talks about how nice it must be for Yuffie and Aerith to be the type of personalities to grow so close so quick, which is interesting because from the outside looking in, it definitely looks like she's just as close to Yuffie as Aerith is, but apparently she feels otherwise and says that she always puts up a wall, trying to be liked by everyone and trying to please all, which in turn isolates her from the honest connection that others make so quickly. And she says that she's always been this way, and that she hates it. And this part is brought forth later, but I think it's important to bring up here because it's clearly something at play earlier on. It's a compelling, flawed layer that adds a dimension to Tifa's character that might please others who don't enjoy her more withdrawn personality at times. And it also offers context to her thank you line to Barrett in the Mithril Mines. The exploration of the saucer and the different sections is overall wonderful and tons of fun, but then we make our way to Event Square and the theater, where we see a picture of the one and only Jessie Raspberry. And it's a really beautiful and deeply sad moment to see her dream, see the theater that she called home, and to cherish her memory with Tifa, who shares a little bit about how much she admired her for how she embodied all that Tifa wishes she could be in spirit. Tifa also talks about how much she owes her, how much gratitude she has for her presence in her life, an account that is further substantiated by their early interactions described in A Tale of Two Pasts. It's once again a demonstrator of the dreams and joy etched into so many of these areas, how they apply to our characters, and why they are worth preserving. And it just makes you miss Jessie. It's truly beautiful, and it had me wiping a tear or two away. It's also worth noting that Aerith's is great too, for her overall general presence and energy, and how she really helps Cloud break out of his funk and have fun, but also through how you can see Cloud reflecting on his glimpse of Aerith through his view of the Zack interlude throughout. It also offers Cloud the chance to externalize his admiration for Jessie rather than Tifa doing most of the talking. And Yuffie's offers some insight as well into her sort of needing to be with someone. It brings forth the idea that she easily gets lonely, probably due to missing her home and Sonon. And while she's naturally magnetic, a part of that is through this sheer desire to not be by herself. And there's some funny dialogue if you get no one and just end up talking to Nanaki after as well. However, during all of this, Barrett sees a man with a gun for a hand and pursues him, which causes our date to end in a panic when it's announced throughout the park that rides are currently unavailable due to an issue. Then Cait Sith arrives and truly gives us one of the lines of all time when he tells us that there's been a
wee shooting in the lobby over there.
When we arrive, we learn that this was done by a man with a gun for an arm, and I like that in Rebirth it's made clear that it's Dyne, whereas in the original, they try to sort of fool the player a bit into thinking that it could have been Barrett despite it being totally out of character regardless of the rage and spiraling. But nonetheless, even if we and the party know this, those in charge of the park and Dio don't, and Barrett is the prime suspect, and so the party are tasked with heading towards the desert to try to find Barrett and get to the bottom of this, amidst some hilariously tone-deaf aloofness from Dio in the wake of a collection of corpses. Dio gives the party 24 hours to find Barrett and get the true perpetrator, and slaps them with exploding bracelets so that they don't run away. And it's all pretty drastic and dark from Dio, though still very in character considering the lengths that he will go to defend his park. This sort of energy is similar to Captain Titov, though he is very much open to believing the party and ensures urgency through mentioning that if they don't do this quick, the Turks will, and they'll be much less forgiving. And with this, and after being joined by Cait Sith, we make our way down to the depths of the bottom of the gold saucer into the Dust Bowl, also known as Corel Prison, the prison with no bars or rules. It's described by Cait as this dirgy, nasty place that used to be an employee district but was overtaken by bandits, thugs, lowlives, and thieves, and is now this hive of scum. Cait genuinely seems upset at what this place has become. Though to offer balance to this, given the socio-economic imbalances at play here, it isn't hard to see how such a place came to be, and that's a perspective that Reeve may be too privileged to see at this point, despite his good heart. There are some awesome ominous notes of the leitmotif of the original Corel prison theme to build up to this, and when we reach the place in earnest, it is quite a shocking sight. The first thing we see upon entering is what looks like a bunch of burning, crucifix-looking objects contrasted against the night sky, used as a sort of symbol to communicate that this town will take absolutely no shit from anyone, that they have no qualms about using any kind of force to live the way they want to live. And again, with the undercurrent of the political, economic situation here, it all makes total sense. We're promptly ambushed and introduced to this town's sort of leader, Gus, who is Rebirth's spiritual successor to Coates from the original. As opposed to this sort of gruff, overly serious personality that you might expect, Gus is incredibly campy, goofy, and over the top, with a strange sort of cringy charisma and goons and a musical theme to match. But he's also willing to do the most heinous things in order to keep his power, serve his motives, and benefit this place that he has created to serve as a home for the downtrodden. It's an interesting approach, offering understandable motives, but also making him an awful person capable of horrible, unsavory things as a result of his experiences. But characteristic to Final Fantasy VII, he isn't taken too seriously and actually has some weird likability to his personality, even if he is capable of absolute evil. And this is reflected in what is functionally another incredibly presented town, essentially made in Gus's image. Environmental design here is once again stellar and super immersive, with broken down cars and ramshackle dwellings everywhere, sort of similar to the Midgar slums. But more than anything, Corel Prison is a place that exists out of heartfelt necessity, because those who dwell here would be dismissed and forgotten if they were anywhere other than here. It is rough and full of awful people, but nothing that is portrayed as anything that is close to the threat of Sephiroth, or Shinra, or even Hojo. And it does also have plenty of good in it, whether it be some nice people or fun minigames, so that stops it from being a wholly unfriendly place, despite its morals being askew at best. It intentionally doesn't look nice visually, and is very run down and rough to contrast the bright lights of the saucer above in what I view as another allusion to verticality and a sort of steel sky just like under Junon and Midgar. And this all combines for a place that is conflicting, both dark and disturbing, yet oddly charming, uncomfortable yet fun, and more than anything, bursting with life. It's an awesome approach for a town like this, and it's a beautiful realization of a place entirely loyal to the spirit of the story. And the biggest encapsulation of Corel Prison and Gus can be communicated through the fact that he is completely aware of the party's situation and totally willing to let them go free, but only if Cloud wins a chocobo race for him. And all the while, he and his men will threaten to do horrific stuff to the women. After Cloud runs through some side quests and explores the town, he's able to free his friends and they make their way over to the desert where Barret and Dyne are said to reside, while the Turks continue their Scooby-Doo pursuit, with Rude desperately missing his partner. The geography is again very on point, this barren wasteland reflecting both the emotional state of the story at this point and the world mechanics, considering how much Mako the Gold Saucer monopolizes. The party run into a typhoon and Barret rescues them, and after they implore Barret to explain what is going on, he dives into the rest of his backstory, centered around Dyne, and how the explosion and manipulation from Shinra caused him to completely spiral and crack psychologically due to losing everything dear to him, primarily his wife Eleanor and his daughter, the Marlene we know and love. One day, when Barret and Dyne were out of town, Shinra burnt Corel down after an explosion at the new reactor, blaming the citizens and labeling them as rebels like I said earlier. Seeing the wreck, Barret and Dyne returned to town and were swiftly suppressed by Shinra troops. Dyne fell off a cliff and Barret reached out and grabbed his hand to save him, but both of their hands were shot and Dyne fell, seemingly to his death. After this, Barret blamed himself deeply for pushing the reactor onto his friend and bringing Shinra into their lives, which caused all this. So he took it upon himself to adopt Marlene, Dyne's daughter, and after installing an artificial arm before getting his gun grafted in place of the hand that Shinra blew off, he headed to Midgar to begin an uprising against Shinra. Meanwhile, the few surviving citizens had to migrate and form North Corel and make do with even less than they had previously. It's a pretty short flashback, but it illustrates so much and conveys a ton of emotion and meaning with so little. How Scarlet was the one that shot off both of their arms as they tried their best to fight back and salvage what little they could of the situation. How both of them independently symbolically attached a gun on their arms to represent their need for revenge rather than a normal prosthetic. But the difference is that Barret has slowly learned to use that weapon to protect, whereas Dyne only uses it for hate. But Barret could have easily ended up this way too, and almost did. He also lost his partner Myrna, and is upfront throughout the story that the only reason that he found a way to keep going was because of Marlene. How she provided joy and hope in his life, and how she gave him something to live for. And I think the thin line separating them and their respective divergent paths plagues Barret and makes him want to reach out for Dyne and help him, even aside from him being his best friend. And of course, having agreed to the plan that Dyne opposed, the plan that led to all of this, Barret deeply blames himself for all that ensued and says that the shooting in the saucer and all the pain that Dyne causes in this state are his fault, despite that being disproportionately and unreasonably self-critical and despite him thinking that he died. At this point, Barret needs to find Dyne and rescue him, saying that he knows that they'll be able to figure things out and solve everything. But it does feel as though he's telling himself this as much as the party, and he alludes to this when he states that this confrontation is something that he needs to face on his own. Something that Cloud understands as he tells him to go for it. They make their way a short distance to find a completely disconsolate Dyne, lost in a nightmare, unsure of what is real and drowning in misery, and it becomes clear that there will be no reconciliation, or reason, or figuring things out. The visuals are particularly chilling as Barrett enters the room, coming from the light, which represents the life that he has been able to salvage, but Dyne cannot escape the darkness no matter what. Dyne is too far gone, and Barrett has no time to come to terms with this before being forced to fight his best friend to the death and lay him to rest. Dyne has a line here that is gut-wrenching, mimicking Barrett by mockingly and ironically saying that he's here to take the load off your shoulders, while lambasting him for not being the support he needed. It's an allusion to Barrett's speech in Chapter 2 of Remake, and an indicator that Barrett has been saying these things for ages. And while he does mean it, they have turned into something resembling platitudes that don't take the full context of the situation into account and ignore some tough realities. Barrett will do all that he can to support those he loves, but Shinra warped him into a man that bastardized his own creed with denial, and Dyne's reference to this is incredibly painful.
Though you may not be crying out, I know you're in pain, just like the planet. But it's okay, cause I'm here for you, to help take the load off your shoulders.
He's here for you, to take the load off your shoulders, right? Same old shit.
It is a difficult and emotionally grueling fight, full of painful dialogue between the two, and it puts Barrett's pain, guilt, anger, and grief on full display in one of the best and most powerful sequences in the game. In my eyes, this is the darkest the story has gotten so far from the start of Remake until now, and I think the developers knew this and nailed home the tragedy as much as possible. I think the most painful thing about all this is that there is no hope or bright side to Dyne's arc. He was a good man with strong values that loved his family who was met with tragedy and misfortune every step of the way, and there is no real hope for him. He isn't able to see his family, he can't reintegrate into society, and he can't figure things out with Barrett. And he himself says this and is full of jealousy and bitterness and envy at the unfairness of it all. And Barrett is, for better or for worse, receptive to all of this punishment from Dyne, even more so than he was in Corel. And he is able to prostrate himself and open his heart and let flow the feelings that he'd been holding in for so long. He tells Dyne that Marlene is still alive, that he could bring him to her, that things can be whole again. But Dyne knows that he is too far gone and not fit for this world, that he is broken beyond repair. And so after raging in such a human way about how Barrett had stolen Marlene, he instead formally entrusts her to him before telling him to bear the weight. He then joins his beloved in the afterlife, becoming one with her in the planet in this one moment of true happiness right before the end. However, it is worth noting that there is a major contrast in tone and content here associated with his conclusion between the original and Rebirth. In the original, things are much more subdued and minimalistic. There is a deadened, cold silence and this howling wind that stifles the scene as Dyne jumps off of a cliff to his end, and it is incredibly gutting, with no salvation or last gasp, just a silent end to a tragic story. In Rebirth, they really pull on the emotions and heartstrings and instead send him off with a sacrifice, allowing him to fight off Shinra and do a bit of good in protecting Barrett right at the end of his life, giving him just a bit of salvation that seemed to elude him through this sacrifice. The intent here is very different and much more concerned with carrying the emotions, will, and legacy of Dyne into Barrett's character arc moving forward. In Remake, Barrett realizes that his rage at Shinra may have been self-indulgent and aimless, but he learns to channel it into something productive and protective. And his job now is to carry forward the wills of those who have fallen and keep going. For Myrna, Biggs, Wedge, Jesse, and now Dyne. He has to face his past sins, his grief, his regret, and accept it all and progress forward for the sake of his daughter, his friends, and his world. And that is the way to honor the memories of those he cared about. It's a fantastic sequence, and Dyne is such a well-presented, tragic, great minor character to offer such humanity and layers to Barrett, and to nail home the depravity of Shinra even further. I don't think that either version's take is inherently better than the other. They have very different aims, and it was done exceptionally well in the original and exceptionally well here. The original's brutal simplicity is so powerful and raw, but Rebirth's take was unbelievable too. Seeing him embrace Eleanor in the Lifestream was beyond words, because he really did deserve some semblance of peace before he died in spite of the darkness. And right at the end, he retains his humanity. While he states that he wouldn't be able to live like that, he is able to die like that. And that means something.
I missed you.
Like I said earlier, I do wish they allowed this scene to breathe a bit after concluding it to let the emotions fester, but it is what it is, and Shinra arrive immediately after Barrett's scream of grief to interrupt things. We take care of Palmer in a fight that some may have problems with due to the tonal whiplash, I don't mind at all personally, and Dio then arrives, having listened to the entire exchange via the bracelets. He apologizes to the party through his actions here as he defends them from the Turks to allow them to escape, and it's a great conclusion to a mini-arc for Dio that shows his true nature and honesty, how he regrets that he didn't trust them, and how flexible and open he is to being wrong. And he promises to give Dyne a proper burial, which I think is the best part. Dio has some gray nuance for sure in terms of his role in the story and in terms of the culture that he perpetuates, but he's overall a decent guy and as morally sound a person you could hope for given his position, and this is a really endearing end to his main part in the story. And to conclude things, Cloud offers some amazing support for Barrett, again showing that through his journey he has learned how to properly communicate his feelings in order to support those that he cares for. He gives Barrett back his arm and says that they're all there for him if he needs anything to help him shoulder this weight, to which Barrett repeats the phrase once more.
Well, we're here for you.
Help take the load off.
Cloud so honestly says that he means this with all his heart, and Barrett acknowledges this, and you can tell how much it means to him through his expressions, how he's able to smile at Cloud's words in spite of all that he's been through. He says one final goodbye, puts on his sunglasses and moves on, to wherever the adventure will take him, knowing that it'll be excruciatingly difficult, but that he has weights to carry, people to save, and a family to support him every step of the way. It's a wonderful scene that once again shows how far the two have come, and it also leads into Cait Sith sitting on Tifa's lap to drive the buggy to escape, which is the cutest thing ever. We have a pretty awesome escape sequence that ends with Barrett resolving to tell Marlene about who her first dad was, cutting to a final scene of Dyne holding her picture, which concludes this arc of the story. But before the chapter finishes, we get a quick glimpse at the inner workings of Cait Sith that I alluded to earlier, as we see a much more jovial Reeve editing wanted posters in order to falsify them while humming to himself, with a Cait Sith doll set up behind him to nail home what's really going on here. It's a pretty jarring change from his usual demeanor, and it's great to see Cait Sith's personality that we've been seeing reflected through the man himself a little bit. It's clear that being able to fight for a cause he believes in and being able to make a change has somewhat freed him and given him a new lease on life, and it's lovely. We also check in here with Rufus, who despite saying earlier that he had no need for Aerith, asks Sung about her status as he desires to see this promised land that she can apparently lead them to. And it's clear here how compensatory Rufus is. He yearns for this success. He needs to be more than his father to usurp his legacy. He needs to see with his eyes sights that are beyond what he dreamed of, likely due to a childhood that never allowed him to do so. But in the process, he goes against his ideals earlier and actually ends up aligning with his father's methods, unable to step out of his shadow. It's such a great dynamic. And right after this, the apparition and ghost of Glenn appears behind Rufus to mock and taunt him and his words, stating that Rufus is full of fear and childish motives fixated on his hatred for his father. And most of all, he calls him lonely. But what I love about this is that Rufus doesn't deny this. He accepts it and says that it's true, and that these elements are what makes him strong. He is strong because of his weaknesses. They are what thrust him forward. and that self-awareness is something I find very refreshing. It's a great scene that further deepens and efficiently characterizes Rufus while carrying forward the hook of Glenn, who appears out of thin air before encouraging Rufus to light the world ablaze. In retrospect, it seems really clear to me exactly what Sephiroth seems to be doing here by prodding Rufus in this way, but in the moment, it's hard to put that all together, so it's a cool hook for the rest of the plot. And for the last scene in Chapter 8, we once again check in with Zack and his search for Biggs. There isn't a huge amount to discuss in this one. We find Biggs in the end, but don't get to talk with him just yet, and that despairing, sad tone once again rears its head. It concludes with another great cliffhanger going forward, but there isn't a ton that happens here outside of a bit of plot progression. But I do find it interesting that this section mirrors the structure of Aerith's trial, going around Sector 5 and asking for people for help and turning up with nothing. That feeling of hopelessness being a common theme here to connect Zack and Aerith between both sequences. That aside, in terms of the plot progression, I really like the way that they rearrange events from the original game to keep the tone consistent and on point here in Rebirth, even despite the lack of breathing space for the emotional moments. In the original game, the party have to get back into the gold saucer and must win a chocobo race to do so, and I just don't think doing a silly minigame after the darkest and most trauma-inducing scene in the game up till that point is good prioritization, despite my admiration for the game's commitment to a dynamic tone. Like I said, I can see some having a problem similar to this with the silliness of the Palmer fight in Rebirth, but I found that the story essentially treats him as someone who is worth dismissing outright due to his nonsense. He isn't funny, and the story doesn't respect his gag and all around just kind of cringes at him, which for me kept the tone generally consistent and flowing well for the end of Chapter 8. But back with the original, after the races, Dio sends a letter to Cloud congratulating him after Dyne, and the party is released. He grants them an automobile to traverse the land, and then goes on to say that he's been hanging out with Sephiroth, and that since he seems to be pretty popular with kids Cloud's age, he recommends that Cloud go get his autograph and says that he was headed towards Gongaga. It's very minor, but I have trouble wrapping my head around the fact that they chose this as the way to point the player in the direction of where to go next. It's just unbelievably stupid. It makes sense that Sephiroth would want to continue to get Cloud to follow him, so he would have wanted to lay down some hints. But I really just have trouble picturing a Sephiroth Genova clone knocking back a cold one with Speedo Man. What instead happens in Rebirth is that the party are fresh out of leads, but Cait Sith recalls Barrett talking about a weapon in the Corel reactor, and points the crew to the nearest one in Gongaga. It isn't great, and it's a thin lead, but it makes a hell of a lot more sense than what the original had to me, and is definitely a whole lot less immersion-breaking. So, we make our way further south and towards the transition between the Corel and Gongaga regions as we enter one of my absolute favorite chapters in the game, which is saying something given how phenomenal these chapters are. There are some awesome and endearing interactions between the party members here, with incredibly swelling music as Cait joins formally and points the party towards the reactor in Gongaga, and at this moment I was kind of just struck with how emotionally captivating they were as a group, and how much I loved them and their interactions. This really is one of the best casts in a video game, so full of great presentation, dynamics, and great interactions all over the place with thematic impact everywhere. Anyways, geographical transitions are once more natural and organic, and we smoothly move from the barren wastelands into the much more Mako-rich, lush shores of Gongaga. Cloud's memories get jumbled as he mentions that the place feels familiar, clearly referring to Zack's origins, and Aerith looks on curiously as he does so, understanding what's going on with him at some level and showing concern, but the journey goes on. Now, it's a pretty tough competition given how amazing this game's setting is realized, but in terms of pure aesthetics, atmosphere, and vibes, I think the Gongaga region would be my favorite. We've spent dozens and dozens of hours in desolate, arid landscapes, and these places are beautiful and bursting with life, but not in terms of ecology and aesthetics. Basically, there's been very little green, not much life due to the Mako in these lands being monopolized. However, Gongaga completely turns that on its head with its bountiful, lush, Mako-rich jungles bursting with life. It's stunning, and it's a whole new world. Even in comparison to the beautiful grasslands and the greener parts of Junon, this is on a whole other level. Having been settled by descendants of the Cetra, this place is wild, unruly, and truly free, with rushing water and bountiful, verdant greens everywhere, rich in vegetables and fruit to stimulate a thriving economy within itself, able to support all manner of wildlife, and overgrown with gigantic trees, vines, and mushrooms that the local chocobos use for transport. There is verticality everywhere, and it is legitimately difficult to navigate at times, but while some may consider that a pain and a problem, for me it was truly refreshing to have such a different type of region to get lost in, and it did wonders for keeping things fresh. Similar to the spiritual and aesthetic contrast achieved by Aerith's house in the middle of Midgar, Gongaga is something of an oasis in the way that it contrasts everything so far with its sheer, boundless life. There is such vitality here, so beautiful that it just cannot be tamed, and that's reflected by how unruly it can be to navigate. And the music here is like a celebration of that vitality, tying into the primitive wilderness of the place, but also just being this beautiful chorus. I tend to really love jungles and forests of this nature in games. Xenoblade's Machna Forest is a favorite video game location of mine, for example, but the contrast aesthetically, geographically, and most importantly, narratively, makes the Gongaga region unique and an absolute joy to get lost in, specifically in the context of this story and world. And that isn't even speaking about the best part of it, Gongaga Village, the heart and soul of the region full of peace, serenity, emotions, and culture. As we enter the outskirts of the village, the party find themselves enamored with the Gongaga mushrooms as Kate sort of acts as the tour guide for the group, a job he very much seems to enjoy. We are very quickly met with an ensemble of weapons as the townsfolk regard what they view as suspicious outsiders with fear and apprehension. But upon learning that we are here simply to study the reactor and that we mean no harm, they're waved off by their coalition captain, Cisne. What an absolutely wonderful surprise it was to see that Cisne had become the chief of sorts for this town. After having worked for Shinra in the past and learning firsthand the pain that the citizens of Gongaga had experienced, she decided to leave the Turks to become a part of this beautiful community and oversee and lead the relief effort by acting as leader to the youth of the village. While Zack is an ever-present influence in this story, there is so much added to him that he doesn't really feel solely like the representation of Crisis Core that he might have been if they went in a different direction. But Cisne here really adds that Crisis Core spirit and continuity, someone who has been irrevocably affected by her experiences throughout that story and with Zack, and someone who, as a result of them, chose to become a part of this quiet village at peace with the planet, which is something of an allusion to one of the main themes here. So the decision to integrate the best elements of Crisis Core with Gongaga here was a stroke of genius. And when the Under the Apple Tree melody started playing upon her introduction, my jaw absolutely dropped. It's one of the best examples of how this game pays homage and integrates with other elements of the Final Fantasy VII compilation with the perfect approach. Not shoehorning stuff in artificially, but celebrating it in places where it's contextually and spiritually relevant. I love this scene, and all that it does for setting the tone and establishing this nostalgia, and it's a great introduction to Gongaga. And Cisne mistaking Cloud for Zack initially was a really nice and heartbreaking touch. We make our way over to this hill at the edge of town, which is the site of burial and remembrance for those that perished in the reactor failure from 3 years prior. And I think the game does a great bit of establishment by having Cisne ask that the party pay their respects and understand the culture here before continuing forward. Clearly, Gongaga is a place of peace, serenity, respect for life, and remembrance, full of love and togetherness with one another, with those who have passed, and with the planet. And it is a place of resilience too, as the people within it were able to rise up from the tragedy to continue living their lives honestly. Also, there's a nice touch here as Yuffie comes to grips with what it means to formally pay her respects and then asks for an explanation about all the graves, and it leads to a great line from Barrett.
This was the company's way of trying to make amends.
I'm surprised they even made the effort.
And thanks to the hard work of our people, Gongaga rose from the ashes, right?
That's nice and all, but one memorial doesn't buy absolution.
As Barrett says, it is interesting that Shinra bothered to make the effort to build this memorial at all, and part of me wonders if Reeve had something to do with that given Kate's familiarity and respect for the place and how his contrast to the rest of those at Shinra who would make decisions like this correlates to how contrasting this tribute is to the rest of Shinra's actions. But either way, Barrett is right. Memorial does not indeed buy absolution. After this, we're given license to explore the village, and everyone goes on their own separate ways as tends to be the case with new towns, but with Aerith notably seeming distracted. Cait Sith draws attention to that, once again showing his heart and emotional intuition, and again I really just adore the simple love and respect he seems to have for this place, as he just takes everything in from his perch at the top of Memorial Hill. As Reeve is someone who clearly values the sanctity of life and resents all that Shinra stand for, it makes sense that he would love a place like this, and so he simply sits up top and takes it all in. And honestly, the more I write this, the more I'm convincing myself that he had something to do with this hill that he sits on being built. It really fits for me. Now, in terms of the town itself, it is a beautiful marvel, as one would expect. The music is this wonderful, earthy melody full of joy and life, and it seems to just encourage you forward as you explore every inch of the place and take in its culture and atmosphere. From the mushrooms hanging around and being harvested everywhere, to the bridges connecting the disparate natural parts of the town, to the little docks along the river. This place was clearly formed with no desire whatsoever to interrupt the natural landscape, and to instead preserve that and live within it. And it's beautiful. There is a dog that carries and delivers produce from the local farmer to town. There are farms within and animals that travel throughout. There is a cozy little bar where people unwind and joyous music plays in the streets. In Gongaga, life goes by slowly, but every day is full of vibrancy and peace and oneness with the planet, and I can't stress enough how wonderful it was to immerse myself here. This is without doubt one of my favorite video game towns and my second favorite in this game, and chatting with the party only enhances this. I already mentioned Kate's role, but we have Nanaki who tests us on our knowledge of the local fungi by the memorial. Barrett's parked by the tavern, reflecting on the local economy and wondering how he and Marlene would live in similar conditions, what type of food they'd grow, and actually offering insight into the fact that Jessie was trying to concoct a makeshift love potion for Cloud when thinking of ingredients for pizza in Remake. I'd imagine she was probably just joking. Tifa is likewise thinking about food while examining some mushrooms, wondering what she'd cook in a simpler time, similar to her thought process in Costa del Sol. And Yuffie? Yuffie provides us with one of my favorite interactions in the entire game, as she sings her boredom song to the tune of her theme.
I am so bored right out of my brain.
This really is the most charming game in the world, and if you didn't encourage her to do an encore, then you have no soul, by the way. But the most critical narrative interaction that occurs here is the one with Aerith, who had left earlier seeming preoccupied. We see that, as we might have expected, she beelined for Zack's parents, having seen a connection to the man she loved and having been understandably unable to stop herself from pursuing it. The two parents welcome Cloud in and realize that he's a soldier, and obviously immediately ask him if he knows Zack. But as has been the case this entire time, he finds himself attacked by memory lapses, headaches, and Genova flashes, and states that he doesn't know him, with Aerith looking on curiously in the background. Though this time around he does pause at the name a little bit, contemplating it more than he's done in the past. They say sorry, and also apologize to Aerith for imposing, and asking her as well due to hoping that she was the girl he'd gush about all the time. Aerith responds that she's sure she wasn't the only girl in his life, and they end off in a hopeful tone, saying that no news is good news, but that they do hope to hear from him someday. They offer dinner to Cloud and Aerith, who politely refuse, and then say goodbye. It's a brief exchange, but it's also full of heartbreak, both with the fact that these two sweet parents are clearly worried sick and hoping for the best about a boy who in this reality has died and won't be coming home, and also because Aerith seems to believe that Zack had forgotten about her and found someone else, which isn't true in the slightest, as Zack only had eyes for her. It's an awfully sad scene, and Aerith once again finds herself being self-critical for jumping at the chance to find out more about her love in the place where he grew up. But Cloud says the comforting truth here, that Zack's parents really didn't mind bringing up old memories and feelings about him, and were likely glad to connect with someone who knew him. I truly agree with Cloud and believe that they didn't really mind, but Aerith is dead set on saying that she's selfish here, which solidifies that this is a situation for which there is no answer that magically makes everyone happy. And I love that. It's human and raw and real, and how could any combination of words possibly make Aerith feel good in this moment? Aerith goes on to say that there's a decent chance that she still has feelings for Zack even now after Cloud asks her. Tifa then joins in, Cloud says something incredibly insensitive about Zack with purely good intent, and then once again he gets a headache. And as Cloud is walking away, Aerith confirms to Tifa that he definitely doesn't remember Zack, in addition to all the other things about his memory that don't seem to make sense. Through this, we can see that the two women have been subtly testing the waters of Cloud's memories together, trying to figure out what's going on with him. And I do wonder if the nature of their conversations will be revealed further in Part 3. After Cloud takes a nap, we hear a strangely sad roar, what Bugenhagen refers to as a sorrowful dirge a bit later in the game, coming from the reactor. The group surmises that it's likely a weapon, and after hearing from Cisne that she's seen whispers in the area despite the group having apparently gotten rid of them, Barrett, Cloud, Kate, and Nanaki go to investigate. Because not only is this a solid lead for Sephiroth now, but this completely turns the plot of this game on its head. We were supposed to have defeated the Arbiter of Fate and gotten rid of the Whispers, but now there seem to be more, and that is more than enough to pique our party's interest. We arrive at the reactor and see something beautiful and so characteristic of both Gongaga and the planet, that even after the reactor malfunction, life is thriving in and around the area in spite of it all. The planet will always find a way to fight back and persist, and this is an encapsulation of that. After making our way into the center of the reactor, we find a veritable hurricane of whispers congregating around a lake of Mako that the planet has pumped into the reactor. A neat touch is that Barrett states that the planet fighting back against the reactor means that they were doing the right thing by taking out reactors earlier, and Kate Sith says that he wouldn't go that far. It's a nice little detail, as we know that Reeve is very much against the bombings, and Barrett will grasp for any straw to make their deeds feel more palatable internally. Cloud starts freaking out a little due to the excess Mako in the environment, which is a precursor to him completely losing it a bit later, and Shinra arrive to confront the party in the form of Scarlet, who releases a bunch of enemies for us to fight while she tries to procure the Magnus Materia. After defeating them, Cloud again finds himself feeling sick due to the Mako fumes, and Sephiroth takes advantage of this by speaking to Cloud and manipulating him through the Whispers, which tells us that they belong to him now and that he wields them to carry out actions contributing to a new fate, perhaps his ideal fate. And with all this seemingly established, it seems that we will ultimately have to defeat Fate again. But this time it's what I refer to as Sephiroth's new, detrimental, artificial fate as opposed to the natural fate that the themes of the game champion. In a really awesome and cinematic shift in perspective, we cut back to the girls in Gongaga, who realize that if Shinra is here, they need to get back to the reactor to provide support for the rest of the party. They take the chocobos and fight their way to the core to see what's happening, but realize that things are precarious with the Whispers running amok and Cloud struggling immensely. And then they face off personally with Scarlet in her Crimson Mare Mark II. It's a great narrative decision to fight Scarlet in this moment, firstly because it brings to a head all of the malevolent build-up that she's gotten through the past couple of chapters, secondly because it makes the fight extremely personal for Yuffie, and third because it establishes a personal rivalry between her and Tifa, which is extremely notable for something that'll happen in Part 3. After defeating her, Tifa gets separated from Aerith and Yuffie, but nonetheless continues to pursue Scarlet to stop her from hurting the weapon, and Cloud fights through his delirium to try to rescue her, his care for Tifa overpowering every other emotion or feeling he has at this point. However, we immediately see that despite his good intent, and despite how necessary he may have been in this instance, he is not in a properly functioning state. Fighting through the Whispers, he continues to see visions of Sephiroth telling him to let his righteous anger guide him. And in spite of how he fights back against these words, he slowly but surely takes them in, and allows them to guide his actions and empower him on his way to Tifa. It is total pandemonium at this point. Cloud brute forcing his way through, darkened and punished, but determined nonetheless and not quite aware that he's losing sight of himself. Sephiroth taunting, Tifa ailing, whispers everywhere, the party helpless to do anything but look on. And this leads into one of my favorite sequences in the entire Retrilogy so far. Cloud is faced with a horde of Shinra troops, staggering and pelted with illusions, until suddenly something snaps in him, and he begins embodying Sephiroth to a T. The pre-battle pose, the ease with which he mows down the soldiers, the easy, confident smirk of superiority he shows when dodging the bullets. Cloud is Sephiroth in this moment, and it is bone-chilling. Scarlet gets the hell out of dodge and Cloud continues his rampage, leading into one of the most powerful shots in the entire game for me. Cloud's face splashed with the blood of the soldiers he cruelly dispatches, an encapsulation of his internal tug-of-war with light and dark, and indicative of the fact that in this moment, the darkness is winning. It is a representation of his psychological state throughout the latter half and especially the climax of Rebirth heading into Part 3, just about held together by lies, a display of his continuous, seemingly futile struggle with the Genova cells within him to resist Sephiroth's tantalizing pull towards the reunion. Upon seeing this, Tifa screams for him to stop, but here is where the seeds planted throughout the game so far from Sephiroth to Cloud about how Genova cloaks herself in the forms of people he loves plays a part. Overwhelmed by Sephiroth's presence, full of artificial distrust about the idea that this is the real Tifa, not trusting his eyes and calling back to the line that he said earlier in the game, that he's no fool. But this time, he is fooled. And heartbreakingly, he slashes his sword at Tifa, causing her to fall into the lake of Mako below in another shot-for-shot reenactment of an earlier Sephiroth scene. Tifa tries to swim her way over to the party but is consumed by the weapon, and Cloud snaps out of everything far too late as he chastises himself for his weakness and foolishness, screaming Tifa's name with all his heart. It's all such a stunning, dramatic, and emotional set piece, but one of the most chilling things about this whole sequence is the split-second shot of Sephiroth looking at Tifa with taunting eyes, in the process of achieving a vital step of his plan. However, as wonderful as all of that was, this next bit that it leads into is the best part of Chapter 9. Shocking and awe-inspiring and jaw-dropping due to how unexpected it is, but also due to the sheer amount of quality put into the execution. We awaken deep in a lake bed clearly far too big to fit inside the reactor, and it immediately seems that we are seeing things from the point of view of the weapon as they swim throughout, while hearing Tifa's thoughts, making it clear that she is within and part of the weapon in this moment, and the music here immediately became one of my favorite pieces from Final Fantasy overall. This sort of aquatic, abstract, dreamy version of Tifa's theme, so incredibly ethereal and transportive. Within the sanctity of the Lifestream, despite the insanity up top and throughout the world, everything here is beautiful. Everything feels at peace, and yet sad at the same time. Tifa works her way through, hearing memories and voices from her past. Her mother, her father, her childhood friends that she used to play with, and then we see her in something akin to the fetal position, confirming that she is inside a weapon and alongside another one. But the most notable thing here is that they are flanked by whispers, startlingly white whispers that act with them, and seem to hold the same ambitions and motivations as the weapons, which we know are protecting the planet. So these whispers functionally seem to be quite similar in ways to the original whispers from Remake, although this time they are imbued with a color design reminiscent of Holy and as a result, of Aerith to me. I personally think that these are the whispers that Omni Aerith has wielded via the Lifestream that conduct events to oppose Sephiroth and help protect the planet and her friends, to sort of correct the mistake made in Remake of defying this natural fate due to Sephiroth's machinations. The white whispers are both fate and the will of the planet, because the OG timeline is beneficial for the planet. Though again, I do want to start using the terminology of natural fate, because there's a significant difference between the natural course of events reflecting the original game and the inevitable, organic cycles of life and death and rebirth, and the sort of artificial fate that Sephiroth perpetuates for his own ends. And the White Whispers are arbiters of natural fate, which I feel must be preserved in spite of what the party were manipulated to do in Remake. These White Whispers save Tifa here. They fight back. They represent the soul of the original story that defeated Sephiroth, and they will continue to do so, perhaps spurred on by Aerith's will. But more on this train of thought later. The point is, as we see throughout this scene, the White Holy-esque Whispers side with the weapons and planet and combat the Black Whispers, which seem to be wielded by Sephiroth and adhere to events that he wants to happen. I see this as many things. An allegory for Aerith and Sephiroth's deific chess match, despair versus hope, life versus stagnation, infinite versus natural, light versus dark. But however you view it, it is a revelation for the game's lore, and Tifa witnesses all of it. But then, we reach a place where memories and subconscious emotions are given form, a place completely reminiscent of Cloud's mindscape that Tifa helps him out of in the original game, far later in the plot. But this time, this is Tifa's mind that we're putting together, and it is composed of 3 memories. The first is one from her childhood right after her mom died, where stricken by grief, she decided to cross the mountain to find her due to believing through necessity that she wasn't completely gone. She goes with some friends, and Cloud watches on, wanting to follow but unsure. She calls out to him, but ultimately continues forward, and Cloud follows. As she wonders if she's dying, we reach the second memory, on a bridge between 2 mountains, as Cloud pleads with Tifa not to go, that her mother isn't coming back, and that she'll only endanger herself. And lastly, we find a memory that we've seen before, the promise made from Cloud to Tifa that he'd come and rescue her after becoming a soldier, a promise that he kept and that he strives to keep every time he's with her. These 3 memories together coalesce to show one specific thing. That while that promise was made for Cloud to protect and rescue Tifa from that point onwards, he had always been doing that. She just didn't see it.
Cloud, is this... am I dying?
The journey then turns from personal into grand, as the weapon and White Whispers take on the Black Whispers and Sephiroth, clashing in this realm of abstract life and dreams. And in seeing that his plan to dispose of Tifa has not succeeded, Sephiroth takes things into his own hands and attempts to impale her through the weapon. He just misses, then slices through the weapon's main body instead, mortally wounding it and leaving Tifa in trouble. But I find it notable that here is the only time I can think of at this point in the Retrilogy where Sephiroth isn't his usual graceful, effortless, elegant self in combat. In combat specifically, because there are 2 other instances outside of combat where he gets rattled that I'll discuss later. But he is notably a little bit upset here and has to put extra force into destroying the weapon, showing simultaneously how strong the weapons are, how vital it is for him to get rid of Tifa, and how his inability to do so is so aggravating that it's caused a little bit of a wrinkle in his psychology here. But after Tifa is left on the brink of death, memories of people close to her who have supported her come flooding in, urging her to get up and fight to live and protect the planet and those she loves. We have Zongon, Dr. Shira, Aerith, and Barrett, all here to offer words of love and support and help her push forward. One thing of note is that there's a small detail and discrepancy shown when everyone reaches their hand out to Tifa. As in this scene, all of their hands and arms are shown, but not their faces, except for Aerith. And I surmise that this is because this is Omni-Aerith, actually present to help her up, and not just a manifestation or memory or hope or dream or projection. We'll get into that. And another really interesting element of this scene is that there's a notable absence here. Cloud, who would no doubt be there for Tifa were he able, but is just, in his current state, not able. And perhaps he is also not present due to this being a reflection of Tifa's mind. As in, maybe I need to stop being saved by Cloud. Maybe it's my turn to save him. This is further expanded upon when we see that Cloud's role in this realm is to devastatingly walk away from Tifa and towards Sephiroth, as she feels like he's been doing metaphorically this entire time. Having failed in his task to kill Tifa, Sephiroth instead taunts her, saying that her words cannot reach Cloud now, and she screams out in despair for Sephiroth to not take Cloud too, on top of all that he's already taken from her, which steals her resolve for the path forward. To the party's shock and relief, the weapon appears on the shore of the Mako Lake and returns Tifa to them, and Tifa musters just enough strength to wish them luck. Essentially, what I think happened here is that Sephiroth needs Tifa to die and be separated from Cloud. Even more so in this story than the original, Sephiroth needs Cloud to break mentally. For reasons that I'll explain later, it's very likely that Cloud breaking is the very core of Sephiroth's new plan, and that his immense despair is what he needs to succeed, wield the Lifestream to his will, and take control of and stagnate the very flow of life in the planet, which will allow him to persist no matter what as a monument of pain and vengeance for eternity. However, Sephiroth, like Aerith, has knowledge of events in the original Fate, and as a result knows that Tifa is the reason that Cloud puts himself together and is able to recover who he is, which leads to Sephiroth's demise. As such, he consistently tries to throw a wedge between Cloud and Tifa, making him distrust her, manipulating him into thinking that it isn't the real her, and ultimately trying to dispose of her, because Tifa is the one person that rescues Cloud from the brink when he was about to be lost forever, and Sephiroth needs Cloud to be lost forever, so he needs Tifa gone. As I alluded to earlier, that is why I believe this Lifestream sequence happens here for Tifa rather than later when it does for Cloud, because Sephiroth wants to nip it in the bud as soon as possible so he can allow his plan to run as smoothly as possible. And so when this fails, he has to double back. It's a fantastic way to bring forth a brilliant Retrilogy exclusive scene that so beautifully deepens and fleshes out Tifa and her relationship with Cloud, and it uses plot-specific details to do so in order to feel natural and not tacked on. A little later, we cut to Cisne's place, where Tifa is recovering in bed and Cloud is at her side, beside himself with worry. His response to her waking up is interesting. He wants to be there by her side to support her however he can and will her to wake up, but once she does, ridden with guilt at what he did, he tries to run away and get the others, likely due to a mix of shame and not wanting Tifa to feel unsafe. But Tifa invites him to stay and recalls an old tale that the parents in Nibelheim told their kids to prevent them from venturing into the dangerous reaches of the mountains. That when someone dies, their spirit crosses Mount Nibel. This was something done as a preventative measure to stop kids from straying too far, but upon the death of Tifa's mother, she was so overwhelmed with the desire to see her again that she took the tale literally and tried to find her mom in the mountains. She couldn't believe that she was gone, and so she tried to get her back. This is another allusion to one of the main themes here. Death is permanent, and it does not discriminate, and as painful as it is when someone is taken from us, that is it. They're gone, and they cannot come back. But their spirit, their memories, and their legacy will stay with us, and they'll enter the natural flow of things and become a part of the planet once more. Gone from our lives, but not truly gone. This theme of life, death, and rebirth is key to Final Fantasy VII, and the developers know this and imbue the story with it at every opportunity. And on a related note, considering their intent to not betray the spirit of the story, I believe this in itself is an answer to the ultimate question of Aerith's fate. But now's not the time. Anyways, back to Tifa. She ventured forth, ended up falling down the mountain, hit her head, and lost her memories of the account, and the kids that were with her lied and said that Cloud egged her on and pushed her to do it, when in fact the opposite was true. He told her not to go, and when her friends abandoned her, he pursued her to try to help. And a lovely little detail is the body language and expressiveness and heartbreak shown through Cloud as he realizes that the kids lied to Tifa about him. You can almost see the little boy peeking through in a way that we rarely ever see.
I only knew what the others told me. Didn't even occur to me to question them.
What'd they tell you?
It's a great and heartbreaking little detail that helps illustrate part of why I think she's hesitant to bring up some of these memory discrepancies to Cloud, because she has trouble trusting her own memories given how events occurred and how her perception was skewed by hearsay that she was forced to trust but didn't remember firsthand. But now, Tifa ensures him that she knows the truth, that he never left her, that he was always there for her and supported her no matter what. And she says the most beautiful thing she could have said here. She calls him a hero. The hero he promised to be when he left. The hero he always was to her, and was in the Nibelheim incident as well, despite being too clouded by shame to see it. Cloud isn't receptive though, and understandably says that he can't be a hero given what he just did to her. He talks about how his memories are so scattered and confused, how he doesn't even know who he is, how he thinks he's suffering from Mako degradation, and how this terrifies him. And while this has been clear, it's so sad to see this poor boy finally say all this, struggling with all of this while actively somehow trying to protect his loved ones and save the world. It is too much for him to carry, and the burden of it all makes him shrink before our eyes. But Tifa, in determination, tells him that it won't happen to him at all, and that now it's her turn to save him. And in this moment, it really dawned on me just how monumental this was for Tifa as a character. She has seen the conflict here between the planet and Sephiroth, and how desperately important it is to protect this place. This now offers Tifa a personal reason to want to defend the planet outside of it being home and where her friends and family reside. She now has an intimate, unique connection to it. Having immersed herself in the beauty and wonder of the Lifestream, having felt the organic marvel of the cycle, she cannot let that natural miracle be cut short at the hands of something so heinous. And so that adds more to her character, this connection with the planet that we never had in the original, and it gives her more perspective and dimensions. However, as is always the case with Tifa, first and foremost to her is her relationships with those she loves. And so above all, what she focuses on in the aftermath of all this are the revelations imparted to her by her journey through her memories, and specifically what they meant for Cloud. These are defining memories for Tifa that, when put together, help her clear up her mind and understand what her relationship with Cloud really is. Cloud feels just beyond her reach and has been drifting away since Remake, with the distance between the two seeming insurmountable. And now more than ever before, she wants to hold him close and bridge that gap to reinforce this special bond. She knows that he's liable to break down at any moment, that his memories are all over the place, and that he is even capable of attacking her or anyone else. And yet, despite that, for better or worse, with this clarity and knowledge, she resolves that she will be there for him no matter what, as he has always been for her. She doesn't know exactly when to share the truth of his past to him, but she will when the time is right, and she will support him through that no matter what. And I think she realizes here that she properly, wholly loves him. She can now relate to him to an extent, having been manipulated and misled and having false memories, and though the scale of this is totally different to Cloud, it's something she can relate with while also giving context to her internal struggles. I just think it's a lovely touch how she wants to be there for Cloud now more than ever, in spite of the risks and the problems, because of how he never stopped being there for her in the past. He separated himself, isolated himself, and yet he always tried and was always there for her. And she didn't see it then, but she sees it now. And she'll be there for him, come what may. And he'll definitely need that from her. It's all a masterful sequence that does justice to Tifa's character while elevating her to heights we've never seen. And while it initially may seem like a pure character piece, I think it'll be essential to the plot going forward. I mentioned that shot of Sephiroth in the midst of the conflict was one of hubris and triumph, believing that he was about to achieve an important step of his plan. But what's key is that due to Tifa's experience in the Lifestream and her renewed strength of will, he doesn't achieve it. He almost does, and Tifa almost dies, and that would have been a gigantic blow that could have led to Sephiroth's victory. But in the end, in spite of it all, bonds and connections overpowered it. Sephiroth's plan is still on course, but he was prevented from a huge step to a definitive win here, and that is vital for maintaining just enough hope and belief that this can be done. Bonds and connections, as always, are the antithesis and counterattack against Sephiroth, and as we'll discuss later, this isn't the only time in the game where something like this happens. After this fervent declaration from Tifa, her and Cloud share an intimate moment and almost kiss, if not for the muffled urges from Yuffie and Kate that they hear through the door in an adorable detail that lightens the mood and brings things back to Earth. But there is a bit of a sad look from Aerith, who mouths something to Tifa that I interpret as encouragement and reassurance, which is so lovely to see and another allusion to some talks that they may have had in the background. The party then talk about all that they've learned through this ordeal, amidst some very genuine preaching from Barrett reminiscent of some of his Avalanche platitudes, but with a bit more substance than usual due to the context. And then they decide that they need to learn more about this battle for the planet, which prompts Nanaki to jump up and suggest visiting his home of Cosmo Canyon. The party unanimously decide that that will be the next stop on their journey, and depart Gongaga to reach the airstrip that'll take them to the canyon. There are some absolutely adorable interactions between Yuffie and Aerith as they signal for a plane to take them, and then we are acquainted through some wonderful music with one of the iconic party members from the original, Sid Highwind. Now, I have a strange relationship with Sid. I find that he's a really interesting concept for a character and arc, but thought that his genuinely abusive relationship wasn't properly handled and ultimately thought that perhaps due to the translation, he wasn't treated with as much nuance and honesty as a character like him should have been. He's a consistently angry character, another one scarred by the past, who lashes out in multiple ways due to the grief of a lost dream taken from him by Shinra, and a big part of his story involves rediscovering that dream and himself through common cause with the party. Like I said, it's a great concept, and one that I think a proper localization and voice performance could smooth over the rough edges for, and I was really looking forward to seeing how Rebirth approached his story. However, as I mentioned earlier, for the sake of the pacing, flow, and focus of the narrative, Sid's character and backstory are not delved into at all, and that is saved for part 3, and he is instead a sort of helper who transports us all over the place come party member by the end. His role is much more Nanaki at the end of Remake than anything else, so instead of the deep characterization that we'll get in part 3, here we just get glimpses, and I'm quite happy with those glimpses. He's notably a lot less angry and more traditionally gentlemanly than we've come to know, but I do think that a lot of that is due to him not having to confront his past much in this game. And as Maximilian Dude puts it, this is very much an on-the-job Sid, and I do think that we'll get the rougher edges later. I hope so, at least. While I don't think that the original hits the mark, it's not like I want that aspect of his character to be gone at all, and I hope it's there in full force, just with some added richness and nuance. But overall, in Rebirth, he's a nice addition, and I really like how he's approached, assuming that they won't be afraid to make him a bit rougher down the line. He has this immense pride in his skills as a pilot and fits into the group dynamic like a glove. He strikes up this connection with Aerith through having known her mother and being genuinely moved about her death, and certain parts of his arc draw parallels with Barrett, which adds even more dynamics into the cavalcade that the party has. He has some really nice moments of comedy, heart, and camaraderie from this point on, and generally he's a very additive presence that I enjoyed. Right before ending Chapter 9, however, we cut to a small but devastating scene between Hojo and Roche, who has appeared to have volunteered to be a test subject for a brand of experimentation for Hojo meant to turn him into a super soldier on the next level. It appears to be an implementation of S-cells, and Hojo appears to allude to that through saying that this process used to take years, but now only takes hours. I'll withhold my thoughts on what this means for Roche and the thematics of the story for a bit later, but what's key to point out is that he has volunteered to take a step up in strength in exchange for what seems like the inevitability of his body breaking down. And this is an incredibly powerful, meaningful, and resonant direction for the story to take Roche's character. But again, I'll keep my thoughts to myself for now. Back with the party, we depart the lush jungles of Gongaga and arrive in the brilliant red mountains and beautifully clear skies of Cosmo Canyon, kicking off another one of my absolute favorite chapters in the game, Chapter 10. I find it very interesting to compare and contrast and sort of foil Cosmo Canyon as a region thematically with what we just experienced in Gongaga. Outwardly, they're entirely opposites. Gongaga is a thriving, wild, tropical jungle full of flowing water and trees and fully capable of supporting all manner of life. And Cosmo Canyon is an incredibly dry, well, canyon and mountain range essentially devoid of any plant life. Crops can't really be grown, there is rarely any rainfall, and even just the colors of the two places show an immediate contrast. And yet, Both of these regions share a core similarity in that they are intimately connected with the planet and Lifestream. Gongaga looks the way it does due to being rich in Mako, perhaps as a result of being settled by descendants of the ancients, and as a result being able to support all manner of diverse and rich life. And comparatively, as said by the game's geographic intel, Cosmo Canyon is this uneven, giant mountainous range wherein the rock faces, valleys, and caverns were naturally formed by the shifting of this red clay surface caused by the rampant Lifestream below, leading to the unusual formations we see. The outcome is very different, but in both cases, the geography and topography of the region are the most entropic, natural results of the Lifestream just doing its thing, and people learn to live in harmony with the result. And while Cosmo Canyon may not be rich in plant life and water like Gongaga is, it is in tune with the planet in another way. The lack of rainfall allows for clear skies and an ability to observe and study celestial bodies associated with the planet, which makes Cosmo Canyon an extremely popular destination for those interested in planetology and connecting and being at one with the planet. There is said to be a mystical air about the place, especially at night, and you can really feel it throughout this chapter. The people here are at one with the planet spiritually and interact with it every day through their faith and practices, and the people in Gongaga have a similarly intimate connection with the planet, just in a more casual, naturalistic way. After landing here, Nanaki immediately takes point and resolves to lead everyone to his village of Cosmo Canyon proper. A difference I enjoy between Rebirth and the original is that in the original, the crew's buggy breaks down just outside Cosmo Canyon and they stumble into it coincidentally, but here they're fueled by a natural desire to know more about the world they live in and the plight of the planet, and more pertinently, by Nanaki's fervent yearning to return home. It's a nice touch. As we travel across the vast, expansive landscape of the region towards Cosmo Canyon, we see little bits of culture, little windmills, supplies, or signs indicating that the city is close, which is a cool little touch making the region feel culturally and spiritually cohesive, centered around the monumental settlement. And when we finally reach the place, oh boy. Jaw-dropping and awe-inspiring is a massive understatement to describe my feelings upon reaching this place. I had this game continuously surprise me in beautiful ways with its setting design and towns prior to this. First with the immersive details of Nibelheim, the welcoming yet vast Kalm, the understated and dualistic beauty of Under Junon, the wonder of Junon itself, the vibrant celebration of Costa del Sol, the gritty richness of North Corel and Corel Prison, the grandness of the Golden Saucer, the serenity and soul of Gongaga, and all the stunning locations in between. And yet, nothing was able to prepare me for how unbelievably they adapted Cosmo Canyon in every way. We first cross the bridge leading to the entrance to the city, prompting Nanaki to once again reveal his more youthful, exuberant voice to the guard posted here as he's welcomed back home. To Aerith's delight and Barrett's bewilderment. We see the work that Reeve has done in editing the wanted posters, to which Kate Sith responds proudly, and the music swells and ramps up into this grand apex as it shows us a glimpse of the scale of the town before dropping the main and familiar leitmotif we all know and love, prompting us to explore the place to our heart's content.
Welcome to the Sanctum of Planetology, Cosmo Canyon.
See that wanted poster? The pictures look nothing like us.
And explore it I did, harder than any other location in the game. Now, I adore Cosmo Canyon for everything it is, and it was the location from the original that I was most excited to see brought even more to life in Rebirth. It captures the appeal and atmosphere of Final Fantasy VII like no other location does for me outside of Midgar. An awesome mixture of interesting setting lore, genuine cool factor through the great music and aesthetics, a vast amount of rooms and sections and things to do, and a spiritual connection with the planet, the cosmos, and fate itself. Cosmo Canyon is renowned not just for being home to Nanaki's tribe, but for being a site where people gather to gain insight and feel a connection with the planet, as I mentioned, primarily through Bugenhagen's observatory. It all integrated for the spiritual, melancholy, wondrous location in the original, but Rebirth somehow made it exponentially richer, more immersive, and more soulful. From the minute you begin exploring this place, it is filled with an integrative culture and identity that is strengthened more and more with each step you take. You have NPCs speaking about the upcoming festival, the state of the world, or just musing about their love for the planet. We have tour guides championing this sort of sentiment. We have meditation groups and classes throughout, and the environment is just littered with these little charms and details to show off this pride in their culture. Everywhere. There are bridges and houses built upon and around the natural rock formations and caves so as to not interfere with the natural landscape, and throughout it's made obvious that this place naturally does not use any Mako energy whatsoever, due to how it harms the planet they so love, and instead they use windmill energy for all their needs. The people here live at one with nature and get their food from local game meat, legumes, and whatever grains they can get their hands on, leading to this overall sense of oneness with nature and the planet. And while I got some of those details through the geographic intel, it is a marvel to learn all about this and more through the exploration of the city. Aesthetically and culturally, everything is so deeply embedded that it's insane. The passion for the natural cycles of life, as well as the health and will of the planet, is so fervent here that it's a little bit jarring at times, but what remains clear is that Sephiroth is a complete antithesis to Cosmo Canyon, and as a result, Cosmo Canyon is a celebration of life. However, that is only overall, not in every situation, because there are many that seem to contradict this within the town. The game does not state that everything that everyone says here is correct. In fact, there's a sort of dogmatic adherence shown here that feels incredibly rigid and antithetical. Barrett in particular goes through a sad little arc, where he starts out excited about meeting these apparently like-minded folks, only to be disheartened by their unwillingness to fight for the planet they so love due to this sort of fatalistic indolence. But nonetheless, positive or negative, there is a richness everywhere. You can go down to the clearing to see the build-up and preparation for the upcoming River of Lights festival. You can walk around and view the various stalls, tours, shops, and homes. You can learn about planetology just through taking all of this in. You can explore the magnificent cave hotel, the Sildra Inn, with a natural spring running throughout, complete with a piano, a bar, reception, untouched cavern rooms within, a choir singing a moving song from Advent children, and a section on a natural balcony so visitors can eat with a view. I adored exploring every nook and cranny of this inn, and I'd adore to stay somewhere like this myself one day. We get a brief interlude from exploring through a scene with Nanaki, who explains that he was to become a Watcher of the Veil like those before him, until he was captured by Shinra and Hojo. He says that he appreciates the journey with the party and their friendship, but that now is the time for him to return home. He will miss them, but this is his duty. Barrett is interesting throughout all of this, as he learns that the close bond the two struck up relatively quickly was founded partly on a deception. I get the feeling that he feels a little upset by Nanaki's supposed lack of trust in him, and that he wants to know the true Nanaki now more than ever, which is a great precursor to him joining in on the trial. But then Nanaki says something interesting here, that he deceived them because he wanted to be treated as an equal, not as a dog or a kid. Again showing this sort of parallel with Cloud, these two boys that act a certain way due to differing circumstances in order to be taken more seriously. And in addition, this section draws attention to how both of them, at their respective ages of young teenagers, aspired to be heroes to protect that which they cared for. It's a characteristic unique to just these two that allows them to have a specific way to relate to one another. At this point, Bugenhagen calls out to Nanaki, and Aerith encourages him to go. Aerith is very sweet throughout this section, supporting him every step of the way, and it's made clear without words that all of this was confided to Aerith from Nanaki off-screen. There's an understanding here that is clear. Just generally, this section does a great job in defining several character dynamics that Nanaki has with the party, and it's awesome. Tifa briefly wonders if this is goodbye for Nanaki, but Barrett brushes it off, perhaps showing a bit of denial, saying that they'll see him around the canyon and that this is a great opportunity to explore and learn more about this place and the planet. From here, we're given more license to explore the upper levels and to see the sights while discussing things with the party members. And what I love about this entire section is that after every sort of narrative pit stop, the day progresses more and more, and the music reflects that. We started our exploration with a bright sky at the peak of the afternoon, and the music was boisterous and impactful. But here the sun has fallen a little bit, and it's later afternoon, and the music is a lot more low-key and quiet to reflect that. Amidst even more tour guides, bars, shops, and awesome architecture, Kate Sith takes the opportunity to power down and nap. Barrett takes up residence in the bar and gushes about how these people totally get the importance of the planet Strife, unlike so many of the people he's talked to in the past, and Yuffie finds herself a little bored by the place and this planetology mumbo-jumbo, while disagreeing in a way that we'll discuss later. And one detail that I found quite impactful was that one NPC in the bar sort of mumbles to himself about how he regularly strains and tries to hear Professor Gast's voice in the planet's chorus. Like we discussed, Gast was a scientist in Shinra that predated the evil of Hollander and Hojo and instead purely pursued knowledge and wisdom for its own sake rather than for personal gain or dark deeds. It was for wisdom and scientific pursuit and understanding the beautiful world that he inhabited. However, as we discussed earlier, his methodology was highly flawed, as his misunderstandings and lack of bigger picture thinking did lead to the immense corruption and immorality that we see now. And he was largely responsible for a lot of the experiments that caused such pain for soldiers like Sephiroth. This realization caused him to abandon his post at Shinra in favor of pursuing genuine knowledge through connection without any need for ruining any lives. He has since passed away, and Shinra's science department currently don't resemble his original ideals in any way, yet do reflect his methodology in an unfortunately accurate inheritance of what he views as his great mistake. But his original will, sentiment, and intent is carried on and reflected through the spirit of Cosmo Canyon, even if they're more on the cosmic, spiritual, planetology side of it than the biological world that he explored. And this NPC dialogue is an awesome allusion to that. And of course, this specific resonance and tone surrounding Gast and his oneness with the planet is appropriate given that he is Aerith's father. But more on that in part 3's video. We follow Nanaki and make our way up to the highest peak of the canyon, Bugenhagen's observatory, and it is absolutely stunning. Clearly the site of the occasional tour or class, but quiet, peaceful, and at one with the planet, full of doodads, life, and an appreciation for the world with a view to match, with the wide expanse of the land before it breathtaking in its scale and splendor. We meet the brilliantly voiced Bugenhagen, who warmly thanks the party for taking care of Nanaki, and are given some allusions to Nanaki's fervent desire to prove himself and be this heroic defender of the Veil, unlike his father, who seems to be looked down on by Nanaki as some sort of disgrace who shirked his duties. Nanaki seems to be trying to compensate for the supposed sins of his father as this constant shame looms in his mind, similar in some ways to how Rufus views his father, come to think of it. Bugenhagen notably says nothing about Nanaki's remarks, and instead invites the party into his observatory after Nanaki announces his return to the rest of the village. And a lovely touch I like here is how well they sell just how much Nanaki is loved in Cosmo Canyon. From the affection shown to him in the introduction, to NPCs discussing him, to Bugenhagen's memories and concern for him, to his hologram from when he was a cub. Nanaki's indirectly characterized and fleshed out here, and it helps prop him up as not just a party member, but an extremely substantial character independent from his role in the current plot, like Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, Barrett, and Yuffie. And this begins a sequence that had me at a standstill, in a sort of trance that confirmed to me that not only was this extremely special, but that it had tapped into something that I had only experienced from a handful of other games. This connection that I make with a work that is so rare. The music changes once more into one of my favorite tracks in the game, maybe my favorite. This gorgeous, slow, calm, sad smile of a rendition of Cosmo Canyon's theme that I currently have playing. A lonely piano accented by weeping strings, and it accompanies us throughout our exploration of all of Bugenhagen's gadgets and gizmos. As Tifa and Aerith explore on their own, Cloud makes note of all the different devices in this beautiful observatory with such love put into the details, this sanctuary and celebration of life, enriched by commentary and explanations from Bugenhagen, one of which prompts the aforementioned extremely significant line in reference to a horrific cry heard from a device.
That's...
The planet crying out. A sorrowful dirge indeed. One I've heard all too often of late.
Describing the scream of the planet as it suffers like this to be a sorrowful dirge indeed is a sad, dark, and chilling, yet wonderful articulation of the current conflict, one that stuck with me since I heard it and has become one of my favorite video game quotes. As Tifa explains, it isn't actually the planet here crying out, but rather a weapon. Yet the sentiment remains the same. It is a lament, a cry, a fearful sound that indicates the sheer terror at the threat it is facing. And upon hearing of Tifa's pushback and desire to emphasize the planet's desperation, Bugenhagen decides to give the trio a lesson in basic planetology through a presentation in his planetarium, leading into one of the most important scenes in the story. In this audio-visual marvel, we learn a bunch of things in both the original and Rebirth. What planetology is and how it relates to life, a visual recap of the Lifestream concept, how Shinra diminished the spiritual energy of the planet through industry, and notably, that the planet seems destined to die soon. Whether it be tomorrow or 100 years from now. Despite this not yet being outright stated at this point in the original, it feels unavoidable that the planet's fate and Sephiroth are intertwined, so it's here where we first feel the scale of Sephiroth's goals told to us in a tangible, comprehensible way, and it's presented in a manner that states that it is nigh impossible to stop this. Bugenhagen himself says that he doubts that Cloud and the others will be able to save the planet, and so the complexion from this point on changes from "we have to stop Sephiroth" to a much darker and more fatalistic "Sephiroth may succeed in destroying the planet and we may already be doomed, but if there's even the tiniest of chances that we can stop this, we will fight for that chance." This is a bit different in the Retrilogy, as we've already been given quite a bit more focus on his plan and thus already sort of understand all this. But nonetheless, this scene carries the same sentiment and it's adapted well, though this time it is contextualized as Bugenhagen kind of trying to school Tifa a bit and show her why what she thinks and has seen about the planet is wrong. And what's interesting is that he is speaking the truth about the planet, but so is Tifa, as she is right to say that the weapons produced that sound. And as such, he is denying himself a more comprehensive understanding of the world due to his own arrogance. I think Bugenhagen is approached really interestingly in this game. Myself, and basically everyone else under the sun, believed that this would be the most logical moment to properly dive into the specifics of Retrilogy exclusive elements. Whatever the hell is going on with the multiple realities, Sephiroth's specific new plan, the things we theorize about ad nauseum, etc. Cosmo Canyon just felt like the place for answers, and this scene felt like the natural spot for them. However, not only do we not get those answers here, but Bugenhagen is actually even more ignorant to the true nature of the world than Tifa and the party are, and he is incredibly dismissive, condescending, and rude to Tifa when she suggests here that the weapons are stirring. This inflexibility and ignorance could have been a problem for me with the character, as it would have felt disloyal to the overall spirit of Cosmo Canyon as this wellspring of knowledge and wisdom and Bugenhagen as its personification. But to his credit, he corrects himself later and says that he was too prideful and arrogant to take in new and surprising info, which actually makes me wonder if his attitude is a bit of a meta-commentary on strict traditionalists' attitudes towards the Retrilogy. He further states this in a side quest later on when he learns more about the truth and when he urges Nanaki to journey on and learn more about what he cannot in his corner of the world. So this being portrayed as a character flaw that represents him and Cosmo Canyon not as all-knowing, but instead always learning, fits for me. He did, after all, allude to his own ignorance immediately after meeting him, and it all sort of comes around full circle. However, back in the sequence of these events, Bugenhagen implores Tifa, Aerith, and Cloud to seek understanding through attending a seminar, and he sets them off on their way. We descend back down and are once more greeted with that achingly beautiful Cosmo Canyon rendition and the most wondrous sunset you're ever likely to see, which only enhanced my trance state at this moment. We enter the seminar and see this stirring speech from Tifa, opening up about what she witnessed in the Lifestream and why she has such personal stakes in trying to save the planet from the threat it faces. It is an exquisite scene, beautifully articulated and acted. Tifa speaks of how the Lifestream was warm and beautiful, alluding to the feel of it, but also to the memories it uncovered, which she doesn't speak of here, I think. This whole experience adhered her to the planet, made her feel closer with it, helped her connect with it in a way that we've never seen before, rather than just wanting to protect it conceptually and for those she cares about. But then she goes on to speak of the threat it faces, the war between the planet and its enemies, how we need to fight back. Tifa wants to rise up against this threat for reasons more personal and intimate than the original game, but she is lost, and no one seems to know the answer.
We have to rise up, fight back, defend it from this terrible threat. Thing is, I don't know how to do any of that. And I hoped you might have the answer. I'm not criticizing planetology or anything, and I'm not trying to scare anybody either. I just... you know... Never mind. This is all coming out wrong.
A sad reality for Tifa is that she is plagued by communication gaps. With Cloud, with others compared to how she truly wants to live, and now here. She is speaking beautifully, but she is talking about an experience that no one else here had, and that the vast majority will never have, maybe until they die. And so, there is confusion. She speaks of a war and of enemies, but gives no specifics and has trouble articulating what she saw in a way that anyone can understand. And I really feel for her here, as it must be extremely lonely. She is nonetheless applauded for her attempts, and told to continue pursuing this and challenging her beliefs, but she is left wondering, worried, and withdrawing within herself. We make our way down to the River of Lights Festival, a yearly tradition during which the citizens of Cosmo Canyon pay tribute to loved ones who have passed, to the planet, and to the Lifestream, sending forth these sentiments through these wonderful lanterns that carry this soul into the beyond. It is an atmospheric marvel, quiet, but full of gratitude and soul and life, and this offers the chance to talk with the party. Cloud is able to comfort Tifa about her talk during the seminar, and encourage Barrett after he is left discouraged post-discussion with some rigid, close-minded planetology buffs uninterested in taking an active stand and instead ironically choosing to allow artificial fate to run its course. There is a beautiful little beat from Kate Sith, who really summarizes the beauty of how truly massive the universe really is, and there's a surprisingly revelatory bit of dialogue from Yuffie, who chooses not to believe in this idea of death and rebirth and the Lifestream, but instead in the concept of nothingness after death. That's that. She explains that that's why she lives every day like it's her last, and it's all integrative and makes sense. However, it makes me wonder if she'll change this ideology and if Part 3 will dwell on this idea applied to her, given her reaction to Aerith's death. Although she does think this much after Sonon died, so maybe it's set in stone. Though it would be interesting to see her reaction to clear evidence of this life after death, perhaps through feeling or seeing in some tangible way Aerith after her death in the future. I'm just spitballing, but I find this a really interesting little moment for Yuffie with potential to be developed. We're also able to talk with Nanaki a bit, who speaks glowingly of the pride he has for his departed mother, and the resentment he has for his father. And then we get to the beautiful core of this sequence, Aerith's moment. She has been given the opportunity to light the fire and speak at the center of this ceremony, and she takes this time to talk about being the last ancient and how much pure misery and suffering it has led to throughout her life. But after being encouraged by Cloud, she then talks about how as much as her blood has been a curse, it has also been a blessing, because it's led her to friends and loved ones that she would not have found otherwise. She says that in spite of all the suffering, it's been worth it for all the positives. She's okay, and she's happy. I don't have the words to say what this speech means for me, especially with the context of knowing what was to come. But more than anything, this is a demonstration of Aerith's pure strength. Like I said earlier, we are shown some rough edges and darkness to Aerith throughout Rebirth, and how despite being with this new loving family and fighting for the planet, she is still plagued with troubles. But despite everything, she is able to live with this passion and thirst for life, with a love for those around her and a desire to protect all of this. And in this way, her life has been a blessing. There has been pain, but the joy makes it all worth it. Her trauma does not control her, and her unrelenting conviction, perseverance, and determination to protect all that makes life worth living, due in large part to the things that have made her life worth living, is spectacular. And so she will make the most out of the life that she's been given, with a smile, just as always. This line and sentiment in particular echoing in resonance for the final scene of the game. I feel like during this speech, Aerith senses that her time is short, something that is further substantiated by what Nanaki says at the Golden Saucer later. But she resolves to do all that she can with the time that she has left, as a tribute to those who mean so much to her and the planet that has given her such a life. The lanterns are released and turn into this dazzling, beautiful green as they make their way into the Lifestream.
Pretty sappy, huh? Meant every word, though.
This entire sequence is beyond words to me, from the minute we step into Cosmo Canyon until the Moonlit Festival, with these wonderful visuals and the emotional, sweeping rendition of Aerith's theme swelling at the height of the emotions. And the sublime greatness continues after this without a doubt, but this moment is a sort of pivot point that epitomizes the thesis of Aerith and Final Fantasy VII, so I think it feeling like this culmination is appropriate. It is serene, it is mystical, it is emotional and cathartic, and it is this celebration of not just life, but existence and memories and moments and all that encapsulates it, including death. And this idea specifically is key to the thematic core of the story and the answer to Sephiroth's proclamation, but we'll get there when we get there. Exploring Cosmo Canyon was wonderful, but what elevates it beyond everything is the presentation and integration, giving it this serene and mystical tone through the audio visuals at all points of the day, the subject matter of this yearning for understanding of the planet and the desire to protect it, and then Aerith's speech and the entire atmosphere and resonance of the River of Lights. It all made this one of those unbelievable, transcendent video game sequences and locations that reflects the main idea and messages of the story in the most beautiful way possible. Kind of like how I felt upon first visiting Zeal in Chrono Trigger, or Skellige in The Witcher 3, or Aerith C in Xenoblade Chronicles. A moment of pure awe, a transportive sequence that moved me miles beyond words, had me transfixed, and ultimately led to me bawling my eyes out. It's masterful stuff. Now at this point, I want to take a bit of a break of sorts chronologically to talk about a little bit of dialogue that the player can easily miss through this section but may prove to be extremely significant in the context of the plot, the world mechanics, and the direction of theories going forward.
Now, would anyone else like to share their story with the group?
So, my parents are no longer with us. Here, that is. But I believe they're still out there, on another plane. I've been reading a bunch of theories about this alternate world in the hope of going there someday. And over the course of my studies, I stumbled across a fascinating theory. It addressed the issue of what the Lifestream is, arguing that spiritual energy is actually a manifestation of our knowledge and memories. Like I said, it's a fascinating theory, but it's incomplete. What about our hopes and dreams? We remember those, don't we? So what if spiritual energy doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts? What if coming into contact with that energy allowed us to peer through the looking glass, so to speak? It's just an idea, but I hope to find the truth someday.
Well, isn't that splendid?
Blessings of the planet be upon you.
And may the bounty of the planet's knowledge be with you forevermore. Now then, would anyone else like to share their story?
Now aside from this being a wondrous take on the nature of the world, in the months following the release of the game, many have taken this dialogue and integrated it into theories regarding the nature of the multiple realities that we witness throughout. This world, Zack's world, the worlds created in the climax, etc. And it's particularly interesting when viewed in tandem with two things revealed by Nojima through the Rebirth Ultimania. Firstly, that the world's mechanics here are actually not quite the same as parallel worlds, that the concept behind them is a little different and not the sort of classic multiverse that we may have assumed. And secondly, that the story scenario for Rebirth was crafted with inspiration from Buddhism's Yogacara concept and Carl Jung's collective unconscious theory. Now, a great podcast I've linked in the description goes over the definition for both of these things, but what it essentially boils down to in simple terms is that the collective unconscious refers to the idea of humanity sharing this collective hive mind of sorts, derived not from individuality, but through an embedded, inherited memory common to mankind and shared between all, outside of any given individual's consciousness. Meanwhile, Yogacara is a subset of Buddhist philosophy and psychology that essentially can be summed up through the idea that reality is dependent on perception and can be altered as such. So in a way, reality can be defined by how one perceives it, and hopes, dreams, and elements of one's psychology, conscious or otherwise, can impact it. Reality as commonly thought of or perceived by the majority of humanity does not exist, and instead, only the things that occur in one's own individual mind and perception exist. So the ideas of both the collective unconscious and Yogacara are rather essential to how we can view the construction of Retrilogy's world, and how it applies to this quote that I've referred to. The woman speaking refers to her deceased parents and the desire to see them again, as well as the idea that they may exist in another plane. She then goes on to theorize about the possibility of the Lifestream being not just a manifestation of spiritual energy, but an imprint of hopes and dreams as well, that doesn't distinguish between traditional reality and deeply rooted, heartfelt desires. This is an idea closely tied to Yogacara, the Lifestream in this theory being reflective of Yogakara's philosophy on reality being defined by one's own perception. And the way it works as a collective cavalcade of desires held by so many reflects the collective unconscious idea. And that, peering through the looking glass, as it is said, is a conceptualization of glimpsing into an overwhelming accumulation of yearning. This could be an explanation of the nature of these multiple realities, that they are not traditional alternate timelines or universes, but instead splintered subsets of this new reality imposed by dreams and containing the merging hopes of the living and dead that take on lives of their own. Like Zack, like Biggs. This could explain why Zack and Biggs mentioned that their internal clocks seem to not be working, as described by another tweet that I'll link that theorizes about this. It could also explain why Sephiroth describes that some worlds linger while others end quickly, and to jump ahead, it could be why Zack seems to be creating more worlds when making defining choices, as they are manifestations of his will to decide his path, all of them rooted in substantial desires of his own. Now, I'm not saying that I completely buy into this theory 100%, and I would not rule out multiple timelines or more traditional ideas of multiverses in totality. Just because Nojima said that it's a little different from common concepts of them does not mean that they can't be more similar to them than these abstract ideas, just with some noteworthy changes. However, I do think that this is an incredibly substantial and interesting concept that makes sense given the themes of the game, the way that the world's been presented, and the developer notes that we have through the Ultimania. The idea of hopes and dreams being antithetical to the doom, despair, and rot that Sephiroth brings forth and represents. How Sephiroth's desire to live for eternity could easily be tied to imprinting himself on the collective unconscious in addition to wielding the Lifestream and stopping the cycle. The idea of reality being what you make of it, and how hope can truly be made manifest to combat the despair that Sephiroth attempts to impose on the world for his plan. It's all a much more emotional, spiritual idea that feels more closely tied to the thematic soul of the original game. A perception of dreams merged into a collective unconscious-fueled reality that can be peered into. And the sort of rainbow effect that we see may be indicative of all of this manifesting, as it seems throughout the story that it appears in places where reality-shifting events occur in ways that can be interpreted as the result of characters' dreams. Characters incredibly essential to the narrative, namely Cloud, Aerith, and Zack. It all fits extremely well, and while, as I said, I'm not 100% sure on this idea being the truth, I could easily see it being the case, and it offers more cohesion thematically than the timelines or the pseudo-multiverse idea, which I also really enjoy as well for other reasons that we've talked about before. And on a somewhat related note, I think here is a good time to bring up a theory that I've seen specifically about Sephiroth that has gathered pace recently due to some revelation springing from Ever Crisis. That perhaps part of Sephiroth's motive is a desire to save everyone. He absolutely desired to become a hero in the past, but was just slowly brought to realize the impossibility of the monumental task of saving everyone, and seemed to realize that saving people cannot be achieved without sacrificing some. An idea he reflects on as he looks into a supernova in a place that looks like the edge of creation in Ever Crisis. Sephiroth desired to save everyone, realized he couldn't, and then integrated that complex with his yearning to be one with his mother and reclaim the planet as the hero of the Cetra who must exist for eternity. It's all really excellent stuff that foils Cloud's endeavor to become a hero and makes their dynamic really rich. However, a lot of that is present in the original game, outside of the Ever Crisis stuff, and some have been theorizing that perhaps this idea of the confluence of worlds is being done partly to bring everyone together as one, a la Endaveva or something, with Sephiroth's mind so twisted that he views widespread despair and black robe zombification as salvation. It's a deep-rooted dream from his youth that yearns to be actualized with this new perception, and in that way, it integrates well with the Yogacara idea from his twisted viewpoint, as well as how doing so may allow him to avoid pain and loneliness like he experienced throughout life through the collective unconscious. That's a bit out there, and overall I am a bit less certain of this interpretation being concrete than I am of other elements of his personality, but nonetheless this is all really interesting stuff that I do believe could coalesce with other aspects of his role and characterization. It could easily play a factor going forward, but I also just think that if this is a solid part of his psychology, the writers need to tread carefully going forward to ensure that Sephiroth as a character doesn't become too bloated with ideas, because as of right now I find him to be perfectly balanced in terms of concepts and richness, and focus. Not to mention, his sort of savior complex is already a clear and embedded part of his personality applied to his perception of his role as savior of the Cetra, so it is a factor already. I just think that adding the concept that he doesn't just want to become this monument of defiant eternity isolated from all, but that he also wants to save all through bringing forth despair, while a very cool idea, would need some incredible balancing to feel natural and contributory and as if it's a non-contradictory part of his psyche. So it's a fine line to tread. And yet, I do adore these ideas and they really do enrich the character even more, so I have faith if they want to pursue that. Anyways, I digress. I just thought that here would be the best place to bring this up rather than dumping this discussion down the line with the absolute avalanche of stuff that I'll talk about when it comes to the ending. At this point, after we've all dried out our eyes after the River of Lights, Bugenhagen comes to the party and takes them to the Cave of the Gi, where Nanaki is meant to undergo a trial in order to become a Watcher of the Veil. On the way to the depths, we learn more about the specifics of his parents, that both of them were Watchers, but apparently when the village was attacked by the Gi tribe, his mother fought bravely and died defending it. But his father ran away, never to be seen again. And Nanaki has never forgiven him for that, which brings about even more curious quiet from Bugenhagen. The trial requires both an undertaker and an observer, and despite the protests, Barrett is chosen to assist. We then go through a pretty lengthy sequence of gameplay in this cave full of the scars of the conflicts of the past, wherein we get allusions towards the Gi tribe and their invasion of this land, as well as descriptions of a sort of non-specific agony and rancor that they feel about their ultimate fate post-battle. We learn from Bugenhagen that the tribe was sealed thousands of years ago within the cavern, but the question lingers in the air regarding the specifics of how they broke out, as well as why they were sealed in the first place. But as this cavern was the boundary between the world of the Gi and Cosmo Canyon, it was essential in the struggle and could not fall, otherwise the village would be doomed. Remembering this, one brave Watcher ran from the conflict outside to single-handedly defend this cave to the death, and he succeeded. Along with learning about this, we discover an altar meant to be used to commune with the Cetra, showing that the Gi and the Ancients were in communication with one another to an extent. We continue through, the oppressive atmosphere getting more and more suffocating, the visuals more and more creative, the sorrow of the Gi more and more palpable, and the cave more and more dangerous, until we're confronted with the final boss of sorts for the place, the wordless, rageful, sad specter of Gi Natak. After defeating him, Bugenhagen reveals the true identity of the mysterious hero that defended the village. Seto, Nanaki's father, frozen in time, the watchful guardian, the eternal savior. The reason that Nanaki grew up believing that he was a coward was in order to ensure that he wouldn't seek him out before he was ready and get hurt. And this was something agreed upon by both his mother and father in order to protect him. Now, there is a bit of a stretch in logic here, as this feels like a strangely cruel and convoluted way to protect Nanaki, and I think that there were definitely alternative ways to prevent him from seeking out his father that wouldn't result in gaslighting him into hating him. But that's just a tiny blemish, and the sentiment remains strong for me. It is an insanely painful thing that Seto did here, knowing that his son would most likely despise him for decades, but loyal to the beautiful spirit that he was, he sacrificed himself in service of something truly worth the sacrifice. This scene is wonderfully directed, with strikingly composed shots that throw Seto into sharp relief against the backdrop of the moonlit, clear Cosmo Canyon sky, and the shot of Nanaki howling at the weeping, proud figure of his noble father immediately carved itself into my pantheon of favorite video game shots. It's a stirring sequence with beautiful music and visuals that made me cry for the second time this chapter, and it ends with the sentiment that I mentioned earlier, as Bugenhagen implores Nanaki to go out and learn of the world, to become more wise and to progress in a way that will help the planet from its strife. Nanaki agrees, declaring himself the proud son of Seto, and I absolutely adore Barrett's reaction afterwards as well, wiping away tears as a parent himself, and generally I love that Barrett was given the access into Nanaki's heart and past that no one else saw, allowing for a level of intimacy between them that is unique. And I think it's notable that in learning all this, directly after this sequence, Barrett refers to Nanaki by his name rather than Red for the rest of the game. I have been doing so throughout this video as well, for no reason other than the fact that it just feels right to me. But conversely, I do love how the party have been calling him Red throughout, which changes the complexion of a traumatizing event to something that empowers him, a true alternate name with renewed meaning, his new bonds making it more positive and empowering for him in complexion. However, at the end of this sequence, we swiftly, a bit too swiftly for my liking as I've mentioned before, move to the next big plot revelation. Gi Natak appears to the party, this time in a very articulate form, begging Seto's spirit to hear his pleas and imploring Nanaki and the party to follow him to his village to understand the truth of what happened to his tribe. It's an entirely new development completely absent from the original game that indicates one of the best new changes that Rebirth brought forth, that the Gi tribe are now completely essential and pivotal to both the plot and themes of this story, for reasons that we'll get into soon. Bugenhagen, in his metatextual, audience insert sort of way, describes this as a new and exciting development, and the party set off, but not before Cloud sees another vision of Sephiroth, beckoning him to make his way to the village of the Gi. And this is a great hook, because at first glance this plot element and Sephiroth would seem completely disparate, but that would not prove to be the case in the end at all. Gi Natak states that Materia will be involved in this little detour, to Yuffie's delight, and the party set off. The imagery gets extremely darkly beautiful here as we make our way across this green lake with swirling fragments of Lifestream and red energy swimming around the place. The red is seemingly representative of the Gi's specific life energy and magic, and stems from this dark supernova-esque thing in the backdrop. There's this really surrealist approach to the environment, a real River of Styx feel to it, and it makes the journey and the upcoming village feel incredibly foreboding. The atmosphere is rich as hell, and I love the feel and aesthetic that it adds to the world of Final Fantasy VII, much different from anything else and yet extremely fitting spiritually and lore-wise. Despite Aerith's adorable questioning, Gi Natak hints at the idea that the Cetra were not as virtuous and kind as history may make them seem, and that what has been lost to time is a dark past, full of suffering and cruelty that only the Gi know of. It's an awesome little twist that makes the Cetra feel more multidimensional and enriches the depth and breadth of the history of this world, and it leads to immense thematic payoff. However, directly after dropping that bombshell, we cut back to another Zack sequence at a perfect spot, allowing us to chew on the revelation in the background while putting together more details about his world in the foreground. We join him in mid-conversation with Biggs, both of them recalling how they were plucked out of the moment of what seemed like their deaths with a notable rainbow effect once more. How what seems like a miracle or an act of God dragged them from their worlds at their end into this one. Neither understands how or why this happened, what this world is, why it's dying, or what their purpose is. And Biggs wonders why, out of everyone, he alone got picked, feeling burdened by this and wondering how he can possibly do anything. Zack begins to stop him, but quickly realizes that not only is it natural and understandable for him to feel that way, but that he feels that way too. Just a little. Leaning into that element of his underlying arc here, him being a fallen hero who by his perception, failed. It's a nice layer on top that makes this arc and his ascent towards the end even better than it would have been, and it really makes Zack stand out to me here, because it is in overcoming that doubt and inspiring others like Biggs in spite of it where the true resonance of his character lies, having hope, defying fate, and making choices no matter what the world may say. Anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. On the way to some sort of job, Biggs and Zack discuss Cloud a little bit, and a clever use of humor here is that while they both know the guy, they know such different versions of the guy that it seems that they're speaking about different people. We then learn that Biggs is headed for an apparent group of revolutionists shouting to the rooftops their hatred for Shinra, which will obviously get them killed. But after the two dwell on the idiocy of whoever posted this notice, Biggs states something beautiful, that idiots are the type of people they need. For who would look at what our protagonists are doing, going up against a global superpower of a megacorp and what is essentially an omniscient time-hopping god, and not conclude that they're idiots? But heartfelt idiots who will risk all for what is right are what the world needs, and that includes these two. Neither from this world, but put into it, literally perfectly positioned to fight back against the despair that this world represents, and as such, the despair that all of our heroes defy in the grandest scale. Perfectly positioned to contribute to this abstract hope. It almost feels as if something, or someone, whatever the entity is that plucked them from their deaths and put them here, knows exactly the threat that they're all facing, and that Zack and Biggs are the perfect sort of idiots that this cause needs. I'll just come out and say it. I think that Aerith, omniscient, Lifestream Aerith of course, Omni Aerith, the one we see with Tifa in the Lifestream and in the remake resolution scenes that we'll discuss later, is the cause of Biggs and Zack's situation. Amidst the rainbow effect, wielding hopes and dreams and or manipulating the multiverse, whichever you prescribe to, and I've given my thoughts on that, to save specific people she knows are capable of fighting. Zack, whom she knows extremely well as the hero that he is, and Biggs, who has reservations about his importance and character, but is a genuinely good and kind person willing to put everything on the line to protect the planet and those he loves. He may not believe in himself, he may not think himself a hero, but Zack does, and Aerith does, and Barrett does, and Tifa and Jessie and Wedge. And as cheesy as it sounds, me. I think Biggs is a hero. The world needs background characters, minor roles as he says, because holistically and in the grand scheme of things, they are not minor and can be as essential as the stars. And Aerith knows of his character, because as revealed in A Tale of Two Pasts, Biggs and Aerith actually knew each other as kids, and Biggs defended her on multiple occasions from bullies, so she views him as what he is, a heroic man with courage and kindness. Zack and Biggs wonder what to do with this new life given to them, and I believe that Aerith was confident that they naturally reach the conclusion that they do because of the type of people that they are, that they'd fight back no matter the odds and ultimately use this life given to them and sacrifice everything for the sake of the world, even given the potential of fading away once more in the process. And I think a lovely little touch to all this is that despite having just met him, Zack immediately refers to Biggs as his friend. These segments really nail home the devastation of the world ending here, and it could have been hard to connect with given that this isn't our world, the primary world that we've explored throughout Rebirth with Cloud in the party. It may have been hard to feel for this doom due to it being a seemingly inconsequential place, but the emotional context of Zack and Biggs, of Marlene and Elmyra, who may also be here displaying continuity from the world we know them from as a living imprint of what Aerith knows, or who may be here in this way due to some other sort of reality shenanigans, whatever. But back on topic, the music, the visuals, the tone, the NPC dialogue, it all helps us care for this doomed place in and of itself as a sort of allegory to the thematic and plot conflict of the game. For instance, there's an exchange between two NPCs, a couple who resolve to form a family by giving a name to their unborn child that they will never see. And that sort of thing is beyond words. In realizing the futility of this quest to find like-minded idiots, Biggs begins to give up hope, but Zack, upon reflecting on the despair in this world, decides that he is not powerless, that the future isn't set in stone, and that he refuses to be a fallen hero that is unable to change things. And what matters most of all when the going gets tough?
I don't know, hopes, dreams maybe? Something like that. So long as we've got those, and hold on tight and never let go.
Like this?
Like your life depends on it.
That Yogacara Lifestream theory may have more legs than we thought. Either way, Zack steps into the role of the true hero once more here, not allowing the world to define him, and inspires Biggs to do so as well. He returns home, shares the good news, and checks in on Aerith, saying that he feels her presence in the wind, which may indicate her influence on this world as we discussed. And in a lovely touch, he gives her this beautiful little hello in there as she did to him all that time ago.
Hello in there.
Hello? Hello?
It's a wonderful callback, and it's so powerful that it reverberates across realities, with Aerith feeling him holding her hand back with our party in the boat on the way to the village of the Gi. Just as Cloud was able to peek through the looking glass of his other self in Zack's world, Aerith was able to feel his touch here, indicating this connection once again. And last thing about this segment, I also just want to draw attention to a line from Elmyra that feels jarring and extreme on the outset, but that I kind of love for the implications and things that it adds to Elmyra's character.
We're all headed for the same place. You'll see your daddy and Tifa again.
Soon?
Soon enough, Marlene. Soon enough.
This feels like a pretty wild and morbid thing to say to a tiny young kid who's terrified of the world ending, but if you think of everything that Elmyra's going through here, losing her entire world in Aerith, not sure if she'll ever wake up, dealing with the idea of imminent death, and also having to be strong for Marlene, Zack, and Biggs, she's clearly just come to view the afterlife, essentially the post-death idea of the Lifestream, as a wondrous place where you can see the people you love. It's a form of comfort to her that she needs to conceptualize in order to deal with this situation. And while it is ill-advised to say this to Marlene, to say the least, I still think that it's a raw, real, and true-to-life way that she deals with her circumstances. It's sad and awful, but you can't say that it isn't fitting, and I love what it adds to her character. Our journey continues into the village of the Gi proper, and the surrealist, dark imagery continues in spades, with all the same art direction and use of color present but elevated, and with tribal structures and little details all over the place indicating this sort of established culture, similar in ways to Cosmo Canyon, which is a very cool cultural parallel that shows that in ways, the Gi may not have been so different from the people of Cosmo Canyon and of our world. The party are welcomed in, and told that the Gi's flesh is gone, but that their spirits are condemned to linger for eternity due to the planet not accepting them or offering its embrace. Essentially what has happened here is that the Gi journeyed here from another world, another planet, out of necessity because it was on the brink of total destruction, and they took up residence here. However, upon death, they were not welcomed into the wonderful and beautiful cycle of life and death and rebirth that is the Lifestream. They were instead left to linger, stagnant, rotting forever, as spirits unable to properly die, because one cannot return to that from which they did not arise. And the implication seems to me that this is an element of the rules of the universe rather than anything the Cetra came up with on purpose. But regardless, the Gi found themselves completely adrift and unable to die. They view this as hell, as immense and inhumane suffering that does not allow them the comfort and peace of an end, of death. And I sympathize immeasurably with them. To me, this is an incredibly cruel fate that I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy, and more pertinently here, this is an idea that completely antithesizes all that Final Fantasy VII is and considers right and natural and celebratory. This story is all about the natural cycle of life, and how death feeds into that. People die, and it is terribly sad when they do, but they enter the Lifestream and become part of the planet, and their presence and memories will always be felt, even if they die. It is sad, but it is life, and there is a sort of comfort in the end, because it is natural for all things to end. The pain is immense, but the memories and fulfillment and little moments make all the pain worth it, like Aerith said, and we can use them to empower us to move forward. However, the Gi here are not granted that painful but natural end. Outsiders not born of the planet are rejected from its natural flow of spirit energy, and Barrett acknowledges the horror of that. And the Gi, who have been without an audience or an outlet to channel their agony for what seems like forever, need a way to communicate their sacred pain. And they do so here. Through combat, through lashing out, through words, through expression and communication in any number of ways. And the most important of ways is expressed in the form of a sort of chant.
Steeped in our one desire, purest of Materia no more, with pain and spite made black. Steeped in our one desire, purest of Materia no more, with pain and spite made black.
And this is the reveal. In order to force themselves into the comforting hands of restful oblivion, the Gi crafted the black materia, which represented a certainty of death through its destructive power. But the Cetra stole the black materia, depriving them of the rest that they so desire, and that is the primary source of the Gi's ire towards them. It's also worth noting that the destruction of the Gi's planet was the direct result of being subsumed by this planet, which makes it even more understandable that they would expect some sort of shelter, but instead were met with nothing. Again, I like how the Cetra aren't portrayed as paragons of good and have these more morally ambiguous elements applied to them. It's very interesting. I don't think that they can necessarily be blamed for wanting to prevent the destruction of the world, but nonetheless they do come off as very unsympathetic and uncooperative to the Gi's plight, and I like that layer added to them for just enriching them and the lore, but also for what it does for Aerith. Learning this lore behind the origin of such an important element from the original game was absolutely fascinating just in terms of the richness of world building and the fleshing out of a significant plot device here, but what I took away from it most were the thematics. The Gi were denied the natural cycle of death, and in their torment, created a weapon of dark, mass destruction primarily so that they'd be able to rest and become a part of the Lifestream. And the best way that I can sum up the horrific tone of this is through the way that some of their dialogue is presented here. They chant that they long for the materia of peace, and the natural assumption is that they somehow long for holy. But no, their peace is doom. Their serenity is catastrophe. Their life is death. And along with how much this fleshes out what was a formerly peripheral element in the Gi, I really enjoy how this adds moral complexity to the Cetra. As I said, maybe there is good metaphysical reason for denying them, but this is undeniably cruel, and has, as a result, led to the creation of a weapon that could destroy the sanctity of that which they try so hard to protect in the first place. In a way, their casting out of those wanting to become a part of the cycle began a karmic wave that led to the creation and wielding of the black materia that now threatens all that they hold dear. But now you can take this concept and integrate it with Sephiroth thematically. Due to lingering in the Lifestream, he learned of the black materia and has since been trying to obtain it, culminating with how he prods Cloud into pursuing it here. But he entirely opposes the sentiment of what the Gi mean thematically. The Gi long for the cycle and comfort that the Lifestream represents. They long for that end, so much so that they will destroy the very world to achieve it in spite of how that would undercut their motives. They don't care. They've just gone so mad at the emptiness and hollowness of infinity that they need to end it at any cost. But Sephiroth, contrasting how the Gi long for the Lifestream, wants the black materia to corrupt the flow of spiritual energy, to wield it to his end and solidify himself as a monument for all of mankind for eternity. The Gi abhor the infinite and long for the end, and Sephiroth abhors the idea of ending and longs for eternity. It is an incredible element to add to the mosaic of themes here, and it elevates Sephiroth conceptually for me into even more of a karmic monster, to integrate with the karmic nature of the black materia. Not only is his longing to exist forever and wield and corrupt the world karmic in and of itself in the way that Shinra stole his life from him and were so possessed by hubris that they had to reach above their station, harm the planet, and wield powers beyond their understanding for selfish gain, but now he intends to use a device that was created due to being cast out from the beauty of that natural cycle. We do not know exactly why the Cetra refused to take them in, but thematically we can surmise that there was a rigidity here that came back to bite them, and Sephiroth is representative of all of these self-destructive tendencies distilled and concentrated in every way. And now he intends to take it all to become something that represents everything that this story stands against. Artificiality, despair, darkness, stagnation, and infinity. But I'll dwell on this more later. I just wanted to talk about how ingenious this is thematically for how it applies to Sephiroth in contrast. In addition, I find some of the word use here interesting, particularly how Gina Talk pleads for release from this endless dream. It evokes ideas of Zack's world, if it is actually composed of hopes and dreams, and all the other worlds like it, and how in my opinion, especially paralleling the Gi, that they are all destined to end. Dreams are wonderful, but they cannot last forever. And let me just take the time to say that as amazing as this writing is, the presentation for it really helped it to stick the landing fantastically. The chants and moans of agony from the Gi, the dark beauty of the village, the narration from Gina Talk so evocatively describing the terror of what they experienced and continue to experience as we fight through the many tortured souls here. It is pure immersion. Also, I have to pay tribute to this adorable moment of Nanaki being a hero and protector as Kate and Yuffie cower into him. I love this cast. After our journey, we learn that the black materia was taken from the village of the Gi after its creation, and they beg us to retrieve it for them to grant them this peace. The party agree, not out of obligation to them, but simply because something that powerful should not be wielded by anyone. Not the Gi, not Shinra, not the average Joe, and specifically not Sephiroth, who Cloud senses is after it. So the party resolve to journey to find the black materia and keep it from greedy hands to protect the planet. But little do they know that in doing so, they are playing right into Sephiroth's hands. Before Cloud states to Gina Talk that he is extremely trustworthy, which is very noteworthy, Kate Sith mentions that the black materia likely lies in the Temple of the Ancients. Aerith reflects on Gina Talk's words about how helping them may quell their ancient grudge against her ancestors. Yuffie is excited at the prospect of more materia, Nanaki bids goodbye to his beloved father, and Cloud is pushed forward by an anxious desire to obtain this materia, the complexion of which he is as of yet unaware, but should be concerned about. So the plan is to get to a Shinra terminal, and after learning that Bugenhagen has characteristically turned the one in Cosmo Canyon into a windmill turbine thing, as well as learning that the robed men seem to be yearning for the region of Nibel, the crew set off for Nibelheim, much to Cloud and Tifa's apprehension. They naturally feel wary of returning home due to the strong trauma and emotions they associate with the place after its destruction, but they also state to Kate Sith that the terminal is long gone and destroyed in the wreckage. Yet, the cat just kind of shrugs off their pushback and continues along with the plan for some reason, and states that he wishes to repay Cloud's faith in him. I'm not exactly sure why he's unable to access this information from his office in Shinra Tower, where it should definitely be available, but hey. The party make their way back to Sid to travel by air and witness the vistas of red clay gradually transition into the familiar harsh and rocky heights of gray, thus ending Chapter 10, one of the best in the game. As we begin to really gear up towards the final stretch of the story here, Chapter 11 opens with the familiar locales prompting Cloud to think back to the Nibelheim incident while being confronted with Sephiroth's demands to bring him the black materia, illustrating that Sephiroth's grasp on Cloud is slowly but surely strengthening. Nanaki then draws attention to the fact that it seems like the robed men only really stopped off at Cosmo Canyon to lead the party here, an uneasy prospect indicative of the plan that seems to be hinted at through Sephiroth's manipulation of Cloud. And all in all, it's an appropriately foreboding and ominous start to this next stretch of story, one that will dip its toes in nostalgia, corruption, horror, and sadness. As I alluded to, the actual setting of the full Nibel region which gets opened to us here is completely reflective of the state of the plot and Cloud's mind at this point in the story. It isn't as vast or grand as previous locations, but it is rich with tonal notes that mirror the mood. It is cold, sharp, and unfriendly, not all too much to look at, totally lacking in plant life for the most part, bereft of warmth in terms of the color palette, and just generally brutal and imposing, to reflect the uneasiness in Cloud and Tifa's hearts, and in Cloud's mind, while also communicating the harsh tone of the story at this point through the environment. This is further dwelt upon as Tifa states that she doesn't know if she's actually ready for this, that being confronted by the reality of coming back and seeing the place that means so many conflicting things that define her and Cloud is more than she thought she could handle. There is some great empathy shown by Barrett prior to this as well, but in spite of all the reservations, the party make their way into where Nibelheim used to stand, only to find that it still stands. Seemingly completely untouched, brand new and rebuilt by Shinra, with no visual evidence of the destruction that engulfed it 5 years prior. It's a chilling sight, incredibly uncanny given the reality of what happened, and it spurs the party to find out about what's going on. Now, there is a large contrast in tone and content in the Nibelheim revisit between the original and Rebirth that I find very interesting. In the original, the tone is very creepy here, very off and odd. The entire town has been rebuilt and filled with people who did not live there originally, but claim to go about their current daily lives as if nothing ever happened in the first place, as a sort of haunting cover-up. Tifa and Cloud's old houses are here, inhabited by individuals that they don't know, and people wander about the town chillingly calm, without a care in the world, disgusted by Cloud's claims that the place was actually burned down years ago and acting as if they have no clue. And the black robes throughout just enhance the creepiness factor even more. It's an incredibly weird situation that plays with Cloud and Tifa's minds, and it's difficult to explain at first glance. Because as communicated through the notes strewn throughout town, what actually happened here is nearly as bizarre as the mystery. After hearing that one of their agents destroyed an entire town, Shinra decided to rebuild it and hire people to work as actors, live there, and act as if nothing ever happened in Nibelheim as a cover-up. It is such a strange thing for them to decide to do, but it makes for a hell of an entrancing segment, and it is definitely in line with President Shinra's tendency to commit to incredibly disproportionate and insane plans to disguise the truth and put forth a narrative. It is very unsettling to have this tragedy completely erased by these hauntingly normal actors as if it never happened, and it's something that really drives home the pure confusion and shock that Tifa and Cloud experience. Or maybe neither quite realizes that this is all fake, and they sort of dwell in bewilderment. Which would fit as well, given that it was quite a traumatizing event for both that could make memories seem unreliable. Either way, there is a letter within Cloud's former house that explains what Shinra has done with the town, and either potential scenario could work prior to the party discovering the horrifying truth. In Rebirth, however, the approach is very deliberately different. Rather than it being a pure fiction, the people here are kind of covering it up, but not really. There is very little resistance to the questioning that Tifa and Cloud express when mentioning that they used to live here, and instead they're met with sympathy, averted glances, and people stating that they don't know what they mean, that they aren't meant to talk about that, or that they're not familiar with the events of the past. Or with an explanation for what this place really is. And a big part of the reason for this is that instead of chilling theater, Nibelheim has actually become a rehabilitation center of sorts for the Black Robes. They come here for what seems to be very extensive and in-depth treatment, with the workers helping them through their daily lives and being very invested in each individual despite some feeling exasperated at the difficulty of the job. An NPC even mentions that the iconic black robes were sent and organized by Shinra, which seems to me like a very Hojo move and provides some interesting context for their designs. But the point here is that the former atmosphere is gone and replaced with a different take, and instead of this sort of haunting uncanniness, the narrative instead focuses on a loneliness. The loneliness of this place imitating a thriving little burg that used to be, of Cloud and Tifa having to walk the streets that they recognize but seeing none of the people that made it home, the loneliness of the memories that plague them. A loneliness for the Black Robes gathering, seemingly doomed despite the futile attempts of the workers here, for the party seeing their friends in pain and unable to do anything, and for Aerith, lamenting and envying the childhood that she never had, which we'll talk about in a second. And yet, despite the changing complexion, the sentiment and effect it has on the party remains very similar. It is still something that Shinra themselves tried to hide in spite of how it's being approached. They attempt to disguise the immense pain they cause through posturing, and it spurs Cloud and Tifa on to continue their pursuit with renewed vigor. I do miss the chilling, haunting atmosphere of the original here, but I also find Rebirth's shift to be effective for the intent and flow of the story in its own way too. Kate makes his way to the terminal and begins playing around with it, and as we tend to do with every new location, the party takes this time to split up, which allows for several different conversations. Yuffie and Nanaki are posted at the edge of town, and their dialogue is the least noteworthy. Yuffie just being interested in Materia in and around the mountain, and Nanaki looking on and being suspicious of the Shinra manor, as he should. Although what's substantial here is that he does show little bits of compassion, saying sorry for speaking bad of Cloud's hometown, and also pondering how it may be rude that they only refer to the robed men as such when they all have individual names and identities. He's an incredibly sweet soul. Barrett's segment is beautiful. He's sitting in the hotel, surrounded by the black robes that he's been trying to defend for the entire game, and he uses the opportunity to fling more vitriol at Shinra. However, he concludes with something representative of his true nature, that he wants to get back at them for what they did to Cloud and Tifa's home. He also says that if it ever gets too much, that they can leave at any time. The serious impact of all this and how it affected his friends had a large effect on Barrett, and I think that it's clear through the dialogue here, in and around the town, and even prior to entering as well. Aerith's dialogue is incredibly good, and carries forward the theme that Rebirth has of adding these rough edges and more human complexions to her psychology. We climb up to the tower representative of Tifa and Cloud's promise, and it's a striking sight to see that familiar composition but with Aerith instead. She sort of questions Cloud a bit about his and Tifa's relationship growing up, teasing and playing, but with this being a clearly veiled attempt to hide her deeper feelings. After talking a bit, she says that she'd like to be alone, that in spite of the terror that occurred, this looks like it was a lovely place to grow up, with friends and family and peace, and that in spite of herself, she resents that she has no childhood friends to share memories with. She's jealous and angry at the sort of life that was taken from her, and she would like to be alone because if she wasn't, she'd only take her anger out on Cloud. It's a really rich little segment with conflicting feelings all over the place, very honest, and it's a great element to bring out of Aerith at this point in the story. Tifa reminisces on feelings that she's had since that fated day, talking about how she's always wondered why her father chased after Sephiroth in what was obvious futility. But now, she says that she understands that he had had enough of the pain, the violence, the sadness, and the anger. He was enraged by how the life he had built and all that he had lived for had been destroyed in an instant. He couldn't stand for that and acted out. And the reason she now understands him is because she did the same thing in joining Avalanche. But she recalls what was essentially the crux of her arc in Remake, that anger doesn't last. It fades, and when hers did, all that was left were doubts and fear about the task that they were taking on. Very justifiably, considering that Barrett was being extremely risky. It made her question her commitment to seeing this through, even if they recalibrated their approach to something less reckless. But Cloud helped her move forward, and his support helped her to come back here, and now in seeing what they've done to try to cover it all up, she cannot let this stand, and it will fuel her to take the fight to them to the end. It's a great way to reinforce Tifa's character arc, as I mentioned before. She has this new appreciation and connection to the planet and a new reason to want to protect it due to Chapter 9. She clearly sees how important Cloud has been for her and she wants to support him all that she can. And now she is face to face once more with the sheer corruption and insidious evil of the entity that has taken everything from her. And she won't let that stand. It's a great emotional pivot point for her, and it helps push things forward. And here is also where we get the detail that I mentioned earlier about how Tifa has always felt this need to have others like her, and how she hates this about herself. The allusions to how she's been struggling with that throughout the game, and how she attempts to change that we've talked about throughout this video are fantastic, and add a layer to Tifa that isn't huge, but deepens and enriches everything, similar to Aerith's rough edges. And there are great little lines throughout where she changes her tact. Some side quests and bits of dialogue in the main quest have characters doing kind things for her or praising her, and while her initial impulse is to wave off the kindness and say sorry or that she's not that impressive, she actively makes strides to value herself and accept the praise that she is opening herself up to realizing that she deserves. It's a wonderful little through line of an arc that wonderfully demonstrates the struggles and beauty of self-worth, spurred on by people around her who so value her. And while she has experienced immense difficulties and will continue to, I think this growing confidence and internal struggle will come to the fore in Part 3 in Cloud's greatest hour of need, as she realizes that she's the only one who can save him, and not because of luck or randomness, but because she is wholly who she is, a wonderful, compassionate, caring person. In addition to all of this, after taking a look at the inn that he stayed at during the Nibelheim incident, Cloud actually gets a flash of Zack, and in contrast to the original game, he remembers his relationship with him and the broad strokes of who he was. And this is incredibly significant. He remembers this stuff on his own, independently, far earlier than he does in the original. He doesn't quite put together the case of mistaken identity he experiences with his and Zack's roles in the Nibelheim incident, nor Zack's ultimate fate, but this is huge and will play a factor going forward. With all of this done, however, we learn from Cait Sith that his access from the Nibelheim terminal is limited, and as a result, he'll need access to the one in Shinra Manor. And in order to get authorization for this, we are to make our way to the reactor to find a man named Murasaki, who will be able to grant us the clearance needed. Cloud, Tifa, and Yuffie head over while the rest of the party stay behind, and there's a cute little detail as Tifa ensures Cloud of her desire to join in when she references what she said in the trek to the reactor 5 years prior that we see at the beginning of the game. A journey she doesn't believe Cloud made, but that she references nonetheless, showing her increased trust in him.
You're our guide?
I sure am. You can ask anyone around here. I'm the best there is.
Well then, you'll need a ninja to accompany you. I'm coming with.
Me too.
Really? You sure?
Ask anyone around here. I'm the best there is.
Alright.
We get a quick cut to Rufus and Heidegger, informing us that a bunch of their men have been intercepted and ambushed by Wutai troops, indicating that the aggravations and provocations aimed at Wutai have begun to work towards their desired end of war. Just as we did at the start of the game, we begin our journey up to the reactor, but stop when Cloud experiences another vision from Nibelheim, likely as a result of him now being reacquainted with the memory of who Zack was. In it, superimposed onto the body of an apparent nameless and faceless Shinra trooper who came to assist the mission was Zack. And Cloud now incorrectly assumes that he perished in the rapids during the mission, perhaps as a way for his mind to cope and realign with the new revelation he's gotten, to soothe it and avoid painful questions about Zack's current whereabouts. Cloud tells Tifa that he remembers this and confronts her about it, saying that this is why she's been acting odd about his recollection. Knowing that this is wrong, she confirms his false truth, unable to look him in the eyes, and my heart bleeds for her in this moment. She has felt such a sense in her personal relationship with him, and she's been so empowered by recent developments. But once again here, Cloud says something totally wrong about a memory that he shouldn't have, and she doesn't know how to react. Cloud panics, wondering how he could forget someone so important to him, and again mentions how he thinks that the Mako degradation is destroying his mind, but Tifa gathers herself enough to prevent that line of thinking. She says that he did remember, and that she believes that he'll be alright, almost seeming to say this to herself as much as Cloud. It's a great demonstrator of her role as his pillar of support, and of her love and trust for him, but it's built on flimsy foundations and it's only just about being held together, a common theme with Cloud in this game, as we'll discuss later, and so the tone here is very uneasy, rather than resolute. And to top it all off, before Yuffie calls them to get going, Cloud says that they have to tell Aerith about what happened. And obviously his heart's in the right place, but boy, what a nightmare of a situation, and what quick thinking from Tifa to say that she should be the one to tell her. Imagine if Cloud dropped the bomb of Aerith's lover's death on her without it actually being the truth, only for her to ultimately realize that he did die, but not in the way that Cloud said he did, while taking into account Tifa's belief that he wasn't there and wondering how and why he would tell her this. Yeah, absolute disaster. This account needed to remain a secret, and Tifa knew that, and I think that she's doing the best that she can in a tumultuous situation. And this uneasiness is only aggravated when they find the Mako spring we saw at the beginning of the game, and Cloud eerily repeats the exact words that Sephiroth said, embodying him in less volatile, extreme ways, but drawing an obvious exact parallel that makes Tifa extremely worried. It's clear that while the terror of Cloud's state from Chapter 9 hasn't returned, he is still very much mirroring Sephiroth in other ways and is being strung along and manipulated by him to an extent. Eventually, we reach the reactor and see what was told to us through the Rufus scene, that a big skirmish happened here. Yuffie is absolutely distraught at seeing the corpses of her Wutai brethren, and just as was the case when she defended Barrett in Chapter 7, the contrast between her usual carefree, quirky, and positive demeanor and moments where she is extremely emotional and serious hits hard. It's really quite shocking to see her like this as she is hit with the bombshell from multiple directions. The death of those from Wutai, the idea that they're now at war, the confusion of what this means for her mission, role, and purpose. As Cloud and Tifa speculate about whether the ceasefire between Shinra and Wutai is real, Yuffie completely spirals, dealing with so many tumultuous and horrific feelings, but most of all, feeling lonely and cut off from the home that she started this journey for. Cloud tries to comfort her by reminding her of how much she's contributed to the party, and Yuffie is understandably dismissive of the idea, but it is a welcome reminder of the fact that while she starts off this mission with the party as one of necessity, it quickly grows to become one that she is personally invested in for reasons outside of Wutai or Shinra. For the planet, for her ideas of what is right, and most of all, for her relationships with the members of the party, her new friends and family. She can't really see that here due to how emotional the context of this moment is and how much grief she's experiencing. But even by this point, she has become one of the beating hearts of the party, and she would dearly miss them if she were to leave. And that sentiment only strengthens as the game goes on, particularly when we get to the finale, where she fights a world-ending threat for the friend she's made with no thoughts whatsoever about Wutai or Shinra. And I can only imagine that this will strengthen further into Part 3 as well. We reach the center and core of the reactor, the place where Sephiroth first began his descent and the place where Tifa found the body of her father, and she understandably immediately starts panicking here and being reminded of her pain and trauma. But in a beautiful little touch, as he has been since childhood and continues to be no matter what goes on in his mind, Cloud is there for Tifa and comforts her, bringing her back and encouraging her to keep going. And after Cloud gets a flash of his confrontation with Sephiroth, Tifa does the same for him. These three are absolutely going through it at this point for completely separate reasons, but nevertheless they're able to find the keycard and swipe it off of Murasaki's body, which allows Kate and the rest of the party to enter Shinra Manor and look for the terminal, planning to reunite with the others at the manor. This is when we shift perspectives and begin controlling Kate's Sith, with Barrett and Aerith in tow as Nanaki stays behind for the others, in what is pretty unanimously the most criticized section of the game, the one that I mentioned earlier. Here, the crew find themselves in a maze of sorts of Hojo's design and have to make their way through to progress and find the terminal. It is the one section in the game where I felt like Rebirth didn't learn from the padding issues for the story-thin gameplay segments of Remake, such as chapters 6 and 17, and if you combine it with the slow and at times unwieldy way that Cait Sith moves and controls, it makes for a tedious section. I never actually had any problems with the combat and found it pretty fun, but the box throwing and the slow running and the puzzle solving, if you can call it that, were all pretty cumbersome, and the tone of this section being quite goofy was a missed opportunity to allow for some scary and creepy exploration of the manor, which really is in-universe one of the most disturbing locations in the game. I do consider the way that Cait Sith was adapted to be one of the big characterization strengths of the Retrilogy so far, so it's a shame that his section wasn't better than it was. So yeah, definitely my low point of Rebirth. But there's some cute interactions throughout and some interesting combat challenges, so definitely not a disgrace or anything, just a stumble in the road for me.
Never again.
However, with that segment done, the party reunites in the center of the underground portion of Shinra Manor, allowing them to properly explore to find the terminal. And this brings us to a room full of books, research, and a coffin, within which we find the iconic character of Vincent Valentine. In the original, Vincent just exudes angsty edginess, badassery, and cool, which is a nice personality to add to the cast, but he is an important character for the lore as well, being linked to the primary villains of the story. 25 to 30 years ago, Vincent was a Turk working for Shinra tasked with supervising the Genova project in Nibelheim. He fell in love with one of the scientists there named Lucretia Crescent, who returned the feelings for interesting reasons involving Vincent's father, until Vincent discovered her involvement in the death of that father. At this point, she began avoiding Vincent and for some ungodly reason decided to begin a romantic relationship with Hojo, during which she became pregnant with a child that Hojo intended to use as a test subject for the project. This child would later become Sephiroth. Vincent was not a fan of this, but Lucretia decided to go through with it despite the adverse effects the experiments were having on her health. Deeply upset, Vincent challenged Hojo about this, and Hojo shot him in the chest. But before Vincent could die from the wound, Hojo began using his body as a test subject for power experiments, transforming Vincent into different monsters. However, despite strengthening him, the experiments never really bore genuine fruit because Vincent stayed comatose. Using a relic called the Proto-Materia, Lucretia made it so that Vincent would be able to control and enhance these abilities, and Vincent was able to wake up, horrified by the state of his body. Blaming himself for his negligence leading to Lucretia's poor health after birthing Sephiroth, as penance, Vincent locked himself inside that coffin as punishment for his sins, where he would relive a constant loop of the sad events that led to this for years and years, cursing his own ineptitude. And this is where the party find him. In the original, after being told about Sephiroth's plot, and after a bit of reflection, Vincent pledges to stop him as proper atonement for his misdeeds, and joins the party on their quest, primarily in the hopes that it will lead him back to Hojo, where he would be able to enact his revenge. Similarly to Sid, Vincent is approached minimalistically in Rebirth specifically and doesn't have a ton of substance apart from some general characterization, the occasional very interesting line, and the interactions we see. But as is the case with every other character of note in this game, I really enjoyed this take on him. I was a little hesitant about the casting choice of Matthew Mercer, not because I don't love his work, because I do and he's a favorite of mine, but because I was worried that through the sheer exposure I've had to so much of his voice acting work across what I've seen of Critical Role, his various performances throughout some of my favorite anime and video games, and more, I was afraid that I'd be unable to not just think of his Vincent voice as Matt Mercer rather than Vincent Valentine. But to my delight, I didn't feel that way at all, and I think the performance is fantastic, tapping into this sort of sacred darkness that shrouds around Vincent, this clearly horrific past that results in such self-hatred and punishment, but also playing it very nicely for the moments of funny contrast, where Vincent says or does something aloof or deadpan.
Being outside is exhausting. I hate it.
His introduction here is fantastic, using this chilling, tone-setting track to establish the feel of his story and character while also allowing this sort of honest cheesiness to take the fore. Because let's face it, as edgy and dark and cool as Vincent is, He's also dorky as hell, kinda similar to Cloud, and I feel like Rebirth acknowledges this through presenting him so dramatically. His design is striking, and he describes that he acts as gatekeeper and security for Shinra, though the sentiment is that he is not doing this out of desire, but a self-imposed obligation and a sort of punishment. He quickly realizes that our authorization is false and that we aren't Murasaki, but the key here that prompts him to allow us to continue forth is Cloud mentioning that we need this access to stop Sephiroth and his plan to destroy the planet. That is what causes Vincent to ease up, which tells us immediately that he has something against Sephiroth too. Given his history in the franchise before this, his primary dynamic with Sephiroth would essentially involve seeing the latter as an embodiment of the sins that plague him, as an indirect reminder of his failures, which would naturally cause him to think of him antagonistically and feel blame and guilt for the threat that Sephiroth now poses. But I do wonder if Part 3 will add more to his backstory to make his dynamic with Sephiroth a bit more personal, because this line definitely opens up the possibility of that, in addition to his immense hatred of Hojo, of course. After Vincent goes back to his nap, we make our way over to the laboratory/library, as along with being the site of Sephiroth's revelation, it is the room that houses the terminal that Kate needs. While Kate is doing his thing, Cloud finds himself almost forcibly pulled into a room and drawn to samples of S tissue, blood, and hair. Cloud here is enacting his own miniature version of the reunion, but as this was technically a restricted section, this lands him in trouble with Vincent, who confronts the party and transforms, showing off his immense inherited bestial powers amidst some awesome, classically gothic imagery. This shot of him transforming silhouetted against the wall is amazing, for instance. Having us fight Vincent in his monster form here is great. It generally makes sense from a narrative perspective, and it also allows us a glimpse of the sort of powers we'll be controlling in Part 3, which is hype as hell. And by the end of it, it leads to a softer, more vulnerable moment for Vincent, as Kate shows a great deal of sympathy for him. He exposits his former occupation as a Turk while noting that the reason for his punishment and self-loathing has to do with Sephiroth, again hinting at the idea that they may expand his story a little bit beyond what we got in the original. Seeing his immense power and the clear amount of baggage he has, Cait Sith offers Vincent the chance to join the party, a detail I really love because of what it does for Reeve as a character. I think he sees a bit of himself in Vincent, someone employed by Shinra, full of frustration at his inability to influence things and desiring to make up for that, and the form of that redemption is Sephiroth, as is the case for the rest of the party.
Is this how you want your story to end?
Reeve didn't want his story to end with no agency, and so he can understand Vincent. It immediately establishes a really important dynamic between the two. Vincent declines the invitation, stumbles back to his coffin, and tells the party to leave, but he very clearly finds himself reflecting on Kate's words before we leave him, with the party now having an idea of the location of the temple and with even more ominous trepidation building about the state of Cloud's mentality. Outside the manor, there is some adorable father-daughter Barrett-Yuffie banter before Kate reveals that while he knows the location of the Temple of the Ancients, that means nothing without the Keystone, an ancient relic that grants access within it. The problem is, it's been missing for 20 years and the last known location was the Golden Saucer. So while it is a long shot, and while it is discouraging, Kate suggests this as the next course of action, and Cloud earnestly states that if he thinks that's the way forward, then that's the plan. That he trusts him. And you can just tell how much this means to Kate to be able to enact this change and have others put their trust in him for such a proper cause after years of being ignored and isolated. It's a beautiful detail to his and Cloud's relationship, and it feels very properly built up through Cloud's undying belief in him throughout the game. When it comes to Kate, Cloud just has this sort of shonen protagonist intuition. He just seems to sense that he's a good person even though Kate is far from trustworthy on paper. And it's beautiful for what it means for Cloud and his increased tendency to open up and be vulnerable to others in this game, as well as what I mentioned for Kate. It will hit a stumble soon, but the sentiment remains strong throughout and will carry into Part 3. However, before the party can depart for the Gold Saucer in search of the Keystone, they're cut off by Roche, and the payoff to the scene that we got between him and Hojo is immediately made clear. Now, I've always generally liked Roche, and found him to be a great addition to the shades of grey within Shinra while being totally in line with the wackiness and fun of the story and leading to some cool fights. I thought that his dynamic with Cloud, while over the top and exasperating for Cloud at times, was quite lovely and heartwarming, how he was able to have his soul dance through their fights and how Cloud seemed to enjoy it to an extent too. But his role here hit me like a truck, particularly due to how strongly it contrasts him prior, how brutal and cold it is, and through the ill that it bodes for Cloud for the rest of the story. Essentially, Roche shows up here for one last bout with Cloud, empowered and elevated to an even greater extent, to superhuman levels, due to the experiments conducted on him by Hojo. He volunteered for the process, for which the end result was to essentially become another Sephiroth clone robed man, and after it was concluded he beelined for Cloud, yearning for one final battle with him with the enhanced powers that the experiments provided him with. This would allow him to be able to touch the heavens of the human experience, but he also did it as a sort of act of defiance. Knowing that his time was limited, that degradation was setting in, he wanted to go out on his own terms, and so he accelerated and accentuated the process to allow for him to feel the most he would ever feel, right at the end. To have one final bout, one final farewell with perhaps his only true friend. His true opposite in personality, appearance, demeanor, fighting style, but for whom he shares this immense love and passion for battle. And Cloud acknowledges it through saying that he'll take him one-on-one. Roche is the foremost example in the game of inevitable degradation. Trapped by the fate of Soldier, Hojo, Mako breakdown, and poisoning, he found that his time was running short. But in the face of that doom, he chose to take his life by the horns and live the way he wanted to live. It's a great example of the fate the party must adhere to and understand in the game, which is ironic since his artificial end informs us of the natural end that the game speaks of. Some things in life, such as death, are inevitable. All things will end. But the significance lies with how you approach your time until the end comes, and in the lasting impact you leave on the world. That is Roche, full of freedom and desiring this connection, but also demonstrating doom. And this ending brought such complexity to his conclusion. Again, he is constrained by so many things, but he seeks release and fulfillment through Cloud, and finds freedom within the gaps to fight for his final lap. This all provides us with hope and the thought that the party can succeed in defying our silver-haired personification of wrong fate. And the bout is a thrilling one characteristic of the man that Roche is. Plagued by degradation and yet fighting on, not wanting to be pitied, it almost feels as though Roche is actually about to defy fate. And yet, in spite of all that he represents, the final impact of his character is incredibly sorrowful and brutal.
There's no escaping the degradation, my friend.
With one final hint of a wave and one final, my friend, Roche succumbs and tells Cloud that there is no escape to this. Even he, the personification of defiance, could do nothing but choose how to spend his remaining time. He becomes completely equivalent to the other robed men, with the tiniest traces of his sense of self remaining through his feeble moans of my friend, indicating that a trace remains. But the sentiment here is very much that for Cloud, there is no escape. And the fact that Roche, this character so tied to Cloud and more importantly, so full of life, becomes this, is truly sobering, with little details like his stumbles throughout the fight as he succumbs being incredibly heartbreaking. Cloud has been annoyed at him at times, but it was clear that he very much liked and appreciated him, and it was a give-and-take dynamic. But it disturbs him to see him like this, and it bodes extremely ill for what it means for his future and his fears of degradation. Shinra was simply Roche's platform to do what he desired to be free, but here we see that his freedom was ephemeral. It makes us feel so low, and it begins to feel hopeless for Cloud. And this is what Aerith and Tifa reassure him of here, that this will not happen to him. They're comforting words, but underlying them is another meaning, that this cannot happen to Cloud. For if it does, Sephiroth will win, the levee will break, and he will be able to wield the Lifestream and the world as he fancies. Tifa and Aerith here are reassuring him and want to save him because of their love for him. But simply put, the world depends on this as well in ways that they may not even fathom. Cloud cannot despair, he cannot lose hope, and he cannot break and become a black robe. His despair is that which will bring forth true doom. But more on that later. This is Roche's moment, and it was such a fantastic use of the character. Incredibly disturbing, and adding emotions and richness to everything from him that we'd seen thus far. And it leaves the party feeling the most uneasy they've been in the story so far as they travel back to the Gold Saucer. Meanwhile, we cut to the goings-on in and around Midgar and see a television transmission of Glenn, who addresses the Shinra Resistance Committee on behalf of the self-proclaimed interim Wutai government. He provides some evidence and explains the tensions and aggressions that we've been seeing building up throughout the story, and states that as a result of all this, Wutai has declared war against Rufus and Shinra. He gives way for Sephiroth to say a few words, but no one appears, and very intentionally, I think, we cut immediately to Rufus, watching the broadcast in his boardroom. This is where we really begin to understand the true nature of how and why Rufus is likely Sephiroth. The direction and flow of this scene speaks for itself, but characterization-wise, it makes sense too. Rufus has likely been working under the name of Sephiroth, and before Crisis shows that he's secretly been funding Avalanche, which obviously exaggerated the blame on Wutai and the conflict. But he's also likely behind the prior attack on his father's life from Avalanche on his end, fueled by his inferiority complex, fear, pride, and hatred. It all makes sense for the character, and Glennaroth knows this, poking at the possibility through some later dialogue. And there's also a little tongue-in-cheek line from Rufus that sort of alludes to this speech later on as well, where Rufus tells Glenn that Sephiroth maybe would have shown up for the conference if Glenn spent a bit more money on the set, which could very easily be a thinly veiled dig at Glenn, showing the understanding between the two that Rufus is Sephiroth. Though he obviously didn't show himself for reasons a bit more substantial than a cheap set. The Rebirth Ultimania claims that Wutai will be a huge factor in the third game, and I'm really excited to see how they'll approach it, as a lot of this is brand new material not in the original game that they could nonetheless easily tie back to Sephiroth's primary plans and plot, especially if he's manipulating all this to his end of sowing seeds of despair through conflict. I also think that it's likely that Sung is aware of these machinations, as he exchanges some key looks with Rufus while answering the queries posed by Scarlet. Rufus's board members, including Reeve, discuss the developments, quickly touching on Glenn, the overall history of Wutai, and the faceless Sephiroth, before Rufus refocuses and says that their current job is to pursue Aerith to the Temple of the Ancients in order to reach the Promised Land. And as I stated before, there feels like a tragic inevitability here from Rufus's perspective. He tries so hard to be different and more efficient, and most of all, better than his father. But while he wasn't too interested in this follow Aerith plan initially, now he finds that through his desire to carve out a legacy for himself, he has drifted back to it, unable to escape this shadow. And this also pertains to the Wutai conflict, as we've talked about. And so, they are ultimately to head north, not south as it was in the original, to this end. He exchanges an oppressive glance with Reeve, who comes away from it looking extremely conflicted, which I think is an indicator of the quote-unquote betrayal that is to come. Him knowing that it's the right thing to do in terms of the safety of the party that he cares so much for, but him hating that he has to betray their trust. This leads directly into the party asking an unresponsive Kate about his thoughts while deliberating how to get to the saucer, and seeing his turned-off state directly after showing a scene where Reeve is very much occupied is a pretty blunt hint for Kate Sith's identity in case the player didn't figure it out already. On the way to Sid, and prompted by a very reflective and serious Kate Sith, clearly pondering the political strife bubbling over, we get Yuffie's take on the situation, and it is one that is very much in line with the overall sentiment, if not the tiniest details. And that is that this is all being postured to stoke the flames of war. But those stoking it do not have Wutai's best interests in mind, and so I wouldn't be surprised if Part 3 has us adding our might to Wutai's cause in order to aid their fight back. There are also some interesting bits of Yuffie writing here. She says that any Wu-Taiyan would die for the sake of their home, but is sure to say that dying sucks, which alludes back to her ideas of there being no afterlife after death. I don't have any big conclusions to make about this, but I just find it all interesting and additive for her. We reach the airstrip to see that Cid himself has put up a signal calling for us, and we hardly get a word in before he immediately asks Aerith if she's related to a Falna. Clearly this is something that he's been stewing over in the ensuing time. He had known her due to seeing her when he was working odd jobs for Shinra, and she clearly left an impression through both her beauty and her kindness. But there is a great moment of quiet contemplation from him as he processes that she passed away, leading him to ask if there's any way he can help Aerith and the party going forward. It's a fantastic use of body language, expressions, and voice acting from J. Michael Tatum to really get across how fervently he desires to help, how earnest he is, and overall how kind of a man he seems to be. Which again, is a big departure from the original, which I imagine will make way for rougher stuff in Part 3. But I don't think that this is a mask at all. I think Rebirth truly made him into someone with a clearer heart of gold, just with some rougher exterior that we'll see in the future. And if you think about that sort of character concept, it really isn't too different from the original. As I mentioned before, this is roughly where we get Rocket Town and Cid's character work in the original game, clearly cut out due to pacing and maybe budget reasons. And as cool as it would have been to have another town to explore and another mini-arc, I understand why it wasn't added, and it may have made the game a bit too bloated, though that is definitely still a pitfall that they have to avoid in Part 3 with all the stuff they need to cover in addition to what it seems that they're shifting over. But I digress. The minimalistic replacement is this crumb of Cid characterization, along with some little lines that we get through the conversations during the travel sections throughout, and I really enjoy it all. It's all great stuff, and it establishes those aforementioned connections for Cid. After a bit of prodding from Barrett, Cid agrees to take the party anywhere they wish free of charge, opening up the entirety of the world to the player and providing a bunch of side quest threads to pursue prior to the last stretch. But not before Vincent sneaks on board and formally joins the party, with his awesome quiet acknowledgement and agreement to Cloud's declaration that he will cut him down if he even gets slightly suspicious. After reflecting on their cause and their pursuit of Sephiroth, Vincent has decided that his unfinished business with him takes precedence, and so he joins the party. With both Cid and Vincent joining up, it's a great moment of coming together, and I found myself incredibly hyped now that every primary party member was in tow. It was kind of like the Fellowship getting together, and it made me so excited for what the future had in store for them going forward, which was a great way to shift the tone into something more triumphant and encouraging prior to the finale to balance the uncertainty with Cloud. Cid and Vincent are to this game what Nanaki was to Remake, so they don't have affinity or gameplay control or huge essential roles, but having them around for this last stretch and finale was great to subtly lay some foundations for them, and just for their overall presence and interactions.
What happened to your mother? She get sick?
Doctors always said she had a weak constitution, and trying to escape didn't help. I think she just pushed herself too hard, all so that I could be free.
I'm sorry. At least she went out on her own terms.
Did she?
Even if she didn't, you should honor her memory by enjoying the life she gave you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Also, I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't at least mention how adorable the interactions between Cid, Tifa, and Aerith are.
Strap on in and we'll punch through the chop.
Aye aye.
Let's set sail.
Let's set a course for Costa Del Sol, sir.
Roger that. Full speed ahead.
After a bit of a turbulent landing, Chapter 12 begins with us finding ourselves back in Costa del Sol, with the wide scope of the world laid out before us and a heap of side quests available should the player be interested. But in terms of the main plot, the plan is to make our way back to the Gold Saucer and begin sleuthing around for any evidence of the Keystone, and that is what the party does, now including our two new friends. Dio, who Vincent interestingly mentions that he's familiar with, is the man most closely acquainted with the history of the Keystone, and so he is who the crew decide to search out. But before fully separating, Cait Sith takes Cloud aside and mentions that the Temple of the Ancients is meant to house extreme, life-threatening danger, and that there is a large possibility that the party will meet their demise if they go there. Cloud brushes the warning off, saying that it's likely just a legend, and in my opinion implying that their cause is worth that sort of risk anyway. And I believe this interaction was a final plea. If Cait had been able to convince the party not to go forth, then all would have been well, but Cloud's answer here is likely what makes Cait's mind up with finality that he cannot allow the party to travel to the temple considering the risks. But with that, we're given free license to once again explore the Gold Saucer for narrative reasons, and I think this leads nicely into my overall feelings on Chapter 12 as a whole. In my opinion, Chapter 12 is in a lot of ways the last hurrah and goodbye from this story to a lot of the camp, cheesiness, and silliness that is so tied to the narrative before things get incredibly dark, disturbing, and sad. And this is definitely the case for Rebirth, as the story enters its final stretch right after this and gets incredibly serious, but it could also be the case for the overarching narrative including Part 3 too. I'll talk about my take on the direction of the story post-Rebirth later, but needless to say, I don't believe that having a similar amount of silliness throughout Part 3 would be appropriate tonally considering the circumstances of the plot, the party's mental state, Aerith's death, Cloud's fragmented psyche, Sephiroth being Sephiroth, and essentially everything else. I think we reach a tonal and thematic point of no return after the ending of this game wherein things will never quite be as carefree or fun as they were prior. And to be clear, I'm not saying that it will become grimdark after this, and I'm sure that there'll be a decent amount of silly charm, just as the original has. But I don't think that Part 3 will or should contain as much silliness as Rebirth overall, and it's definitely a pivot point and things do change irreversibly after this. And so, we circle back to Chapter 12. This was likely the last time for the game to go all out on the fun and absolute batshit insane antics, and boy do they go all out. The sentimental and emotional core of the chapter is definitely the Gold Saucer date sequence, and they definitely won't remove or alter the beautiful character dynamics and relationships showed off there. But it also uses this opportunity to give us this awesome play with tons of interactivity, crazy production values, and lines that seem to allude to the dark future of the story, and a Balls to the Walls tournament arc that incorporates so many familiar faces and just escalates and escalates somehow in terms of scale and insanity, with the triumphant transition incorporated through the additions of Sid and Vincent, which allow this sort of tone to work here. And this is all kicked off when Cloud, Aerith, and Cait learn that Dio, who we eventually find battered and bruised in the aftermath of his fight with the Turks, has been challenged by Don Corneo of all people to a tournament of sorts, for which the winner will get ownership of the Gold Saucer. After being asked about the whereabouts of the Keystone, Dio says that he has it and will give it to us, on one condition, that we act as proxy champions for his team in his battle with Don Corneo, and win, allowing him to maintain his ownership of the Gold Saucer. The party naturally agrees and are granted free access to the hotel to rest up the night before the big tournament. And after an interesting scene that shows us Aerith seemingly agonizing over writing some song lyrics, Cloud goes to sleep and we are whisked away once more to what we were met with the last time Cloud napped in this hotel, another Zack section. This time, we open with an incredibly important scene between Zack and Marlene, where we learn that somehow Marlene is acutely aware of the original fate awaiting Aerith, that she will be killed by Sephiroth. She says that it's good that she doesn't wake up, because if she does, it will lead to that fate. She says that Cloud needs to heal up to protect her if it comes to that, but that overall, she cannot go down the same road she does in the original game's events, because it will lead to her death and Cloud's despair due to getting so close but being unable to protect her. And when Zack questions her about these thoughts, it is spelt out to us through a quick flashback that Marlene knows this because of the knowledge that Aerith imparted to her in Remake prior to losing so many important memories to the Whispers. Like I hypothesized in my first video, in calming and soothing Marlene just as she did with Nanaki, Aerith shared some of her spiritual essence and energy with her, which included these important memories essential to the fate of the planet, and so Marlene knows of this and implores Zack to not allow this to happen. And this is interesting, because this means that the Marlene from Remake's core world is here, being some sort of imprint given full life. But also, thematically this is a little curious, because if anything, I believe this game to be touting the idea that death is inevitable, and that actually stopping Aerith's death is not only virtually impossible, but antithetical to the themes and messages of the story. Everything has an end, and that's just the way of it. And this is Aerith's time, and she knows it, and the planet knows it, and as hard as it is something that must be accepted. And even still, it doesn't mean that Aerith leaves us in totality, as she is still a part of the Lifestream and she still makes herself very present. And yet, despite all of this theming, Marlene wants to prevent it. Now, of course, she is a kid who doesn't want this person that she cares for to die, and I get that. But on a narrative level, it is a curious little detail, and the only thing I think it could be advocating here is not that Aerith can't die because the planet's doomed if she does, because we know that that's not true, but that Aerith can't die because it will lead to the planet's doom through Cloud's despair. I think that Marlene is trying to communicate here, maybe unintentionally in a sort of plot-devicey way, that Cloud cannot break. And it's a fantastic precursor to the finale of the game for that reason. Zack is understandably taken aback by this swarm of insane revelations and takes some time to reflect on it all, staring up at the doom of the sky above with a sort of ponderous defiance, lost in his own thoughts. He is then snapped out of it in a lovely way when he is joined by Elmira, who exclaims with a lovely optimism, despite all that she's going through, that the flowers are blooming beautifully, perhaps demonstrative of Omni Aerith's constant fight for life against Sephiroth, or this Aerith's battle for her literal life. And this feels like the exact impetus Zack needs in this moment, with the flowers reminding him of Aerith's beautiful spirit and all that he's fighting to protect. So after reflecting on Marlene's words, he decides here that he needs to find Hojo to talk to him about Cloud's condition and how to heal him. And Elmira's response unexpectedly hits like a truck.
Well, hurry on back, okay? It's hard enough looking after these two with your help, but without it... Without you, I'd be a wreck.
It again nails home the incredibly efficient relationship between the two. As I said earlier, they're essential for one another, and without the other, I feel like neither would be able to be the beacon of hope that they are. And it's appropriate that arguably the biggest personification of hope in the story is the person that links these two, who have been able to find this beautiful solace in one another. Upon hearing this from Elmira, Zack brings forth his cheerful demeanor and says that he won't be long, but insists and pleads, again taking Marlene seriously here, for Elmira to not let Aerith leave if she does wake up while he's gone. However, on his way out, he receives a note from Biggs, stating that he understands his purpose now thanks to Zack, but very much implying that he is on a characteristically naive suicide mission to destroy Reactor 6. And this leaves us off with a cliffhanger and a decision for Zack. Do I go after Hojo for Cloud's cure, or do I combat the immediate and impending death that Biggs will surely face? It's a great narrative dilemma for him, and the foundation for some of the world mechanics that are explored here that we discussed earlier. Whether it be this Buddhist dream world splitting at his choices that reflect his dreams, or genuine realities fracturing due to his strength of will, it's a great way to integrate characterization and plot, while also showing us that while Zack inspired Biggs, the latter is still as lacking in bigger picture thinking as he was in Remake, which is a character flaw that feels right for him to continue to have. After this, we cut back to Cloud waking up in the hotel, and on the night before the big battle, we lead into one of the most anticipated parts of the Rebirth narrative material, the Gold Saucer date. All in all, this is without doubt one of the highlights of Rebirth for me, and one of the most elevated aspects of a game that elevates everything. It was really everything I could have wanted, full of heart, charm, emotion, and great richness in the character interactions. So much so that after finishing the date I got, I immediately browsed the other scenes on YouTube to see what dialogue I missed. It is structured more or less in two parts. The first being Cloud and his date going to see the Loveless play, with the core of this being the same no matter who you get, and only certain little details surrounding it changing. And the second being the Skywheel scene, which changes entirely depending on who the date is. Now, with regards to the play itself, it is absolutely spectacular in every way. After a charming introductory scene, we enter the theater, sitting separate from the rest of the party, and we hear that Aerith, under the adorably appropriate nickname Maycomb Bloom, has won a sort of songwriting contest and will be performing it for the play. We take our seats, put on our virtual headsets, and the show begins. This production is unbelievable. The direction is stellar, the lyrics are poetic and appropriately theatrical, seeming to hint at points to certain events to come in the plot. And the play in general actually feels to me much more in line with the tone of the opera scene in Final Fantasy VI rather than the play from the original game. And that's a huge compliment, as I much prefer the former. Though it is important to mention that the two have very differing aims, with the originals just being a bit of a silly and cheesy detour without much substance, and 6's being one of the most essential set pieces and emotional beats of the entire narrative. But for this game, I feel like this moment works much better as a more substantial and emotional sequence rather than simple fun. And that it is, elevated immensely by the addition of the VR aspect of it, which allows all of the original actors of the production in the past to take part, including our wonderful Jessie Raspberry, which added an intimacy and emotional punch that, while painful, was very welcome and carried forward into the end of the performance. It is lovely to see all of the members of the party taking part here. Yuffie, Nanaki, and Kate's enthusiasm, Sid falling asleep and then being really into it, Vincent curiously taking part and looking on. But what really hit for me was seeing both Barrett and Tifa's emotional reaction to seeing Jessie again, regardless of whether they're on the date or in the audience. Just witnessing this glimpse into a world where maybe she could have just followed her dream, where her father wasn't abused by Shinra and where she didn't have to die for her cause. And then seeing her dear friends dealing with that. It was incredibly powerful. And I do think that there are multiple conflicting feelings at play here. It is absolutely opportunistic and pretty gross of Shinra to profit off of Jessie's likeness after she has died fighting against their very corruption, and there's no getting around that. It is cold, calculated, self-serving, and characteristic of their evil, and I highly doubt that she signed some sort of waiver for this. But in spite of that, it's hard to think of that in the moment because of the emotions at play, and because of the sweeping nature of the production here. It's simply wonderful to see her again, doing what she loved. And it's beautiful that she's able to live out her dreams here. Not literally, of course, but as who she wished to be, without tragedy, remembered for who she was at heart by the masses, and not as this martyr or necessity who died believing that she caused such pain. The quick-timey, over-the-top, self-insert segment of the show is very fun through the amount of passion put into the presentation and the variation in outcomes through the choices, which are engaging enough to encourage checking out all the options even if nothing super significant changes. It's a nice way for Cait Sith to have fun in what he probably thinks is his last night with the party, and overall it's once more a full-on display of the silly, campy charm that Chapter 12 prominently displays as a send-off. And after this, we get to one of the most defining scenes in the entire game. Aerith's performance of her song, No Promises to Keep. Along with just generally being a really nice song, evocative of the spirit of the story, the lyrics here and what they mean for the whole narrative, and Aerith in particular, as she wrote them, are incredible. According to Nojima, the lyrics are not meant to be directed to any specific person like Cloud or Zack, but instead indicative of her emotional journey as a whole. And in that way, this sort of continues forward the sentiment she articulated during her speech at the River of Lights, that in spite of all the hardship she's experienced due to her origins, she desires to persevere past the pain and see the beauty in the seemingly random fate thrust upon her. That beauty not having to do with agony and tragedy, but in the light, love, and memories, and how the once more seemingly random connections she's made have made everything worth it. And the most painful thing about this is I really do think that she wrote this while thinking of her ultimate fate, her impending death, and how she approaches it with courage because of all that she values about life. If Nanaki knew about her life being in danger, as we'll talk about in a second, then I'm sure that she did too, and yet she approaches it with such bravery. It is a beautiful scene, full of great reactions and expressions from Aerith and the party, and some great glances and smiles of encouragement between her and Cloud, and it's just an encapsulation of why she is essential to this story. After the song ends, the game decides to do something evil and show us a sort of final goodbye from the Avalanche trio as they fade into the Lifestream, kind of indicating that while the game and promotional material may have hinted at one or more of them ultimately living, they are gone. Jessie doesn't come back here, she is just a projection that feels so close to real, but not quite. Wedge is confirmed to be gone, and Biggs will return to his original fate too. And this is our goodbye to them, an example of the grief that Aerith acknowledges but takes in stride because of how beautiful the memories associated with those who leave are. But that doesn't make this any less painful. I had been building up in terms of emotions throughout the performance, but this moment and Aerith's emotional response to seeing and thinking of their sacrifice broke the well and had me bawling. And yet, Cloud and the party don't allow her to end the performance on a sad note, and they join her on stage to celebrate her performance and conclude it with a smile and the sentiment that in spite of everything, she and the party can do this. To me, the River of Light speech and this performance are two acts of the same internal narrative and message for Aerith. It's a beautiful, distilled encapsulation of all that she says about how her bonds have made all of the pain worth it, and it ties a bow on one of the best sequences in the story. Now, after this, it is time for the individual Skywheel dates, and as I alluded to, each of these are great in their own way, tying into the character involved in one way or another, revealing even more to their dynamic with Cloud, and generally being great little character pieces that show how much the developers adore this cast. And I'll go through them one by one here, starting with the boys' night with Cait Sith, Cid, and Vincent. There isn't a ton to note here, and this is intentionally the least intimate one, but it's low-key a little emotional considering once more that Cait likely thinks that this is his last night with the party and as a result, seems to approach it with all guns blazing. Outside of that, it's full of fun character interactions between these four chaotic men who all, other than Cait, would rather not be here, but that in itself makes it hilarious. Cid's bored expert piloting, Vincent falling asleep, Cloud being moody, and Cait just being adorably exasperated at their detachment while taking in the splendor. It's awesome. However, the non-emotional and very lighthearted feel to this one is a tonal outlier, and the rest of them have quite a bit of emotion and pathos to them. And the next one I'll talk about is Yuffie's, which I found incredibly endearing and revealing. It begins beautifully, with her wide-eyed enthusiasm and wonder at the splendor and sights of the ride, really once again showcasing her adorable and refreshing earnestness. It pauses for a moment when she feels sick, and then starts up again as the show continues, Cloud brooding on his own as he tends to. But Cloud is not an inactive participant here, he's just a little awkward. He does take in the sights with Yuffie, and he does engage her in his own way, and ultimately he begins to open up as she cleverly pokes and prods at him about his past relationship with Tifa. And this prompts her to talk about how she remembers the first time she ever had a crush on a guy. Nothing even approaching serious, but still, a crush. On a much older guy who just thought of her as a little kid, a certain Zack Fair. While Yuffie is never one to be afraid of showing her feelings, and while she is the most honest and forthright member of the party, this is still one of the most sincere and revealing scenes we get from her so far, and the contrast in tone from her usual silliness is stark. But Cloud engages with it best as he can, despite saying outright that he isn't good with feelings, which Yuffie says that she can relate to. But she appreciates his candor and his desire to engage with her and listen, and expresses this through a cute little kiss on the cheek that gets her a bit flustered, before the two communicate and break the awkwardness with some sweet playfighting. And I think it's great. It obviously doesn't mean anything serious, but it's a great way to have these two, who are actually more alike than it would seem with regards to their maturity levels, get a bit closer and understand each other more. And it concludes with Cloud advising her to let Zack have it, similar to what he said about him to Aerith in Gongaga, completely oblivious both times that he was talking about Zack. It's an awesome scene, and it makes me feel so much for these dorks, the perfect mix of fun silliness and genuine heart. The next one I want to talk about is the scene with Nanaki, which is actually the one I got during my first playthrough. And while I didn't expect this scene to be bad at all, despite my love for Nanaki, it did kind of seem like a letdown in the moment because you do naturally subconsciously wonder whether you'll get Tifa or Aerith for this, or at least I did. However, I ended up delighted with this because it provided some character work and revelations that I was not expecting at all. It starts off extremely cute, with Nanaki incredibly excited to check out the ride, and he doesn't let Cloud's buzzkilly attitude dissuade him from being so genuinely passionate. It's a really sweet and refreshing thing to see, him just being his genuine self. No deep voice, no trauma associated with his upbringing, just being himself, and being comfortable with allowing Cloud to see him like this. He has found his genuine identity, and next, in part 3, it's Cloud's turn. That aside, Cloud is genuinely pretty encouraging to him, complimenting him and realizing how much this means to him as he pants and wags his tail and howls. But after a little bit of a lull, Nanaki drops a bomb, saying that he and Aerith could both see the future in Midgar, which alludes to the way that, just like with Marlene, Aerith shared some of her essence and knowledge with him upon calming him down. He speculates about an interesting possibility, that due to how events associated with the Whispers have faded in his memory, maybe everyone will eventually forget that they existed in the first place. It's an eventuality that I could see happening, especially with my take on what the story seems to be doing in integration with the original and the reunion theme, which is essentially, ultimately there are large divergences, but the main points remain consistent when all is said and done. I'll get into it later. Anyways, it's no coincidence that this scene happens right after the warning Marlene gives Zack, and it shows that despite Nanaki saying that he can't see the future anymore due to the Whispers taking that knowledge in order to keep things on track, he does retain some vital knowledge of what is to come. Because what he confides in Cloud here is that Aerith is in mortal danger. The details evade him, but this is what he remembers, and he states that she must be kept safe, just as Marlene does. The scene ends with lightheartedness and charm, a shake and a joke, and with Nanaki thanking him earnestly for his company and for being someone to confide in, and it's all wonderful. It allows these two who relate to each other in a bunch of ways to share a profound bond of trust to enrich their dynamic, and all in all, this was a delightful surprise with some pretty serious plot reveals that could be very important down the line.
I'm glad that we could speak in private, Cloud.
Yeah.
You're good company. Thanks.
Next up is Barret, and this one is really understated but no less great. Really, at the heart of it, with all the loud noises and tragedy and fights and insanity, Barret just wants to have a quiet night out to relax and decompress, and Cloud is the person that he wants to do it with, again illustrating the extreme trust and comfortability that they have with one another. In contrast to everyone else so far, who are all pretty adept at controlling the carriage, Barret finds it adorably difficult and stressful, pulling out his gun and forcing Cloud to take the reins, kind of pulling him out of his shell in a way which is symbolic of their relationship, that when Barret struggles, Cloud supports in ways that may even surprise himself. Barret goofs around some more, but then ultimately reads the room and instead starts opening up about someone so essentially important to him that we have hardly ever had any mention of: Myrna. He uses his story about how the two first began their relationship as a sort of way to give advice to Cloud, and this is the foremost example of his care for him. It is no coincidence at all that Barret, a man who has no problems talking a lot of the time, has never told the party about his deceased partner. But for the first time, he opens up those memories, those old wounds, to provide some guidance for Cloud with regards to his personal relationships. And while Cloud pokes at him a bit, he expresses appreciation for his intent in his own way. It's incredibly heartwarming, indicating how far the two have come and how Barret has begun healing after the events of Chapter 8. There are some great notes that flash a bit of a meta wink at the tribalistic Aerith-Tifa wars in the fandom, and about how Barret and Cloud balance one another out through their different views and approaches to life, how they each appreciate that about the other, and ultimately things conclude with Barret seriously giving Cloud some advice. That when he chooses who his special someone is, he needs to be upfront about it and not wait until it's too late. And Cloud is incredibly receptive. It's an amazing and significant scene for summing up how important each is to the other, and it gave Barrett his much-needed relaxing night off, so that's a win as well.
Thanks for coming out tonight. I appreciate it. Tomorrow, we're gonna go to town on those suckers.
Yeah.
And then there were two. Aerith's date opens up with a sort of summation of why she's so fantastic for Cloud. The way she leads and guides him on the ride and offers her hand is all a summary of her tendency to be the one to help him feel comfortable in situations that he may not like under normal circumstances. She really helps him break out of his shell and opens up his world, and yet she knows the line and how not to cross it, as shown when she doesn't immediately force him to sit next to her when he clearly doesn't want to at first. But after some ride-induced tension, they do end up next to each other, and she does her best in engrossing him with the show around them, and he responds to it. And there's also this beautiful moment where Aerith quietly takes in the marvel of everything around her.
It's all so much.
And this directly calls back to her lines in Remake.
You know, I thought about leaving once. But in the end, I couldn't.
Too dangerous?
Too much. A whole world bursting with life. Maybe more than I can handle, I think sometimes. Even now.
Back then, the world scared her. But now, in experiencing all of this and all that it has to offer, leaving the familiar and comfortable is something that she feels was so worth it despite how scary it was, and the party and Cloud's quest helped her to realize the beauty here just like she opens up Cloud's horizons. It's a wonderful give and take. But then, Aerith opens up about how much she saw Zack in Cloud. The way he acted and carried himself, clearly hinting at a big twist that we should all be aware of. However, she then goes on to say that Cloud isn't Zack, and that despite her feelings for Zack, she wants to be with Cloud. It's as explicit as it gets. But she then says, in dialogue that is pretty one-to-one with the original, that she's trying so hard to find Cloud, alluding to the idea that Cloud isn't really all there. Something she can clearly understand on an intuitive level that speaks of her growing understanding. Cloud asks her if Tifa mentioned what they discussed about his false memory in Nibelheim, and we see that she did, at least to an extent, but Aerith lies and says that she hasn't been told anything and then moves in closer to Cloud, grabbing his arm and cuddling up to him before he returns the affection through holding her hand and clasping her fingers. It's a moment of vulnerability and tragedy, and the sentiment of it is similar in my opinion to that of the Chapter 14 date later on. That being that she knows her time on this planet is short, but nonetheless clearly wants to be with Cloud romantically. She wants to be with him, but is fated to die before that can materialize. And so she chooses these little moments to feel, just for a brief time, the life that they could have had. It's heartbreaking and beautiful in equal parts, and if I had to pick one date to choose as the canon one that occurred, to me this is the most fitting date if you take the whole narrative into consideration, knowing what happens soon after this. And last but certainly not least, we have the Tifa date. It starts off characteristically awkward, with both clearly being bashful about the occasion, so much so that it almost causes them to miss the ride. The two sit, and once again we see that visual distance between them before Tifa slowly but surely starts to bridge that gap as she has gradually been doing throughout the story while the show ensues. A silence lulls over both of them, and Cloud, as he did with Aerith, asks Tifa if she mentioned that very same thing. And Tifa lies as well. I think the idea here is that as much as both women love one another, they don't want to be talking about the other whilst on this date with the person that they're quote-unquote competing for. And I apologize for that phrasing, but you know what I mean. With the backdrop of this beautiful fireworks show and a small but notable distance between them, they ponder how extensive their journey and relationship has been, and Tifa expresses how she's never felt as close to him as she does now, before withdrawing within herself and self-doubting again. But in a beautiful gesture, Cloud is the one who makes up the distance and reaches out, quelling her self-doubt and telling her that she's absolutely right. It's a beautiful change, as she has always been the one to do that, but here, he does, and even goes so far as to hug her. In general, Tifa's growing confidence in all aspects of her life, her slow but steady progress, shows here in the early moments, but she regresses into insecurities in a very natural way. And that is when Cloud senses this and takes the initiative himself. It's a wonderful progression of their relationship, and it coalesces with a big deal, the only kiss out of all the dates. Now, I'm personally of the opinion that these dates are both non-canon and canon at the same time, in the sense that all of them are plausible routes that the story could take depending on the player's choices, and all of them are in character. However, at this specific point in time, I don't think that Cloud is in the mental state to be in a relationship with anyone except Roche pre-degradation. That's a joke. Maybe. Aerith has had to work through her grief, and Tifa her hesitancies, and I think both make big strides in their personal relationship with Cloud, but he himself is so messed up psychologically that he needs to sort that out before anything can happen with anyone. And yet, through the game, I think that much evidence is given for both relationships being genuinely possible. There's a little bit of something for everyone. And on a related note, I don't think that Tifa should be chastised for withholding truths from Cloud, and I don't think that it's an indictment on Aerith that she can't move on wholly from Zack while also still having feelings for Cloud. Both cases are incredibly understandable and human for so many reasons, especially if you attempt even a little to put yourself in their positions, and any criticism towards either of them personally for these reasons is way off base for me. With all that said and the date finished, however, the tournament ensues and the insanity begins amidst the knowledge that the Turks and Rufus are on their way to the tournament to grab the keystone for themselves. The actual fights are glitzy and loud and reminiscent of a lot of the energy of Wall Market, with some awesome little cutscenes giving each party member a moment to shine. But those are easy enough, and Don Corneo's champions are dispatched quickly. Afterwards, however, is where the real battle begins. Elena and Rude gatecrash and toss the keystone to Kate, who runs away, intending to deliver it to Shinra in what the party justifiably views as a total betrayal. And while Barrett, Yuffie, and Nanaki pursue him, Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa are left to fight a hilariously organized spectacle of a bout against Elena and Rude, complete with benches and item machines to allow both parties to fight at fullest potential with some great smack-talking dialogue prior to the fight.
You think you could hurry it up?
I love Elena. Before said fight can reach its conclusion though, the center of the stage opens up and Rufus reveals himself, primed and raring to fight Cloud. And this is actually a really revelatory moment for me. It's shown clearly that Elena and Rude could have continued to fight for a decent bit longer, so it's not as if the Keystone plan was in peril and this was sort of a last resort. No, Rufus just simply wanted to fight Cloud here as he did at the end of Remake. And I think that the resonance of this is sort of similar to Roche and Cloud's relationship. Rufus is strung down by his desire to prove himself and surpass his father, his need to do things properly and better, to get to the promised land, to be different. But as much as he yearns and tries, he can't really escape his father's legacy and he never feels free from his ghost. And to this point, I really think that the only times that he feels free are when he forgets about his self-imposed obligation and lets loose. And the only times that he really does that are when he fights Cloud. Like I touched on earlier, I think that Cloud is Rufus's reprieve, and it lends a rich little layer to their adversarial relationship that does a lot for Rufus. However, all good things, for Rufus at least, must come to an end, and Cloud defeats him and takes his leave, allowing the party to search out Kate Sith once more. After a chase, we eventually find him at the entrance to the park, where he gives the keystone to Sung to complete his betrayal. And notably, his parting words with the Turks are, "Be safe," showing that while he holds the safety of the party in high regard, he wishes the best for the Turks, and specifically Sung as well. They have been shown to be friendly after all, and from Kate's perspective, it was a rock and a hard place sort of situation, and he did the difficult thing to seemingly ensure the party's safety rather than the easy path, which would perhaps lead them to ruin. But his mistake was not properly understanding both the strength of the party and their sheer desire to fight back against this fate, because losing the keystone was never going to stop them. And he realizes this soon enough, but this stumble in the road is important for the progression of his character. The party are obviously distraught and enraged by his betrayal, and I find it extremely sad for Cloud in particular because of how fervently he trusted him as a result of his growing humanity, expressiveness, openness, and vulnerability. It wasn't a mistake to trust him, but he doesn't know this, and it's all just so sad as a result. But the most heartbreaking thing for me is what Kate says, that he knew that it would turn out this way, and that it felt like they were actually friends for a moment. And that's the thing, they were friends, and they are, and they didn't misread his character. I think that if he were to explain himself, the party may even find it within themselves to understand. But like he says, he knew it would end up like this. He never had true hope that he could make a proper change and undercut that cause due to his growing care for the party, yet thought deep within that it was too good to be true. We see here that Reeve never thought that it was actually possible to stay with this group and achieve his dreams, that it was an ephemeral illusion never meant to last. It does get better for him, but in this moment, it is tough. In the original game, this section is incredibly bizarre, with some tonally strange blackmailing that seemingly threatens the safety of Marlene, ensuring that Kate stays with the group, and overall it's much more polished and natural here. The party are momentarily stuck, but Vincent and Sid immediately show their utility by combining their resources to ensure the crew that they should be able to track the location of the Turks and follow them to the temple. And with that, we enter the fantastic 2-chapter climax of this game, a masterpiece in presentation, drama, emotions, character writing, and atmosphere, as we make our way to the Temple of the Ancients, the final dungeon in Rebirth and a stunning midway set piece in the original. Chapter 13 begins with the Turks departing for the temple, and after a bit of dialogue indicating how dangerous the place is, we get an extremely awesome reveal. Reno is back. He's returned from his hiatus, and it is really awesome to see him back and raring to go, especially considering how much they dwell on Rude missing him despite Elena being really awesome. Vincent sees where they're headed through his tracker, and the party then immediately begin their chase, in a sailing segment across the sea that slowly gets more and more cloudy and dark and moody, the oppressive environments establishing a suitably tense and ominous atmosphere to ready us for the tone of the upcoming finale, as it is incredibly reflective, sad, tense, dreary, and somber. As we get close, we cut back once more to the Shinra side of things, now with Rufus and Hojo and the depressing new form of Roche en route to the temple, and we get some incredibly significant dialogue from both Hojo and Rufus here in terms of thematics and characterization respectively. Hojo says that this temple is not the promised land and is more so representative of the beginning of the end, the celebration of the faithful, and a hallmark moment for all of mankind for the scientific significance at play here. And it's incredibly haunting that this arouses such inspiration in him. And a little bit later, Rufus puts his state of mind into words in the most simple and cutting way possible.
I hope you're watching, Dad.
Above all, his drive is incredible, and as has been the case the entire way through, he will brave whatever he must and do whatever he needs to, not out of genuine desire or yearning or dreams, but out of spite, to prove his father inferior. They could go multiple ways with Rufus's resolution in Part 3, and I can't wait to see what they decide. He could end up a tragic figure forever shackled by his hatred and lacking an identity of his own forever. Or he could use the feelings he has in the rare moments of genuine freedom to break free of his fate. And I could see either end of the scale being appropriate and powerful. Rufus and Hojo approach just as the Turks insert the keystone on the ground level, opening the way into the temple with a spectacle of immense scale. The forest quakes, the earth shifts, and the temple materializes and constructs itself, forming a magnificent sight worthy of the ancients. A splendid display architecturally, with lots of curious open space throughout that we would get further context for later. Hojo and Rufus watch on, excited for very different reasons, and the party arrive to the Northwood, a beautiful and quiet forested area nestled in a mountainous region, but punctuated with an atmosphere that is incredibly tense, as Aerith says. The temple is beautiful, but it shields something sacred and dangerous, and so it should not be exposed, and the planet is fearful. Aerith is so overwhelmed by it all that she can't help but cry, having always felt this unshakable connection to her people and the planet, and now having arrived at this monument that feels like a celebration of both. But in spite of the beauty, she tells Barrett that this is not the promised land, because such a place could never be so full of sadness and anger. It's once more a foreboding tone setter integrating with the atmosphere of the temple. And while I've indicated this already, it once again bears repeating that this place marks the start of an absolutely brilliant stretch of storytelling in both the original and Rebirth, accompanied by a musical score that is ominous and foreboding and dark in all the right ways, setting the tone immediately. In the original, it is a faster, sacred-sounding track with a strong melody that almost urges the player to rush, but here in Rebirth, they slow it down entirely and make it much more sad and less sinister to reflect the aesthetic approach and flow of the temple. It's less of a rush and more of a somber lament of a place. Beautiful, but sorrowful. And the meaning is similar in both games despite the difference in approach. The Temple of the Ancients is, as the name implies, a very old temple dating back a multitude of years that has deep connections with the Cetra. It is flowing with their knowledge and memories, both in essence as an artifact and through the floating dregs of the Lifestream imbuing the place, so Aerith is naturally overwhelmed upon entering and is able to communicate with the departed souls of her predecessors as they whisper things to her. She does slowly change a little in the original as we go on, and it is most obvious in this temple, where you can feel the shadows and ghosts of her ancestors urging her forward. It's such an otherworldly and enrapturing atmosphere that is established here immediately thanks to all of this, as the intrigue slowly builds as more and more things are presented to us. And in keeping with this awesome and rich tone, we see more hooded, tattooed men going on about a reunion with Sephiroth, but this time they say something new in the original: Black Materia. Though we have been chatting about this for a while already in Rebirth. After fighting past some initial Shinra troops on the outskirts, we find a proper entrance to the temple, strewn with corpses of fiends and men alike. And as the party prepare to make their way inside, Sid and Vincent resolve to stand guard at the entrance. I really like their role here, and it's an incredibly supportive thing for them to do despite not being a core part of the party just yet. Sid understandably isn't quite so willing to put his life on the line in this imposing place of ancient magic that he cannot even begin to comprehend, but as he says, he'll be there afterwards for their ride home, come what may. And throughout the span of the temple journey, Vincent makes his way inside to assist, investigate, rescue the Turks, and ensure an escape route for the party that he clearly has become at least a little attached to, showing the heart that is underneath and in fact partly responsible for the gruff and angsty exterior. This is all a great way to have both men be involved but not pretend that they're suddenly as invested in the end goal as the rest, while still making them feel like part of the party. With this though, we enter the temple in earnest. The air within it is full of weight, and past the initial room which sort of portrays this miniature display reminiscent of the Tree of Life, we find ourselves in the core. A collection of disparate sections of the temple, separated by space and differing in terms of gravity. And the scale of this mixed with how surreal it is completely had me awed in both the original and Rebirth, but specifically through the visuals of Rebirth. There are upside-down segments all over the place, separated by nothing but misty, spiritual space. Some are closer together, but others feel so far off that they may as well be planets of their own. It almost reminded me of the Sky Islands of Skypia from One Piece, or Zeal from Chrono Trigger, but with a much more surreal and dark complexion. And the sheer scope of these insane visuals, in combination with the music which once again complements the story's intention to allow the player to take this all in and immerse themselves, without removing the urgency, mind you, it all just made this temple one of the most richly atmospheric locations in video games that I can think of in recent memory. This place feels like untouched history, every footstep feeling like one step closer to a sacred secret. And a sad but beautiful little touch of subtextual character writing is shown at the beginning. Roche, in his black-robed form, is right at the entrance, illustrating that even with his individuality and essence purged from his being, a tiny spark remains. He's the furthest he can possibly be from the black materia despite his ingrained purpose, like he's fighting to be free. Very appropriate for how the man lived his life. We cut back to the Turks, and I think it's great that Elena continues to be extremely hesitant and fearful of the dangers of this place while the rest of the Turks just go on with the job without complaint. It shows her youth and raw humanity, while also giving insight into how the longer you are with the Turks, the more you seem to just accept these sort of unreasonable jobs even if you disagree. Her being the newest member, of course. But the Turks split up at this point to explore and defend their excavation, and beautifully, the boys are back together again. Reno and Rude partner up once more, and despite the tone at this point, it's a moment that I couldn't help but smile at. But that joy is short-lived, as the journey through the beautiful, sad, and spiritual labyrinth continues back with the party. Through Shinra troops and defenses and gravity and fiends and mysteries, every challenge is taken on while being enraptured by the wonder of the place all the while. The sacred danger of the temple is nailed home as we see troops that fall to their doom in the endless, cruel, beautiful expanse, and just generally the tension mounts with every step we take, and particularly with every second that ticks by as Cloud gets closer to the black materia. He is notably aggravated throughout the Temple of the Ancients, with a lingering anxiety that grows and a snappy impatience that takes hold as they continue to make progress. And this is of course naturally due to the urgency of the situation, but it's also clearly due to the influence that Sephiroth is having on him. He needs the black materia, it calls out to him, and in this case it's not because of the desire to stop Sephiroth from wielding it, but instead because of the opposite of that. The subconscious magnetic pull he experiences that draws him to it for Sephiroth's own machinations. Deeper into the temple, into a section swirling with the planet's rageful essence, Aerith attempts to communicate with the spirits and the planet to convey the party's intent to protect and do no harm, and it is a beautiful scene audio-visually, with optimism imbued from Aerith at her ability to connect in this way and a wonderful rendition of the Lifestream theme playing all the while. It's like every swing of her staff is a tribute to a little adventure we had throughout our journey that made the planet worth saving. It's very reminiscent of Yuna's sending dance in Final Fantasy X, another bit of directorial inspiration from that game in Retrilogy, in addition to how it clearly takes inspiration in the virtual presentation sections. However, while it looks as though it's working, it seems to aggravate the Lifestream, causing the party to be separated and for Cloud to prioritize the materia ahead of his friends, which is the biggest sign yet that something is not right. The trek continues in separate paths, with this gorgeous funeral dirge of a remix of Listen to the Cries of the Planet playing throughout to shift the tone from wondrous, sad, and tense to lean much more into fear, strife, and foreboding. Mitsuto Suzuki states in the Inside Final Fantasy VII Rebirth video series that the intent was to make a soundtrack that could accentuate and pair with the environments and story itself, rather than to stand alone as individual tracks, and ironically, I think that intent actually made the individual tracks stronger, with the approach throughout this final section being a great example of that. It is incredibly cinematic within and outside of battle scenes, reflecting the characters and plot but also accentuating the atmosphere and context, and man, I just can't say enough good about this soundtrack and how it helps, along with the visuals, to make the temple feel more and more twisted, chaotic, and monstrous as we get deeper. But that fury is tinged with this undercurrent of sadness as it fights beyond measure to protect itself and its mother. It's terrifying, but the core of it is sentimental, and it's done for a purpose. After more concerning brutality from Cloud, him, Tifa, and Barret find themselves face to face with Rude and Reno, reigniting the adversarial dynamic from Remake immediately due largely to Reno, but the groups separate before we shift perspectives to Aerith, Yuffie, and Nanaki. Aerith is notably down on herself due to her failure to commune with the Lifestream properly, but Nanaki and Yuffie are fantastic in how they encourage and support her to keep going at it in order to prevent her from doubting herself. And once more, that love and support from those she cares for ends up being essential, as throughout these sections, Aerith learns to wield and harness bits of Lifestream to navigate throughout the temple, and as such, commune in her own little way. And through the two narrative points of view, we see something very clearly, that as Cloud loses himself, Aerith gathers herself. Cloud ignoring the connections that he's fostered for reasons out of his control, and Aerith pushed onwards by a desire to protect her friends, and by the support that they provide her with. Cloud, Tifa, and Barret fight with Reno and Rude, which is a welcome and heartwarming sight to see considering that it's the latter's first proper fight back together again, before Aerith, Yuffie, and Nanaki take on Sung and Elena. A particularly interesting one considering that we haven't seen Sung fight before like this, and yet him and Elena have a large amount of chemistry. But after all this, the party is reunited as the platforms collapse, and we witness another Cloudaroth moment as he quite literally tries to kill Elena, not even stirred by Aerith's protests, repeating Sephiroth rhetoric about death not quite being death, but a homecoming destined to contribute to his grand goal of eternity. The only thing that frees Cloud from this bloodlust is the idea that they still need to get to the Materia, and this leads to the party walking in on Sephiroth impaling Sung in a central chamber, a scene that is elevated a ton from the original game due to how the Retrilogy was able to properly present the Turks as nuanced, human individuals. In the original, Sung speaks of his mistakes and how Shinra was wrong, and he voices his regret for the way he treated Aerith before giving the party the keystone and hunching over in the corner. We then later see that Sephiroth impaled Sung with his sword, which led to him being put in this state. Sung quite literally never appears in the original game again after this, but despite what the translation may allude to through his dialogue and Aerith's response to the situation, he doesn't die, and some important stuff happens with him off-screen. While some may argue that his appearance in Advent Children isn't indicative of anything and could just be a retcon, even in the original story it is canon through the Ultimania that he learns about Aerith's death through Reeve later on and helps evacuation efforts in Midgar in the climax. Even more so than the rest of the Turks, Sung's story is very messily handled in the original. His characterization is consistently all over the place, and while he goes through a bullet point list of things needed for a potential redemption post-Midgar, the manner in which that is approached is very haphazard and lacking in logical progression. Not to mention that the most redeeming parts of it happen off-screen, literally never informing the player of this in the game. It definitely does help that he voices his realizations in the scene here, but everything surrounding this is unfortunately not up to snuff with the quality of the rest of the story. The specifics of the reason behind his survival from Sephiroth's brutal assault here are somewhat explained in the Ultimania, which states that he had been entrusted with a full cure materia that makes him extremely difficult to kill. But again, answers from this are so peripheral that the game has to take some blame for just unceremoniously dropping him from existence and never really acknowledging him after that. No one could be blamed for thinking that he dies here. In fact, it's probably the most logical thing to assume without the context from resources outside the game. And even then, it isn't anywhere as meaningful as it could have been if he had a properly executed character arc. It's not a huge deal, but it is a notable one, and so this is another case of some possible cut content in the final game, or perhaps just some messy execution of the character. But this is something that was much clearer and better handled in Rebirth. Firstly, it helps that he isn't the type of character that would hit Aerith in the first place, but the way their relationship is handled in Crisis Core contributes, along with the allusions to a parallel between him and Barret about his regrets and nuanced feelings about moral culpability, to make him a lot more understandable and totally substantiate why Aerith would feel so much for him, despite her complicated feelings. She says that she never hated him here, and the first thing he actually says upon seeing her shows his care and concern for Aerith, hinting at the idea that similar to Cait Sith, he would like to spare the party, specifically Aerith in this case, from harm. Perhaps he wishes that this place really was the promised land so that Aerith could just be free, which is indicated by the fact that he asks her if this is it. But it isn't. He tells the party that only Aerith's blood can help them progress forward before leaving in spite of the grave wound, and here it is made a bit more obvious that he likely survives through this and the ensuing scenes that show him escaping alive in a helicopter. What I love about this scene in the original game is how Sephiroth almost winks at the player through passing behind the unaware party watching on from outside the scene, before attacking Sung within the scene. While his characterization is minimalistic, elements like this are rare but substantial enough to leave an impact and really help Sephiroth have this aura of power, not just strength. With one small look, he shows that he is aware and capable of shattering the boundaries of time to write his own story, with even just a small meta element to it through his look at the literal player. It's a nod to his more taunting, human side that we see a lot more in the Retrilogy, Ever Crisis, and Crisis Core, and it gives him a feel of omniscience that is compounded in the Retrilogy due to his even more substantial knowledge and plans there. Back in Rebirth, Cloud eliminates any possibility of Aerith dwelling on her feelings, sharply saying that he needs Aerith to uncover the secret to moving forward. And that she does, reading that the only way to progress is for every member of the party, apart from Cloud, to turn inward and face a challenging personal journey. This leads into undoubtedly one of the greatest and most powerful sections of the game for me, where every party member is forced to face the trauma and darkness of their past and persevere in spite of it. I've said throughout this and in the past that in spite of all the quality put into every aspect of the game, the Retrilogy lives and dies by its characters. It adores its cast, and these trials are some of the foremost examples of that, functioning as unbelievable individual character pieces that are not very long but are incredibly rich in emotions and adept at summing up just how much these beautiful souls have gone through, with so much care and thought put into the visuals, music, and overall presentation of these set pieces. These trials put me through the ringer emotionally, gradually building up the sadness until I was full-on bawling by the middle of the final one. And I do think that these are very purposefully set up and ordered to wring out as many emotions as possible out of the player. We start off with Nanaki's trial, which is probably the most horrifying and grim, chronicling the most traumatic moment of his life. How he was captured by Shinra and ripped from the only home that he's ever known. Tinged with the usually comforting Cosmo Canyon theme but oppressed by the context, the familiar cave layouts of home slowly transition into the cold, mechanical, devastatingly familiar aesthetic of Hojo's lab, and we are left powerless as Nanaki is dragged onto an experiment table, Hojo cackling evilly as he arbitrarily grants him his name and agonizingly brands him. Throughout this part, I kept telling myself that this name so representative of the most terrible memories of his life had now been tinged with warmth and comfort and empowerment from the party, but it is little comfort to think of that fact as Nanaki's blood-curdling screams pierce your ears. It just makes you wish that you could give him a hug and tell him it'll be alright. This is a truly horrific way to start off the trials, with no solace except for the fact that these memories are behind Nanaki, but with them being displayed and relived so viscerally, it really doesn't help, and it establishes the fact that there will be no peace throughout these trials for the party, at least not within them. Only agony. Next up, we have Tifa's trial, and it unsurprisingly begins back at her home in Nibelheim, with a haunting, quiet, sorrowful rendition of her theme playing all the while. Led forward by heart and nostalgia, she follows her younger self to the top of the tower and sees a child version of Cloud, the embodiment of the man that she has continuously reached out for but failed to properly save, as of yet. We get a quick flash and Nibelheim is engulfed in the devastatingly familiar flames, and Cloud points Tifa towards the site of her father's death. As a result, once more she is forced to reflect on the destruction that Shinra and Sephiroth have wrought and how much it enrages her. And while this is emotional and devastating, carrying on the tone and theme nicely, this is my least favorite of the 5 trials, primarily because it doesn't offer anything new about Tifa or her history that we haven't seen before, as the story has dwelt on this stuff for her already. Whereas for the other party members, we see something that adds emotional context in one way or another and gives us new layers. However, I do think that there is some clever narrative substance in the repetition of this trauma for Tifa. It's like an event or feeling that she cannot escape from. She feels trapped, much like trauma can be. And her one big fear right now, Cloud being taken from her as well, feels more and more like an ever-present possibility as she relives her pain, especially with the context of Cloud's situation in the story right now, and especially with the eluding presence he has as a child in her trial. After this, we have Yuffie's segment, and here is where we really start hitting the emotions incredibly hard with a trial that is as beautiful and poetic and elegant in execution as it is tragic in sentiment. In another Shinra facility, Yuffie finds herself navigating a rectangular structure, guided by the Lifestream-induced memory of Sonon that urges her forward using lines that he said to her throughout episode intermission, and backed by this incredibly heartfelt piano track. And the game had shown a couple of really quick but very painful cuts to him prior to this to great effect, but here is where the feelings hit their apex. Sonon's voice is painfully gentle and soothing, a calm center in the midst of a swirling tornado, and Yuffie can almost feel his presence as she follows him, maybe chases him, trying to see him once more. But he leaves her with his final line, saying that she needs to keep going for them, for him, as his living legacy. And from here, Yuffie navigates further past a toxic-looking purple gas dangerously reminiscent of Nero before she's confronted by the man himself, malevolently embracing Sonon before dangling him like a marionette. He taunts her and tells her to come and claim Sonon, otherwise he'll have him all to himself, before shutting her off from him, leaving her alone and devastated. It's a fantastic sequence that communicates the feelings that Yuffie holds deep inside, a huge part of her reason and motives for fighting in such a beautiful way, and it ends in suitable brutality. Yuffie has a lot of additional trials ahead, with the Wutai conflict incoming, and with this display from Nero seeming to be a summary of what she could face in the future in literal terms. And with the help of her friends, she will be able to get through it, but in this moment, all she feels is darkness and pain. I was already reeling by this point, but the 4th of the 5 trials took it to another level. Signaled by the grand brass that plays his theme, Barrett, with his arm restored, is transported back to a much more productive and thriving Corel prior to the tragedy, full of people that adore him for his intent with the reactor. It is a sight to behold to see this place not suffering for once, a contrast that is happy because of how positive a change it is, but also deeply melancholic because it so clearly shows us how far things fell in the most literal way. But the bit that really destroyed me was Barrett's reaction to seeing his partner, Myrna. Like I mentioned earlier, Myrna is a character that Barrett never talks about despite her being such a huge part of his life, likely due to not wanting to open up to the pain and wanting to move past it. And that is why him bringing her up with Cloud in Chapter 12 is such a great display of the sincere trust between the two. But seeing her in the flesh was a whole different prospect. With the little we see, she seems like a beautiful person on the inside and out, with such an understanding of Barrett. She seems like such a representation of home, as he quite literally says that he's almost home as he approaches his place, and I don't think that he's talking about his literal house. Seeing Barrett collapse into her arms in tears was unbelievably emotionally overwhelming. He knows that this is an illusion, but he can't help but lose himself in it, having suffered so much and having clearly missed his soulmate beyond words. And with crushing inevitability, the scene shifts into the direct aftermath of Shinra's evil. With his arm freshly amputated after Dyne's supposed death, Barrett rushes to Myrna, knowing what to expect but daring to hope. And he is forced to grieve over her once more, despite actively attempting so strongly throughout our story to not face these very feelings. Absolutely cruel. Last but certainly not least, we get Aerith's trial. And while the competition is stiff, this one is without doubt the best one. It starts out in the cargo hold of a train heading to Sector 4, where Aerith witnesses the time she spent as a little girl fleeing from Shinra with Afalna, who desired beyond anything for her daughter to be given some kind of life worth living. Afalna is clearly ailing and sickly, without much time left, and yet her love for her daughter is so resolute and allows her to hold on for the journey just to ensure that Aerith arrives safely. In the midst of the greatest darkness at Shinra HQ, Aerith and Afalna would draw these colorful, beautiful, happy murals to escape from reality and indulge in a happiness that was something of an abstract fantasy. And the very same thing is shown here, as the two talk and share and find this ephemeral paradise in the most desperate of times, talking about how they'll escape and go on an adventure and how Afalna would get better. Accentuated by achingly beautiful piano notes and signified by these drawings being shown throughout the walls of the carriage. But the train pulls in, and Afalna finds that she is fading, and she apologizes for the journey seeming to be cut short. In a directorial masterclass, synced up stunningly with the swell of Aerith's theme, young Aerith goes off in the cold, lonely night to find a doctor for her mother. And Aerith urges her younger self forward in a touch that I imagine is representative and symmetrical to the way that Omni Aerith, Lifestream Aerith, may be urging the current Aerith to stay strong and keep progressing on her path. Young Aerith finds no reprieve and no luck in the cruel Midgar night until she runs into the woman who would save her life and whose life she would save, Elmyra. And here it becomes clear that this is the first-person point of view of the memory that Elmyra narrated in Remake. Aerith quickly dismisses Elmyra's help, but Elmyra follows her to Afalna, who is fighting for every millisecond to hold on. She realizes that her time is up, and says that while she will fade and return to the planet, she will always be with Aerith. Elmyra arrives, and in sensing that she is a kind soul, a good person who will take care of Aerith, Afalna is finally able to pass away, bestowing upon Aerith this last hope in the form of her words and the white materia, content with the fact that while her daughter will not have it easy, perhaps with Elmyra she'll at least have a life. I was crying like mad throughout this section, and there was just something about so personally being confronted with the trials Aerith experienced at her lowest point, the loneliness. It's so painful to see, and it makes it feel even more admirable that she was able to come out of this not just okay, but as an inspiration. But here, in reliving this immense grief, she feels as alone and devastated as she did all that time ago, falling to her knees in the desolate wasteland of her most painful memories. These trials are emotionally evocative character pieces at their finest, and it is an ingenious move to have this ancient spiritual temple of sacred magic reflect the subconscious of the subject back on them to nail home the character writing and journeys here, with each getting miserable spotlight. They've all been through so much, and they all have so many reasons to give up and hate everything about the world around them. And yet, they all have the strength to persevere and hope and follow their hearts and see the good in people and the world to empower themselves and each other to fight and protect it. And part of what makes this so genius is how it feeds into one of the main themes of despair versus hope, which properly begins taking center stage here. After the trials, the party are left overwhelmed and weakened, but Aerith gives this magnificent speech that feels like, in spirit, her final words of encouragement to the party that she wishes to leave them with before she departs. She champions the main idea here, that death isn't the end, and that the loved ones who leave us are not gone in totality. But in addition, she also acknowledges everyone's pain, having experienced it herself. She says that she realizes that knowing this fact does not make it any easier to let go of loved ones, in a line that I believe has a bunch of meta connotations. Because if we know anything about Aerith post-death, it's that she is ever present in the Lifestream. And yet, she can't go on these adventures, she can't laugh with Barrett, can't confide in Tifa, can't go on a date with Cloud. It doesn't make it any easier to know that they're still around, because their presence is missed and they have ended, and ends are painful. And yet, that is the world we live in, and we can power through. We can defeat fate, not with hate or anger at the natural state of life, but through moving on and being empowered by our cause and connections. We aren't strong because of our pain, but because of our capacity for forgiveness and hope. And this is a legitimate counter-strategy against Sephiroth to defeat his plan with belief and light, as he needs to harvest despair. But most of all, it's what the party needs to hear right now. It's beautiful and empowering, and it helps them to snap out of their darkness to push forward, and to me, Aerith's ability to give this stirring speech in spite of what she just experienced is one of the foremost examples of her strength. It's a wonderful moment. Until...
Are you finished? Clock's ticking. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
Cloud's blunt impatience cuts through it all, powered by the darkness of Sephiroth's influence. And while the party are able to move on here, all the hope that Aerith instilled through her speech dissipates instantly, and we are left with chilling, haunting anxiety. But then we get the final trial, one not foretold: Cloud's. And it sort of functions as another way for Sephiroth to taunt and manipulate him, chronicling his journey thus far and reflecting all of the unease and pain right back at him, reinforced with the sentiment that the world is darkness and Cloud an unfeeling wretch. We begin with him planting the bomb with Barrett at the beginning of Remake, and proceed to witness a quick flash sequence of the torrent of intense and horrific events we've experienced since the start of the story, with Sephiroth whispering in Cloud's ear about all the fun he's had. All the lives cut short, all the tragedy Cloud has wrought, as we see blown up reactors, devastation, the plate crash, and what Sephiroth tries to nail home above all through the backdrop of Biggs and Jesse's deaths is a genuine fact: that Cloud did not weep for his friends' deaths. He felt something, but he didn't cry, and Cloud lingers on and is bothered by that fact in the wake of seeing all of the rest of his friends cry for these losses. Sephiroth here is trying to sow despair in Cloud, trying to break him into submission and leave him lost and forlorn, ripe for our villain to swoop in and harness his hopelessness. And I believe he's doing this because on some level, Cloud is a special person, some variant of a chosen one in this setting. His fate is central to everyone's fate, and his mindset is deeply tied to the planet's well-being. And Sephiroth needs to harness this, as his plan cannot work if Cloud isn't doing what he wants. If Cloud desired, he could make Sephiroth's job easy, and that is why Sephiroth asked Cloud to join him at the end of Remake in the Edge of Creation. Given the context of Rebirth, we can now see exactly what he was talking about in that scene, or at least parts of it, because I still don't know what the 7 seconds till the end line is referring to. But as he looks up into a supernova, the symbol of a beautifully horrific destruction of a star, symbolizing an end to life, he states that their world, their planet, will become a part of this universe that is consistently in flux. Always destroying, always creating anew, with no semblance of the worlds that existed before it. However, Sephiroth himself cannot end, and he says this.
Our world will become a part of it one day, but I will not end. Nor will I have you end.
Sephiroth needs to defy this fate that he sees everywhere, as a monument to the pride he holds as a supposed Cetra and an emblem of his defiant hatred against the hubris of humans. Sephiroth lived his entire life with no true identity, and now that he's found it, he needs to carve it into the universe in compensation, and perhaps as a way to save everyone through submissive nihilism. He needs to exist forever, unlike the constantly erupting universe around him. He sees and understands that everything has an end, but he cannot stomach his end. And that is what he wants. To harvest despair and corrupt the Lifestream, to put a stop to this natural cycle not just within the planet, but on a macro, cosmic scale, and live forever. He will not end. But for that to happen, he needs Cloud. He needs Cloud to not end either, and he needs his specific powers and his mind to adhere to his ideals because Cloud's will is essential. That is why he asks him to join him, and that is why one of the extremely rare times that we see Sephiroth genuinely upset and angry is when Cloud refuses him here. Cloud does not join him, so Sephiroth must instead break him into submission and despair rather than persuade him. He tries throughout the game to tell Cloud that he is uncaring, cold, and emotionless, to make him question his humanity. But that doesn't work either, because despite his self-doubt, Cloud does care, so much it hurts. And Sephiroth's final plan in Rebirth, culminating with him killing someone Cloud loves, is proof of that, and an admission of Sephiroth's failure to get him to lose that sense of compassion and care. Sephiroth is adaptable, and he sees that Cloud will not cooperate and will refuse to believe that he is like him. Cloud is defiant. His mind is invaded and fractured, but the one thing that he holds on to is that he is not like Sephiroth. And Sephiroth realizes this and sees that he cannot dilute Cloud's emotions, so he instead wields that, turning compassion and care into anger, welcoming him into a rageful embrace, buying into his emotion rather than conjuring up a lack of emotion. This is what he feeds into here, telling Cloud to burn the world to cinders, and Cloud refuses once more. But he is teetering ever closer, and one more push, perhaps the death of someone he holds dear, may be enough to break him.
I'm not like him. I'll never be like him.
We know. It's okay.
We descend deeper and deeper, the music ominously humming in the background in and outside of battles, until we get to another magnificent Rebirth-exclusive plot point as the Cetra tell us their side of the historic conflict that's been dwelled on throughout the story so far. This is all a fantastic new addition, with the tone once more shifting to wondrous through a method of presentation so grand and sweeping as we learn of this history throughout our fights. It is unbelievable spectacle, but with such substance and meaning, fleshing out the mythos along with what we heard from the Gi in such a genius way to further elevate the thematics here and how deeply rooted they are to the world of the story. And just imagine how Aerith must feel in being able to see all this before her. We see murals on the wall depicting the history of the Cetra and these conflicts, eerily similar to some Queen's Blood cards we know of, before the Lifestream takes hold and illustrates the final testament of the Cetra, who desire to ensure that their story is not lost to time for what it means to the fate of the planet. They speak of their quarrel with the envious children of man, who desired their power. They speak of how they fought Jenova, who manipulated and destroyed them, wielding the faces of their loved ones to propagate and invade. In the aftermath of the fight, the vast majority of the Cetra were destroyed and returned to the planet that they defended, with the remainder going into hiding and the bloodline only continuing through Aerith. And after this, Jenova entered a deep, restful slumber to prepare for its malignant remnants to invade once more, which we have begun to see in this story. They also speak of their conflict with the Gi, being sure to convey the dreadful importance of the black materia they created and how it must not land in the hands of anyone with dark intentions. Otherwise, it will bring forth the world-ending destruction of Meteor, causing all life to perish while Sephiroth remains. Sephiroth then explains the broad strokes of his plan to the party, that now that the world has fragmented into these shards of reality, he intends to unite it all into one through destruction, sow the despair that it reaps, and wield it to exist alongside it all forever. And once again he acknowledges what Aerith says, that forever doesn't exist. but he says that he will create it, not just through his original plan of becoming one with the planet and becoming the singular god from which all life will flow from, the arbiter of a new, monolithic world brought forth through Meteor's destruction and the planet's predictable need to self-sustain, but through doing this with every possible reality created to become this infinite monument of defiance, vengeance, elegance, and, by his perception, peace. After we deal with the Demon Gate, Cloud shows his shocking, dark perseverance to get to the black materia once more by completely destroying the obstacles in a way so unhinged that it gets the biggest reaction from the party yet. And then we finally find ourselves at the altar of the black materia. It is a stunning sight, but we are not able to properly take it in as Cloud rushes ahead and grabs the relic, causing the temple to fall apart. It's made clear here that the final resort defense mechanism that the temple has against any who would take the weapon is its own destruction. And in order to buy the party as much time as possible, Cait Sith re-enters the fray, sacrificing his current body in order to allow the party to get out as quickly as possible, aided by Vincent's escape route. The resonance of Cait and Reeve's character sort of clicks here as he struggles to hold out as long as he can, and it's a touching scene despite this sacrifice not meaning much in the long run, as he can just use a different model after all. But there is a genuine sentiment attached to the death of this specific model, and overall what resonates the most with me is that the trust that Cloud and the party had in him was not a mistake. He just needed to have a bit more faith and courage in their abilities, but I think this shock was essential for helping him realize that. And I think he feels salvation in the party's words of appreciation for him. This sort of thing is exactly why he wanted to do this job throughout Rebirth, to make connections and make a true change in the world. Throughout this, Cloud is in complete bizarro Sephiroth punished mode, giggling malevolently at the possession of the black materia, so he cannot appreciate this. But it's a wonderful little touch that resonates more so in their talk in the sleeping forest a bit later. Thanks to this sacrifice, the party are able to escape the crumbling temple, leading to a beautiful little reunion between Aerith and Cait, much improved from the extremely silly and tonally whiplashy equivalent in the original. And I know that I wasn't alone in starting to make note of what could have ended up being the final interactions between Aerith and individual members of the party at this point. But aside from all that, detached from the rest of the party, Cloud pulls out the black materia and clings to it in a way not unlike Smeagol in Lord of the Rings. Sephiroth appears and harnesses the black materia, causing this dark vortex of whispers and energy to appear and leading to the escape of Rufus, the Turks, a Hojo cackling in anticipation, and a mindless Roche bleeding and going mad as his fated reunion draws close. Atop a newly conjured dark structure, Sephiroth beckons Cloud forward, who slowly moves towards him. But what's interesting here is that Sephiroth initially has the black materia himself, and so he doesn't need Cloud to bring it to him. Yet, he drops it, making Cloud desperately lunge for it and covet it, before telling him to bring it to him again. And I think the reasoning for this is twofold. Firstly, to nail in Cloud's culpability here to ensure that he gives it to Sephiroth, rather than Sephiroth just picking it up after Barrett tosses it, which would enhance Cloud's self-hatred and shame, and as a result, his despair. And secondly, this is also done to display the extent of his power over Cloud to both him and the party in the sort of taunting way that he does, to flaunt his control. But before Cloud delivers it, Tifa knocks into him, causing it to drop, and Aerith picks it up. She runs away, knowing that she can't let Cloud have it, and Cloud chases after her while we hear some of the most chilling lines in the series, as he maniacally giggles and begs Aerith to let him take it, like someone going through withdrawal. And all the while, Sephiroth just watches on, like a mildly interested spectator, setting Cloud loose, putting the pieces in play and setting them off, witnessing theater of his own production. Ultimately, Aerith is blocked off and slowed down by Sephiroth's whispers, who deny the fate that they are directed towards. And knowing of the futility here, Aerith hands the black materia over to Cloud, but her words here are key.
Whatever happens, I'm here for you.
And she is not lying here. Come what may, Aerith will support Cloud and put every fiber of her spiritual being into that task, defying what seems like destiny and even her ideals for the sake of him and her world. Cloud delivers it to Sephiroth, but immediately snaps out of his stupor after doing so, and upon seeing Aerith struggle with the surrounding whispers, he grabs her hand before she falls into the abyss below. But with all of this a means to his end, Sephiroth sends Cloud and Aerith spiraling below, signaling the conclusion of Chapter 13 and the beginning of the end. While Cloud doesn't literally beat Aerith here in his psychosis like he does in the original game, the impact is nearly as powerful for all the emotions associated with it and how it's all presented. This whole sequence is phenomenally chilling and more or less exactly adapts Cloud's demeanor in the way that I imagined it in the original, complete with the player's literal physical inability to prevent him from following the dark footsteps leading into Sephiroth's plot, just with the added scale and story elements from Rebirth. And from here on out, we are deep into Retrilogy brain rot, and the flow and pacing of this finale is incredibly frenetic, being more of a sequence or montage of scenes that flow into one another thematically and plot-wise, rather than a single focused narrative viewpoint, but that's always what this premise was leading to. Chapter 14, the finale suitably titled End of the World, begins with a quick look at the Turks en route back to Midgar, with Sung ailing but very much alive, and I do think that he'll end up being alright in Part 3. But then we move to Rufus and Hojo, and after some gross implications made about what Hojo would potentially do with Sung's body were he to die, Rufus asks him about what happened at the temple, and what Hojo says is extremely significant. That they at Shinra can dream far bigger in terms of possibilities for the future. Rufus concurs, and I can't help but agree with Maximilian Dude in seeing this as a bit of a meta wink from the developers about the scale of what is to come in Part 3. How can it possibly get bigger than this? I'm not too sure, but they will try their utmost and I'll be there for it every step of the way. We then find ourselves back with Zack, who has reached a fork in the road, one indicating a path to saving Biggs, one a path to saving Cloud. He reflects on all that he's learned in this dying world, and we see that along with what Marlene told him about Aerith's fate, Zack also learns that she has romantic feelings for Cloud. And there's just a tiny moment, a quiver in his smile, that tells us so much. Maybe some very understandable and obvious pangs of jealousy, maybe some loneliness, maybe feelings that really nail home more than anything that the world has moved on past him and that he doesn't quite belong here. But that in spite of it all, he is genuinely happy for these two people that he so loves. It's a lovely touch, and I adore when stories give their heroes a moment, however tiny, to be flawed, regular humans before they have to take up the call. And take it up Zack does, as after this moment of weakness that he allows himself to have, he quickly resolves himself. Because while this may not be a world that he belongs in anymore, it is still his world, a world that he needs to save, and in spite of whatever vulnerabilities he feels at the nature of his place here, he will defy fate and protect it and his loved ones come what may. That is his way, and he makes the decision here to save Cloud. We then find ourselves in Cloud's perspective once more, awakened by Aerith in a world that seems to reflect Zack's dying realm. She says that this is her dream, perhaps offering more evidence to the Yogacara idea, that this world is a reflection from the Lifestream of her dreams and wishes, a reality that has accepted the fate of death, but where she and Cloud are given full license to express themselves and have fun on a cute little date. I fully believe that this is Omni Aerith, who has found a way to wield the Lifestream and transcend realities, space, and time in order to carry out this duel with Sephiroth. And this dream world is something she conceptualizes for herself, as a means of wish fulfillment for her to move on after her ephemeral glimpse at what was stolen from her. It's extremely emotional. Due to what is about to happen, this is a world that hints at a life that her and Cloud could have had, and it's a goodbye that she was never properly able to impart. And there is a desperation to this. As Sephiroth says to her after finding her in this place, she is hiding. And she doesn't shy from that, but it's a moment of weakness that she needs, a tiny reprieve, and you can kind of note it in her tone of voice. She's a bit more pushy, a little bit different than usual, and she straight up asks Cloud to play along. And along with this is also a metaphor, a thesis. The world dying signifies that the fate of death is inevitable, and the choices made throughout here not mattering at all also hammer that home. But what Aerith and this dream represent is that in the face of the immutable, there is still meaning and fun and moments to cherish. It is a distilled summation of life. Things will end, but that doesn't mean that we should not make memories and find meaning while we're alive. There are things that seem like fate that the characters fight against in the story. Mostly Sephiroth, who has merged into this new god of fate to defy. But he is a personification of an artificial fate, as there is nothing more unnatural than infinity, and that must be defied. And this fate, natural fate, the cycle, life and death and rebirth, is inevitable and cannot be avoided, and is something to take solace in, as the game has been communicating all this time. It's a beautiful encapsulation of a main theme that Aerith shows here, but it's also a bit contradictory in that this fantasy world where she wishes for this perfect goodbye with Cloud is not natural, and she has to accept throughout this date that she simply cannot have this as she hoped. While it is a thesis for the natural cycle, it itself is unnatural, and while Aerith may have wanted to spend as much time as possible with Cloud, maybe pursue something with him, she can't. She's able to dream a little here, and she says some things that are essential to him, but she wakes up at the end. It's a fantastic new addition reflective of Aerith's hopes and dreams while enriching the world and themes and showing her flawed humanity, even in Omni form, which all characterizes her even deeper. And it helps that it's backed by this stunning instrumental remix of No Promises to Keep to nail home the emotions. And in addition, this sequence also works as a metaphor for what I believe Aerith does for Cloud right at the end of Rebirth. She says at the beginning not to look at the sky, in hopes of shielding Cloud from the despair of reality, in spite of her championing the necessity of accepting or facing this sort of thing. The sky means the literal end of the world, probably an artificial end as a result of Sephiroth. In short, an unnatural death. And so, Cloud should not see it, because it would drive him into despair. And even though he does look up and see it, this message remains clear both here and in the ending. Because safeguarding him and protecting him from despair is also what she does at the end of the game through her machinations. But more on that soon. After a segment of the date, we cut back to Zack, who is confronted with an entire platoon of Shinra troops on his way to finding answers about Cloud's condition. And I'm sure that I thought here what you all did upon seeing this scene. That this is awfully familiar to Zack's original death, as if his ultimate fate seems to be imposing itself on him as an inevitability. As stated in a great theory thread that I'll link, like the original Beagle Stamp worlds, these worlds all contain weak vestiges of a broken destiny. We see these inevitabilities play out with Zack, who repeatedly lands in fatal situations reminiscent of his intended demise. The way the vestiges here repeat themselves feebly is indicative of the fragments of the world they've broken off from. But what's key is, as we see in the next scene, Zack making choices here reflecting his hopes and wants further splinter these realities, providing a reality for every choice he makes and not limiting him. And in addition, he's able to defy these fates. I think this is further evidence of the Yogacara and collective unconscious idea, as Zack is bending reality to his will simply through the strength of his hopes and dreams. So even in the face of this doom, in the most Zack way possible, he charges ahead, laughing at the foolishness of this so-called dark destiny for even trying to prevent him from reaching his dreams, while beautifully wearing Aerith's ribbon on his hand out of love and inspiration from her. He takes all of the troops on in his Cloud Choice reality, and then we see one where he made the decision to save Biggs. Biggs says that, predictably in this dying world, the reactors are not sucking any more Mako out of the planet because there is none to suck up. The planet is out of Mako, and so bombing any reactor will not lead to any progress. From a certain point of view, this is futile. And yet, through this illogical, irrational impulse, both Biggs and Zack run for their lives in a world that will soon lead to their death, after Biggs just lamented the futility. That's why these two, plucked out of their worlds yet so willing to contribute to a change, are vital. Because as Zack says, Biggs is not useless, and his life has meaning through the connections that he's made to the people around him and the planet. And this leads into one of my favorite scenes of the game.
That bleeding heart. It'll get you killed.
I don't know. I wanted to take action. Take charge. Take control. To know that I had a choice. That this path, this world was one I chose. I wanted to take back my life.
I don't have much to add to this. Zack will fight against any oppressive future. He will fight fate itself to make a choice, and the world seems to reflect his will. And this all being said while a rendition of The Price of Freedom plays was beyond words. But it is cut short, as Biggs is shot square in the head by the incoming Shinra troops, ultimately continuing the theme of the symbolic homecoming for the story and completing the goodbye to the Avalanche trio from the Gold Saucer. And sad and brutal as it is, what I love about this is that Biggs may look at this as wasted time, as he didn't really make a change. But throughout his struggle, he endeavored to change things. He tried, and he hoped, and he touched those around him. Elmira, Marlene, Zack. And that is the resonance of his character, and why his struggle did cause a cascade of hope. Zack is once again confronted by the vestiges of his original fate in the shape of a Shinra platoon. But again, as the music swells brilliantly, he refuses to be fate's punchline and refuses to bend over and allow his life to be this fatalistic joke. And he escapes. He defies it once more. And after this, we see a universe where he can't make a choice between Biggs or Cloud, where Sephiroth puts him in this abyssal hellscape, but Zack is able to have the light shine through to help him decide to take a stand through sheer force of will, literally fighting against despair with this hope. This is once again an example of Omni Aerith's influence helping Zack to fight back in a cosmic way. Her influence guiding the way for all to fight the darkness in her chess match with Sephiroth. And so with this, in every reality, when faced with some sort of doom, Zack is able to find a seemingly impossible fate through his sheer resolve. It's a hint to the idea that I think the story dwells on. Natural fate is inevitable, and I do think that all the natural deaths from the original game will occur as they did. But Zack is such a force of nature that he will significantly forestall his natural fate with the help of his connections, and escape that for the time being, to fight back against Sephiroth's artificial one. And that's what he does here. It's a sort of thematic dynamic that I talked about earlier, and I think this is a good time to expand upon it a little. Natural fate is inevitable and ties in with the cycle of life and death and rebirth of the original game. But Sephiroth, who needs to persist onto infinity, views it as hell itself. However, Sephiroth's artificial fate, which is beautiful and fulfilling to him, is hell itself to everyone else. And it's thematically terrific that this is all caused by mankind's hubris and self-serving goals. Sephiroth is a symbol of karma in a way, the most blunt way of mankind's tampering and damage of the planet and environment coming back to bite them. And in integrating how the writers used inspiration from Jung's collective unconscious idea and the Yogacara concept, as I said earlier, I think Sephiroth wants to embed himself in that collective unconscious to become this eternal monument, preventing the natural cycle, existing forever in stagnation and decay, but present for eternity, imprinted into the collective psychology of all. He will never let anyone forget him, because he needs to be remembered, and because they need to live forever in shame for their hubris, while also potentially being saved through rotting infinite despair. And Sephiroth's artificial fate is the way to do that, his worldview so twisted and antithetical due to the suffering that he's experienced. But despite his pain, his desire to bring this backwards fate on all is not only evil and inhumane in its intent and destruction, but anti-life through the false persistence of his life. And it must be stopped, literally through hope felt by the people who know of how sacred this cycle is in spite of the pain it brings at times. And if I may dive into Ever Crisis once more, perhaps the young Sephiroth we come to know in that story would be at the forefront of those yearning for the terror of this current Sephiroth to end, because he was once a beacon of hope himself. And perhaps that boy deep within can still be saved and put to rest. At the conclusion of their date, Aerith takes Cloud to their spot and finally says the things left unsaid. That she really likes him and wants to be with him, and she pulls him into this wonderful embrace as her theme swells. It is unbelievably emotional at this point knowing what's going to happen, and it's compounded by the fact that she so clearly knows, which is why she does this in the first place as Omni Aerith. She tells Cloud not to blame himself, even though it ends up being futile and plastered over with her actions at the end. And she says, "Thank you. For everything, for making her life worthwhile."
Whatever happens, don't blame yourself. Cloud. Thank you.
But then, she does something essential. She gives him her white materia, filled with essence and power and memories, and I think this has immense implications for the direction of the plot. Her lines are very important here. She says that she is giving this to Cloud in order to save the world, and to save Cloud. And those words are key, because I have a theory that once again lines up with one discussed in a podcast linked in the description about the implications here, and the thematics and emotions that they could lead to. It goes without saying that the holy and black materia are far more important to the narrative thematically, in terms of their power and utility, and plot-wise than they ever were in the original. We've already deeply discussed the black materia, how the Gi tribe's anguish and desire to end led to its formation, imbuing it narratively with powerful thematics and really interesting lore that foils Sephiroth beautifully and helps emphasize the main messages of the narrative and therefore of Aerith's character. However, the white materia is incredibly elevated here as well, specifically through how it isn't just indicative of holy and the hope that it represents, but of memories and knowledge and this transcendent essence so pivotal to the fate of the planet, and how it finds its way navigating across realities to help fuel interpretations for the future of the series. Now, of course, in our main narrative, the memories and knowledge of this white materia were the primary reason that Aerith knew so much more in Remake about the meta-narrative, future, and world than she did during the story in the original. However, in Rebirth, Aerith's materia has been drained of its essence by the Whispers, as explained, leaving it bereft of the cosmic wisdom and knowledge that she transmitted to Nunaki and Marlene. But in this dream reality in which time and space are superimposed and irrelevant, Omni Aerith gives Cloud the powered-up white materia, having taken it in the Lifestream from the Whispers dumping it there after taking it from Aerith in the first place. And as said, upon giving it to him, she says that it is essential to saving him and the world. To skip ahead a little bit, Cloud gives this powered-up white materia to Aerith in the Sleeping Forest dream, and she exchanges that with her empty materia, which he now has, as shown in the final cutscene. And this exchange is essential for two reasons. Firstly, I think that this is a significant domino that imbues upon Aerith the ability and power to become Omni-Aerith, in a kinda sorta time loop-esque way. Giving this to main story Aerith likely allows her to later become the omniscient, powerful force in the Lifestream that shows herself to Cloud in situations where no one else, except Sephiroth, should be able to. This lets her potentially allow Zack and Biggs to fight back. This allows her to insert herself into Cloud's climactic fight with Sephiroth at the end of the game, leading to her potential ability to safeguard his fragile mentality and prevent him and the world from bending to Sephiroth's will. Again, more on that later. But this would ultimately loop into her being able to imbue her past self with this essence, being able to craft the White Whispers, and more. And this is essential plot-wise, and for her coming into her own as the ultimate life-saving beacon of hope that she becomes in this exhausting universe-defining duel with Sephiroth. Aerith has always been this beacon of hope for everyone whose life she touches, but in order to save all that she cherishes, she must take up the call to become that on a grand, godlike scale. And this is how. I think that's what's going on here, and that's why the white materia being passed on here is essential. And this idea is strengthened by Sephiroth clearly being frustrated by the powered white materia being transmitted to the main reality in the Sleeping Forest, causing him to try to take it back via his whispers. But the second important element here is how this applies to Cloud going forward, and once again I tend to agree with the sentiments from the Linked podcast in theorizing that this empty materia will ultimately be filled with another essence, perhaps Cloud's, at the most triumphant moment of the story for him, where he ascends from the deepest depths of despair and finds himself with the help of Tifa, and perhaps others, at the end of the Lifestream sequence, which has the potential to be the most defining scene in the entire trilogy. This materia, empty or whole, is representative of memories and knowledge and essence and identity, and pertinently, hope. And those are all things that Cloud struggles with that Sephiroth needs him bereft of to exploit. But I think that he'll be primed to fight him in Part 3 after the Lifestream sequence when he obtains all of these things, and I think this materia being filled could be indicative of it. And the fact that Aerith gives it to him could be a sweet reminder of her presence, in case she disappears from his psyche by this point, and considering the role that I think Cloud's pseudo-illusory Aerith is playing at the end of this game, I find that a distinct possibility. Perhaps she says goodbye during the Lifestream sequence, after not being deemed necessary. Regardless, it is an essential plot point, and it's also important to point out that the empty materia does not turn into the black materia in the final cutscene. The black materia is clearly bigger, and we also hear the two orbs clinking in Cloud's pocket when he goes to put it away, before he discovers that he has the black one.
The hell?
Now, I don't know how he gets the black materia, but it wouldn't surprise me and would be fitting if Sephiroth forced it back into his hand to compound the guilt, shame, blame, and self-hatred that would occur were Cloud to bring it back to him and feel that once more, he is personally responsible for Sephiroth's grand plan occurring by hand delivering it to him. Kind of like an extended version of the potential motives I mused on for why he hands the materia back to Cloud at the end of Chapter 13. Regardless, I think the black materia that Cloud has at the end of Rebirth alludes to a very dark path that he'll be on at the beginning of Part 3, leading him to bringing it to Sephiroth in the Northern Crater, perhaps imbuing him with new and dark powers on the gameplay axis to be replaced with lighter ones after this. But I digress. That is what I think of the materia shenanigans, and I apologize for jumping around a bit to explain it, but I do think that it was worth diving into here. So Aerith gives Cloud the materia, amidst a series of rainbows that may be representative of a blurring of realities via hopes and dreams or timeline shenanigans. Again, I essentially think that this signifies some sort of peering through the looking glass as a result of dreams and hopes. She thanks him for everything and all that he is, and tragically offers him a final goodbye before pushing him down and out of her dream world, right before Sephiroth walks into the church and approaches her. I think this could be representative of him closing in and cornering her in their godlike chess match, and Aerith's move to get out of the corner is sending Cloud back to reality with the key to his ascent, the white materia in his grasp. I find it fitting that in the Retrilogy, both Aerith and Tifa together, one spiritually and one literally, will likely be the two keys to unlocking Cloud's ascent and hope. Omni Aerith makes some key moves in this sequence to reinforce the longevity of this planet. This is one, and appearing to fight alongside Cloud against Sephiroth is another, which he himself admits to being impressed with. Anyways, I digress. This leads into Sephiroth appearing before Cloud in the junction between worlds, explaining the true nature of reality in a scene that is so visually stunning it defies description. An amalgamation of beauty and horror, darkness and light, with memories alluding to the dialogue being shown to persuade Cloud. Sephiroth states that when the party defied fate by defeating the Whisper Arbiter at the end of Remake, new worlds were born, such as Zack's, and it is intentionally left vague about whether those worlds are the result of some sort of abstract reality, a Lifestream dream world, a split timeline, or whatever, but we'd expect that by now. He says that some of these worlds perish while others endure, but that all will fade and be subject to a homecoming. And alluding to this idea, he elaborates on the concept he brought forth earlier in the temple, that his reunion has to do not just with the reunion of his cells through the black robes along with the factor of the black materia, but with all realities. These worlds will merge, and he will superimpose the sorrow and despair across all of them caused by a lot of the things that we've seen throughout the game. The end of Zack's world and the impending doom within it, the Wutai war and conflict, the tragedy and pain that he brought upon the party, and more. And all of this is in order to harvest that despair and cut the flow of the Lifestream. This will then allow him to harness it and dictate its course, and his plan is to take it out of the natural flow of the universe to ensure that it does not end up like the supernova he witnessed at the edge of creation. Instead, he will control it and force it to exist in a vacuum, under his control, never to end. It will imprint on the collective unconscious through his wielding of the Lifestream in totality, and in so doing, he will not end both spiritually and physically. A monument of his identity and ferocity and will to exist, embedded in space and time and consciousness and the universe. He, who has never known consistent, true freedom and connection, deciding to dwell in the sorrowful familiar and enacting that upon all. Aerith brings forth the profound loneliness that this motivation will manifest to Sephiroth, but he simply doesn't care. He's been alone forever, and in his eyes, he is accompanied by his mother and may actually be saving the world. The gap in perspective here is unassailable. In showing Cloud a visceral example of what should occur if he achieves this, while Cloud hears the planet screaming in pain, Sephiroth hears rapturous, joyous cries. He is broken beyond repair, unable to be reasoned with, living on another plane. He tries once more, just as he did at the edge of creation, and empowered by Cloud's tempered psychology here, to get him to join him and buy in to the grand reunion. But once more, Cloud's will and conviction endures and he refuses. And Sephiroth says what is in my opinion one of the most haunting lines of the entire story.
Leave me out of it.
How very stubborn of you. Perhaps you need a little push.
And I think this haunts me because of the implications. Sephiroth tries the quote-unquote easy way one last time, but Cloud is too strong, and so he resigns himself to what he thought might be the eventuality, that he needs to brute force Cloud into submission through tragedy. As I said earlier, if he cannot persuade him, he will destroy him and force his mind to accept Sephiroth so he can wield this power. Cloud attacks Sephiroth, and Sephiroth states that he gives him his blessing, which I can only assume refers to sending Cloud into this fate portal looking thing that he also entered in Remake, which may have some implications about certain things he sees later on. The blessing here, I think, may refer to opening the gate of Cloud's mind for even more tampering, having him witness more eventualities in other worlds or more visions that Sephiroth would like him to, and I can only assume that if this is the case, Sephiroth didn't do this before because he was still pinning some hope on Cloud joining him voluntarily. But with that hope truly gone, the floodgates have opened. Though, do note that this is just a throwaway theory on this aspect. I'm fairly confident on a lot of the theorizing that I do in this video, and I do think that this is very plausible, but I definitely don't have that level of confidence in this idea. Out of the Fate Portal, Cloud finds himself in the Sleeping Forest, and after fending off Sephiroth's attempts to steal back the white materia, the dark complexion of the forest changes into something spiritual, beautiful, wondrous, mystical, and light, as the white whispers, again characteristic of Omni Aerith, spring forth and drift amidst the trees to reveal Aerith. This scene is in a lot of ways a direct adaptation of the one in the original, just with Retrilogy specific elements added, and it's important to note that this is very likely Aerith and not Omni Aerith. Omni Aerith didn't exist in the specific terms that we use for her in the original, and this scene is very much like that one. And in addition, the whole white materia theory would seem to indicate that this is when main Aerith had this knowledge and power returned to her to prime her to become Omni Aerith. However, in terms of characterization, it doesn't really matter which it is. To be clear, when I refer to main Aerith and Omni Aerith, I'm not insinuating a separation between the characters. Their essence is the same, and it's the same person, just at different parts of her character arc and life. I just use the label to simply differentiate between which version of her I'm referring to for clarity, but they are for all intents and purposes the same person, so I don't really think that matters, I'm just musing. Anyways, this scene is unbelievable in both the original and Rebirth, with Aerith so clearly sensing her impending death and Sephiroth's presence, but gathering herself to take on this responsibility with courage regardless to stop Sephiroth and his plan. She is the only one who can do this, due to her being the last Cetra, and throughout it all she tries to get Cloud to take care of himself above all else, for the planet's sake, and for his own.
Sephiroth's here. I can feel him, watching us.
Yeah. But forget about him for now. Just focus on yourself, okay?
But I'm fine.
But she remains herself. Playful and charming, in spite of all the darkness around, she is this serene oasis that encourages Cloud to believe in himself and focus on the real him, to ward off any machinations that would threaten him. And after receiving the white materia's power and giving back the empty one to Cloud, she departs. With the comforting theme playing on, almost ironically, Cloud chases after her desperately, but significantly, is unable to catch her, symbolizing the inevitable just as the case was in the original, and kind of seeming to mirror the imagery used in conveying Tifa trying to reach Cloud, though hopefully that one will end more happily than this one. Notably, the white whispers prevent Cloud from reaching her, and since it's likely that Aerith controls those, it would seem that she is gently caressing him into trying to accept her death and natural fate by preventing him from catching up to her, an approach that I believe she will be forced to completely reverse in a bit, to her dismay. As a side note, in the original here, Aerith's kindness unfortunately happens to be her undoing, because her saying goodbye to Cloud keys Sephiroth in through the Genova Cloud network about what her plan is, which is the catalyst that causes him to go after her in the first place. It's a very sad footnote, and it isn't made clear about whether Aerith knows that she caused that to happen and just didn't care because she figured her time was short anyway and deemed this to be worth it, or if she was unaware. Given what she came to learn about Cloud and his connection to Genova and Sephiroth, I'd bet on the former idea, which adds another layer of melancholy to this and makes me admire Aerith even more. She is absolutely determined to carry out this holy plan, and knows that she'll probably die for it. That aside, back in Rebirth, we witness a quick little montage in Cloud's delirium, showing that the White Whispers seemed to save Cloud and Aerith's life after their fall, leading to the party recovering them and traveling into the sleeping forest. However, understanding what she must do, Aerith takes off for the Forgotten City to confront Sephiroth and prevent him via prayers from Holy from unleashing Meteor and converging the world's despair along with Cloud's, and the party are calling out after her right when Cloud wakes up. They all catch him up and immediately depart for the City of the Ancients, which brings forth the final breather sequence of the entire game. And it's very short, but very necessary as a final exhale before the insanity. The sleeping forest is absolutely stunning, with a rich atmosphere and beautiful aesthetics, a sort of mystical, comforting hush around the place as we tread our way through, but the music is just tense enough to ensure that we have forward momentum and urgency. But even still, it is such an otherworldly place, feeling beyond this plane, beyond all worlds, in a realm of its own. It feels intimately tied to the planet, with Lifestream fragments drifting around, which makes sense given its proximity to the realm of the Cetra. The game also cleverly lends this opportunity to allow Cloud to get a short bit of dialogue with each party member, which I was really glad about to enhance the calm before the storm feel, with each conversation offering a little bit of emotion or plot material that I think is important to sum up prior to the finale. Yuffie expresses regret that she wasn't able to be there for Cloud during the confrontation with Sephiroth, which is a nice glimpse at her compassionate side once more. Cloud quickly rehashes what he interpreted from Sephiroth's explanation about the nature of the universe to Barrett, who understandably has no idea what Cloud is on about. Nanaki muses about the painful idea of fate separating them from Aerith, which I think is a nod to the natural fate versus artificial fate theme that I talked about earlier. Tifa so beautifully checks in with Cloud, seeing if he's alright personally and if he's feeling weird at all, and she asks him to talk to someone, not even necessarily her if he's feeling off, just to center him and provide him with peace of mind. It's a lovely sentiment, but tragically not nearly enough to prevent the oncoming onslaught of illusions and psychological cracks that are to come for Cloud. And lastly, Cait Sith apologizes to Cloud for handing the keystone to the Turks, voicing for the first time that he did it out of concern for the safety of the group, and understanding Cloud's anger while ensuring that he'll be there for him no matter what. It's a great little sequence that allows us a short breather but also keeps momentum and pacing in mind, and I think the pure quality of execution here in and of itself is proof enough that Bone Village had no place in this part of Rebirth's story.
The grand metropolis, where the ancients once gathered to pray, thought lost to time. Until today.
We exit the forest and arrive at the awe-inspiring City of the Ancients, with Vincent providing an intro to set the tone. This place was once forgotten and left to time, thought to be lost until this moment. And I really want to get across how sacred this place feels in tone. The music is this achingly beautiful chorus to get across how profound this city is, how historical and tied to the planet it is in an ethereal way, and in seeing it, the party are imbued with a wonderful hope. Barrett says, "Let's go get our girl," and Yuffie approaches the city with the sort of enthusiasm that she always seemed to reserve for her Materia quest. But this time with only Aerith in mind, showing that she actually just reserves this passion for when it comes to protecting that which she loves. Her home, her family, her friends. But just as we're given this sacred, wondrous atmosphere at the sanctity of this ancient city, that bubble of fresh encouragement is popped by the imagery of Sephiroth's dark whispers surrounding the city in a hurricane of torment, and of Sephiroth making himself known, totally ripping apart the moment and nailing home the idea that what he's doing is sacrilegious. In the original game, we get to immerse ourselves in the city and explore its beauty before finding Aerith, but here we are not even given the chance. And like I said earlier, it would have been nice to have been able to explore it fully realized, but that simply wasn't the intent of this story in terms of pacing or content, and I'm fine with it. Sephiroth is a destructive, despairing force, and he was not about to let us get the chance to be awed by the place, the chance to build up our confidence. So he appears and turns the city from spiritual and otherworldly to a dark, destructive storm reflective of the cataclysm and decay that he intends to enforce upon the world. And this is the moment. If he had his way, this would be the end of the story. He intends to kill Aerith, break Cloud, converge the worlds, and harness all of the despair and negativity contained across said worlds. And we see this quite literally through the fantastic spectacle before us. Sephiroth places himself above all, an ironically holy figure against the backdrop of the light from Aerith's prayers. Perhaps the visualization of what he believes himself to be for the Cetra and Jenova. The skies part to reflect this heavenly image, the Lifestream is disrupted and rotted, white and black whispers erupt everywhere, the earth shakes and stirs, and the forgotten capital becomes, just like in Remake's climax, an area of unparalleled cataclysmic brilliance and a battle to define the future of this story. The surreal becomes real, the scale unprecedented, and it is up to the intermingling wills of our protagonistic cast to prevent this from becoming the end of life and the beginning of eternity. This is not a chance to win, it's a chance to avoid defeat, and we cannot lose. Both whispers form a barrier to prevent Cloud and the party from reaching Aerith, in and outside of combat, and I think this is indicative of the themes of both natural fate and artificial fate. Natural fate through the inevitability of Aerith's death and how it must happen to allow for all that comes to pass in the original that allows them to defeat Sephiroth, the reunion of this plot event. And artificial fate for how Sephiroth paradoxically needs her to die for his plan, for his specific homecoming. Ironically, I think both Omni-Aerith and Sephiroth want Aerith to die here, so both are interested in preventing the party from stopping it. And it's from the fallout of this that the definitive battle will be decided. And so it puts the party at a really strange yet beautiful position. They're not fighting here for any given long-term motive. They're simply following their heart. They simply will do whatever they can to not allow Aerith to die, and they will take on fate and the will of the planet and Sephiroth himself and even Aerith's wishes to do so. A sort of portal is opened, giving the party an opportunity to open the way for Cloud, all of them straining every muscle fiber they have to urge him on, trusting in him beyond anything. And a lovely little touch is that Vincent helps as well, illustrating his heart and the core of who he is in one swift action. And an interesting touch here is that the portal is opened when Cloud calls out to Aerith, almost like a command that is obeyed by Sephiroth's whispers as they open it up for him. And of course Sephiroth lets Cloud in. He wants to kill Aerith, but he also needs Cloud to witness it to break him. So of course Cloud's wish to reach her is fulfilled here. It is tragic. His desire to save her is part of his ultimate undoing. But with that, Cloud finds himself in the deadly quiet of the Eye of the Storm, the planet's sanctuary. It is eerily beautiful, with ominous spectacle and scale all around, every step seeming like we get closer to the very essence of the planet itself. We soon find ourselves right outside the altar, with Aerith's theme swelling overwhelmingly and whispers all around, barring our progress. And Aerith earnestly begs the planet to help defeat Sephiroth, not standing on ceremony properly, not saying the right words, imperfect and honest as she is, but with the purest of intents, to protect her loved ones. She begs for this knowledge and power, and it is surreal to see her kneeling in the center of the floor. So vulnerable and open and defenseless as she prays, and yet, she's right there. Cloud could reach out and grab her and save her. Damn the world, damn fate. And that is what makes it so tragic when Sephiroth's black whispers, his will, and notably not Omni-Aerith's, attempt to force Cloud to swing his sword down and kill Aerith, physically forcing him rather than mentally manipulating him this time. But he resists this, and after what I view as arguably the most striking shot in the game, Aerith praying with Sephiroth's black feather in the foreground, Cloud's strength is rewarded as he's able to stop Sephiroth's sword amidst a swirling rainbow tempest. Some like to theorize that this, including the rainbow effect, represents him creating a reality where he saves her, and while I don't entirely agree, I think something to that effect is happening. But the complexion is more so that he is able to peer through the looking glass into a dream world he substantiated through his hopes and dreams, rather than create a full one that he traverses in like Zack does, which only helps to fuel his idea of Aerith being alive later on. It's an idea that also substantiates the Yogacara concept Lifestream dream world stuff as well. But as the party arrive, we see that that event, where Cloud stopped Sephiroth's sword, was actually an illusion of sorts. And in actuality, the inevitable happened. Sephiroth impaled Aerith with his sword, and Cloud cradles her body, crying real tears for the first time in what feels like forever. But as Sephiroth laughs and shows far more emotion than we've ever seen from him post-Mindbreak, feeling his plan so desperately and ecstatically at hand, he tells Cloud not to weep and that he is a hollow being like him, in a move that I think may hint at Sephiroth beckoning Cloud to join him in his loneliness in a misery loves company sort of way. With the rainbow light swirling around him, reality unstable, his mind frantically deconstructing and reconstructing, Cloud experiences those headaches once more that he's been having since the beginning of the story. And Nomura has confirmed in the Ultimania that these happen when Cloud's mind and body reject the things that he's witnessing. Whether they be painful memories, traumatic events, scenes that his mind must reject due to his psyche needing to remain uniform and consistent, or in this case, the death of someone extremely, unbelievably dear to him. In this moment, we see Lifestream fragments drifting around Cloud and Aerith, which I think could symbolize two things. Both Aerith dying and her essence leaving her body and entering the planet, and also the presence of Omni-Aerith, conveying herself to Cloud through the Lifestream, regardless of whether or not his Mako cells assist with this. Aerith is dying and the life is leaving her, but I believe that in her final breaths, she senses that Cloud is rejecting this reality, that when he fully realizes it all, he will not be able to deal with it, that he will break and become Sephiroth's puppet, and that he, her beloved friends, and the planet will be doomed as a result. As things currently are, Sephiroth's plan will succeed, so mustering every bit of strength and emotion she has, I think she creates an illusion here to make Cloud believe that she is alright. A kind, cruel, twisted lie. In this illusion, she strokes his cheek lovingly, saying that everything will be okay, and it's all Cloud needs to hang on to believe that she is not gone. This keeps him together. And I'm sure you can see through the way that I interpret these events what my general theory on the ending of this story is. But just for the structure of this analysis, I hope you'll forgive me if I dive deep into the emotional, thematic, and character-based implications a little bit later. But the most important thing to get across here is what I just said. In order to prevent Cloud from breaking and Sephiroth from wielding his despair to win, Aerith, now imbued with the powers that Omni-Aerith has been able to wield throughout the story, plants an illusion in Cloud's mind. The lie that she is okay. And it is a lie that destroys her from the inside out, but it's the only thing that prevents checkmate. So in this moment, Cloud is overtaken by the sentiment that Aerith will be fine. Aerith is alive. But the party arrive and we see the grim reality, that Cloud is cradling not an Aerith who seems to be alive and lovingly caressing him, but the lifeless body of an Aerith who is either dead or so close to it that the distinction matters not. I don't believe the flashes shown together with Tifa's scene to be anything other than a conveyance of the contrast between Cloud's reality and the party's. But with everything in line now from Sephiroth's perception, the tragedy across multiple timelines, the grief, the doom, the dread, and the loss, all of it now crystallized and finalized through Aerith's death and what it will do to Cloud, he is ready to begin the confluence of worlds to harness all of it and control the planet. But in Cloud and Aerith's own little world that Sephiroth is not privy to, Aerith gives him an encouraging nod, and Cloud finds himself not only not subjecting to grief, but encouraged, unbeknownst to the party and Sephiroth. And while it becomes very clear here that Cloud has settled mentally, I cannot imagine the pain that Aerith feels in this moment at having been forced to do this, to lie to the man she loves about something that goes against every fiber of her being with regards to her views on life and death. I think nearly as impressive as the strength and conviction she shows in doing this is her ability to sell a smile whilst doing so. And yet, Cloud is okay. The party grieve, Sephiroth thinks he's won, but Cloud runs in opposition to all of that because of the illusion that Aerith perpetuates. He lays her down tenderly, and I think this is the moment where Sephiroth realizes that something is amiss, because he says to Cloud that he'll never see the truth through such clouded eyes, alluding to the truth that Aerith imprinted onto him. He brings forth Jenova Lifebringer to fight the party and carry forward his plan regardless amidst this complication, but incredibly notable is something that everyone and their mother has talked about since the release of the game. That every single party member has their limit gauge full due to their grief and rage at Aerith's death, just as in the original. Everyone except Cloud, because he sincerely, honestly, does not believe that she is dead. This unfilled limit gauge is the key to everything, the reason that the world does not collapse right here, and the music reflects this. In the original, we had this sweeping rendition of Aerith's theme that played as the party fought through their feelings in a tribute to her, and we get that here too, but it is cut completely short and transitions into a classic Jenova battle theme, representing this discrepancy between everything going on and Cloud's psyche. The rest of the party play into Sephiroth's hands by accepting reality, but due to Aerith, Cloud, the most essential one for it, is the exception. And so, they can live to fight another day. And fight they do. This Jenova Lifeclinger battle launches us into spectacle that somehow surpasses the visuals and music and scale of Remake, as the party separates and cooperates in several individual yet interrelated battles. It's all linked by these amazing cutscenes of the party putting every bit of themselves into fighting this world-ending threat, fighting for their own individual causes, for the world they love, and for each other, in classic peak JRPG fashion in a way that reminds me of that scene that I gushed about in Remake prior to the Edge of Creation. This shit is my heroine, as our heroes take on artificial fate in the form of all these different fragments of Sephiroth and convey the bonds and togetherness they've showed throughout the story in doing so, and the music nails home the emotions and stakes so incredibly. But the developers were not satisfied with just traditional peak, and so what did they do to somehow elevate this into an even more moving, more dramatic, more spectacular fight? They added another hero, one of the most important in the story. After he defies his fate in multiple realities, Zack is found in some sort of pocket dimension, and he stumbles upon the visage of Cloud, surrounded by white whispers and cloaked in that rainbow aura. Two elements that both point towards Omni-Aerith's influence here, in my opinion fueling the idea that she is doing all of this and that these are her chess moves. After touching Cloud, Zack is transported next to him, and we get something out of a fantastical fever dream. Cloud and Zack, back to back, swords in hand, taking on Sephiroth in this battle for the future of the universe. This is unbelievably hype, like something out of my wildest fantasies, but what I love about it most is that it isn't just mindless fan service. There's definitely an element of fan service and wish fulfillment to it without a doubt, but this is something that the plot and themes have been building up to for 2 games. The Ultimania confirms that in this scenario, Zack and Cloud live in different universes or realities, and Sephiroth is a sort of omnipotent, omniscient common denominator, transcending it all and forming a sort of bridge. not literally being the reason that their universes cross, but being the reason why Aerith joining them is necessary despite how unstable I'm sure this is. They're from different worlds, but they fight the same entity, crossing over time and space and dreams and logic to defy pain and despair and yearn for a future. Because if they don't make a stand right here, right now, there won't be one. It's incredibly allegorical. Zack, one embodiment of hope, likely using help from Aerith, another one, to join with Cloud, with both wielding this persevering hope against the despair that Sephiroth brings. And one of the best things about this is that throughout this fight, the two friends banter. They're facing the end of the world against a godlike entity that used to be Zack's comrade, and he has no idea why he's become this way, and yet, Zack is bantering. The two are clearly so delighted to be able to take this on together, and the fact that Zack is able to do so with Cloud with such casual confidence and joy is in and of itself an encapsulation of his spirit. Sephiroth once more tries to play into Cloud's hatred, calling him a puppet, but Zack's presence is essential in Cloud not being overwhelmed by an internal crisis, which I think is nearly as essential as him helping in the actual fight. Sephiroth soon separates the two using his powers, once more bringing forth the rainbow effect, and while Zack doesn't know when, if at all, he'll see Cloud again, he entrusts his friend with one singular request: save Aerith. Cloud is then left alone to take on the monstrous Sephiroth reborn form with the help of the White Whispers, and then pegs it back to send it across dimensions to the rest of the party, who then send it across dimensions back to Zack. After being sent away by Sephiroth, Zack is transported to a version of the church in the slums, and I don't know whether Sephiroth purposely sends him there with his whispers to offer a place of familiarity to then double the despair for when he intends to crush him, or if Aerith intercepts his path to take him to this place representative of the love and comfort between the two. I think either works, but either way, Aerith uses the opportunity to light the way for Zack, offer him a moment of solace, and heal him before he takes on the entity. And beautifully, there is not a doubt in his mind that this is her doing. And I know that some find the embrace your dreams scene to be incredibly cheesy and unnecessary, but I can't help it. I love this shit. Blame the shonen loser in me.
Embrace your dreams. And whatever happens, protect your honor as a soldier.
Something I love about this section is that across every fight, none of our protagonists are left to feel alone, and in one way or another they are empowered by the presence of their friends or loved ones. The party have one another, but feel the presence of Cloud while they fight. Zack is with Cloud, and is then empowered by Aerith's presence and love along with Cloud's spirit, the two of them fighting together across dimensions. Cloud fights with the party, and then with Zack, and then, after one more battle with the rest of the party, alone against Sephiroth when all feels like it's closing in on him, improbably Aerith makes herself known and transmits herself through the Lifestream to partner up with Cloud for the final fight in the game, complete with more of the rainbow effect and more of her White Whispers. The music triumphant and sweeping, the visuals stunning and stark, with her appearing like a beautiful miracle in the midst of such pain and darkness. It's generally just a fantastic showing of the strength of these forged bonds and how they persist across such boundaries and darkness, but it also nails home the primary theme of bonds that Nomura talked about in the Ultimania. And specifically with regards to the final fight, this is likely the more experienced Omni-Aerith. Although given the way this omniscience bestowed by the white materia works and the way time is superimposed and conflated in the Lifestream, I'm not sure that there's much of a difference anymore. Regardless, more importantly, Aerith fighting here is such an emotional moment, a true high. It's just obviously incredibly fulfilling and overwhelming to fight with her against Sephiroth after she's gone given the context of her death, but I think this also doubles as an allegory of one of the main themes. How loved ones are always there for us, even after we part, to have our backs in whatever battles we take on in our lives. This doesn't dawn on Cloud because he's still unaware of her death, but the themes reach through regardless.
Let's end this. Together.
I must admit, I underestimated you.
Upon seeing this, Sephiroth finds himself impressed and applauding Aerith for her move, and it's much more than an acknowledgement of how she's backing Cloud up here physically, or even how she's able to do so by maneuvering the Lifestream. I think he's referring to her 4D moves, how she's been able to keep Zack alive to commit to this fight back, how she's been able to guard Cloud from the despair of the truth in order to forestall his plan and prevent a checkmate. With unstoppable despair being Sephiroth's weapon, Zack staying alive as this embodiment of hope is a huge move, and in addition to all of Cloud's importance that we've already talked about, Sephiroth has latched on to Cloud in order to get this sequence of events moving in the first place, for reasons I explained in my remake video alluding to the lore of Lifestream White and Lifestream Black. He wants to be remembered and despaired about into infinity, and it starts and ends with Cloud, so Aerith protecting him here, while just being a showing of love for Cloud, is also the best defense possible even in spite of how much it pains her. This, in tandem with the prior fights as well, is one of the most emotional, dramatic, intense, and overwhelming final fights of any game I've ever seen, and this final leg with Aerith is more than a worthy culmination. But prior to it starting in earnest, I find Sephiroth's reaction while applauding Aerith to be interesting. He seems genuinely rattled and serious here, contrasting his normally confident and taunting demeanor, similar to his reaction when Cloud refused to join him at the edge of creation, or when he failed to eliminate Tifa in Chapter 9. His fervent need to succeed here is so beyond words that the only times where he shows any significant emotions are when he feels his plan being curtailed, facing a true obstacle. The context of the prior two occasions display that quite clearly, and his similar reaction here shows that what Aerith has done is truly frustrating for him. There is a decent deal of dialogue throughout the battle, some taunts, some moments where Sephiroth tries to make Cloud doubt his reality, but Cloud is so empowered by Aerith's presence that nothing seems to faze him in the heat of battle. However, the most significant bit of dialogue for me is one that I touched on before.
You want this, Sephiroth?
Begone. Your part is played.
How can you want an eternity of loneliness?
Having gone through such profound loneliness herself, it is just unfathomable to Aerith how Sephiroth could want this. She has been able to push forward through her pain because of those around her, but Sephiroth wants to move past his pain by himself, and be alone forever, at least by her perception. Although, if that idea of him wanting to save everyone holds weight, it could mean that the two have more in common than she assumes, but that's a huge hypothetical, so I won't dwell much. The point is, the thematic contrast is clear. Sephiroth mirrors Cloud through his relationship with identity and trauma, and his desire to be a hero, but diverges in how he goes about that. He desires a fate that is too lonely to bear, not able to accept that he will one day be forgotten. He was deprived of proper connection, a proper purpose, robbed of freedom and identity, and never able to be the hero he wanted to be, and humans are the result of that. So he wants, or rather needs, to plant himself as an imprinted eternal deity on the collective unconscious and within the universe itself. A symbol of seething rage and superiority in response to the pride and greed of humanity. He needs to exist for his own motivations, but also as a monument to both that and the heroism he desires to reach for the Cetra. That is the task we are facing. So how do we combat that? Literally and thematically? Well, the answer is simple. Excruciatingly difficult, but simple. Through proving him wrong. Where he only sees despair, we show him hope. Where he sees nothing worth preserving in this world, we use every example we have of every little interaction and side quest and silly misadventure and little bit of joy to prove that this world deserves to exist. Where he sees nothing but isolation, we use our bonds to prevail. Little acts of change, honest pushback, an earnest fight for what's right, just as we show throughout the entirety of the base game. This slowly accumulating conviction and determination and courage and influence gathers like a storm, from the most random one-note NPC to Aerith herself, and it all collects together to transcend logic and reality and artificial fate to fight back. It feels improbable to overthrow an entity as powerful as Shinra, and yet our party continues to fight. It feels like a fool's errand to combat the darkness of humanity and a horrific fate itself, and yet the party continues to fight. And this is more of the same. It is agonizing in how difficult it is, but it is possible. So, we fight. Heartfully, honestly, and with conviction and love. As long as there is a chance, this is how you combat tyranny and injustice. And to be clear, it's not necessarily just that Sephiroth represents this darkness, but he also shows how not to fight against it. A destructive, blood-soaked monument to eternity is ironically meaningless and will lead to nothing but stagnation, rot, decay, and nihilism. If we succeed, it will send ripples that will fuel meaning and life and beauty, because thematically, everything has an end. The black materia was created to show that, as the Gi were tormented by the infinite. Eventually, rage and pain and rancor and this compensatory yearning burn out, even Sephiroth's. And what matters is not that we are forever remembered, but that we leave the marks we intend on the people that matter. Why is there any need to extend beyond that? Why does it matter if you exist forever, if there will be nothing and no one to see beauty in that, no life to be had? The tragedy of Sephiroth is that what he feels is a temporary solution to a problem with no conceivable answer, as he is unable to see beauty in the world, unable to find bonds and meanings, and so he cannot see that he's missing the forest for the trees, that everything he is futile. Aerith will forever be remembered by those she loved, and her efforts to save the planet will matter for as long as it exists and maybe even beyond that. And when that is gone, that's just how it goes. Wedge is gone, Jessie is gone, and we say goodbye to all of them through both Chapter 12 and the Proto-Relic quest, where Barret and Tifa send them off and face forward. Zack and Biggs, even though they were saved, are fated to one day disappear once more, in a reunion that returns them to the Lifestream in the grand scheme of things outside the planet, into the spiritual cycle of the universe itself, of life and death and rebirth. Those who live now, our entire party, will be gone eventually too. But does that make their lives meaningless? The joyful interactions, the love shared? Nothing lasts forever, but that doesn't mean that it's bereft of value. Nothing is eternal, and that's why everything is special. And Sephiroth, for reasons largely out of his control, cannot comprehend that and has to act against the concept for multiple reasons. I don't know if he will be capable of listening to reason and seeing the party side in Part 3, but as of yet he has been completely unwilling and unable to, and I wouldn't be surprised if that continued. Ultimately, after one of the best final boss fights I've ever experienced, Aerith and Cloud defeat Sephiroth, and this signals the failure of his current plan to end everything, collapse the worlds, and weaponize everyone's despair. But what's key is that this only delays things, and it is a battle won, but the war rages on and is very much in Sephiroth's favor. It is an essential victory because the world could have ended here and it didn't, because of how everyone fought back with hope. But I need to stress that everything still teeters on a knife's edge, as precarious as Cloud's mentality, identity, and semblance of reality, and directly tied to it too.
Why is he laughing?
Because he knows this isn't over.
Aerith then tells Cloud that they need to return back, and that everyone is waiting, and as they hold hands, she slowly fades away into the Lifestream once more, primed and ready to display her illusion to him. This is one of my favorite little scenes in the game, full of potent visual imagery, and I think it's a symbolic allusion to what Aerith and Cloud's relationship will be in Part 3. she will shower him with support and love and care, and she will empower him. But ultimately, she will return back to where she belongs, beyond the veil of death. Not physically present, but always with him. As has been clear by the way that I've been discussing this so far, I truly believe that Aerith dies here, and I truly believe that when this trilogy is finished, she will properly be laid to rest once more. Not as an illusion or a visual guardian spirit, but gone. A part of all those who love her, but departed. Aerith will, from this point, do all that she can to prevent Cloud from believing that she's dead. To protect him and protect the world for now, to forestall Sephiroth's plan. But this is temporary, and I do believe that she'll die by the end of this. For now, with Cloud's broken mind and the world on a precipice, this is good enough to keep hope alive, but it is not sustainable. Because hope and fulfillment can be found in moving on in reality and being empowered by meaning, not in delusions. I mentioned earlier on in this video series that due to using the death of his mother as fuel for the tone, plot, setting, and themes of the story, Sakaguchi wanted Final Fantasy VII to be an emotional and intellectual study of both life and death. And this idea persists throughout the game through the constant presence of the Lifestream and how it relates to the story, but Aerith's death is what powers the idea home and makes it both deeply personal and the core thematic identity of Final Fantasy VII. The Retrilogy has indeed altered that thematic identity a bit through how prominent of an idea destiny and Sephiroth's unyielding will to exist are, but it has only added these new ideas without ever straying from or eliminating the old ones that gave the story an identity in the first place. The environmentalist stuff, the way it explores and critiques rampant industrialization, how it touches upon identity, and most of all, the entrancing way it captures the cycle of life. And add this to Rebirth's fixation on the theme of artificial fate and the sheer horrifying, unnatural loneliness of the infinite. Simply put, Retrilogy champions the idea that all things come to an end, in a way that both adds to and reflects the original game. The developers have consistently said that they will obviously change some things, but they want to keep the heart, soul, and spirit of the original game intact in the new one to pay due respect to it, honor its legacy, and simply do the job of creating a faithful spiritual successor of a remake. However, Aerith's death comprises a huge amount of that soul, and it is the glue that emboldens our journey forward emotionally through how it affects the party and the player, thematically through Aerith becoming a part of the planet that she had always been so connected to and becoming a literal embodiment of the idea of the cycle of life and death and memories and the Lifestream, and mechanically through how this affects the plot both now as a catalyst for the party and later on through how Aerith maintains her sense of self in the Lifestream to help her friends in the climax. And in terms of Retrilogy, how it helps her to be the only one possible to fight Sephiroth at his own omniscient, omnipotent game. All this is to say that I love Aerith, but she is as amazing a character as she is because of all of this. And so for me, when all is said and done, she has to die. Other things in the story can be altered or changed while maintaining the soul of the narrative, but not this. I'm not saying that the story can't be good or even great if she somehow survives, but I am saying that it would then become something fundamentally different from Final Fantasy VII. And as much as I enjoy and accept all of the changes that the Retrilogy brought forth, that would be a step too far and a big disappointment. But having said that, I'm not worried, primarily because of what a mistake that would be and primarily because of how Rebirth reinforces these themes and in my opinion, does kill her. The developers have consistently shown a respect and love for the power of the original story both in how they pay respect to it through the actual game and in interviews, and if they can so accurately understand and convey the emotional and thematic weight of the first two entries, I absolutely trust that they know that they cannot bypass one of the biggest moments in not just Final Fantasy VII, but gaming history. I trust them to know this given the evidence that they've presented to us so far, so I think that we're in good hands. This may not age well, so please don't go too hard on me if you're watching this years from now and Aerith is alive and well, but I think I'll be fine. We cut to Zack, who is emboldened by his, Aerith's, and Cloud's success, and hardly even seems surprised when he is once more wrestled from a horrific fate's grip by what seems like Aerith. He falls through the floor of the church into a rainbow-imbued, white whisper-surrounded pocket dimension and says goodbye, for now, with the heart-rending notes of The Price of Freedom seeming to celebrate his being. And then, we return back to our reality, in a scene that cuts from Omni-Aerith in a white plane to Aerith lying on the ground in what I believe is a hint to her preparing a lie. And the party all gather around Aerith's lifeless corpse to grieve their departed friend, until Cloud walks in. And in a world reflecting his own wishes back at him for the sake of his sanity, he demands to Aerith to wake up, surrounded by white whispers and rainbows, indicative of Aerith's manipulation of the Lifestream here in order to impart herself to Cloud. And she wakes up, again with her internal anguish hidden behind that sad smile. We then have a tiny bit of a time skip and are transported to the moments after the burial scene, where the party reflect on their loss in silence in this eerily beautiful location, so tied to the soul of the planet and the Lifestream, but so dark at the same time. Sid and Vincent respectfully wait in silence, saddened but not nearly as much as those who knew Aerith so well. Yuffie, who struck up such a quick bond with Aerith, and Nanaki, who confided in her like no one else, sit together in devastation while Barrett isolates himself, looking away, crying. Kate, who so appreciated her kindness and trust, sits on his own, and Tifa sits next to Cloud, in silence. Barrett finally gets things moving, saying that they can't stay here forever, and Cloud's tone in response is chillingly unconcerned, as if he's in his own little universe. He experiences a quick shock, perhaps his body denying reality, and he looks to his side to see Aerith, alive and unharmed, next to him.
Can't stay here forever. We'd best get moving.
Yep. Sounds good.
I'll see you off.
And I can't stress enough how unsettling this moment is. To me, it's more disturbing than genuine grief would have been. The haunting music, the way we don't see Aerith's eyes when we pan over, her smile, and Cloud's need to accept this reality. It feels like something straight out of a horror film, and it shook me up when I first saw it simply because of how menacing the tone felt. Considering Cloud's mental state, it's interesting to think of what exactly happened here at the burial that wasn't shown to us. It strikes me as something that we may revisit in Part 3 through a flashback when it dawns on Cloud exactly what the truth is, and when he comes to terms with her death, because Remake focuses on that big time through its grim flash forwards throughout. But either way, I have no problems with it not being shown here. We are indeed robbed of seeing Cloud lay her to rest due to his denial and illusion, and we don't see that beautiful scene of finality and grief. And while I do understand why it upsets some to not witness this simply wasn't the intent of the story. Aerith's death is approached differently. There is no finality, and the devastation is in how cold and haunting it is to see Cloud having to deal with this in such an unhealthy way. Like it or not, Retrilogy is not the same story as the original Final Fantasy VII, and so some scenes are different. And to fairly evaluate it, we must understand the intent of the story and judge it on those merits rather than mark it on how closely it stuck to the original. And I, for one, think this is done masterfully. The true goodbye to Aerith in Rebirth felt like the date and how it dovetailed with Aerith's River of Light speech and her performance of No Promises to Keep. But we will surely get another one going forward, and in the meantime we are left with this cold dread and sympathy for Cloud's fractured state, horrified at his state of mind going forward and how it's being held together so feebly. Aerith says that she'll see them off to Cloud, and everyone except Tifa leaves. Cloud then tells her that they have to get going, and she clearly sees him acting strange and seeming to interact with an invisible person while seeming wholly unconcerned about Aerith's death. And I just can't even imagine what Tifa feels in this moment. Along with grieving the loss of such a close friend, she is heartbroken and so scared about what is happening to Cloud. She resolved to save him, but at this point I'm sure she feels completely out of her depth. We then cut to the game's final scene with Rufus. As he overlooks his city, he once more reflects on his father while begrudgingly expressing respect for the behemoth that he created through his empire. The camera then pans over to reveal the skulking, puppeteering figure of Glenn, who sarcastically mentions Sephiroth, leading to the line that I mentioned earlier that feels a likely nod to Rufus being Sephiroth himself.
Anyway, you haven't seen Viceroy Sephiroth, have you? He failed to show at an important event. Made us look like fools.
Maybe he wouldn't have, if you'd spent some money on that set.
He then talks about how the flames of war are being stoked, but Rufus then mentions that he knows that the war is a ploy to distract him from Sephiroth. It's also a hotbed for more negativity which contributes to the whole reunion plan, but Rufus has no way of knowing that, of course. This prompts Sephiroth to reveal that he has been Glenn this whole time, playing Rufus for his own ends in ways we discussed earlier, hammering home Rufus's lack of independence, agency, and identity, and spotlighting his sheer inability to live on his own terms, drifting back to his father's goals despite trying to be better than him, staying in his shadow, and ultimately playing the puppet for Sephiroth rather than acting out his own desires.
Our promised land will become reality. Our father's dream, accomplished by his son.
Rufus shoots Glenneroth in the back, prompting the latter to taunt him for repeating history, and I think right here is where I fully found myself appreciating the Glenn quote-unquote character as a device for the narrative in terms of how he peeled back layers for both Rufus and Sephiroth. He was kind of annoying, with a bit of an aura, but overall just floating around the place and being ominous while taunting and provoking Rufus. But given that, it makes sense that it's Sephiroth, as that is what he's been doing with Cloud the entire story so far. In addition, he has a personal reason to want to do this to Rufus specifically, for despair and conflict to be sown a la Genova for his plan of wielding it all and existing into infinity, but also because Rufus shot his old friend Glenn, the actual Glenn, who he cared about quite deeply in the past. And so he haunts him, annoys him, spouts ominous rhetoric. That is his literal goal. And I think it offers us the most human look at this version of Sephiroth that we've seen. His two goals are to harvest sorrow via the war with Wutai and to distract Rufus by giving himself a clear path, and yes, he has to manipulate to do that. But the specific way he taunts him? That is personal, based in a likely hatred for Rufus due to him killing the friend that he so cared for. And that is heartfelt, a connection that proves his humanity and makes you wonder whether he actually truly wants the loneliness he seeks. Though again, perhaps he does seek connection through this awful confluence of worlds and thinks he will have it. Also, with regards to the elephant in the room, Glenn is not Cloud's dad. Or maybe he is. I don't want to think about it either way. This scene transitions to a quick flash of the internal war of the planet between the weapons and Sephiroth's whispers, a battle that will rage on deep into part 3, I'm sure. And then we cut to Zack for the final time. He reflects on all that he's experienced and ends things with a voiced aspiration and wish. A hope that he will be able to continue this fight, to see Cloud and feel Aerith again and stop Sephiroth once and for all.
Just as worlds unite, so too do they part. But who's to say they can't unite again?
Imbued with characteristic hope enhanced by all that he just experienced, he is optimistic that the worlds can unite again and resolves to continue to fight to protect all that he cherishes, a fallen hero no more, helped by Elmyra and Marlene and Biggs and Aerith and Cloud to believe in himself enough to defy an artificial fate. Now, his final words here seem to allude to what he will be trying to do in Part 3. Find Cloud and join up again to stop Sephiroth. And I think it'll happen, maybe with some help from Aerith. The Ultimania confirms that the world Zack is in is a complete mystery, but I don't particularly think it matters much, as I think that no matter what, the story telegraphs where he will end up in one way or another. As for his ultimate fate though, given the themes of the original story and the themes of the Retrilogy, just as with Aerith, I do think that Zack will die as well. And I think that ties into this series' identity as a thematic reunion and homecoming. Despite all evidence to the contrary and all hints that things may change, the Avalanche trio all ended up passing on. I think that's very clearly hinted to be the case with Aerith too, and I don't personally think that Zack dying would render all the extra Retrilogy specific stuff moot or invalidate the identity of this story. It pays respect to the original narrative, elevates the characters and emotions associated with it through the absolute insanity that we see throughout, and just like how things are with the Lifestream, I think that things will return back to the natural cycle. In this case, a reunion back to the original events. I absolutely feel as if my connection to these characters, this world, and this story has been elevated 100 times thanks to this narrative and how it diverges while remaining loyal. That has been the design philosophy all along, and I don't think that they'll stray from that and counteract it by changing the fate of a beloved character. However, there are no promises here, and everything is on the table, so perhaps Zack will survive and it'll be executed very well. Time will tell on that one, but my prediction is that he will die, characteristically in a self-sacrificial way in order to save this world, inspire, empower, and assist the planet and the people he loves. That is how he went out originally, and that's how I think he'll go out here, reunited, the sacrificial hero that he is, restored and returned to zero. Like I said earlier, the staff for the game have stated that they desire for Zack to be a character representative of the planet's will, in a sense, and given his constant defiance of darkness for the sake of a brighter future for all that he cares for, his constant optimism and idealism and hopes and dreams, and his complete inability to give up, I don't believe there's a better choice. Signaling the growing momentum of the reunion plan coming into place, we see that the robed men have started their focused march towards the northern crater from Nibelheim, and I assume in other locations as well, urged forward by Sephiroth's whispers as a tease to the momentous event to occur in Part 3. And then we reach the final and possibly most discussed scene of the entire game. In a bright blue, beautifully and ironically sunny day, we see Cloud sitting on a hill overlooking the rest of the party. Vincent is vibing, Sid, Barrett, and Kate are trying to fix up the Bronco, and Yuffie, Nanaki, and Tifa are sitting a ways away, all of them clearly still reflecting on Aerith. Cloud fumbles around with his empty materia, which, again, I believe will be filled with an essence that will signal his fight back later on. He then looks to the Bronco, and immediately when he does, he sees Aerith appear to seemingly join in with those fixing the plane. Sid questions what Aerith did, but the ensuing awkward silence is cut off by a loud noise from the Bronco, showing that they're ready for takeoff. Aerith is notably silent throughout this, not speaking to anyone, and reacting in an oddly detached way to all that happens around her, and it's crystal clear that the others don't see her. Only Cloud. Yuffie continues to grieve, as do Nanaki and Tifa, who are sitting together. And then Aerith goes over to Nanaki and gently places her hand on his shoulder, and he is able to feel her presence, calling out her name after she does so.
Aerith?
We see a look of what I would call mournful longing on her face, before we cut once more to Cloud, who puts the empty materia in his pocket. In doing so, he's shocked to see that he somehow also has the black materia in his pocket. He looks at it, experiences a shock, and is overcome with a desire for the reunion like the other black robes. And as he leaves to join the party before they take off, he places the black materia against the sword, where it seems to chillingly assimilate. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the very clear electrical sounding whine in the background that begins once Cloud puts the black materia into his Buster Sword, I think very clearly alluding to some kind of tampering or manipulation a la Lord of the Rings. As Cloud makes his way over to the Bronco, Aerith calls out to him and tells him not to look up, which I think is an allegory for everything she is doing in trying to shield him from despair, and a direct countermove to Sephiroth similar to what she did during the dream date. But he looks up anyway and sees the familiar sight similar to what we saw in Zack's world, signaling oncoming, world-ending doom, which I think might be the core of the reasoning for why they changed her line at the end of Remake to the much lamer and less poetic, "The sky, I don't like it." I'm still annoyed at that. Anyways, when Cloud tells the rest of the party not to look up, they see nothing. Cloud's perception of reality here is entirely warped. He sees Aerith and the party don't. He sees this and the party don't. I'll explain the Aerith bit in detail very soon, but as I alluded to earlier, I think the sky could be the result of Sephiroth sending Cloud through the Fate portal in the climax, which could open him up to even more intense manipulation down the line. Cloud then proclaims that they need to pursue Sephiroth and that he's hiding up north. After Barrett questions how he knows this, Cloud merely states that it's his soldier's intuition, which is an interesting way to say that he's drawn there like the rest of the Black Robes. Barrett and Tifa exchange an extremely anxious glance, clearly acutely aware of Cloud's concerning mindset, and I imagine they'll be the two most wary of whatever's going on in his mind going forward, Tifa especially so. Imagine being her, being extremely worried about his mental health for the entire story thus far, and then experiencing him almost killing her, growing increasingly more erratic and embodying Sephiroth, and then seeing one of the most important people in the world to him die in front of his eyes. She must have feared the worst. But I think what terrifies her even more than the alternative was an outcome she could never have seen coming. Cloud seeming to be completely unconcerned about Aerith's death, totally fine with it and acting as if it never happened. It is hard to put into words how dark and upsetting that is. Tifa must feel like he's completely cracked. Seemingly hesitantly, as if they have no other choice, Barrett tells Cloud that he takes his word for it, but that he better be willing to accept his responsibility here. And with one final, anxious glance, he and Tifa enter the plane, leaving Cloud alone, at least by their perception. Notably, Tifa never speaks once during this ending, with her last word in the entire game being Aerith. And while all of the party experience and express such profound grief, I think her reaction hit me the hardest. Your heart just goes out to her for so many reasons. Aerith then speaks up and tells Cloud to take care, as she will be staying behind to continue to pray to stop Sephiroth's meteor plan. The music swells with Aerith's theme as the Bronco begins liftoff, and Aerith encourages Cloud and leaves the rest of the plan to him and the party, ensuring him of her belief in him and comforting him. And right as he promises to stop Sephiroth, No Promises to Keep begins to play, and Aerith is left by herself, reflecting on everything. Her journey so far, her life as a whole, the trials to come, the friends she has to leave, and most importantly, what she is doing to Cloud, before concluding with one final word as we see the story's parting words to us. No promises await at journey's end.
Goodbye.
Life passing me by, not thinking how the years have flown until I met you.
This ending shook me to my absolute core. Upon finishing, my brain was swimming with ideas and emotions and confusion and hype, and I felt unable to parse out much of it in the immediate aftermath. But I found that after a bit of reflection and a bit of the dust settling, I felt more sure about both how I felt and what I thought happened in Rebirth's ending compared to how I felt after Remake, and very confident with the opinion that this one is somehow even stronger and more impactful to me. At least in terms of emotions. Maybe not revelations, since Zack surviving is tough to beat. But those emotions, I feel, are because of what I truly believe is going on here. Now, I talked earlier about my theories on the Materia shenanigans, so I won't repeat myself, but I want to sort of conclude on exactly what I think is going on with Aerith's death and Cloud's mind, and how that will affect Part 3 going forward. And you probably already know what I think given how I've described things thus far, but here is my full take. As stated in the Rebirth Ultimania, Nomura says that in the original Final Fantasy VII, in order to depict the cruel loss of someone you cherish, Cloud was meant to be a powerless bystander as Sephiroth killed Aerith. It was quite simply about how in life, people you care for can depart and there is nothing you can do about it, and coming to grips with that can be unbelievably cruel. But it's something that Cloud is able to process, just like everyone has to. However, in Rebirth, the developers wanted to fight back against destiny and have Cloud make an effort to parry Sephiroth's attack. However, when you actually lose someone you cherish in the real world, you are not able to accept it right away. And as opposed to the original, where Cloud is able to see reality for what it is, Rebirth strives to depict that inability to accept the loss of someone precious to you. And this is the core of what happens with Cloud in the end of Rebirth, a symbolic allegory for the painful, non-linear processing of grief as Cloud's psychic interference reflects his state of mind, though not necessarily in a way one might traditionally think. In the climax, Cloud is able to see a vision, possibly through wish fulfillment, to peer through the looking glass of a world where he saves Aerith and stops Sephiroth's sword, and that glimpse puts him on extremely shaky foundations psychologically. And while struggling just to cling on, every millisecond a battle, Aerith seems to realize this as she looks into Cloud's eyes. That if he is forced to accept the possibility of her death, he will crack, he will break, and he will submit to despair and become like one of the Black Robes, like Roche, just as Sephiroth needs. And that will be the last straw needed to reach the point of no return and doom the entire planet to becoming a decaying means to Sephiroth's ends. In the original, experiencing Aerith's death is extremely difficult, but in Rebirth it is essentially impossible and the trauma to end all traumas for Cloud. Because here, in addition to the issues of his fractured mind, his inconsistent memories, his battle with his past and identity, and him being manipulated by Sephiroth and his Genova cells, Cloud is dealing with tons of Rebirth-specific stuff as well. The idea of multiple worlds, Sephiroth constantly harassing him, visions of horrific futures, Sephiroth's revised Retrilogy plan, doubting the identity of those closest to him, seeing his worst fears realized through Roche, and then, adding on to it, the death of Aerith, who centers him and offers him such happiness and peace, this individual he cares so much for. I said earlier that he refuses to give in to Sephiroth's despair right up until the end of his trial, but this despair is another level. The strain is unbelievable, and Cloud is so strong. But this is enough to break him and destroy the world, and Aerith sees and understands this. And her ability to alter this, her power, is limited. But as I mentioned, she makes a split-second decision to do something here to prevent Sephiroth from succeeding. She projects herself as an illusion, through the Lifestream just as she did in the Remake resolution scene, into Cloud's mind in order to lie to him and make him believe that she is still alive, even though she's dead in actuality. In reality, the life drains out of her, but Cloud talks to her Lifestream projection who ensures him that she is alright. When the party see the corpse of their dear friend, he sees a living and breathing Aerith. When it seems as though she's dead, in denial he requests that she wakes up, and she does, because Cloud here cannot see reality for what it is. He must live in denial, for himself and for the world. Again, this isn't a move from Aerith to win, but it is the only thing she can do to not lose both the fate of the world and the fate of the man that she so loves. So the best thing she can do to ensure that the possibility of victory isn't zero is to put a band-aid on this and forestall things for now, just to maintain a bit of hope. However, while others have discussed this possibility, I don't think I've heard much of people talking about the sheer profundity of this act of hers, the emotions and tragedy here, and what it means for the thematics and Aerith's character. Because if there is one character that best encapsulates the themes of Final Fantasy VII as a whole, including the Retrilogy specific themes, it is Aerith. Hope, idealism, accepting reality and moving on, death being inevitable and part of the beautiful cycle of life and rebirth, the beauty of the finite. These are all prominent ideas that this story champions that we've discussed, and these are all things that Aerith represents. And yet, in casting this illusion on Cloud, she is propagating a denial, a rejection of the cycle of death and rebirth, a rejection of the beauty of the finite and of little intimate moments. What Cloud is experiencing here is a refusal of the natural will of the planet and the Lifestream, and as a result, a refusal of all that Aerith stands for. And I can't imagine how painful it must be for her to have to do this thing that goes against every fiber of her being, or how quickly she must process the fact that she has to dismiss all that she stands for to do this. In so doing, she is clearly opening up the potential for even more immense pain for Cloud, because this isn't healthy for his mind at all. She's also causing immense distress for her friends, who see that Cloud is so clearly not right. She hates that she has to do this, but that is the corner that Sephiroth has backed her into, and as she alluded to throughout the story, she will do anything to protect her loved ones. So she has to do this, to protect Cloud with all these kind lies of her being alive to shield his poor damaged soul and protect the world, because if he cracks, all is doomed. And the one theme of Final Fantasy VII that isn't undercut in this act is arguably the most important one for Rebirth: bonds. Her bond with Cloud is what rescues him from the brink, and it could still save him here and pave the way for his other bonds to do so in the future. Cloud is grasping for straws in these key moments of her death, looking for any bit of evidence to indicate that the worst has not happened, and so he needs no persuasion to accept this when presented with it. And so this needed to happen, with Cloud's mind being even more key to the plot and the fate of the world than in the original. Everything is linked to the splintered puzzle that is his mind, and so he needs to be saved. And thematically, it makes sense. Because if this boy who has lost so much, gone through so much, and lost himself, can eventually find himself again, then maybe that's an indication that this world is worth salvaging, in addition to all the evidence that we've seen for that so far. His grappling with this, the denial, the lack of acceptance, the need to avoid and confront the truth, the way he is so precariously perched on the brink due to grief. Not only does it double as a clever meta-commentary on fan reception to the idea of Aerith dying, but it's all so true to life and the messages that this story wants to tell. Because while no one goes through exactly what Cloud does here, this is still incredibly allegorical for the way that some process death. But the key is that in the end, we all need to accept that loved ones do leave us and are gone forever. They are forever with us and walk with us every step of our path forward, but their presence in our lives does end eventually. Aerith is gone. Not truly just yet, because she is showing Cloud that she is alive through her illusion, and she is omnipresent through this fight with Sephiroth, but in the end, she will disappear from Cloud's life, and he will have to accept this. And when he does, it will be devastating. But also, there will be a semblance of peace there, because it will mean that he will accept the truth, and it will mean that Aerith's torture in having to do this can end. That she can rest. I tend to agree with people that have hypothesized that at the end of this all, Aerith will lose her ability to be Omni-Aerith. I do think that her becoming this version of herself was out of necessity, and that this world is one that should not have these sort of pseudo-deities dictating things. I think she could be a prominent fixture in the Lifestream like she was in the original, but I do think that presence will fade as the conflict disappears. I think there to be a possibility of catching a quick glimpse of her in the final cutscenes, maybe a split second where Cloud sees her in the environment and with the story sort of giving the impression that she has moved on, but is still around, watching over, like a loving guardian spirit. I could easily see something like that, but I do think that she will go back to what she was more or less in the original game. Back to zero, a reunion. Anyways, digressions aside, that is my theory and idea for what is going on in the climax of this game. And for the sheer tragedy and internal conflict, the emotions and the courage, how painful and yet admirable all of this is what makes Aerith comfortably my favorite character in the Retrilogy as of right now. I do think that could change when Cloud gets his huge ascents in Part 3, or maybe even Tifa or Barret could get up to that level, but this is definitely what I feel right now. It just hit me so much. Her dying for those she cared for, betraying herself to save Cloud, watching over those she had to leave, like this guardian angel. I think back to her speech at the River of Lights, her lyrics in No Promises to Keep, and it all encapsulates the beauty and resonance of her character. She may die, but her life was worth it and so joyful for the little moments and bonds that made it worthwhile, in spite of death. She may go against her ideals in deluding Cloud, and this may be some of her greatest suffering in a life filled to the brim with it, but she would do it all again if it meant protecting the people that made her life so happy. Life and moments and the worlds and bonds. The bonds that saved her that then in turn fuel her to save Cloud. That is her answer to Sephiroth, and this is a defining move in their cosmic chess match that characterizes their dynamic and makes it one of the best in the series. With both her and Sephiroth being originally dead, but wielding the Lifestream and projecting themselves to Cloud to manipulate him, for entirely different reasons and purposes. One thriving and reveling in the darkness that it brings forth, and one doing it with a heavy heart but for the sake of life. This all just does so much for Aerith and makes her one of my absolute favorite characters ever.
多分ティファがご縁が大事って言ってるんですけども、それが今回の世界観全体に関わってくるんですけど、こう人と人と触れ合うことでその何かが生まれるじゃないですか。ご縁が重なって運命になるっていうんですかね。そのあたりの。
But in addition to all that this means for Aerith, it is essential for her dear friend's role in Part 3 as well. Aerith has set the stage, but Tifa will pick up the torch, and her job in keeping Cloud grounded will be absolutely essential. It's why Sephiroth needed to dispose of her, and why her surviving in Chapter 9 was so significant for the plot. Now, of course, I'm sure this will start off rocky. I'm sure Tifa will be terrified, disturbed, and shocked to see Cloud in this state, and the little we've seen of her reaction already seems to indicate that. I also imagine that Aerith could easily be a consistent factor for Cloud, appearing here and there to encourage him. But in the end, just as was the case in the original, Tifa will need to experience the culmination of her character arc, and progress past her insecurities, her grapples, and her self-worth issues to be there for Cloud as she promised she would. I don't know exactly how they'll approach it, but once more I imagine Tifa will need to keep lies and truths in line, while also maybe ensuring that Cloud doesn't realize that Aerith died. It will likely be her biggest burden yet, and she may feel herself as if she's on the brink of collapse, but she has her friends to support her too, and she will need to persevere for them, for him, for the planet that she's grown such a connection to, and for Aerith. And I think all of this weight on Tifa could make the possibility of playing as her for a significant portion of the game an awesome possibility. Perhaps with us being able to see firsthand from her perspective how horrifying it is for Cloud to act so strangely. I think that could be really effective narratively for nailing home the horror and darkness of the situation. Now, of course, Barret will play a large role, an essential one, as will the rest of the party, but I think Tifa will be central to Part 3, and it will all come down to how all of this comes to a head in that Lifestream sequence. Cloud will have to put together all of his misunderstandings by exploring the delicate complexities of his feelings, his memories, the past, and the nature of the world, and Tifa will be there to guide him, with some extra expertise that she picked up from her experiences. But most of all, I believe that this is a great place for him to accept Aerith's death fully. It just makes sense given that truth is a theme here. And regardless of whether or not it happens here, it will be the true goodbye to her character, the moment where Cloud accepts it, and it is up to the development team here to make it just as iconic and emotional as the scenes from the original game that we've carved into the collective unconscious of video game culture. I think she'll leave when she isn't necessary for Cloud's mentality anymore and may converge thematically with all that she sees the world to be about, everything becoming whole. But I could be wrong, and I suppose we'll see. Now, of course, this development makes the tone of the end of Rebirth incredibly dark, disturbing, and upsetting. The final game of the trilogy could easily be very somber and disturbing, at least at the start, which is partly why they ramped up so much of the fun and silliness here in Rebirth, along with it just being loyal to the original story for so many reasons. Nothing has been resolved, and Cloud has no idea who he is. He's tempted by this darkness and corruption fueled by Sephiroth, tempered by the black materia, has no idea who is alive nor what world he's in, and he's on his way to completing the reunion plan, so close to destroying himself and the world. Despite Aerith's efforts, he is still just about being kept together by denial and lies. Everything is liable to fall apart. The party have no idea the scale of what they're in for, and while Sephiroth has been forestalled, his plan is still en route, and he seems to have complete confidence that it will succeed despite the party, Zack, and Aerith's defiance. Our protagonists are a wreck, with only a semblance of a plan led by an unstable Cloud. But there is just the tiniest sparkle of hope. And that is Aerith, with her spirit and kind lies urging the party forward. I said that Tifa surviving Sephiroth's attempt to cut her off and prevent Cloud's recovery was essential for preventing him victory through the purity of bonds. And if this theory is correct, this is the exact same thing, just from Aerith's side. Cloud can't keep going on much longer like this, but he can go on a little longer. If you can believe it, things will get worse from here. Cloud will need to confront painful truths, such as who he really is, Zack's fate, and now Aerith's death, along with the fact that he will be assisting Sephiroth with taking over the world once he brings the black materia to the northern crater in Part 3. He will likely be isolated, punished, and tempered by his infatuation with the black materia, and this could cause immense rifts. And because of all of this, it will be extremely hard to watch, and very disturbing. Cloud will fall, harder than in the original, harder than ever before things get better. But that means that things will get better, and the lower the descent, the higher the ascent. Cloud will sink and sink and sink, but with the love from Aerith that allowed him to stay afloat this long, and the love from his other friends, and his desire to protect, the ascent could be spectacular when he finds himself and moves forward. Honestly, if Part 3 doesn't have me crying tears of inspiration and joy and empowerment for Cloud, then they haven't done it right. But I have full confidence that they will. I think that Part 3 will be one of the most painful and intimate character explorations in video games, as we see his wounds completely wide open and he learns the truth about himself and accepts it and moves forward. And I don't think that that would be possible if Rebirth didn't commit to such a risky move, to do something so against the themes of Aerith and the story as a whole, for the sake of the big picture. However, it is worth reminding you that while this is a direction that I have full confidence in, this isn't confirmed fact, and I could be wrong in thinking that this is happening, because there are other theories out there. Now, to get one thing out of the way, as I touched on, I don't particularly buy into the idea that Cloud has straight up created an alternate reality through how he blocked Sephiroth and saved Aerith. Rather, I tend to think that him seeing this was a combination of him peering into the possible worlds where that could happen, partially potentially due to the Yogacara hopes and dreams idea, and of Aerith wielding that to manipulate him. Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's impossible that that could be the case because the game very intentionally doesn't rule much out, but it seems to fit less for me. Adding in another alternate reality created by Cloud to a plot already jam-packed and fit to burst just doesn't sound like a smart move to me, and I doubt that the writers would take that on. Not to mention, every dream world created from a choice will ultimately return to zero, in my opinion. Biggs died again, I think Zack will die, I think Aerith will as well, and Sephiroth too. So bringing forth this sort of alternate world feels like a redundant plot point that I don't think would bring anything super new to the table that we don't have already with Cloud's illusion. I think it would just make things bloated and muddled, and I don't like the idea much. So maybe I'm biased, but I just don't think that it's an avenue that the writers will pursue, and I think that it makes much more sense for it to just be a lead-in to these other elements. Another pretty heavily discussed theory that I've seen is that the illusory projection of Aerith that we see is malicious. A projection of Jenova, potentially controlled and wielded by Sephiroth, conceived to try and fool Cloud into thinking that Aerith is still alive as they head to the northern crater for Sephiroth's plan. Now, I don't necessarily get the purpose that would have. It could definitely toy with Cloud's emotions and get him close to the despair point of no return if he were to unexpectedly and brutally learn of the truth of Aerith's death, but that makes no sense to me because he was about to reach that point anyway, before that illusion of Aerith saved him from the brink. So in that way, it feels counterproductive to Sephiroth's plan. But there are several points that could nonetheless reinforce this theory. Firstly, there is the idea that the Aerith who encourages Cloud in the midst of battle and the Aerith who we see starting at the burial are different Aerith somehow, the first being Omni Aerith and the second being a Genovaroth projection. That would explain the contradicting motives, and this could be part of Sephiroth's adjusted plan after seeing that his initial one didn't work. There are still some holes that can be poked in that, but I do see the logic. There's also the idea that Jenova is acting independently from Sephiroth, using him as a sort of tragic pawn, and is using her own agency to manipulate Cloud as Aerith outside of Sephiroth's will. That's definitely a possibility, and I think it's a generally cool concept for her to be fooling everyone. With the illusions throughout the game of the Shadow Blood Queen being representative of Jenova's slow overtaking of the planet in the past fueling this idea too. And either way, something that's been consistently reinforced throughout the game is that Jenova is known to take the forms of those we love. It's sound logic based in fact that caused Cloud to doubt Tifa, and it could be happening in actuality here. This is what Jenova did the moment she landed on the planet, to proliferate throughout. She masked herself as loved ones of Cetra to manipulate them, probe for weakness, kill, and expand. And there's also the fact that Sephiroth did this very thing with Rufus, masking as a person he knew to puppeteer him for his own ends. But for me, the biggest point of evidence is hilariously not actually rooted in the plot, but in the presentation. It's in the music and framing used for when we pan over to Aerith after Cloud sees her again. This presentation is so bone-chilling and haunting, so menacing, that it to me is the biggest indicator tonally that something wrong could be afoot with this Aerith. However, I do think that this scene also makes sense with my favorite theory in that this tone could just be used in the context of this just being generally horribly unhealthy for Cloud as a person and therefore sickening to witness. Because while Aerith deluding him is necessary and admirable in its own way, there is a horrifying aspect to it. I do think that's very possible, and I also think there's a genuine possibility that this scene specifically and in isolation could be Sephiroth or Jenova gaslighting Cloud with a phantom Aerith, and that the Aerith we see prior to this and after this is the real Omni Aerith. Both of them in a tug of war inside Cloud's mind for the future of the world and his mind. It further cements their dynamic and Cloud's centrality, and I could definitely see them going that route. But the Aerith in the scene surrounding that? To me, it's clear as day that that's our Aerith, in Omni form. Now, I've seen others make the point that in the final scene, Aerith only seems to really emote while Cloud is watching, and seems to act in ways that feel detached from the things going on, kind of like she's putting on a show for Cloud and trying to manipulate him, and that these unnatural reactions are an indicator of that, and that therefore, this is likely to be Sephiroth or Jenova manipulations. But for me, this can all be explained because quite simply, she is manipulating Cloud. She is putting on a show for him, and she does not properly exist in the realm that the others do, so of course she's acting unnatural. There has never been any question that she is manipulating Cloud, just about the intent of that manipulation. And I believe the intent is good, even if she comes off as awkward. And I think that awkwardness is understandable given that she is being forced to be cheerful and live in a realm that she has no place in while experiencing such emotional anguish. So I agree that she's being manipulative. Of course she reacts late to the Bronco's loud noise. Of course she celebrates with Barrett, Sid, and Kate in a weird and subdued way. She's not really there. She is deceiving Cloud, but that doesn't mean that she's Jenova or Sephiroth. She has to sell the lie to protect him, but while Sephiroth deceives with malice, Aerith deceives with love. In terms of arguments for the Genovaroth theory, there's also the idea that she tells Cloud that he needs to take on Sephiroth, whereas in the original game, she tried to stop him from doing so, and that this could indicate her being Sephiroth. But again, I think this makes sense for Retrilogy Aerith's character, because she knows of what is to pass, she has access to that knowledge, and so as painful as it will be for Cloud, in order for him and the party to beat Sephiroth, events need to flow as intended. Now, as I said, Cloud being given a manipulative blessing from Sephiroth during the fight via the Fate Portal thing could be something that opens him up to all this, which is worth mentioning, and you could read some of the things she says to him as goading and dark in the way that Sephiroth or Jenova would be. But for as many points of proof that this theory has, I just don't buy it, primarily because of how much mounting evidence and story quality and emotional resonance there is to the contrary interpretation, to every counter. And of course, there is the fact that Nunaki is able to sense Aerith, which would, in my opinion, rule out the idea that this is a Genovaroth delusion purely in Cloud's head. Aerith is fully present in spirit, it's just that only Cloud can see her. But Nunaki, being attuned with the planet and the Lifestream, senses her too, so it can't just be a manipulation from our villains. MaxDude has pointed out that Jenova manipulates Nunaki in the original game in the build-up to the Northern Crater, and that's true. But to me that reasoning feels a bit flimsy and doesn't fit with the tonality of the scene. The context is different, the tone is different, and the presentation is totally different, so I just don't think that's the case here. And this leads into my final counterpoint, which is again much more heart over head. This final scene just feels like Aerith. Look at the way she longingly yearns to be with her friends again, the way she lovingly caresses Nunaki and by extension, Tifa, who is being so beautifully comforted by the former. Maybe I'm being gaslit, but I just look at the way that she acts here and it just feels like Aerith. This feels like a dearly departed friend saying goodbye to her connections while watching over them. Warmly, lovingly, carefully, our guardian spirit. There is love here as she reaches out to those who love and miss her, but can no longer feel or see her. And I don't think love is something that Jenova or Sephiroth can replicate this well. The Rebirth Ultimania also seems to provide fuel against the Genovaroth illusion theory as well by confirming that this is Aerith in some sort of capacity, so that's worth noting too. So my biggest argument against this is presentation, body language, expressions, music, and tone. To me, this is Aerith, and the tone is much more melancholic and sad and tragic because of her having to say goodbye to her friends and manipulate the man that she so loves, rather than malice. This is an ending very much loyal to the spirit of Aerith, not Jenova. And along with all the evidence we talked about, how powerful this would be as a writing decision and more, that is why I believe that it's her. And then the approach with the music, the sad departure of the game bleeding into no promises to keep, the loneliness that painfully exudes off the screen as Aerith watches her friends depart for trials unimaginable, bringing forth the traumatic feelings of isolation that she felt as a child that she must shrug off for the sake of her love. This is a celebration of Aerith and a lamentation of what she must go through. And I don't at all believe that the presentation would be this loyal to her character if it wasn't her. This is sad and heartwarming and tragic as an ending, but it isn't dark or menacing. Maybe Sephiroth or Jenova give Cloud illusions of Aerith later on in Part 3, but this Aerith, I think she's ours. Now, of course, I can't be 100% confident in this due to the nature of how these damn games leave so many possibilities up in the air, but this is just my take and what's most meaningful to me. It is primarily because I believe this is the best interpretation for the quality of the story, and am I kind of just hoping for this to be the case? Absolutely. I want this game to destroy me even more in Part 3, and this is the best way to do it in my opinion. Now, of course, feel free to share your interpretations in the comments. This is just mine, and I wholly believe in the proof, spirit, and quality that it would represent. It makes Aerith a better character, it's more emotional, it fits the themes more, it sets up the next game better, and to me, it's clear what is true. The Ultimania states that at the end of Rebirth, it's unclear in what capacity Aerith is appearing. As a living person, a spirit speaking from the Lifestream, or an illusion seen only by Cloud. It could be any of these three. It could be all of these three somehow. But I know which one I prefer for sure. Rewatch the final scene yourself and decide what you think, because I do really feel that tone is important. From the opening credits in Remake to the last seconds of Rebirth, this story has been very deliberate with the tone it sets, and how that coalesces with the main aims of the story. And I think that's as big a clue as anything. Look at how the updated opening credits in Remake seem to foreshadow exactly what Sephiroth's role in the story is, just through tone and music and mood. I can't say it enough, tone is a huge clue. And again, despite my bullishness, I'm not fully confident in this. I'm not certain, and I'm very open to being wrong and the writers pursuing other directions. But at the same time, I hope I'm right, because man is this interpretation powerful. I love this game. I've just made a video that is God knows how many hours long about this game. But interestingly enough, it only lands as one of my absolute favorite games of all time, top 3 or top 5 territory, because of my interpretation of the ending. So naturally, there is a bit of an asterisk to my take on it while we don't have confirmation. And of course, if I'm wrong, then my feelings are moldable. And that is a bit awkward, but I think that the devs would be able to understand that given the malleability that they impose on this insane theory bait. Regardless, as it stands, I believe that this is the general idea of what is going on at the end. And appreciation for art is partly down to one's interpretations of said art. So as of right now, this is without doubt one of my favorite games of all time, with the only one I can definitively rank ahead of it with confidence being Final Fantasy XIV at the time of writing this. Maybe Final Fantasy IX. Maybe Cyberpunk. Or Infinite Wealth. I don't know. But it's right up there at least in the top 5. I adore Rebirth beyond words, and unless Part 3 firmly drops the ball and undercuts the wonderful writing and presentation here, I can't see it dropping much, if at all. Now, I do think that a really good ending spot for Rebirth would have been at the end of the story developments at the Northern Crater. I think it would have beautifully delved into the depths of despair that we've discussed, while offering just enough hope to push us forward into Part 3. It just generally makes sense to me and leaves the final game with a less overwhelming task of stuff to adapt, because as it stands, it leaves Part 3 with a difficult task in terms of structure, as the first act clearly needs to delve into incredibly dark stuff tonally before the uprising, and the easier adaptation task would be if that descent had already happened, which would lead into a steady upswing. I also think it's very possible that it delves into some Sephiroth origin story stuff to dovetail with some of the revelations that we've gotten from Ever Crisis, which could accent this structure nicely to give us an ominous threat tinged with humanity to balance the upswing. However, I think the hook they left us with is fantastic and so gutting, and I think they ended Rebirth as best as they could considering the circumstances. I can't wait for Part 3. I don't know if it'll be better than Rebirth, because this game is a dream, but I have full confidence that they'll give us something magnificent regardless. I had faith that Rebirth would be good given the quality of Remake, and my god was that rewarded, so I have no problems having similar faith again in the face of uncertainty. There's definitely an intention to keep fans theorizing for the next 3 or 4 years, and I'm happy to given this quality, and that's specifically because this isn't nonsensical as some tend to say it is. There's clear thematic focus and plot direction that the narrative has brought forth, and hopefully you appreciate how I've attempted to lay it all out here. It's convoluted to an extent, and you can lose yourself in it at times, but it is so fun to dig into. It makes you wonder, makes you feel, it has your imagination and mind swim with so many thoughts and emotions. It's just so grand and beautiful, and it ticks every box that I want a story to tick. I know I said this at the beginning and highlighted it several times throughout, but I don't care. This game has everything, and it does it all so well. Some of the best side content I've ever seen, one of my favorite settings in gaming, beautiful audio-visual direction, amazing combat, one of the best soundtracks ever, one of the best character casts ever full of unbelievable writing and dynamics, incredible theming and cleverness everywhere. It's full of great hooks and is awesome for theory and speculation, and yet is loyal and pays homage to the soul of the original while maintaining its own identity. It's captivating and thrilling and sweeping and high concept and fantastical, yet it's intimate and filled with fantastic characters that I love dearly and feel so much for. It's a symbolic fight against despair when all hope seems to be lost. It is a championing of the fact that loved ones do not leave you after they die. Not in the contradictory way that Aerith may be manipulating Cloud, but in terms of the sentiment she supports and protects her other loved ones with. It's these characters across so many universes. Zack, Cloud, these partners fighting across space and time to defy a dark fate and protect that which they care about. A resounding advocation of the beauty of life as it is, and how important it is to fight for what one desires while you are alive, however long that may be. Rebirth explores how our time on this earth is short, but that life means so much regardless of who may remember us in 1,000 years because of the moments we share that make it worth it. This game is so empathetic and full of understanding of grief and sadness, and it ends with extreme darkness, but also with the tiniest glimmer of light from our wonderful Aerith that just about keeps Cloud and the world together. And there will be darker times, but this ensures that the light can rise again. It's a story full of tragedy and foreboding and pain, but also full of silliness and fun and light and hope and beauty and love. It rips your heart out, but inspires you to believe. And for all of these reasons, this game is everything I wished for and more.
Friends, lend me your ears. Our aspiring heroes and indomitable princess's tale draws to a close. Only one act remains. Parting is, indeed, such sweet sorrow. But as they say, all good things must come to an end. Though it is our wish that this tale remain with you long after we are gone.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is hope and vitality, and why they trump doom and decay. It's more than just a story, it is a crystallization and expression of life. Because Sephiroth will ultimately end, much to his agony, and he will likely be gone forever, doomed to be a part of the Lifestream he yearned to wield, doomed to be forgotten eventually, doomed to confront the horror of the end, and most of all, doomed to be incapable of realizing that, as Aerith states, that is okay. But he will end, and our party will go through so much to reach that eventuality, and I cannot wait to experience the conclusion to what will likely end up being one of the greatest long-running video game narratives of all time. Part 3 has so much to cover, so many risks that will need to pay off, and so many things that can go wrong. But as I've always said, this staff, these storytellers, and these creators have earned my trust. And so trust them I shall, with gratitude and openness for whatever is to come. Many, many, many thanks for watching.